Chapter 1. The Rebirth of Tien Shinhan in the World of Dragon Ball Super. In the realm of Dragon Ball Super, peace had returned to Earth following the defeat of Majin Buu. What is this place? How did I end up here? Wasn't I just engaged in a fierce energy clash with Majin Buu? Could it be that my second-hand PS3 malfunctioned? Indeed, second-hand goods seldom deliver quality. Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes to find himself lying within a Taoist temple, a grand Baba diagram looming before him. Moments ago, he had been blissfully immersed in playing Dragon Ball on his console, battling the NPC Majin Buu. However, due to the second-hand nature of his PS3, he had exerted too much force while playing, damaging the controller. A surge of electricity coursed through his hand and body, leading to a moment of confusion before awakening in this unfamiliar location. As he pondered his surroundings, an overwhelming tide of memories surged into his consciousness. In an instant, comprehension dawned upon him. He had traversed worlds, much like the narratives in the novels he had read. Although astonished, he quickly accepted this reality after all. Having perused countless novels, he had mentally prepared himself for such an eventuality. Gazing in astonishment out of the temple, he muttered, "What? This is actually the world of Dragon Ball Super." As a devoted fan of the Dragon Ball franchise, he was well acquainted with every iteration, having watched each series more than 5 times, including Dragon Ball Super. How on earth am I supposed to survive in this world? In other realms, I might find a way to endure, but in this one, how can I possibly survive? Any villain could obliterate the planet with ease. While the main characters are formidable, facing the specter of death is undeniably disheartening. Wait a moment, am I not a transmigrator? Where's my golden finger? Just as he voiced his thoughts, a system notification resonated in his mind. Ding. The Salted Fish Master system is activating. Binding with the host. Binding progress. 10. 50. 100. Binding successful. Newbie gift pack acquired. The Salted Fish Master system? Could the name be any more unappealing? Nevertheless, despite its lackluster title, it appears quite promising. By accepting disciples, I will receive rewards. Moreover, as my disciples enhance their combat prowess, I will gain double the strength as their master. Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement. If he were to take on disciples such as Son Goku, Vegeta, and Jiren, would he not ascend without the need for rigorous training? Speaking of which, having just acquired the newbie gift pack, what treasures lay within? Open the newbie gift pack. Ding. Successfully opened the newbie gift pack. Congratulations. You have received Super Spirit Bomb, Flight Technique, Body Dominance Technique, Three-Eyed Heavenly Sovereign Bloodline, and a combat power of 1 billion. Listening to the system's announcements, Lin Fan squinted and smiled. This newbie gift pack is quite impressive, however. What exactly is this body dominance technique? Upon examining the Super Spirit Bomb, he discovered that it was an enhanced version of the Spirit Bomb, with its power multiplied several times and an improved charge speed. Compared to the original, the Art of Dominance, a potential technique crafted for the human race, its execution allows one to enter a state of supremacy significantly, amplifying combat prowess. The precise extent of this enhancement is contingent upon the practitioner, with potential boundless bloodline of the three-eyed celestial sovereign. The most exalted bloodline of the three-eyed beings, its utilization enables the awakening of the third eye exponentially, augmenting one's potential, facilitating expansion, and imparting unique effects. Lin Fan felt no astonishment at the formidable energy blast, however, upon witnessing the Art of Dominance and the bloodline of the three-eyed celestial sovereign. He momentarily found himself in a state of bewilderment. Anyone familiar with Dragon Ball understands that within this realm, humans possess exceedingly low innate abilities. Even a mightiest human, Krillin, must remain an observer, hesitant to intervene. Yet with the Art of Dominance, this predicament is adeptly addressed potential is indeed limitless, evoking a sense of parity with the bloodline of Super Saiyans. In Lin Fan's perspective, the Saiyan bloodline in Dragon Ball Super pales in comparison, merely a testament to the protagonist's overwhelming fortune. Bloodline of the three-eyed celestial sovereign. Should I consider merging with it? The three-eyed beings in Dragon Ball Super resemble Tien, do they not? If I were to assimilate this bloodline, and I would emerge upon my forehead, wouldn't that detract from my handsome visage? He mused, narcissistically caressing his face. Indeed, Lin Fan possessed striking features. His visage was chiseled, with distinct facial contours, and most notably, his complexion was quite fair. Never mind, I shall forego the bloodline of the three-eyed celestial sovereign. With this lazy master system, any bloodlines I acquire in the future will undoubtedly surpass this one. Why do I feel such disdain for the name of this system? Learn the sky dance technique. Learn the super energy blast. Learn the art of dominance. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the sky dance technique, super energy blast, and the art of dominance. In that fleeting moment, Lin Fan felt an overwhelming surge of knowledge flooding into his mind. At that instant, a gentle energy began to flow into Lin Fan's governing meridian. Host attributes. Host, Lin Fan. Techniques, super energy blast, sky dance technique. Special technique, art of dominance. Race bloodline, human. Base combat power, 1 billion, but upon observing his attributes, Lin Fan couldn't help but scratch his head. A base combat power of merely 1 billion felt exceedingly inadequate. In the realm of Dragon Ball Super, combat power is significantly elevated, surpassing that of any other Dragon Ball universe, with gods of destruction, high priests, and formidable bosses from unique worlds posing a terrifying threat. That a base combat power of 1 billion is hardly noteworthy. Moreover, it won't be long before Beerus and Whis descend upon Earth. Though Goku may avert this impending crisis, it remains a threat who can guarantee that no mistakes will occur. Should Beerus choose to obliterate Earth, no one would escape unscathed. Contemplating these matters, Lin Fan felt an urgent need to enhance his strength. Rising to his feet, he resolved to venture outside and ascertain the specifics of his surroundings. At that moment, a voice of inquiry resonated from beyond the door. Is there truly a master here? Upon initially hearing the voice, Lin Fan could not immediately discern its owner, however. Based on the inquiry posed, he quickly came to a realization. The visitors must undoubtedly be Kaiotsu and Tien Shinhan. The only companion who would be with Tien at all times is Kaiotsu. Tien responded, Indeed, it is I, Kaiotsu. It was as expected, these two individuals. Lin Fan pondered the words exchanged between them, his mind racing. Was Tien seeking out a master? Could it be that he was intending to seek guidance and instruction? This seemed quite plausible, given the lore of Dragon Ball Super, which depicts Tien and Kaiotsu diligently training in a secluded paradise. Their arrival here was certainly not an extraordinary occurrence. A subtle smile graced his lips as he thought, clearly, this is a disciple coming to my doorstep. At that moment, a deep and resonant male voice echoed from outside. I am the junior Tien Shinhan, seeking an audience with the esteemed elder. Chapter 2. Indeed, a master of the unseen world, I am Tianjin Fan, a humble disciple seeking an audience with the esteemed elder. Lin Fan did not hasten to respond, for he had resolutely decided to take Tianjin Fan as his apprentice. Not only that, he aimed to make Tianjin Fan believe that he truly was the revered master they envisioned. As for whether there existed a true master within the temple, Lin Fan remained oblivious. Outside the door, Tianjin Fan exchanged a glance with Dumpling. With a hint of confusion, Dumpling inquired, Tianjin Fan, do you think there might be no one here? Shall we venture inside to see? Tianjin Fan quickly interjected, No, Dumpling. We are here to pursue knowledge. We must adhere to decorum. Indeed, Dumpling complied obediently. Humbly, I, Tianjin Fan, come to pay my respects. Tianjin Fan called out once more, his voice resonating. Yet, silence enveloped them, prompting Dumpling to prepare to utilize his precognitive abilities to discern if anyone was within. Just then, a calm voice emanated from within the temple. Come in. Upon hearing this, both Tianjin Fan and Dumpling were filled with joy and hastily entered the temple. Inside, they beheld a striking young man clad in Taoist robes. Seated in a meditative posture upon the 8 trigrams diagram, eyes closed in serene cultivation. This individual was none other than Lin Fan. While Tianjin Fan and Dumpling waited outside, Lin Fan had contemplated that, in order to convince Tianjin Fan of his status as a master, he must present himself with an air of authenticity. Thus, he had donned a set of Taoist robes found within the temple. Tianjin Fan scrutinized the handsome youth before him, examining him from head to toe. Is this individual a master of the unseen world, or merely a disciple? Once more, he focused intently on the essence of the man, only to find that he could not sense even the faintest trace of Lin Fan's aura. Stunned, he pondered, could he truly be the master of this temple? As a practitioner, he understood that failing to perceive another's aura could signify one of two possibilities. Either the individual was an ordinary person, or their strength vastly surpassed his own, rendering him incapable of sensing it. Despite his youth, the aura emanating from this man was not one to be underestimated. He was undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. Instantly, Tianjin Fan brought his hands together in a respectful gesture, bowing deeply as he addressed Lin Fan, esteemed elder. I am Tianjin Fan, here to seek your guidance. I humbly request that you accept us as your disciples. At this moment, Lin Fan opened his obsidian-like, radiant eyes. a piercing light flashing through them. Tianjin Fan felt the intensity of that gaze and was taken aback. Indeed, this young man was extraordinary, unmistakably a figure of seniority. And at such a young age, he likely possessed some unique method of nurturing vitality. These practitioners placed great emphasis on health and longevity. For once the prominent figures were outlived, they themselves would ascend to prominence. Observing Tianjin Fan's earnest and reverent expression, Lin Fan recognized that he had achieved his objective. Your sincerity is commendable. I shall accept you. Tianjin Fan was instantly elated, kneeling down and repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Master. Ding. Congratulations. Host has accepted disciple Tianjin Fan, gaining combat power of 1 billion, precognition, mental communication, and colossal dimensional wave. Current host combat power, 2 billion. Tianjin Fan. Upon noticing the dumpling beside him, failed to react initially and hurriedly exchanged a knowing glance. The dumpling understood the unspoken message immediately and bowed deeply, exclaiming, Thank you, Master. Ding. Congratulations to Dumpling for becoming a disciple of Tianjin Fan, gaining a combat power of 500 million, the Ultra Mental Time Chamber, Divine Aura, and the Ultimate King's Fist. Current host combat power, 5 billion. Lin Fan, hearing the System-S notification, felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. These abilities were indeed remarkable, particularly the Ultra Mental Time Chamber. This chamber was certainly superior to the Mental Time Chamber from Dragon Ball. However, this was not the time to assess the effects of those powers. Observing Tianjin Fan and the dumpling kneeling before him, he commanded, Rise. The two stood up and then seated themselves cross-legged on the cushion. With a wave of his sleeve, Lin Fan emanated an air of impenetrable mystery. Tianjin Fan. Your most formidable technique is known as the Kamehameha, is it not? A shiver of astonishment coursed through Tianjin Fan as he gazed at Lin Fan. His face a mask of disbelief. How could his master possibly know his most powerful technique? They had never met before, nor had he interacted with him. How could he be aware of his moves? Realizing the truth, Tianjin Fan suddenly slapped his thigh, concluding that his master must have calculated this or possessed some prophetic ability. Truly, a master beyond the mundane. It was evident he had not sought guidance in vain. Instantly, his gaze towards Lin Fan transformed into one of profound admiration. Yes, master. The most powerful technique of a disciple is indeed the Kamehameha, Tianjin Fan replied respectfully with a nod. Lin Fan continued, I am also familiar with the Kamehameha. While its power is commendable, it possesses a critical weakness. Its charging time is excessively long. Tianjin Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his master would possess knowledge of the Kamehameha, even highlighting its flaw. It seemed that Lin Fan did not merely understand the Kamehameha, but could execute it as well. After contemplating this, he quickly bowed and said, Please, master, bestow your teachings upon me. Lin Fan nodded slightly. The reason your Kamehameha charges slowly is that you are attempting to enhance its power, yet without sufficient strength, it cannot rightfully be deemed a Kamehameha. Tianjin Fan listened intently. Lin Fan continued, I have mastered a technique known as the Ultra Kamehameha, which is akin to your Kamehameha but boasts greater power and requires less charging time. I shall now impart it to you. Overjoyed, Tianjin Fan repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, master. Lin Fan began to elucidate the theory and essential techniques behind the Ultra Kamehameha. The reason the Ultra Kamehameha surpasses the Kamehameha in power and reduces charging time lies primarily in the method of charging. When charging the Ultra Kamehameha, you can do it this way, and then like this. It is thus. Tianjin Fan listened, enraptured. After Lin Fan concluded his explanation, he remained in a state of bliss, feeling as though he had tasted an exquisite wine. Lost in the beauty of the Master's teachings, Lin Fan observed Tianjin Rice in a state of deep contemplation, understanding that he was absorbed in his thoughts, and he refrained from disturbing him. Instead, he turned his attention to the dumpling beside him. Dumpling, my dear disciple, I am aware that your primary offensive technique is the whole wave. However, its power is rather feeble. Thus, I shall impart to you the giant whole wave. Dumpling, although not particularly interested in the intricacies of cultivation, found his greatest joy in simply being near Tianjin Rice. Nevertheless, with his master willing to teach him, he was eager to learn and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, master. Subsequently, Lin Fan shared the essence of the giant whole wave with Dumpling. Given his foundation in the whole wave, it was not long before Dumpling grasped the technique. At that moment, Tianjin Rice emerged from his reverie. Lin Fan regarded the two of them and remarked, It appears you both have comprehended the technique. Indeed, we have. They replied in unison. Since you have both attained understanding, proceed to demonstrate it for your master. Yes. Chapter 3, a gift that will make you sweat profusely. The three individuals arrived outside the Taoist temple. Lin Fan soared several meters into the air, his countenance grave, as he suspended himself above the ground. He placed his right hand atop his left, allowing the little finger of his right hand to touch the index finger of his left, with his thumbs pressed together, forming a frame as he aimed at a mountain in the distance. Following Lin Fan's teachings on harnessing energy, he regulated his breath, amplified his strength, and intensified his focus. As a robust energy coursed through his meridians, he shouted, "Super strong chi cannon." Boom! A dazzling brilliance surged forth with an unstoppable force, crashing into the mountainside. The resounding blast echoed as a cloud of dust erupted into the air. A massive cavity appeared halfway up the mountain, plunging deep into the earth, a terrifying sight indeed. The surrounding wildlife, startled by the thunderous explosion, scattered in all directions in a panic. Lin Fan stared in disbelief at his own hands, murmuring to himself, "Did I truly do this?" Previously, his chi cannon possessed similar might, but it required him to channel all his energy. Without full exertion, such devastation was unattainable. However, now, utilizing the method imparted by Master Lin Fan, he effortlessly achieved a peak level of power, a remarkable feat indeed. Was this truly his doing? Gazing at the gaping hole in the mountainside and the energy still emanating from his hands, he came to accept the reality. This was indeed his accomplishment. Without a trace of deceit. With these thoughts in mind, he swiftly descended, approaching Lin Fan with a radiant expression, respectfully stating, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Is there anything I should pay special attention to?" "Very well. Continue your training, master your strength, and your power will only increase, enabling you to gather energy more swiftly." "Thank you, Master." At this moment, Lin Fan turned his attention to Jiaozi. "Jiaozi, it's your turn." "Yes, Master." After stepping forward a few meters, Jiaozi raised his right hand, pointing his index finger at a large tree in front of him. An immense energy surged throughout his being. Massive whole wave. Whoosh. What initially appeared as a beam the size of a fingertip instantly expanded to the size of a head, its accumulation speed matching that of the whole wave. Yet its potency multiplied several times over. Whoosh. The massive whole wave struck the great tree, obliterating it with a thunderous crash as it toppled to the ground. Jiaozi gazed at the fallen giant with wide eyes, his face a portrait of astonishment, utterly taken aback by the formidable strength of his own whole wave. This was indeed a massive whole wave, without a doubt. Returning to Lin Fan's side, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master." "Jiaozi, I perceive that you are not inclined toward conflict, preferring to remain by Lin Fan's side. Therefore, in your training, adopt a more laid-back approach. Focus on cultivating your super abilities, and all will be well." Lin Fan was aware that Dumpling possessed several extraordinary abilities, including precognition, telepathy, and perception. If these powers were cultivated effectively, they could prove to be immensely beneficial. Therefore, for Dumpling, there was no necessity to deliberately train in other skills. Relinquishing one's innate abilities would be akin to discarding a watermelon for a sesame seed. Dumpling also felt an aversion to rigorous training. "Yes, Master," he replied after a moment of hesitation. Lin Fan then turned his attention to Tianjin Rice, saying, "I have a precious gift for you." Tianjin Rice did not inquire about the nature of the gift, but instead expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master." Although he had only recently begun his apprenticeship, merely an hour ago, he understood that anything bestowed by this master would undoubtedly be of great value. Curiosity piqued, Lin Fan asked, "Aren't you curious about what I am about to give you?" To which Tianjin Rice honestly replied, "I am curious, but I shall know soon enough. There is no need to waste your breath." "Haha, very well." Lin Fan lifted his hand, channeling energy into it, and placed it upon Tianjin Rice's chest. Dumpling and Tianjin Rice observed this scene with confusion, wondering what was transpiring, yet they refrained from asking further, as the answer would soon be revealed. Lin Fan focused his mind and commanded the system, "Apply the three-eyed celestial bloodline to Tianjin Rice." The system responded promptly, "Ding. The three-eyed celestial bloodline has been successfully applied to Tianjin Rice." In that moment, Tianjin Rice felt a profound transformation within his body, while Dumpling sensed a formidable aura emanating from him. The third eye on Tianjin Rice's forehead radiated a peculiar light, as if it sought to encompass and perceive all things in existence. After receiving the system's notification, Lin Fan slowly withdrew his hand and said nonchalantly, "Tianjin Rice, I have just bestowed upon you the three-eyed celestial bloodline. You must make good use of it." Tianjin Rice was taken aback, his mouth agape as he stared at Lin Fan. After a brief pause, he cautiously asked, "Master Lin Fan, what did you say?" "The three-eyed celestial bloodline." As a member of the three-eyed clan, he was acutely aware of what this bloodline represented. It was the highest and purest lineage among his people. Any three-eyed individual would aspire to possess such a bloodline. as it not only signified immense potential, but also served as a mark of distinction. Whenever a member of the Three-Eyed clan encountered someone with the Three-Eyed celestial bloodline, they would revere them as a deity. Thus, upon hearing Lin Fan's revelation, Tianjin Rice felt utterly numb, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his entire being frozen in disbelief, unsure of how to respond. Lin Fan, fully cognizant of the significance of the Three-Eyed celestial bloodline for Tianjin Rice, smiled gently and reassured him, "You did not miss here. It is indeed the Three-Eyed celestial bloodline." With a resounding thud, he fell to his knees, overwhelmed with emotion as he repeatedly bowed his head, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." The disciple vowed to live up to his master's expectations, dedicating himself to rigorous training, ensuring that not a moment would be squandered. What Lin Fan required was this very determination. Only through the disciple's relentless efforts could he enhance his combat prowess. "I believe in you," the master declared, "and thus I have prepared another gift for you." Upon hearing of this additional present, Tianjin Fan was utterly elated. He lifted his head, a mixture of anticipation and excitement illuminating his face. "Thank you, Master. Do not rush to express your gratitude," the master replied, "for this gift will truly make you sweat." Chapter 4. The Ultra Mental Time Chamber. Is it a gift that can make me break into a sweat? Tianjin Fan inquired, his expression filled with perplexity. Lin Fan, with a smile playing on his lips, gently replied, "Indeed, you must have heard of the Mental Time Chamber, haven't you?" Tianjin Fan slightly tilted his head, deep in thought, as if recalling something. Before Lin Fan could offer a reminder, enlightenment dawned upon him. "Master, I have heard of it. I remember. The Mental Time Chamber is located above the temple. Yes, there exists a Mental Time Chamber within the temple, and I possess one as well. Albeit mine is known as the Ultra Mental Time Chamber." Lin Fan did not intend to gift the Ultra Mental Time Chamber to Tianjin Fan, but rather to allow him entry for cultivation. It was indeed a gift that could induce a vigorous sweat. The Ultra Mental Time Chamber boasts remarkable effects. It encompasses a vast expanse akin to Earth, complete with mountains and rivers. Any attacks unleashed within its confines will not damage the chamber. Gravity can be freely adjusted, with a maximum limit of 999 times. And temperatures can be modulated between a low of 120 to a high of 520 degrees. Spending a decade within the Ultra Mental Time Chamber equates to merely a day in the external world, and time spent inside does not age the individual. However, there are limitations. Each person is permitted entry only 10 times in their lifetime, with a maximum of 10 individuals allowed at once. Upon entering the chamber, the mental energy of the participants will diminish, and once their mental energy is completely depleted, they will be automatically ejected. The duration of one's stay is solely contingent upon the strength of their mental energy. When Lin Fan learned of the Ultra Mental Time Chamber's capabilities, he marveled at its superiority, far surpassing that of the temple's Mental Time Chamber. If his memory served him correctly, the temple's chamber had numerous restrictions, rendering its effectiveness vastly inferior. For instance, the gravity within was merely 10 times that of Earth, and a year spent inside equated to only a day outside. Moreover, only 2 individuals could enter simultaneously, and each person was limited to 2 days, equivalent to 2 years inside, throughout their lifetime, lest the exit vanish, leaving them trapped forever. Such limitations were utterly incomparable to those of the Ultra Mental Time Chamber. Tianjin Fan appeared bewildered, instinctively uttering, "Ultra Mental Time Chamber? Indeed. It is an upgraded version of the Mental Time Chamber. I shall now grant you entry into the Ultra Mental Time Chamber, where 10 years will equate to a mere day outside." "What?" Tianjin Fan exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief, nearly bulging from their sockets. He distinctly recalled that within the temple's Mental Time Chamber, a year corresponded to a day outside. Yet this Ultra Mental Time Chamber allowed for 10 years to equate to just 1 day. The disparity in proportions was staggering. Lin Fan, observing his astonishment, felt no surprise. It was entirely within his expectations. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, "Do not rejoice too soon. Your duration inside will depend on the strength of your mental energy. Once it is entirely depleted, you will be expelled from the chamber. Furthermore, in one's lifetime." Lin Fan proceeded to elucidate the general effects of the Ultra Mental Time Chamber to Tianjin Fan. Even with the limitations of spirit energy, Tianjin Fan was still profoundly astonished, for the effects in every aspect far surpassed that of an ordinary spirit time room. Clenching his fists, he reflected on his newfound lineage of the Three-Eyed Celestial, which had significantly amplified his potential and talents. If he could cultivate within the Ultra Spirit Time Room for a decade, his strength would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. The mere thought of this filled him with eager anticipation. Observing his excitement, Lin Fan wasted no time and addressed Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi. Follow me. The two quickly trailed behind Lin Fan. Shortly thereafter, the trio arrived at a relatively flat area. With a casual gesture, Lin Fan summoned a magnificent aura. In an instant, a spirit time room spanning 120 square meters materialized before them. Step inside, Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan gazed at the ultra-spirit time room, momentarily frozen, speechless. Feeling his heart race, his breath grow heavier, and the flow of his blood quicken. Once he emerged, he would be considered a formidable force. The mere thought sent exhilaration coursing through him. Jiaozi looked up at Lin Fan with eager eyes and implored, "Master, I wish to enter alongside Tianjin Fan." Lin Fan did not refuse. After all, the room could accommodate up to 10 individuals. "Go ahead, but Jiaozi, focus on honing your super abilities once you enter." "Yes, Master." With Lin Fan's encouragement, the two swiftly entered the Ultra Spirit Time Room. Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings and spotted a towering tree. Utilizing his aerial technique, he ascended rapidly and perched himself comfortably on a branch, relishing the moment as he drifted into slumber. Simultaneously, he contemplated the rewards recently bestowed upon him by the system: Ultra Precognition, Mental Communication, Ultra Spirit Time Room, Divine Aura, and the Ultimate King Fist. Ultra Precognition grants the ability to foresee events 2 seconds into the future. Mental Communication allows for telepathic exchanges with individuals within 100 meters. Divine Aura is an essential, unique presence for becoming a deity. The Ultimate King Fist is the perfected version of the King Fist, substantially reducing the pain and energy expenditure associated with its use, enabling a more effective execution of the amplified King Fist. Lin Fan, upon reviewing the efficacy of these skills, could hardly contain his excitement, as each one was exceptionally rare and valuable. Ultra Precognition, for instance, could predict an opponent's attack direction 2 seconds in advance during combat. In high-level confrontations, even a mere 0.1 seconds could spell the difference between life and death. He pondered, which was superior, Ultra Precognition or Hit's time jump technique. The former allows foresight into future events, while the latter enables time manipulation. If the duration of Ultra Precognition exceeds that of the time jump, then Ultra Precognition is superior. Conversely, if the time jump's duration surpasses that of Ultra Precognition, then it reigns supreme. Lin Fan was determined not to squander any time. He knew one thing: he must learn them all. Without hesitation, he focused his consciousness and began acquiring Ultra Precognition, Mental Communication, and the Ultimate King Fist, while simultaneously harnessing Divine Aura. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ability of precognition, telepathy, and the Ultimate King of Worlds Fist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for merging with divine energy. A series of martial arts techniques and profound insights flooded into Lin Fan's mind, all seamlessly connecting. Before long, he sensed a transformation occurring within his body, as a majestic and boundless aura surged in like the golden light of dawn, continuously flowing into him. Whoosh! Divine energy. 3 minutes later, Lin Fan distinctly felt a unique energy within him. This energy was none other than divine energy. Divine energy is an essential prerequisite for attaining divinity. Only by possessing divine energy and reaching a certain level of cultivation can one become a deity. Otherwise, no matter how high one's combat prowess may be, it is challenging to truly attain godhood. One may merely approach divinity, or perhaps exceed it in strength. Of course, such feats are exceedingly arduous, and as Lin Fan understands, only individuals like Jillian from the Power Tournament possess such strength. Chapter 5. The Shock of the Supreme Kai. Half an hour later, Lin Fan had thoroughly stabilized the divine energy within his body and contentedly patted himself. The sensation of possessing divine energy was truly exhilarating. As long as his cultivation and combat prowess reached a certain level, ascending to divinity would be a trivial matter. Current status of the host. Host: Lin Fan Techniques, Ultra Energy Wave, Sky Dance Technique, Giant Hole Wave. Special Skills: Body Dominance Technique, Ultimate Supreme Kai Fist. Telepathic Communication, Super Precognition. Special Items: Ultra Mental Time Chamber Race, Human Base Combat Power, 2.5 billion. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Supreme Kai, the old Supreme Kai, who was engrossed in studying data on beautiful figures, suddenly directed his gaze toward Lin Fan's location. He set down the materials in his hands, an action that immediately puzzled the East Supreme Kai. Given their understanding of the old Supreme Kai, he would typically never abandon his studies for trivial matters. The current situation clearly indicated something significant had occurred. What happened? The old Supreme Kai slammed his fist onto the East Supreme Kai's head and bellowed, "Can't you check for yourself?" The East Supreme Kai, feeling aggrieved, nonetheless complied and used his divine abilities to sense the surroundings. Within moments, he was astonished, staring at the old Supreme Kai and exclaiming, "How can there be a trace of divine energy? Who possesses divine energy?" The old Supreme Kai suddenly relaxed, resuming his study of the materials. The East Supreme Kai, feeling helpless, thought to himself, "This ancestor is truly nonchalant." However, he felt compelled to meet this individual who possessed divine energy. With a flicker, he vanished in an instant. Lin Fan was unaware that his mere fusion of divine energy had attracted the attention of the old Supreme Kai and others. He was currently contemplating whom to take as a disciple next. A streak of light descended from the heavens, instantly heightening Lin Fan's vigilance. Without a doubt, the approaching figure was stronger than he was. Despite his base combat power of 2.5 billion, it was still insufficient. As he discerned the newcomer, a short figure adorned with a white punk hairstyle, purple skin, and the signature earrings of the Supreme Kai. Clad in the Supreme Kai's uniform, recognition dawned upon him. "Oh, the East Supreme Kai? What brings him here? Could it be related to my recent actions? Has he sensed my fusion of divine energy?" It was quite likely, for divine energy was essential for achieving divinity. As gods, it was only natural for them to sense the presence of someone who had assimilated such a vital element of ascension. Rising from the tree, he flew to the side of the East Supreme Kai and greeted him warmly. "Ah, it is an honor to meet you, East Supreme Kai. My apologies for not receiving you properly." The East Supreme Kai scrutinized Lin Fan closely and confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, this individual possessed divine energy, fully integrated within him. Who was he? How could he cultivate divine energy? Given his Taoist robe, he must be a practitioner of the Tao. Had he attained divinity through the way? How could he possibly recognize me? Upon reflection, it is reasonable that the other party, having cultivated divine energy, possesses self-awareness. Otherwise, how could they attune to the celestial forces and divine essence? The East Realm deity, known for his amiable disposition, was further inclined to reciprocate Lin Fan's cheerful greeting with courtesy. "Greetings. Might I inquire as to your identity? To have cultivated divine energy is indeed remarkable." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan realized that it was indeed the divine energy that piqued the East Realm deity's interest. "I am Lin Fan, and as for the divine energy, it was merely a fortuitous occurrence on my part." Naturally, he would not divulge the origins of his divine energy. The East Realm deity pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to accept Lin Fan's explanation, recognizing that the other party must have encountered good fortune. Perhaps, in years to come, Lin Fan would be chosen as an apprentice realm deity or even ascend to the status of a full-fledged realm deity himself. In the 7th universe, there are not only the East Realm deity, but also the West, North, and South Realm deities. Currently, these 3 positions lay vacant, and should someone possess the opportunity, it is at this moment that divine energy is most easily comprehended, for it is a time of need. Contemplating this, the East Realm deity became increasingly cordial towards Lin Fan, understanding that if Lin Fan were to become any of the 3 realm deities, he would effectively become his comrade. "That is wonderful. It signifies your great fortune, and I look forward to the day when you may join me as a companion." This statement left Lin Fan momentarily taken aback. What did it mean to be his companion? To become a realm deity? He had no interest in such aspirations. Yet he refrained from contradicting him. Let us hope for that. At that moment, the East Realm deity noticed the nearby hyperbolic time chamber. Yet he did not recognize it as such, assuming it merely to be Lin Fan's residence. "Lin Fan, I shall take my leave." After his brief assessment, the East Realm deity concluded that Lin Fan was not a brutal individual and could potentially become his ally. Thus, there was no need for him to linger any longer for further investigation. It would be prudent to return promptly and report to the ancestral figure, lest he face another explosive reprimand. Lin Fan courteously added, "Do come visit when you have the time." The East Realm deity smiled, and, with a flash of light, departed. After his exit, Lin Fan once again ascended to the tree and began to contemplate whom he should take as his disciple next. Given his current strength, it seemed a challenging endeavor. Ding. Host disciple Tianjin Fan has increased his base combat power by 1 billion. Host receives a double enhancement of 2 billion. The host's current base combat power stands at 4.5 billion. Not bad. It has only been a short while since entering, and Tianjin Fan's base combat power has already risen by 1 billion. It appears. Before he could finish his thought, another notification resonated in his consciousness. Ding. Host disciple Jiaozi has increased his base combat power by 100 million. Host receives a double enhancement of 200 million. The host's combat power now totals 4.6 billion. Jiaozi is impressive, having also enhanced his base combat power by 100 million. This truly astonishes me. Lin Fan recognized that Jiaozi was not particularly fond of training. and the fact that he had managed such an increase in strength was indeed surprising. He could also envision that Jiaozi had not been idle within, but rather had been diligently honing his skills. Suddenly, Lin Fan's mind sparked with inspiration. Next, he would take Sun Wukong as his disciple. A subtle smile graced his lips, hinting at profound intentions. He had already formulated a plan. First, he would investigate whether anyone was present in the Taoist temple. With that thought, Lin Fan soared towards the temple, circling it a few times before discovering that no one was in sight. How could it be that there was no one around? Yet, the temple remained impeccably clean, and robes were still hanging. This defied logic. Had everyone simply stepped out? Never mind. There was no need to dwell on that. He would wait for their return. Three-eyed bald donkey, come forth. Chapter 6. Yulin, three-eyed bald donkey, come out. A melodious female voice pierced through Lin Fan's contemplation. Lin Fan wore a perplexed expression. Three-eyed bald donkey? Wasn't that a reference to Tianjin Fan? In the realm of Dragon Ball Super, it seemed rather unlikely that anyone would address him in such a disrespectful manner. After all, Tianjin Fan was a decent character, not someone who would inspire such rudeness. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Fan. Could it be her? Upon reaching the entrance of the Taoist temple, he spotted a woman standing there. She appeared to be in her 30s, clad in a blue qipao, her figure voluptuous and her curves enchanting, with her hair styled in two half-moon ponytails. Seeing her, Lin Fan couldn't help but think, indeed, it was Yulin. Though she seemed to be just over 30, Lin Fan estimated her actual age to be around 40. However, in the world of Dragon Ball Super, women who had undergone training often appeared remarkably youthful. It was difficult to discern their true ages. Yulin was one such woman. She had once trained alongside Tianjin Fan under the tutelage of Master Rashi. Subsequently, when Tianjin Fan left secretly, Yulin harbored resentment towards him for not taking her along. Feeling betrayed and forsaken. For years, Yulin had diligently practiced her mystical arts and had now achieved a significant level of mastery, believing herself ready to exact revenge on Tianjin Fan. Thus, she had embarked on a journey that led her here. Upon seeing Lin Fan, who exuded an aura of righteousness, she paused momentarily before darkening her expression and inquired, "Is Tianjin Fan here?" "He is not," Lin Fan replied calmly. Being well-versed in the tales of Dragon Ball Super, he understood that this woman harbored feelings for Tianjin Fan. Her quest for vengeance stemmed from a love that ran deep, mixed with profound hurt. However, according to the narrative of Dragon Ball Super, Tianjin Fan had remained oblivious to Yulin's affections, dismissing her entirely. In Lin Fan's eyes, this woman, both in appearance and form, was deserving of someone like Tianjin Fan. Upon hearing that he was not present, Yulin grew anxious, for she was well aware that Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi had recently arrived in this vicinity. Could it be that this Taoist had hidden him away? Surely, that must be the case. With this thought, her expression turned cold. "I advise you to hand over Tianjin Fan." Lin Fan responded with a natural ease. "Very well." Yulin was momentarily taken aback. Was he truly acquiescing so readily? She had expected him to withhold information for a while longer. Nonetheless, since he was willing to surrender Tianjin Fan, it was a positive development. "Where is he? Hurry and tell me." Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle at her urgency. However, it was precisely such fervent women who dared to love and to hate. "Do not rush. I cannot hand over Tianjin Fan at this moment. He has gone to a rather special place and will return shortly. Rest assured, it shall not exceed a day's time." Lin Fan had calculated this in his mind, knowing that with Tianjin Fan's current mental fortitude, he would be in the hyperbolic time chamber for no more than 10 years, equating to just one day in the outside world. It was precisely for this reason that he felt confident in his assertion. With her delicate brows slightly furrowed, Yulin fixed her gaze upon Lin Fan, observing the unwavering brightness of his obsidian-like eyes, which betrayed no hint of deceit. "Have you ventured to some extraordinary place?" she pondered. Yet, Lin Fan, for the moment, chose to remain reticent. "I cannot divulge just yet, but rest assured, you shall meet him in a day's time." Seeing the confidence radiating from Lin Fan, Yulin contemplated for a moment before conceding. "Very well, I shall wait a day. If Tianjin Fan does not appear, I shall have words with you." Lin Fan merely smiled, choosing silence, for with his formidable battle prowess of 4.6 billion, he could easily manage a single Yulin. Noting his silence, Yulin furrowed her brows in thought, questioning him. "It appears that the three-eyed bald man seeks to become your disciple?" Lin Fan did not deny her assertion. "Indeed, I have become the master of Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi." A glint of mischief flickered in Yulin's eyes as she smirked. "I want you to expel that three-eyed bald man from your tutelage." Lin Fan would naturally not acquiesce, for Tianjin Fan was currently honing his skills within the hyperbolic time chamber, and he had bestowed upon him the bloodline of the three-eyed celestial. To expel him would mean a significant loss of power for himself. Would he agree? Clearly not. Tianjin Fan has committed no wrongdoing. I cannot act in such a manner. I understand your animosity towards him, but Lin, allow me to remind you that harboring feelings for someone is not best expressed through vengeance. Opposing him will only drive him further away. This is not a commendable approach. Lin was momentarily taken aback, her brow knitted in confusion, her face displaying disbelief. How do you know my name? Did that three-eyed bald man tell you? She thought, unable to suppress the notion that he had been thinking of her all along, that she had not been forgotten. Lin Fan quietly chuckled to himself. For in this world of Dragon Ball, how could he not know her name? He possessed the divine perspective of knowing everyone's name. Nevertheless, he replied, indeed. It was Tianjin Fan who informed me. Over the years, he has been thinking of you, but due to certain special circumstances, he has not sought you out. Lin Fan mused that these two were quite compatible, and now that he had the opportunity to play matchmaker, he would do so. As for the special circumstances he mentioned, such complex matters were best left for Tianjin Fan to resolve. Lin felt a surge of joy upon hearing his words. Indeed, Tianjin Fan had been thinking of her. However, she was still beset with questions. What special reason could have kept him from finding me? Oh, that is something you must inquire of him directly, Lin Fan replied. Lin realized that asking the person before her would yield no answers. Lin Fan chose not to engage further with Lin. He procured a lounge chair and moved it over. She mistakenly believed he was preparing a seat for her. Reflecting upon it, she thought, the master of the three-eyed bald man is rather considerate, showing an understanding of gentility and even bringing a chair for me to rest. Just as she approached, ready to express her gratitude, she paused. Lin Fan comfortably reclined, exclaiming, "Ah, how delightful." He then mused, basking in the sunlight should be even more pleasurable. With this thought, he swiftly grasped the lounge chair and made his way outside the temple. Watching Lin Fan arrange the chair, Lin furrowed her delicate brows and pouted her alluring lips in discontent, muttering, "Humph, how annoying." She soon followed him outside and positioned herself not far from him. Suddenly, Lin Fan recalled something and turned to Lin, inquiring, "Oh, by the way, are you tired?" Lin, feeling a surge of irritation, thought, finally, he remembers to ask if I am weary. At last, he realizes that I, as a guest, should be offered the chance to rest. She politely replied, "Not tired." She anticipated that Lin Fan would courteously invite her to sit and relax. "Not tired, huh? That's splendid. Would you be so kind as to make a trip to the town and fetch me some snacks and beverages?" Chapter 7 has arrived with a face full of questions. Lin gazed in astonishment at the individual reclining on the chair before her. She pondered whether her fatigue was worth the errand of purchasing snacks in town for him. Observing her incredulous expression, Lin Fan explained, "Just look at this splendid environment. Wouldn't it be delightful to savor some snacks and beverages while enjoying the view?" Lin's ire surged unexpectedly, feeling as though she had been relegated to a mere errand runner. "Three-eyed bald man is your disciple, but I am not," she retorted coldly. "Do not be hasty. If you manage this task, I could arrange for Tianjin Fan to marry you," Lin Fan suggested, unfazed by Lin's temper. He understood that for years, she had harbored resentment towards Tianjin Fan for his past actions, and her practice of demonic arts was also a consequence of him. Thus, it was only natural for her to feel pent-up frustration, and her volatile temperament was entirely understandable. He believed that if Tianjin Fan could shower her with affection, it might soothe the fury within her. Upon hearing this, Lin bit her lip, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she stammered, "What are you talking about? I certainly do not want to be with that three-eyed bald man." "Oh, is that so? Then I shall arrange for him to marry someone else," Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. This statement seemed to strike a nerve with Lin, causing her to leap to her feet with a shriek. "How dare you?" Lin Fan remained unfazed, a playful smile gracing his handsome features. "Did you not just assert that you do not wish to be with Tianjin Fan? Why then are you so incensed?" "Humph. Well, I do not want him to be with anyone else," Lin Fan teased. "Isn't that contradictory?" "Not contradictory. I. Lin faltered, unable to articulate her reasoning. Lin Fan pressed on, "What does this signify? Is it a desire for him to suffer?" "Yes." "Is it punishment for him?" "Yes." "Is it a result of deep affection intertwined with profound hatred?" "Yes." As soon as Lin completed her responses, she realized she had inadvertently revealed too much. Feeling as though she had been toyed with, in a swift motion, she withdrew a talisman from her waist pocket, assuming an aggressive stance. "You dare to mock me? I shall punish you properly." Lin Bing. Thunder and lightning. In an instant, the talisman in her hand transformed into a fiery blaze, quickly incinerating before her eyes. At that moment, a dark cloud materialized above Lin Fan's head, swirling ominously. Wretched Taoist, I grant you an opportunity to apologize. Yulin exclaimed angrily. Lin Fan chuckled lightly, utterly unconcerned, which only intensified Yulin's fury further. Very well, I shall grant your wish. Boom. Above the dark clouds, ominous thunder rumbled. Shifting incessantly, a deafening roar erupted as a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, descended towards Lin Fan. Yulin wore a smile of amusement, as if she had already envisioned the lightning striking Lin Fan, who appeared utterly disheveled, his hair resembling an explosion. Boom. The thunder cracked. A plume of smoke billowed upwards, accompanied by a charred aroma wafting through the air. Upon catching a whiff of the scent, Yulin's delight intensified, and with a beaming expression, she exclaimed, You dare to challenge me? Even if you are the master of the three-eyed bald monk, what of it? You shall still face my wrath. She proudly brushed her delicate nose. Your sorcery is not without merit, Lin Fan replied with a nonchalant demeanor, while Yulin reveled in her triumph. She failed to notice the peculiarities behind her. Of course, she boasted. Suddenly, an unsettling thought crossed her mind. Wait, something feels amiss. Why does that sound seem so familiar? Turning to the source of the sound, she beheld Lin Fan, comfortably reclining in a chair, eyes closed, basking in the sunlight. This sight left her wide-eyed in shock. You. Despite having struck him with her thunderous magic, he appeared unscathed, seemingly enjoying a leisurely moment. In truth, the speed of her lightning attack was but a jest in Lin Fan's eyes, scarcely faster than a snail. With such sluggishness, how could she ever hope to strike him? Ignoring her, Lin Fan continued, Yulin, with your current strength, you are not a match for Tianjin Fan. If you seek to vent your frustrations, it is impossible. Naturally, Yulin remained unconvinced and arrogantly retorted, After years of diligent practice in sorcery, how could I not rival the three-eyed bald monk? Do not try to scare me. Lin Fan merely smiled faintly, choosing not to engage in argument. Seeing his silence, Yulin contemplated speaking further but ultimately swallowed her words. From Lin Fan's earlier display, she understood that she was no match for him. This realization was clear to her, though she was reluctant to voice it. Meanwhile, a notification from the system echoed in Lin Fan's consciousness. Ding. Disciple Tianjin Fan's basic combat power has increased by 300 million. Master receives a double combat power boost of 600 million. Current host's basic combat power, 2 billion. Oh, another 300 million increase so soon? It seems the bloodline of the three-eyed celestial sovereign is indeed remarkable. Tianjin Fan, I hope you can endure a little longer. Lin Fan stretched lazily. 20 hours later. The following afternoon, Yulin grew somewhat impatient, observing Lin Fan, who lounged in his chair, enjoying the scenery and snacking. With a displeased tone, she questioned, You said we only needed to wait a day for the three-eyed bald monk to appear. Where is he? Do not fret. It has not yet been 24 hours. Lin Fan replied. Lin Fan spoke without a hint of urgency. Ding. My disciple Tianjin Fan has enhanced his foundational combat power by 400 million, while I, as his master, have experienced a twofold increase, reaching 800 million. Currently, the host's combat power stands at 6 billion. Just then, two ragged men flew in, one tall and one small. Among them, one possessed 3 eyes and a bald head, while the other appeared to be a child, also bald but with a single strand of hair, lending him a rather comical appearance. Upon seeing these two figures, Lin instantly recognized them. She exclaimed with a melodious yet fierce tone, Three-eyed bald donkey. Though her face bore an expression of fury, her eyes shimmered with a mix of joy and lingering sorrow, reminiscent of a woman lamenting in solitude. The newcomers were none other than Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi. Chapter 8. The encounter. Tianjin Fan was quite displeased when he heard someone shout three-eyed bald donkey, considering it a blatant insult. His companion, Dumpling, shared his discontent, for to insult Tianjin Fan was to insult oneself. Their gazes fell upon Yulin, yet neither recognized her. After all, when they departed years ago, Yulin was but a child. How much could one change in the span of nearly 2 decades? Though anger simmered within them, Tianjin Fan and Dumpling nonetheless soared to Yi Fan's presence, respectfully greeting him as master. Lin Fan gestured towards the garments strewn on the ground. Put these on. He anticipated their disheveled appearance after their emergence. Yes, the two swiftly donned the prepared attire and soon returned, clad in new garments. Before Lin Fan could utter a word, Yulin exclaimed in a melodic tone, Three-eyed bald donkey. Prepare to meet your doom. Tianjin Fan was taken aback. Why did this woman call him that again? Had he ever crossed paths with her? She seemed somewhat familiar, yet he could not place her. Curiously, he inquired, Who are you? Why do you call me that? Is it not a tad impolite? Are you perhaps a friend of master? That seems unlikely, for Master would not associate with someone so discourteous. Yulin, noticing Tianjin Fan's failure to recognize her, felt a surge of indignation. It was evident he had forgotten her. Blushing with anger, she retorted, "Three-eyed bald donkey. You indeed have forgotten me." This statement made Tianjin Fan ponder. Had they met before? Why could he not recall? Lin Fan, observing the exchange, interjected. "You were once under the tutelage of Master Crane, alongside her and Dumpling." With this reminder, Tianjin Fan's memory was jogged. He did recall a little girl at Master Crane's side. Upon closer inspection, this woman bore a striking resemblance to that same girl. What was her name? In a moment of forgetfulness, he could not recall. Dumpling, however, exclaimed in astonishment, "Yulin? Is that you?" Realizing the truth, Tianjin Fan confirmed, "Indeed, it is Yulin." The woman before him, once a mere child, had transformed remarkably. Yulin, witnessing Tianjin Fan's astonishment, felt a sweet satisfaction and a hint of pride. "Yes, I am Yulin." She thought to herself, "Tianjin Fan must surely regret not having taken me along back then." With a subtle arch of her back, she showcased her exquisite figure. Tianjin Fan, puzzled, asked, "How did you come to be here?" Lin Fan, feeling exasperated, wondered if Tianjin Fan was truly oblivious to Yulin's affections. Yet, upon reflection, if he were attuned to such sentiments, he would not have remained single for so long. While Krillin, also bald, had what a stunningly beautiful android. Tianjin Fan had yet to gain anything of the sort. Yulin clenched her delicate fist in frustration, determined not to voice her inner thoughts. Instead, she exclaimed in a delicate tone, "I have come to take your life." Tianjin Fan, bewildered, pondered what he had done wrong to deserve such a fate. Yulin, dismissing further conversation, waved her hand, conjuring a talisman. "Tianjin Fan, your master claims I am not your match. Today, I shall demonstrate who is superior. Gather soldiers." Thunder and lightning. The talisman ignited and quickly reduced to ashes, consumed in a blaze. This very technique was the lightning sorcery she had previously employed against Lin Fan. At that moment, a mass of dark clouds began to gather above Tianjin Fan, rumbling ominously, indicating that something was brewing. Such trivial tricks were easily seen through by Tianjin Fan, especially as his combat prowess had surged, awakening the first stage of the three-eyed celestial sovereign. He was no longer the Tianjin Fan of yore. Seeing Tianjin Fan remain unfazed, Yulin assumed he was merely intimidated, feeling a sense of triumph. Dealing with this three-eyed bald fool would require little effort. Three-eyed bald fool, prepare to be blasted to cinders. She forcefully swung her right hand downwards. Congeal. With a thunderous boom, a lightning bolt, as thick as an arm, coalesced and surged downward. Tianjin Fan raised his hand, swiftly launching a ki blast in response. Boom. In an instant, the lightning was obliterated, and the dark clouds Yulin had summoned were dispersed, replaced by a gentle breeze that rendered them non-existent. Yulin was left astounded, trembling uncontrollably, her wide, watery eyes fixed on Tianjin Fan. She could hardly believe that he had effortlessly dismantled her lightning with a mere ki blast. Not only that, but the clouds had also vanished. Tianjin Fan regarded Yulin with a measured gaze, recognizing her combat ability to be woefully inadequate, merely a few thousand at best. With such meager power, could she truly hope to contend with him? Absolutely not. Moreover, he was no longer the man he had been just the day before. He was now the three-eyed celestial sovereign, Tianjin Fan. "Yulin, you are no match for me. Focus on your training." The lightning was one of Yulin's offensive tactics. And now, having been so effortlessly countered by Tianjin Fan, she understood that she was outclassed. Yet, she remained indignant. After years of arduous training, her aim had been to make Tianjin Fan regret not taking her with him when he left. How could she concede so easily now? With these thoughts in mind, she quickly retrieved a talisman from her pocket, glancing first at Lin Fan before shifting her gaze to Jiaozi. She dashed forward, brandishing the talisman, intending to affix it to Jiaozi's forehead. Once this talisman was placed, he would be compelled to obey Yulin's commands. Lin Fan understood the talisman's effect, recalling that in the Dragon Ball Super universe, Master Roshi had fallen victim to such a trick. However, among the entire cast of protagonists, only Master Roshi had been susceptible, for his lecherous nature rendered his defenses nearly non-existent at the slightest visual stimulus. Nevertheless, Lin Fan chose not to warn Jiaozi. With the current prowess of Dumpling, evading this attack is effortlessly achievable. Dumpling, perplexed by Yulin's sudden shift of focus towards him as the target, could not comprehend the rationale behind such a choice. Why would one, without provocation, opt to attack him? Regardless of Yulin's intentions, Dumpling resolved not to allow himself to be struck. Employing the art of aerial maneuvering, he swiftly ascended, deftly dodging Yulin's assault. Yulin cast a startled glance at Dumpling. If her memory served her correctly, Dumpling's strength had previously been quite feeble, inferior to her own. Yet now, he appeared to possess greater capabilities, a discrepancy that defied logic. Chapter 9. The task assigned by Lin Fan. As she watched the dumpling fly away, Yulin tugged at her lips, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Tianjin Fan, observing the helpless and frustrated expression on Yulin's face, gently advised, "Why must you feel this way? We are fellow disciples, and there is no deep-seated enmity between us. Even though we have parted ways in the past, we can still be together now, for some inexplicable reason." Upon hearing these words, Yulin felt as if her heart had been coated in honey. A delightful sweetness enveloped her. A blush crept onto her cheeks, and in her glistening eyes, a flicker of panic danced. Her heart raced as she bit her lip and whispered, "Can we truly be together again?" Tianjin Fan affirmed, "Absolutely." Noticing Yulin's silence, Lin Fan spoke up, "Since the conflict has been resolved, Tianjin Fan, there is a task I need you to undertake." Tianjin Fan turned to Lin Fan, immediately responding with respect, "Master, please give your orders." Challenge Sun Wukong. Tianjin Fan and the dumpling were momentarily taken aback. Curiosity evident in their voices. "Challenge Sun Wukong?" Lin Fan nodded gently. After a moment of hesitation, Tianjin Fan replied, "Master, although I have improved, I am still vastly outmatched by Sun Wukong. His strength has indeed seen significant enhancement, but I am fully aware that challenging him is an impossible endeavor." Lin Fan smiled knowingly. He was well aware that Tianjin Fan could not rival Sun Wukong. His directive for Tianjin Fan to challenge Sun Wukong was not aimed at defeating him, but served a different purpose altogether. It was intended to pique Sun Wukong's interest, to make him aware of his own existence, with the eventual goal of taking him as a disciple. Once Sun Wukong became a disciple, training him in the room of spirit and time would undoubtedly elevate Lin Fan's own combat prowess. The mere thought of this prospect thrilled Lin Fan. The objective was not to conquer him, but to experience his fighting capability. It would merely be a casual sparring session. "However, I require you to exert your full strength." Tianjin Fan instantly grasped the situation, so it was merely a friendly exchange, and he had mistakenly believed it was a matter of victory. "Understood, Master." He was also eager to discover how far his strength had progressed and how he would measure up against Sun Wukong. With these thoughts, Tianjin Fan felt an inexplicable anticipation. "You should go find Sun Wukong now." "Yes, Master," Tianjin Fan responded, promptly utilizing his flight technique to soar toward the direction of Shidu. Sun Wukong's residence was not located within the city of Shidu, but rather in its outskirts, a place familiar to Tianjin Fan and the others. The dumpling, witnessing Tianjin Fan take flight, quickly followed suit, saying, "Master, I shall go as well." "Go ahead." Yulin, having just reunited with Tianjin Fan, was reluctant to part ways and hurriedly pursued them. Not far from Sun Wukong's home, Sun Wukong was operating a farming machine, steering with one hand while grumbling, "Ah, how dull this is. Why must it be so boring? I long to practice my skills." Forever ensnared in complaints, one fails to notice the path ahead. With a sudden crash, Sun Wukong and the agricultural machine plummeted from the cliff. Alas, merely seconds later, Sun Wukong, with his right hand supporting the agricultural machine, soared back into the air. "Wukong, what are you doing?" queried Tian Xinhan and Kaiatsu, who arrived in flight. Observing Sun Wukong's curious predicament, upon glancing upward, Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Ah, it's Tian Xinhan and Kaiatsu." Setting the agricultural machine down and scratching his head, he lamented, "I accidentally drove the machine off the cliff." Tian Xinhan paused for a moment, bewildered. "You drove it off? Is such a thing even possible?" However, upon reflection, he realized that this was indeed characteristic of Sun Wukong. Aside from training and eating, he was rather oblivious to other matters and seldom focused. Approaching Sun Wukong, he earnestly inquired, "Wukong, what brings you here?" "I have made quite a bit of progress and wish to challenge you to a duel," Tian Xinhan candidly stated, confident that Sun Wukong would readily accept. And indeed, upon hearing Tian Xinhan's words, Sun Wukong's excitement surged, his grin broadening as he exclaimed, "Really? Tian Xinhan, that sounds splendid." Observing Sun Wukong's exuberant demeanor, Tian Xinhan smiled, knowing well that Sun Wukong would never decline such a proposition. Perhaps, had he not suggested the duel, Sun Wukong would have proposed it himself. "I was simply feeling rather bored, which led to the mishap with the agricultural machine. Come, Tian Xinhan, let us engage in a friendly contest." With great anticipation, Sun Wukong leaped into the air, heading towards the mountainous desert, wary of holding a contest on his own land, lest Chi-Chi witness it and scold him. Tian Xinhan and Kaiatsu followed closely behind. After a brief flight, The trio arrived at the mountainous desert. Concerned for Tian Shinhan's safety, Kaiatsu cautioned, Wukong, please remember to hold back. Sun Wukong, as he warmed up his hands, nodded affirmatively. Yes, Kaiatsu, rest assured. He was acutely aware that Tian Shinhan was not his equal, thus he intended to exercise restraint. Come, Tian Shinhan. Tian Shinhan's expression turned serious. Wukong, it has been quite some time since our last duel. Sun Wukong's demeanor shifted to match Tian Shinhan's gravity. Indeed, it has been many years. I can scarcely recall how long. I only remember it being during the World Martial Arts Tournament. Precisely, Wukong. Reflecting on that time, we were truly feeble. Akin to mere ants in comparison to now. Although the exact number of years eluded Tian Shinhan, he distinctly remembered that during that period, Sun Wukong could not even transform into a Super Saiyan, and his brother Raditz had yet to invade Earth. Sun Wukong too reminisced about his training from those days, recalling his former self. Indeed, we were so weak. Hey, Tian Shinhan, I firmly believe that we will grow even stronger, and in the future, when we compare ourselves to our current selves, we shall undoubtedly perceive our present strength as inadequate. Lin Fan wholeheartedly agrees with this sentiment, especially considering that he now possesses the bloodline of the three-eyed heavenly master. This signifies that his current prowess is merely the beginning of his journey, not the culmination of it. Indeed, Goku, let us engage in battle. In an instant, Lin Fan elevated his aura, causing the surrounding air to churn violently, with dust swirling up in tumultuous waves, radiating outwards for hundreds of meters. Sun Wukong was initially taken aback, but soon his surprise transformed into exhilaration as he exclaimed, Lin Fan, you have made remarkable progress. This is truly exhilarating. Sun Wukong also amplified his energy and surged forward, with Lin Fan following suit. Bang! The two fists collided. Boom. Chapter 10. The first phase of the three-eyed celestial being's bloodline. With a resounding boom, fists collided, unleashing a torrent of energy that radiated outward from the two combatants, enveloping the surroundings in a cloud of dust. The sound of repeated strikes echoed as both warriors withdrew their fists, relentlessly launching attacks at one another. Each blow reverberated through the air, compressing it with every impact. In this moment, Sun Wukong had yet to unleash his full potential in his ordinary state, while Tian Shinhan had reached the pinnacle of his capabilities in the same form. Consequently, Tian swiftly gained the upper hand. After parrying Wukong's assault with a powerful punch, he retaliated with another strike. The impact of his fist landed squarely on Wukong's chest, sending him hurtling several meters away, crashing into the rugged terrain of the desert. Dumpling, witnessing this scene, was filled with astonishment. Tian had actually struck Wukong. Although it was merely Wukong in his regular state, he was still an impressive adversary. Tian refrained from pursuing his advantage, understanding that this was not a life-or-death duel. Hovering in the sky, he gazed down at Sun Wukong, a thrill coursing through him. Ever since Wukong had attained the transformation into a Super Saiyan, Tian had never dared to imagine that he might one day send Wukong flying. Now that he had accomplished this feat, he felt an exhilarating sense of release, as if a long-suppressed emotion had finally been liberated. Wukong burst forth from the cloud of dust, ascending to the same height as Tian, his excitement palpable. Tian, you truly are formidable, he exclaimed. With newfound confidence, Tian responded, Wukong, the best is yet to come. Come at me. Wukong grinned, striking his iconic battle pose. His gaze fixed intently on Tian. He shouted, charging towards Tian with renewed vigor. This time, both his strength and speed had significantly increased, as he unleashed half of his power in his ordinary state. Tian, recognizing the surge in Wukong's speed, approached with caution, preparing to meet the challenge head-on. The two engaged in a flurry of punches, their fists a blur to the distant dumpling, who could barely comprehend the rapid exchange. Minutes passed, and Tian gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Unable to withstand Wukong's relentless onslaught, his defenses began to falter. With a powerful thrust, Wukong unleashed a punch that Tian barely managed to block, but in that fleeting moment, Wukong's right foot followed up with a kick that caught Tian off guard. In that instant, Wukong gathered energy into a ki blast in his palm. Realizing he could not evade the sudden projectile, Tian swiftly raised both hands to defend himself. The ki blast detonated with a thunderous explosion, shrouding the area in smoke. Suddenly, sensing an imminent threat, Tian instinctively scanned the cloud, only to see Wukong charge forth like a predator, delivering a brutal kick to his abdomen. With a resounding thud, Tian plummeted to the ground, creating a deep crater several meters wide and dozens of centimeters deep upon impact. The sight of the dumplings filled one with trepidation, a sense of anxiety overwhelming. Fortunately, Lin Fan swiftly rose to his feet, allowing his heart to regain its composure. Instead of launching into the air, Lin Fan raised his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers, and slowly traced them before his third eye. In an instant, his third eye emanated a blinding white light, and wherever his gaze fell, flames erupted, even upon the barren desert. Observing this scene from the air, Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, "Ah, is this Lin Fan's new technique?" Subsequently, Lin Fan clenched his fist and shouted fiercely, "Ah!" His aura surged dramatically, forming a vortex around him that whipped up violent winds, akin to razor blades, incessantly tearing at everything nearby. The tempest expanded from several meters to tens, then hundreds of meters. Dust and stones flew, and the sky turned a grim yellow. When Lin Fan's third eye transformed into a fiery red hue, the storm finally subsided. This marked the first stage of his three-eyed celestial sovereign bloodline, the three-eyed red general state. In a flash, he appeared before Sun Wukong, raising both hands with unwavering confidence, declaring, "Wukong, come forth." Sun Wukong, invigorated by the formidable energy radiating from Lin Fan, felt a surge of excitement. Since the defeat of Majin Buu, he had not engaged in a true battle. Now, it seemed he was poised for a worthy clash. Taking an attacking stance, he urged, "Come on, Lin Fan." With barely a breath, Lin Fan charged forward like a flash of light. Bang! A punch struck Sun Wukong's abdomen. Gasping, Sun Wukong instinctively exhaled, yet Lin Fan's assault did not falter. His fist transformed into an open palm, unleashing a ki blast that detonated before Sun Wukong. Lin Fan furrowed his brow as he sensed the ki blast had missed its mark. Using his aura to disperse the smoke, he observed that Sun Wukong had created distance between them, grinning mischievously. Huh! He elevated his power to its peak state and rapidly charged forward. Bang! The two exchanged blows, their forms flickering as they left behind mere phantoms in the air. For a solid half hour, Lin Fan gradually gained the upper hand, attacking with the force of a tempest, aiming relentlessly for Sun Wukong's chest. In an instant, as clouds surged and winds howled, the air around them was consumed by the sheer terror of Lin Fan's impending strike. Bang! Sun Wukong was hit by a powerful punch, and seizing the moment, Lin Fan followed up with another blow, striking his chest again. Swiftly, he grasped Sun Wukong's arm, spinning him around several times before hurling him away. With his palm directed at Sun Wukong, he unleashed a barrage of 3 ki blasts that struck him dead on. As Sun Wukong plummeted downward, he swiftly regained his footing after a mere few meters. His gaze fixated on Lin Fan, his voice brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, "Lin Fan, you have truly grown immensely powerful. In your normal form, you are no match for me." Following his declaration, he clenched his fists tightly. "Huh!" Sun Wukong bellowed, his aura surging dramatically, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure erupting instantaneously. His hair transformed into a striking golden hue, signifying his ascension to Super Saiyan. Although a battle had yet to commence, Lin Fan could already sense the formidable energy radiating from Sun Wukong. Chapter 11. Upon hearing the prowess of his opponent, his hands could not help but tremble. It was his inaugural encounter with Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan 1 form. Without the need for comparison, he instinctively recognized that, given his current capabilities, he was no match for Sun Wukong. Before he could ponder further, Sun Wukong had already soared into the air. His speed multiplied several-fold from before. The Super Saiyan 1 form granted him an astounding 50-fold increase in power. Despite Tien Shinhan unleashing his three-eyed god heritage to enter the three-eyed red general state, he could barely hold his ground against Sun Wukong's normal state. Now, with Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 1, his strength augmented 50-fold, Tien stood no chance whatsoever. With a resounding impact, he managed to barely block Sun Wukong's oncoming punch, yet waves of pain coursed through his hand. At that moment, Sun Wukong unleashed a second punch. Tien attempted to defend himself, only to realize that the pain in his hand had not subsided. His movements were sluggish and could not keep pace with Sun Wukong's rhythm. A powerful blow connected squarely with his chest, propelling him backward for several meters. Before he could regain his footing, Sun Wukong reappeared behind him, delivering a solid punch to his back. With an involuntary scream, Tien fell from the sky like a meteor streaking through the silence, crashing into the earth with a thunderous roar. Instantly, a pit several meters deep was formed, clouds of dust billowing upward. Upon witnessing this scene, Kaiatsu wasted no time and flew towards the crater, calling out anxiously, "Tien." Sun Wukong observed the dust rising from the ground, unable to suppress a murmur. "Did I go a bit too hard?" With this thought, he immediately descended and waved his hand to disperse the smoke. There, amidst the deep pit, stood Tien, disheveled and covered in dust, eliciting a wave of relief from both Kaiatsu and Sun Wukong. Kaiatsu swooped down, his voice filled with excitement. Tien, are you all right? Tien smiled and nodded. Don't worry about me, Kaiatsu. I'm fine. In truth, he bore immense pressure and pain within, a constant sensation of oppression in his chest. Yet, he understood that he could not afford to fall. To do so would be utterly shameful. Seeing that Tien was unharmed, Sun Wukong felt a rush of joy. That is great, Tien. I was worried I might have hit too hard. Let us continue our match. Tien, feeling both amused and exasperated, wished to express, Goku. Your strikes are far from gentle. He hastily responded, Goku, let us pause for now. I'm not your opponent yet. I need to train more before we can compete again. He was acutely aware that he was merely enduring in this moment. And with Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan 1 state, he could scarcely catch a glimpse of his opponent's figure. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly contend with Sun Wukong? Upon hearing Tien's words, Sun Wukong felt a tinge of disappointment but acquiesced, retracting his Super Saiyan form. All right, Tien, next time, remember to challenge me again. I'm so bored, he remarked, scratching his head in mild complaint. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. All right. Suddenly, he was questioned by Sun Wukong. How did you make such rapid progress? Deep down, Wukong knew that Lin Fan had never given up on his training, yet he had never achieved such remarkable advancement before. Wukong's usual form was no match for him. Only in his Super Saiyan form could he suppress Lin Fan. When this topic arose, Lin Fan beamed with pride and replied, Wukong, over the past few days, I have taken on an extraordinary master alongside Dumpling, and we have both experienced significant enhancement. He couldn't help but ponder. I wonder how my master compares to Wukong. Perhaps my master is even stronger, given that he could elevate my combat prowess so swiftly. Yet, Wukong is undeniably formidable. In his Super Saiyan Stage 1, he can effortlessly overpower me, and should he transform into Super Saiyan 2 or 3, I might find myself unable to resist even the pressure he exerts. Unbeknownst to him, he felt a flicker of anticipation. If a duel were to take place between Wukong and his master, who would emerge victorious? Sun Wukong, momentarily taken aback, scratched his head in bewilderment and exclaimed, Wow, there are extraordinary masters out there. Where? In the hills, Lin Fan replied candidly, feeling assured that his master wouldn't mind revealing his whereabouts. In an instant, Wukong was invigorated. Lin Fan, can you take me to meet your master? Without needing explicit words, Lin Fan understood Wukong's intent. Wukong, you wish to spar with my master, don't you? Upon having his thoughts laid bare by Lin Fan, Wukong chuckled, Hee, as soon as I hear of a master, my hands can't help but itch. Lin Fan was bemused. Wukong was still the same martial arts enthusiast he had always known. Before Lin Fan could respond, Wukong eagerly urged, Come on, let's go. All right, Wukong, Dumpling, let us be off. The trio soared towards the hills. At the temple, Lin Fan returned to the entrance after storing away the Time Spirit House. Reclining on a chair and basking in the gentle sunlight, though his eyes were closed in meditation, he was acutely aware that Sun Wukong was soon to arrive. His future capable disciple was on his way. The thought stirred a surge of excitement within him. At that moment, Yulin emerged from the temple and, seeing Lin Fan lounging in the chair, curiously inquired, Are you a genuine Taoist? Lin Fan opened his eyes in surprise. What do you mean? You, a Taoist, spend your days reclining in a chair, and I have never seen you meditate or cultivate. I suspect you are a false Taoist. Yulin voiced her thoughts, having never encountered such a Taoist who indulged in leisure rather than practicing. Lin Fan closed his eyes once more, unperturbed. For he was indeed a false Taoist, and there was little to contest. However, he certainly would not admit to this, and instead offered a few vague reassurances. The essence of cultivation lies in acting according to one's heart and moving freely, embracing the natural flow of all things, which constitutes the ultimate path. Lin was momentarily taken aback, realizing her misconception. He was indeed a genuine Taoist, and although she grasped not a single word, he exuded an air of profound wisdom. Perhaps she should take him as her master? In doing so, she would share a mentor with the three-eyed bald donkey. As she pondered these thoughts, Lin Fan opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards the sky ahead. It has arrived. Its speed surpasses my expectations. It seems this monkey could hardly wait. Chapter 12. I know everything about you in less than a minute. Sun Wukong, Lin Fan, and Jiaozi stood before Lin Fan, who remained comfortably reclined in his chair. Seemingly unfazed, Lin Fan and Jiaozi greeted him with utmost respect, addressing him as master. Sun Wukong observed Lin Fan closely, noting his striking appearance and the aura of righteousness surrounding him. However, he soon scratched his head in confusion, pondering, why can't I sense his energy? He seems like an ordinary person. Yet, he is Tianjin Fan's master. How can he possibly be mundane? He must possess profound depths, which is why I cannot perceive him. In truth, Sun Wukong's inability to sense Lin Fan's energy stemmed from the latter's absorption of divine energy. This divine aura is perceptible only to beings of godly stature. Others are entirely oblivious to it. Although Sun Wukong's combat prowess surpasses that of many gods, he himself is not a deity. Conversely, Lin Fan, despite not being officially designated as a god, has absorbed divine energy, rendering him nearly equivalent to one. With the requisite strength or an official appointment, he could ascend to true godhood. Thus, it was natural that Sun Wukong could not detect Lin Fan's formidable essence. Lin Fan opened his eyes and gazed at the trio. He then rose to his feet. Sun Wukong. Indeed, this Sun Wukong mirrored the character from the comics with perfect fidelity, down to the intricate lines on his face. Sun Wukong, delighted that Lin Fan recognized him, felt a tinge of bashfulness. However, contemplating Lin Fan's unfathomable strength, he cast aside his embarrassment and exclaimed, "You are truly remarkable." Able to elevate Tianjin Fan's abilities in such a short span of time, Lin Fan waved his hand nonchalantly and replied with calm assurance. "That is due to his own diligence. I merely guided him to the threshold." Sun Wukong, perplexed, struggled to comprehend the phrase guided him to the threshold. "You are still impressive. To achieve such progress for Tianjin Fan in just 2 days is extraordinary. May I spar with you?" Lin Fan had anticipated Sun Wukong's request. However, he was reluctant to acquiesce. At this moment, he knew he was not a match for Sun Wukong's strength. Should he be defeated, it would hinder his future aspirations of taking on disciples, particularly the proud Prince Vegeta, who would never submit to him. With a smile, he remarked, "Wukong, I cannot spar with you at this time." This response left Sun Wukong bewildered, unable to grasp the reason behind it. "Huh? Why not? Why can't you spar with me?" While Tianjin Fan sought out Sun Wukong for a match, Lin Fan had already devised a rationale. "Wukong, may I inquire if you can sense my energy?" Sun Wukong, puzzled by the question, replied honestly, "I cannot detect it." "And what of the East Kaishin's energy? Can you sense that?" Lin Fan continued. "I cannot perceive it," Sun Wukong answered, still bewildered. Yet, Tianjin Fan and Yulin, standing nearby, seemed to have an inkling of the truth, gazing at Lin Fan with astonished expressions, though they remained uncertain. Gazing intently at Lin Fan, he yearned for a direct affirmation from him. "Wukong, in truth, I am akin to the East Realm King. We are both deities, hence you cannot perceive our essence." Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. "Ah, you are also a god." "Indeed, I am a god, while you are currently but an ordinary human. Furthermore, you have valiantly protected the earth, earning your place in the cosmos. Therefore, I cannot recklessly strike at you, lest I face retribution." Tianjin Fan's heart swelled with certainty. Lin Fan was indeed a deity, just as he had previously surmised. It was no wonder he possessed the Super Spirit Time Room, a treasure exclusive to divine realms. Yulin quietly contemplated how to become his disciple. Since he was a god, he must possess myriad skills, perhaps enabling her to vanquish the three-eyed Baldy. Initially, she sought to be a peer of Tianjin Fan, but now, she genuinely wished to acquire the prowess that Lin Fan possessed. Lin Fan spoke his fibs without a hint of embarrassment, his performance impeccably measured. He mused that this was a benevolent falsehood, leaving Wukong with a glimmer of hope. Sun Wukong felt a tinge of disappointment, but raised his right hand, making a diminutive gesture. "Then let us spar just a little. This way, you shall not incur punishment." Lin Fan inwardly scoffed, thinking, "I trust you not. Once I engage with you, it will not merely be a trifling matter, but a contest of victory and defeat." Though he harbored such thoughts, he still smiled and shook his head. Noticing Sun Wukong's silence, Tianjin Fan quickly interjected, "Wukong, since Master cannot engage, we must let it be. We cannot allow a friendly contest to bring punishment upon him." Sun Wukong contemplated for a moment, regretfully stating, "Alas, it is truly a pity to miss the chance to spar with such a master." Though he was a martial enthusiast, he would not wish for anyone to face repercussions due to a match with him. Observing Sun Wukong's dejected demeanor, Lin Fan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. This was precisely the reaction he sought. "Wukong, I understand your disappointment at not being able to spar with me. I, too, wish to engage with you, to witness your Super Saiyan 3 prowess." Sun Wukong paused, astonished. "Ah, you know I can transform into Super Saiyan 3? Lin Fan chuckled softly. "I not only know of your transformation into Super Saiyan 3, but I am also aware of the strengths and weaknesses of your trump card, the Kaioken." "Ah." Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that Lin Fan knew of the Kaioken, a technique taught solely by the North Kai. Witnessing his reaction, Lin Fan felt even more satisfied. sensing Sun Wukong gradually moving closer to his embrace. Although the Kaioken was a technique of the North Kai, I too can innovate. Moreover, my version of the Kaioken can be regarded as the ultimate iteration, significantly reducing the pain and stamina depletion associated with its use, allowing for a more effective execution of the Kaioken at higher multipliers. Sun Wukong was exhilarated, the ultimate Kaioken, a significant reduction in stamina consumption and pain. By merely addressing these 2 points, one could effortlessly unleash the 20-fold King's Fist, or even ascend to 25, 30 folds, or beyond. Imagine. Sun Wukong could hardly contain his exhilaration. With hands clasped together, he bowed deeply to Lin Fan, on the verge of inquiring further, yet realized he did not even know the other's name, leading to an awkward question. I seem to have forgotten to ask for your name. Lin Fan. Lin Fan, may I take you as my master? Chapter 13. A grand vision. Lin Fan, having charmed and coaxed for quite some time, was eagerly awaiting a particular response from Sun Wukong. Without a hint of hesitation, he nodded in agreement, exclaiming, absolutely. I am equally curious to witness the effects of Super Saiyan 3 combined with the ultimate Kaioken. Sun Wukong's face lit up with joy, and he quickly joined his hands in reverence. Greeting, Master Lin Fan. To inspire Sun Wukong to diligently train, Lin Fan pondered for a moment before saying, Wukong, it is indeed possible for you to challenge me. Upon hearing the mention of a challenge, Sun Wukong's interest piqued, and he eagerly inquired, Master Lin Fan, can we compete now? Did you not mention that you would face a penalty? As he spoke, he rubbed his fists together, brimming with anticipation. Wukong, you misunderstand. We still cannot engage in a match at this moment. However, once you attain a level of equality with the divine, we shall be able to. Lin Fan replied with a smile. Sun Wukong, along with the others, was perplexed. What does it mean to be on par with the divine? Must one become a deity as well? Tianjin Fan and the others shared similar thoughts, believing it an impossibility. How could they ever become gods? Observing their disbelief, Lin Fan recognized that it was time to paint a grand vision. Indeed, it is the path to becoming a deity that will allow us to spar. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head in confusion. Become a god? What must one do to achieve that? Surely, it is an arduous task? In his heart, he mused that if deities could be measured by strength, he might just qualify, for he had encountered gods who were not as formidable as himself. Tianjin Fan and the others too found the notion daunting. With a smile, Lin Fan raised the stakes, stating, Wukong, since you wish to become my disciple, I can teach you the way to ascend to godhood. While Sun Wukong was not particularly keen on becoming a god, he was eager to challenge Lin Fan. His excitement was palpable, and before he could voice his thoughts, Lin Fan continued, not only can I guide you to become a god, but I can also amplify your strength exponentially, transforming you into a Super Saiyan god. With red hair, this was the first time Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan had heard of a Super Saiyan god. Super Saiyan god? What is that? It sounds even more formidable than my Super Saiyan 3. Lin Fan chuckled softly. In truth, Super Saiyan 3 is not particularly remarkable. While it may suffice in this universe, there are many who could easily defeat you here. Tianjin Fan and Kaiatsu gasped in astonishment at Lin Fan's words. Unbeknownst to Yulin, who was unaware of Sun Wukong's true prowess, the two understood that he had vanquished Majin Buu, a formidable entity responsible for numerous rescues of Earth and the universe. If there were many capable of defeating someone of Sun Wukong's caliber, how terrifying must their power be? Yulin, lacking knowledge of Sun Wukong's abilities, could glean from Tianjin Fan and Kaiatsu's reactions that Sun Wukong was indeed stronger than Tianjin Fan, and thus superior to her as well. She pondered, in this world? In this universe, it is astonishing to discover the presence of such formidable masters. However, upon hearing this, Sun Wukong felt no despondency. Rather, he was filled with exhilaration and eagerly inquired, Master Lin Fan, who else can defeat me? I wish to spar with them. Lin Fan smiled subtly and indicated with 2 fingers, saying, for now, I shall mention 2 individuals. The first, Beerus. The second, Whis. In truth, within the 7th universe, only these 2 could effortlessly vanquish Sun Wukong. Yet to keep him in suspense, Lin Fan chose to feign ignorance. Sun Wukong turned his head to the side, deep in thought, murmuring, Beerus? Whis. Why have I never heard of these names before? Lin Fan chose to remain silent. Sun Wukong, feeling an urgency, asked, where are they located? Lin Fan anticipated this question but refrained from divulging the answer. Neither the current Sun Wukong nor Lin Fan himself stood a chance against Beerus. Confronted with such adversaries, their fate would undoubtedly be death. The time is not right to reveal this. I will tell you when you become a Super Saiyan god. Sun Wukong felt as though his heart was suspended, with Lin Fan's words tantalizingly incomplete. Seeing that Sun Wukong was about to speak again, Lin Fan interjected, Wukong, you need not inquire further. Even if you do, I will not disclose anything. When the moment is appropriate, I shall reveal all. To disclose everything to Sun Wukong at once would leave him devoid of any anticipation, which simply could not be allowed. Lin Fan intentionally wished to keep Sun Wukong intrigued. Realizing Lin Fan's resolute demeanor, Sun Wukong understood that further questions would be futile. However, he recognized one undeniable truth. He needed to train more diligently and enhance his abilities. His journey of advancement was far from over. Presently, a golden opportunity presented itself. With his hands clasped together in reverence, he earnestly implored, Master Lin Fan, please teach me how to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting Sun Wukong as a disciple, gaining combat power 3 billion. Super Saiyan Bloodline, Super Saiyan God, Red, Vast Heart, Ultra Ultimate Flash. Current host basic combat power 9 billion. Lin Fan was utterly taken aback that at this moment, Sun Wukong sincerely addressed him as master. His idol master system would only yield rewards when a disciple genuinely acknowledged their master, leading to true success. Although Sun Wukong had previously referred to him as Master Lin Fan multiple times, the system had not granted any rewards, indicating that those instances were not genuine. But now, it was entirely sincere. Moreover, Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised to have received the Super Saiyan God, Ultra Red. Without this reward, transforming into a Super Saiyan God would require 6 virtuous Saiyans to concentrate their righteous heart's light upon one individual. Lin Fan chose not to disclose this transformation method to Sun Wukong. If he did, Sun Wukong would undoubtedly rush to seek others for the transformation, eager to challenge him. Once transformed into a Super Saiyan God, one's fighting prowess transcends mere billions, entering an entirely new realm. This marks a qualitative leap. Lin Fan has long believed that the power escalation in Dragon Ball Super is extraordinarily excessive. The enhancements of Super Red, Super Blue, Ultra Instinct, and the demonic transformations cannot be quantified merely by multiples. It represents a fundamental transformation, a novel stage of existence. Had Lin Fan received such a reward earlier, and if Sun Wukong had challenged him to a duel, he would have readily accepted. For assuming the form of a Super Saiyan God and effortlessly surpassing Super Saiyan 3 Goku would be a trivial matter. However, he has now informed Sun Wukong that until the latter masters the transformation into a Super Saiyan God, a competition between them is impossible. He will naturally not retract this statement, for that would render him a person of inconsistency. Chapter 14, Yulin's Confidence Master. Please teach me how to transform into a Super Saiyan God. I implore you. Seeing Lin Fan fall into silence, Sun Wukong assumed he was deep in thought. Lin Fan soon responded with a smile, Wukong, the transformation into a Super Saiyan God is not urgent at this moment. Given your current strength, you would not be able to maintain that form for long. This statement held truth. The Super Saiyan God form was immensely taxing on energy and stamina, demanding as much as the Kaioken technique. For now, I shall teach you the ultimate Kaioken. Sun Wukong's face lit up with excitement at the prospect of learning the ultimate Kaioken, his heart ablaze like a roaring fire, warm and fervent. The ultimate Kaioken was a skill he had long aspired to master, and the opportunity to learn its ultimate version filled him with joy. All right, master, let us begin. At that moment, Yulin stepped forward. I wish to become your disciple as well. Lin Fan regarded Yulin with little surprise. Her admiration for Tin Shinhan, who had become his student, naturally led her to desire the same. It was merely a matter of time. What surprised him was how swiftly Yulin had come to this decision. Sun Wukong looked at Yulin, somewhat bewildered. Aren't you already a disciple of Lin Fan, master? Not until now, Yulin confidently declared. Lin Fan paused, intrigued. Oh, so much confidence? Of course, Yulin replied, brimming with assurance. Seeing her unwavering confidence, Lin Fan was curious about its origins. Did she believe that her femininity necessitated his acceptance? If that were her reasoning, she was mistaken. Are you not afraid that I might refuse you? With a serious demeanor, Yulin replied, not at all. If you do not accept me as your disciple, I shall kneel before you and wait until you do. When others see me kneeling at your feet, they will think you are bullying me. You are a being of divine caliber. Surely, you would not want such a reputation, would you? Goodness, that is utterly brazen. A woman employing such tactics. Her argument was not without merit. Putting aside the rewards for accepting disciples, he naturally preferred to have as many students as possible. Even without incentives, the sight of a woman kneeling before him, pleading for acceptance, would compel him to relent, just as she had pointed out. He did not wish to be seen as mistreating a woman. Fine, you win. I shall accept you, he conceded. However, Yulin, you must call me master with sincerity, so I may discern your true intentions. If you genuinely wish to be my disciple, then I shall accept you. If not, we shall leave it at that. Lin Fan knew it was effortless to ascertain the sincerity of one's heart. If she called him master and the system did not reward him, it would indicate a lack of genuine intent. Yulin bowed respectfully and greeted him, Master, with a chime. Congratulations to the host for accepting Yulin as a disciple and acquiring combat power of 100 million, celestial master techniques, healing arts, and mastery of profound breath. Upon hearing that the system only awarded a combat power of 100 million, Lin Fan felt a tinge of disappointment. However, upon reflection, he realized that Yulin's inherent combat power was rather modest. Thus, receiving a foundational combat power reward of 100 million from the system was indeed commendable. As for the rewards, Lin Fan discerned that the celestial master techniques were undoubtedly suited for Yulin's cultivation. He deemed the other rewards unsuitable, even if they were appropriate. He would refrain from handing them over to Yulin all at once. Turning to her, he said, Yulin, I can sense your sincerity. Given this, I shall impart to you the celestial master techniques. However, precedents must be observed. I need to first teach Sun Wukong the ultimate king fist. Yulin was taken aback upon hearing about the celestial master techniques. She had heard of this art before. It encompassed a myriad of spells, far surpassing her own demon arts, to the point where they were hardly comparable. She had initially thought that since she was learning demon arts, Lin Fan had nothing to teach her, as there were very few individuals in this world who understood such techniques. To her astonishment, Lin Fan was knowledgeable in this regard. If she were to master the celestial master techniques, she could surely contend with Tianjin Fan, perhaps even surpass him. Truly, he was an extraordinary figure. She promptly bowed respectfully and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, master. Lin Fan wasted no time and instructed Sun Wukong to sit cross-legged, commencing the transmission of the theoretical knowledge of the ultimate king fist. Wukong, the king fist created by the North King, emphasizes the explosive potential of the body. While the ultimate king fist is even more advanced, it requires not only control over the explosive potential, but also the ability to manipulate the body with exquisite precision. An hour later, Lin Fan imparted the theoretical knowledge of the ultimate king fist to Sun Wukong. Since Wukong was already familiar with the king fist, after an hour of theoretical instruction, he experienced a moment of enlightenment. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, Hearing your words is indeed more enlightening than reading for a decade. Lin Fan, caught off guard while drinking water, nearly spat it out. Tianjin Fan quickly interjected, Wukong, it's not just hearing a single sentence. It's as if you've read 10 years worth of books. Now, Wukong, take some time to truly contemplate this. Soon, I will send you to the hyperbolic time chamber. The hyperbolic time chamber? To the divine temple? Sun Wukong asked, bewildered. Tianjin Fan clarified, not the divine temple's chamber, but the hyperbolic time chamber, which is exponentially more powerful. After 4 to 5 minutes of description, Sun Wukong finally understood the effects of the hyperbolic time chamber. Excitedly, he clenched his fists and declared, Incredible! Now I understand why you, Tianjin Fan, could boost your combat power so significantly in such a short time. Tianjin Fan chuckled. At that moment, Lin Fan turned to Yulin and inquired, Yulin, the celestial master techniques may prove somewhat arduous and challenging to cultivate. Are you still willing to pursue this path? Absolutely, Yulin replied without a moment's hesitation. As Lin Fan responded, a thought crossed her mind. The art of the celestial master. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the celestial master technique. A surge of memories regarding this art flooded into her consciousness. I shall now elucidate the celestial master technique. Also known as the way of the celestial master, its primary means of attack consist of seals, which encompass 3 aspects: the summoning of deities, the command of spirits, and the conveyance of the Tao. The divine harmonizes with its essence, and the essence aligns with the true form. Without grasping the truth, all is but a grand title. The divine can enter stone, and the divine can take flight. Immersed in water, it remains unscathed. Engulfed in fire, it is not consumed. Chapter 15. The terrifying effects of the vast heart. The art of the heavenly master is rather intricate. Lin Fan devoted 3 full hours to elucidating it to Yulin, who, after much effort, managed to memorize all the fundamental concepts. Yet, this was merely superficial recollection, lacking in profound comprehension. To grasp the essence, she would need to engage in her own contemplation and reflection. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, unable to contain his impatience, had long been awaiting his turn. He was already proficient in the King Kai fist and could wield it with ease. Although the ultimate King Kai fist demanded a more refined mastery of one's body and energy, he had nearly unraveled its intricacies and was simply seeking an opportunity to showcase his skills. The hyperbolic time chamber presented itself as the ideal venue. But with Lin Fan engrossed in teaching Lin, he refrained from interrupting and could only sit by, anxiously waiting. As the lesson concluded, he eagerly inquired, Master Lin Fan, when can I enter the hyperbolic time chamber? I can hardly wait. His impatience was palpable. Lin Fan rose and soared toward the previously expansive terrain, with Sun Wukong and the others hastily following, their expressions brimming with excitement at the prospect of finally entering the chamber. Having heard Tian Xinhan's descriptions of the chamber's effects, Sun Wukong had been captivated and was eager to explore its wonders. Soon, they arrived at the previously level ground, only to find Tian Xinhan and Chaozi in a state of bewilderment. Where is the hyperbolic time chamber? They exclaimed, perplexed by its absence. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Fan had already retracted the chamber while they were occupied with their sparring. Sun Wukong and Lin shared their confusion, instinctively scratching the back of their heads. Master, why have you brought us here? Aren't we supposed to go to the hyperbolic time chamber? Lin Fan remained silent, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he waved his hand. Suddenly, the flat ground transformed, revealing the structure of a house. Tian Xinhan recognized it immediately, exclaiming, the hyperbolic time chamber. Is it possible to retract it? His realization dawned. He had once thought the chamber, once summoned, could not be put away again, given its vast size. Yet now, it appeared to be as easily retracted as the capsules from the Capsule Corporation. Upon hearing Tian Xinhan's words, Sun Wukong and Lin scrutinized the hyperbolic time chamber, noting that it bore no peculiarities. At that moment, Lin Fan spoke, you two, hurry inside. Once your mental energy is fully depleted, the chamber will automatically expel you. Sun Wukong, brimming with fervor, eagerly responded, yes, and instantly darted into the chamber. Lin, not hesitating any longer, cast a glance at Tian Xinhan before following closely behind Sun Wukong. Lin Fan then turned to Tian Xinhan and Chaozi. Do you two wish to enter as well? Each person is granted 10 opportunities in their lifetime. Tian Xinhan pondered for a moment. Although one is afforded 10 chances, he recognized the importance of not wasting them frivolously. Strengthening his own abilities was his foremost priority at present. Shaking his head, Lin Fan replied, Master, let us postpone our departure. I wish to first consolidate my strength. He internally concurred that Tianjin Fan should not venture forth just yet. It was wiser to fortify one's capabilities rather than squander opportunities unnecessarily. Very well, do what you must to strengthen yourself. Lin Fan soared back to the temple, reclining in a chair, and began to contemplate the rewards he had previously acquired. Having taken on Sun Wukong as his disciple, he not only gained an astounding 3 billion battle power, but also inherited the Super Saiyan lineage, the godly Super Saiyan, Ultra Red, the Vast Heart, and the Ultra Ultimate Flash. Among these rewards, he found the Vast Heart most perplexing, unsure of its true nature. As for the Ultra Ultimate Flash, its name alone suggested it was a superior version of Vegeta's Ultimate Flash. Examining the Vast Heart, he discovered its effect. It enables fusion with any individual, and upon successful fusion, the fuser can communicate with anyone across the 12 universes without distance limitations. If the fuser resides in Universe 7, they can converse with Jiren from Universe 11, provided they can detect the other's energy signature. Upon grasping the capabilities of the Vast Heart, Lin Fan was momentarily awestruck. Its potential was nothing short of invincible. As long as he could sense another's energy, he could establish a telepathic connection regardless of their location within the 12 universes. This meant he could recruit elite individuals from other universes without needing to traverse them, provided he was persuasive. Truly, this was an unrivaled ability. Such a technique might be exclusive to beings of Whis' caliber. Yet, even Whis is limited to his own universe, unlike Lin Fan, who could communicate across all 12 universes. The effects of the Vast Heart might only be possessed by someone of the Grand Minister's rank. Had he inadvertently acquired a divine artifact? Truly fitting for a protagonist. The more Lin Fan pondered, the more exhilarated he became, eager to merge with the Vast Heart immediately. However, he decided to temper his enthusiasm and first investigate what the Ultra Energy Mastery entailed. Upon examining the Ultra Energy Mastery, once learned, it allows for an exquisite control over energy. Reviewing the healing technique, it enables basic healing of oneself or others. The Ultra Energy Mastery seemed quite promising. Sun Wukong and Vegeta had achieved breakthroughs to attain the Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Ultra Blue, status due to their mastery of energy under Whis' guidance. If Sun Wukong's training were fortuitous, he might emerge from the hyperbolic time chamber at his current peak state. At that point, teaching him the Ultra Energy Mastery could potentially bring him closer to Ultra Blue. If he could fuse with divine energy, ascending to a divine state should be within reach. However, divine energy is a rare treasure, attainable only through serendipity. A relaxed mindset is essential. Sun Wukong and Vegeta will inevitably embrace divinity in due time. As for the healing technique, it appeared rather mediocre. Its healing potency was not as formidable as he had envisioned. If it were significantly powerful, it would indeed be considered a divine skill. Regardless of the circumstances, the gains this time are quite remarkable, especially the acquisition of the Heart of the Vast. By the way, let us now merge with the Heart of the Vast. With a single thought, he invoked its power. Success. In that fleeting moment, Lin Fan felt a surge of something extraordinary enveloping his being. Radiant beams of multicolored light emanated from his form, enveloping him entirely. Instantly, Lin Fan focused his mind, as waves of warm energy flowed through his body. Chapter 16. The High Priest's Surprise in the Grand Palace of the King. The High Priest was accompanying the sovereign in a delightful game of elimination. With each orb that was vanquished, a celestial body vanished from the mirrored surface. The king was thoroughly engrossed in the amusement. Suddenly, the High Priest's gaze drifted beyond the palace, a ripple of apprehension flickering in his eyes. An overwhelming force? He turned respectfully to the king and said, "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon for a moment." In an instant, he departed from the palace, standing upon a celestial sphere outside, directing his attention towards the source of the immense power, channeling his divine energy to ascertain the nature of the phenomenon. Within the palace, he could not freely exert his divine powers, as it would arouse the vigilance of the king's guards, potentially leading to unnecessary conflict and perhaps even the king's displeasure. Thus, he had to step outside to unleash his divine might. Moments passed. What in the world is happening? I cannot discern the source. An uncontrollable tremor shot through him as he realized he was unable to pinpoint the exact location from which the vast power emanated. He only grasped a general direction, towards the 6th and 7th universes. It seems I must seek out Whis and Beerus. Such unforeseen developments, whether for good or ill, remain to be seen. 5 minutes later, the radiance enveloping Lin Fan gradually dimmed until it completely faded away. Lin Fan involuntarily lifted his gaze to the heavens and softly mused, "Is this the power of the vast heart?" After fully merging with the vast heart, Lin Fan sensed an inexplicable connection with the 12 universes. It felt as though he could effortlessly communicate with anyone at the mere flicker of his thoughts. However, one aspect remained unclear to him. His act of merging with the vast power had already caught the High Priest's attention. Should he attempt to reach out to someone? Perhaps it would be wise to first master other skills before venturing forth. He resolved to harness his Super Saiyan lineage, learning the transformation into Super Saiyan God, mastering the Ultra Ultimate Flash, acquiring healing techniques, and mastering his aura. Ding. Congratulations. Host has merged with Super Saiyan lineage. Ding. Host has acquired the transformation into Super Saiyan God. Ding. Host has mastered Ultra Ultimate Flash. Ding. Host has learned healing techniques. Ding. Host has mastered aura control. Current status of the host. Host, Lin Fan. Techniques, Super Energy Wave, Sky Dance, Giant Hole Wave, Ultra Ultimate Flash. Special techniques, Dominance Technique, Ultimate King Fist. Telepathic Communication, Ultra Precognition, Super Saiyan God. Healing techniques. Special items, Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Racial heritage, Human, Scion. Base combat power, 1 billion. Upon reviewing his data, Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. I've made considerable progress since my arrival. This lazy master system is truly remarkable. I wonder how much combat power Goku will gain within the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. I hope it brings me a surprise. With such thoughts, he decided to test the power of the vast heart. After Lin Fan assimilated the heart of vastness, he came to understand how to utilize it. This required him to seek out the essence of another, thus establishing a connection for psychological communication. Contemplating for a moment, he pondered whom he should engage with. For his initial endeavor, it would be prudent to seek someone exceptionally gifted, a formidable warrior. Exceptionally gifted? Suddenly, a spark ignited in Lin Fan's mind as he lightly tapped his hand, exclaiming with excitement, "Isn't Broly the epitome of extraordinary talent? Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, a being of terrifying potential and growth. If memory serves correctly, Broly and his father Paragus were exiled to planet Vampa. But where is this planet Vampa? Lacking a coordinate. How could he possibly search for it? It was truly perplexing. A cosmic map would be most beneficial. Suddenly, Lin Fan recalled something. A smile gracing his lips as he realized who possessed a cosmic map. Without a moment's hesitation, he soared into the sky, heading towards West City. Shortly thereafter, Lin Fan arrived in West City. As the most renowned city within the Dragon Ball universe, West City thrived with prosperity and vibrancy. Lin Fan's purpose for visiting West City was not for leisure. He had significant matters at hand. Hovering above the city, he quickly pinpointed his target and flew towards it. Meanwhile, Vegeta was voraciously devouring pizza, raising a bucket of water to his lips and drinking heartily. Vegeta, slow down. Bulma, with her timeless charm and radiant beauty, complained as she tossed a box into the trash, exuding an air of feminine grace. Suddenly, Vegeta's gaze sharpened as he noticed someone approaching from the sky, promptly setting down the bucket. Bulma, seeing Vegeta's reaction, felt a mix of excitement and satisfaction, believing her words had influenced him. Over the years, she had rarely succeeded in moderating Vegeta's behavior, so the fact that she could coax him into eating more gracefully filled her with a sense of accomplishment. Vegeta sprang to his feet, eyes fixed on the sky. Bulma, perplexed by his sudden action, instinctively glanced upward and saw a figure descending toward them. Could it be Gohan? It didn't seem likely. As the silhouette drew nearer, it landed beside Vegeta and Bulma. The newcomer was a young man of perfect physique, with a strikingly handsome face. His features sculpted with breathtaking precision. Even Vegeta, upon seeing him, couldn't help but exclaim inwardly at his striking appearance, only to dismiss him with a thought of disdain, questioning how he could compare to the illustrious Prince Vegeta. Bulma, however, openly admired, so handsome. This remark ignited a surge of jealousy within Vegeta, who let out a heavy huff. The newcomer was none other than Lin Fan. After sizing up Vegeta, Lin Fan's gaze shifted to Bulma, whom he examined closely. Though she was no longer in her youthful prime, she retained an undeniable charm. Her figure and complexion were meticulously maintained, giving her the appearance of someone in her early 30s. In terms of beauty, she was not inferior to the younger girls. Moreover, the mature allure she exuded was something that the younger women could not compare to. She was simply a stunningly seductive enchantress. Nonetheless, Lin Fan understood that it was rather impolite to stare at another man's wife, especially with her husband present. He promptly redirected the conversation. "Hello, Bulma." Bulma, taken aback, exclaimed, "Huh, you know me? How could I not recognize the illustrious heiress, Bulma?" Chapter 17. The proud Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Bulma's face lit up with joy. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with delight as she covered her mouth and laughed. "Haha, you flatter me." Vegeta, however, was far from pleased. Aside from Goku, no one dared to amuse his wife in such a manner. "Who do you think you are?" he scoffed. "With your sweet talk, what is your purpose here?" Lin Fan, understanding Vegeta's temperament, remained unperturbed and calmly replied, "Greetings, I am Lin Fan. I have come to seek Bulma's assistance in borrowing a cosmic map." "A cosmic map?" Both Vegeta and Bulma were taken aback. Lin Fan nodded gently. Bulma, with an apologetic tone, responded, "I'm sorry, but I do not possess a cosmic map." Vegeta crossed his arms and coldly retorted, "Did you hear that? You can leave now." Lin Fan furrowed his brow, aware of Vegeta's pride and jealousy. But this display of possessiveness seemed excessive. Just as he was about to speak, Bulma swiftly admonished Vegeta, "Vegeta, how can you be so rude? Apologize to Lin Fan immediately." The proud prince of all Saiyans would never deign to apologize to anyone, letting out a disdainful snort. Observing her husband's behavior, Bulma turned to Lin Fan with an expression of deep remorse. "Lin Fan, I sincerely apologize. He is just like that, please forgive him." Had Bulma not intervened, Lin Fan would have surely confronted Vegeta. Yet now that she had offered an apology on his behalf, he felt it would be inappropriate to add anything further, especially since he needed Bulma's assistance. In truth, Lin Fan suspected Bulma likely did not have a cosmic map, as she seemed disinterested in cosmic research. His inquiry had merely been casual. His true intention was to request her help in contacting Gak. Gak, a galactic patrolman, roamed the cosmos, traversing the 7th universe's galaxy, and certainly possessed a cosmic map. "It's all right. Bulma, could you help me reach Gak?" "Gak." Bulma blinked in surprise. If Lin Fan hadn't mentioned him, she might have completely forgotten about that character, a galactic patrolman resembling Ultraman. However, she was intrigued. How did this individual know she was acquainted with Gak? She had never disclosed this information to Vegeta or anyone else. "How do you know I know Gak?" Lin Fan anticipated her inquiry. A faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "It was foretold by a fortune teller. In this realm, there existed individuals akin to fortune tellers. And since Bulma was familiar with one, she would not harbor excessive skepticism regarding his claim." Bulma, however, was not easily convinced. "I don't believe you. If you say you are a fortune teller, what else have you predicted?" As a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, she found it all too easy to engage with the people around her. Since she was skeptical, she decided to elaborate further. With a mischievous smile, he remarked, "I can surmise that your acquaintance with Gak is primarily due to your sister, Tais. Your sister Tais, driven by her passion for writing adventure novels, forsook her privileged lifestyle to embark on daring escapades. During her journeys, she encountered the galactic patrolman Gak and subsequently boarded his spaceship, traversing the cosmos in search of inspiration. Bulma, would you not agree with my assessment? Bulma, momentarily taken aback, affirmed his words, acknowledging that her sister ties indeed met Gak in such a manner. Could it be that he truly possesses such insight? If not, how could he be so well informed? Seizing the moment, Lin Fan interjected, Bulma, I assure you, my intentions are entirely benign. I merely seek a cosmic map. Vegeta, standing nearby, interjected coldly, should you harbor any ill will, I shall obliterate you. Lin Fan did not contest this statement. Instead, he concurred, Bulma, Vegeta speaks the truth. If I were to entertain any malice, Vegeta would have every right to vanquish me. Upon hearing this, Vegeta seemed to take it as an acknowledgement of his strength, instinctively raising his nostrils in pride, arms crossed. After a moment of contemplation, Bulma replied, very well, I shall reach out to him. Though I do not possess Gak's contact information, I can only connect with my sister first. Thank you. Bulma retrieved her phone and attempted to call her sister, but there was no answer. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, she sighed, I apologize, but no one is answering. We must await Taiza's return call. Once she responds, I shall get in touch with you. What is your number? Lin Fan awkwardly chuckled, I do not have a phone. Despite having been there for several days, he had not purchased one due to financial constraints. All his snack money had been provided by Lin. Bulma, being generous, produced a capsule. With a puff, a sleek phone materialized before him. This phone is a gift for you. Once my sister replies, I will contact you. Lin Fan, unpretentious, accepted the phone with gratitude. He mused inwardly that Bulma was indeed a commendable person. Had Yamcha been a tad more devoted, Bulma might not have become Vegeta's partner. However, if Bulma had become Yamcha's, her opportunities for appearances would have likely diminished, which would have been a significant loss for Dragon Ball. You're welcome. Bulma replied with a smile. Lin Fan returned a slight smile, farewell. As he prepared to take flight using his air dance technique, Vegeta's voice suddenly halted him. Wait. Lin Fan turned to Vegeta, curious. Is there something else? What is the nature of your energy? I cannot discern it, Vegeta queried. Having only noticed Lin Fan's presence when he had tilted his head to drink water, Lin Fan did not conceal the truth. It is because I am a deity that you cannot sense my energy. Vegeta frowned slightly. A god? What is so remarkable about that? Those deities are merely mediocre. Lin Fan did not dispute this. Neither the East Realm King God nor the North Realm King God stood a chance against Vegeta now. However, he had no desire to engage in idle chatter with Vegeta and took to the skies, soaring towards the direction of the Taoist temple. Vegeta, infuriated by being disregarded, raged within. In this universe, he had yet to encounter anyone who could overlook his presence, and those who had dared to do so had met their demise at his hands. Even if Frieza were to be resurrected, he could easily vanquish him. Yet, this unknown deity before him had the audacity to ignore him, truly believing himself to be divine. With a whoosh, he rapidly flew in front of Lin Fan. How dare you disregard me? Lin Fan curled his lips into a disdainful smile. What is there to fear? In that moment, the tension was palpable. Chapter 18. The initial transformation into Super Saiyan God. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, surveying Vegeta with a piercing gaze. In an instant, Vegeta erupted in fury. Feeling deeply insulted by the dismissive scrutiny, such disdain was tantamount to an affront. Get lost, he bellowed, clenching his fists as his energy surged dramatically. The sky darkened ominously, with charred clouds swirling above, creating an atmosphere of chaos. Winds howled, converging ominously towards Vegeta's location. In a flash, a golden light illuminated the scene as Vegeta, his hair aflame with brilliance and his body crackling with electricity, materialized. Lin Fan, slightly taken aback, remarked, "Oh, you've transformed into Super Saiyan 2 without even engaging?" He was acutely aware of Vegeta's combat strategy, swiftly vanquishing foes before departing in style. Yet, in any significant confrontation, Vegeta had never emerged victorious. He either faced humiliation or was on the brink of it. Vegeta let out a disdainful huff, declaring, I will dispose of you quickly. Although he initially hesitated to transform, he sensed Lin Fan's formidable nature, recognizing him as a deity. Remaining in his base form would likely spell defeat, and the prospect of embarrassment was intolerable. Thus, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, intent on decisively defeating Lin Fan. You actually know about Super Saiyan 2? Vegeta exclaimed, somewhat surprised. He had anticipated Lin Fan to be astonished by his transformation and the significant boost in power, yet the lack of surprise from Lin Fan only fueled Vegeta's ire. Just as he prepared to strike, Bulma's voice rang out from below, Vegeta, what are you doing? However, consumed by rage, Vegeta paid her no heed, merely snorting in dismissal before charging at Lin Fan, shouting, "What an insignificant god! Get down here!" Faced with the advancing Vegeta, Lin Fan remained unfazed. He possessed not only the human race's explosive technique, the dominance body technique, but also the transformation into Super Saiyan God. While he knew that, in his current state, he would not match Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 form, he chose not to unleash the dominance body technique, opting instead to transform into Super Saiyan God. He was eager to discover the extent of his newfound power and what novel realm it might usher him into. After all, Super Saiyan God transcended mere calculations of combat power. It represented a qualitative leap. Super Saiyan. Apologies, but I too lay claim to that title. Lin Fan shouted as Vegeta charged, finding the declaration utterly ludicrous. Can you not see that I am the prince of all Saiyans? He scoffed, the absurdity of the situation igniting his indignation. Lin Fan tightened his fists, roaring in defiance. In an instant, the air around became tumultuous, the howling winds dispersing the previously suspended dark clouds into nothingness. A deafening clap of thunder echoed, as a colossal flash of light rent the darkness asunder, causing the earth to tremble beneath the immense power of the lightning. Another thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the vast expanse, as if the very mountains were crumbling, the sky appearing to explode in a cacophony of sound and light. Then, at a speed perceptible to the naked eye, the elements began to coalesce. At that moment, a radiant crimson glow emanated from Lin Fan, enveloping him in a golden-red beam of light that cascaded down from the heavens, as if he were touched by divine illumination. Vegeta, rushing forward, halted in his tracks, his face a mask of astonishment. What was happening? He had never witnessed such a transformation. The commotion was unprecedented. He was not alone. Everyone around him was equally stunned, gazing up at the sky in bewilderment. What could have caused such a drastic change in the heavens? Krillin, Android 18, Master Roshi, Yamcha, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and the other protagonists turned their eyes toward the source of this phenomenon, the direction of Bulma's home. They hurriedly employed their flight techniques, racing towards that location. At that moment, the sky above seemed to connect directly with the cosmos, transforming the view into a celestial panorama. First came the warmth of spring sunshine, followed by the summer rains, the cool breezes of autumn, and the snowflakes of winter. The four seasons unfolded in the span of a single minute, as the crimson glow surrounding Lin Fan intensified, rapidly expanding outward. This extraordinary spectacle was not only observed by those on Earth. The North Kai, the Elder Kai of the Kaishin realm, and the East Kai were also witnesses. The Elder Kai, having momentarily set aside his magazine, clasped his hands behind his back, staring incredulously towards Earth and murmuring, "A god has emerged on Earth." The East Kai, sensing Lin Fan's aura, responded with reverence. Indeed, this individual has fused with divine energy. However, he pondered, what is the nature of this transformation? None of us experienced such an event upon becoming gods. As his words lingered in the air, melodious music resonated through the cosmos above Earth. The Elder Kai's eyes, once sunken, now bulged with astonishment as he muttered, This is the cosmic gospel." The East Kai, bewildered, inquired, "What is the cosmic gospel?" In response, the Elder Kai delivered a firm reprimand, striking the East Kai on the head. "If you had devoted more time to studying sacred texts instead of perusing trivial magazines, you would not be so ignorant." The East Kai, with a sheepish grin, gazed up at the Elder Kai, internally questioning, "Is it truly me? Or perhaps it is you?" Simultaneously, he glanced at the magazine that had been tossed aside, landing open to a page featuring a woman in a bikini. The old Supreme Kai struck down once more, declaring, "Look, the cosmic gospel signifies the blessings of the universe, and the cosmos itself rejoices in its presence. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare, emerging only once in millennia. Its manifestation heralds the advent of an extraordinary individual. Now, with Lin Fan attaining divinity and the cosmic gospel emerging, it is a clear indication that the universe is applauding him. This individual possesses limitless potential. Yet, uncertainty lingers. Whether Lin Fan's ascension to godhood is a boon or a bane remains to be seen." The old Supreme Kai could not help but express his thoughts. The East Supreme Kai, speaking cautiously, remarked, "I do not perceive him as malevolent." The old Supreme Kai shot him a stern glance, replying, "Good or evil, time will reveal the truth. If he harbors malice, it will be a formidable challenge for Goku and the others. However, now that Lin Fan has become a god, should he choose to wreak havoc, it may not even require Goku and his companions to intervene." The East Supreme Kai comprehended the underlying implications and nodded gently in agreement. Chapter 19. A leap in quality, a new expression of combat power before long. The The crimson golden light gradually dissipated, and the surroundings returned to their original state. Vegeta's gaze remained fixed on Lin Fan. Ah, what is this? At this moment, Lin Fan was enveloped in red flames, his hair transformed into a vibrant red. The already handsome young man appeared even more striking, exuding an aura of captivating confidence. His deep, cold eyes rendered Vegeta unable to meet his gaze. Lin Fan instinctively raised his hand, clenched his fist, and murmured softly, "Oh, is this the power of a Super Saiyan God?" Indeed, quite impressive. He could distinctly sense that his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. If calculated in terms of combat power, he had reached an astonishing level of 2 Gai, a truly terrifying existence. The units of measurement are 100 million, trillion, quadrillion, quintillion, sextillion, septillion, octillion, nonillion, decillion, undecillion, and duodecillion. Each stage is further divided into 4 substages, such as 100 million, 1 billion, 10 billion, and so forth. The transformations in Dragon Ball Super differ markedly from those in the regular Dragon Ball series. Here, the transformations are predominantly divine in nature, with terrifying enhancements that cannot merely be quantified but must be regarded as a qualitative leap. Consequently, upon attaining the transformation into a Super Saiyan God, Lin Fan felt an unwavering confidence in his ability to defeat Son Goku. While Goku had transformed into Super Saiyan 3, achieving a trillion-level power, Lin Fan, as a Super Saiyan God, had surpassed a 2 Gai, directly going beyond quadrillion. The terror was palpable. At that moment, Lin Fan turned his attention to the astonished Vegeta, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Vegeta, do you think this qualifies as a Super Saiyan?" Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Vegeta snapped to attention, carefully sensing Lin Fan's aura, yet he still couldn't discern it fully. However, one thing was unmistakable. Lin Fan's current state was indeed that of a Super Saiyan. As for the exact form, he remained uncertain. "What form is this?" Vegeta inquired. Lin Fan replied coolly, "Super Saiyan God." Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, feeling that the name of this form rang a bell, as though he had encountered it before. Yet he could not recall where. Observing Vegeta's bewilderment, Lin Fan continued to elucidate. The Super Saiyan God is the divine avatar of the Saiyans, born to eradicate evil, also known as the savior of the Saiyans. Upon hearing this explanation, Vegeta's pupils widened in instinctive shock. Suddenly, he recalled where he had heard of this transformation. It was documented in the annals of Saiyan history. He had stumbled upon it while casually perusing the records. According to legend, the Saiyans once faced an existential crisis, and a righteous Saiyan transformed into a Super Saiyan God, wielding divine power to vanquish their foes. However, due to certain extraordinary circumstances, this Saiyan capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan God had mysteriously vanished. Regarding this account, it pertains to events from countless years ago, and thus, to Vegeta and the subsequent Saiyans, it was merely a legend, devoid of truth. However, at this moment, Vegeta clearly beheld Lin Fan's transformation, which made him realize that the legend of the Super Saiyan God was indeed a tangible reality. His expression twisted in shock, displaying an overwhelming reaction as he muttered, "What? This is the Super Saiyan God?" Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, "Could it be false?" Vegeta, trembling with trepidation, swallowed hard. He already comprehended that his combat prowess was far inferior to Lin Fan's without the need for a contest. Fear began to creep in, and he regretted his impulsiveness. Witnessing Vegeta's quivering form reminded Lin Fan of Vegeta's demeanor when confronted by Beerus. With a sigh, he thought, "It appears that the proud Prince Vegeta can only assert his dominance before ordinary beings. What a disappointment." Lin Fan intended to provoke him, fully aware that in his current state, defeating Vegeta would pose no challenge. Nevertheless, he was curious to ascertain the true extent of this power. Vegeta lifted his gaze to Lin Fan, his lips twitching as he felt insulted. He was being belittled. He, the Prince of the Saiyans, a figure of respect and pride. What if Lin Fan was a god? What did that matter? After mulling over these thoughts, Vegeta let out a thunderous roar. Like a streak of light. He surged toward Lin Fan, clenching his fists to unleash a barrage of attacks. Simultaneously, he declared, "What can the Super Saiyan God do? What can a god of the Saiyans do? Before me, the prince, all shall be vanquished." With a colossal fist aimed at Lin Fan's head, Vegeta's strike appeared painfully slow in Lin Fan's eyes, exceedingly sluggish. With a mere sidestep, Lin Fan evaded Vegeta's assault effortlessly. In a state of shock, Vegeta launched a relentless flurry of strikes, his fists raining down upon Lin Fan like a gentle drizzle. Yet, not a single blow landed. Lin Fan dodged them all with ease. Satisfied, Lin Fan acknowledged the formidable prowess of the Super Saiyan God with a power level of 2 quintillion, truly formidable. However, he noted the considerable drain on his stamina. After just a few minutes, he felt significantly fatigued. If he were to unleash a skill, would it not deplete his energy even faster? No wonder Goku seldom transformed into the Super Red state in Dragon Ball Super. He primarily utilized the Super Blue form, as it was more stable with lesser energy consumption while providing greater enhancements. Observing Vegeta's futile attempts to strike him, Lin Fan raised his hand, curling his finger to flick Vegeta's forehead. Bang! With a piercing scream, Vegeta was sent hurtling thousands of meters away, clutching his head and wailing in agony before crashing heavily to the ground. Standing nearby, Bulma witnessed Vegeta being flung away but remained oblivious to the extent of his flight. In a state of concern, she cried out, "Vegeta!" Lin Fan turned to Bulma and reassured her, "Fear not, I have not harmed him. I merely imparted a lesson." At that moment, Master Roshi, Krillin, and others arrived, and they clearly observed that Lin Fan had merely flicked his finger to send Vegeta flying. They were nearly rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief, their mouths twitching, and their brows twitching in astonishment. The sheer terror of it all was overwhelming. How could someone as formidable as Vegeta be so effortlessly dispatched by a mere finger? This adversary was indeed fearsome beyond measure. A chill of dread coursed down their spines. They had never before encountered such a terrifying presence. Trunks stood on the ground, furiously exclaiming, "You villain! How dare you harm my father?" Goten. Chapter 20. This is my master standing beside him. Son Goten immediately comprehended the meaning of his master's words. The two swiftly engaged in the fusion process, preparing to unite. Bulma, witnessing the unfolding situation, hurriedly implored, "Trunks," and grasped his arm tightly. She understood all too well that since Vegeta was easily dispatched by a mere flick from Lin Fan, even if Trunks and Goten fused to become Gotenks, it would hold no significance against Lin Fan. It would still merely be a matter of a single finger. Krillin glanced over at Piccolo, who stood not far away. "Piccolo, what should we do now?" he inquired. Piccolo scrutinized Lin Fan intently, pondering for a moment. He doesn't seem to harbor any malicious intent. The turtle hermit interjected, "I too believe he means no harm." At that moment, two figures approached from a distance, one bald and the other diminutive. The crowd instantly recognized them as Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu. Their arrival was not unexpected. They always appeared on the scene whenever trouble arose, eager to contribute their strength. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment, "What are Tien and Kaiatsu doing?" They observed as Tien and Kaiatsu flew directly towards Lin Fan. Were they preparing for a confrontation? Given that even Vegeta was no match for Lin Fan, wouldn't their approach be tantamount to courting death? Krillin quickly cautioned, "Tien, Kaiatsu, come back." Tien turned to Krillin, offering a polite smile before addressing Lin Fan with respect. "Master, what has transpired here?" The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, a wave of realization washing over them. Did Tien just refer to him as master? If they heard correctly, it certainly sounded like it. Krillin and the others exchanged glances, confirming their understanding. Indeed, Tien had called him master. Lin Fan smiled gently, saying, "It's nothing." As he spoke, he released his transformation into Super Saiyan God. Tien looked at the gathered crowd, explaining with a smile, "Hello everyone, this is my master, Lin Fan." He was cultivating when he suddenly noticed a drastic change in the sky, revealing a cosmic spectacle with crimson light emanating from the direction of Vegeta's home. Thus, Kaiatsu and I promptly came to investigate. Upon arriving near Vegeta's residence, they were greeted by the awe-inspiring sight of Lin Fan in his Super Saiyan God form, and Tien couldn't help but think how impressive he looked, especially with that overwhelming aura that seemed to defy belief. Just a single glance could send shivers through his very being. After hearing Tien's explanation, the crowd felt considerably reassured. This individual posed no threat. Yet, the question lingered. What had caused the conflict with Vegeta? The turtle hermit and others flew over, curiously inquiring, "Greetings, Lin Fan." "Greetings, Master Roshi and Krillin." Lin Fan's gaze then turned towards Android 18 beside Krillin. At the very first glance, Lin Fan felt his senses jolted. Her brows arched like delicate paintings, her lips adorned with a rosy hue, and her petite oval face complemented by a slender yet voluptuous figure, exuding an unmatched beauty. When compared to Bulma, they were equally captivating, each possessing their own distinctive charm. However, in a fleeting moment, Lin Fan averted his eyes and greeted each person present. The assembly was taken aback, astonished that Lin Fan was acquainted with them. Krillin, puzzled, inquired, "Tianjin Fan, isn't Master Roshi your teacher? How did it become him?" Tianjin Fan succinctly explained, "Master Roshi is indeed my teacher, but Lin Fan is also my mentor. Under Lin Fan's guidance, I have significantly improved. In the realm of Dragon Ball, there exists no rule dictating that one can only have a single master throughout their lifetime. As long as both parties are willing, one may have as many mentors as desired. The group sensed Tianjin Fan's formidable power, realizing that indeed, his aura had intensified multifold. Reflecting on Lin Fan's extraordinary prowess, it was only natural for Tianjin Fan to experience substantial growth under his tutelage. At that moment, Vegeta descended from afar, observing Krillin, Piccolo, and the others engaged in conversation with Lin Fan, feeling both puzzled and displeased. However, considering Lin Fan's terrifying combat abilities, he opted for silence. As he landed, Bulma, standing on the ground, called out to the airborne group, "Everyone, come down and chat." They exchanged glances. Remaining airborne was not ideal, so descending to sit and converse seemed preferable. Lin Fan was the first to alight. In truth, he harbored a desire to be acquainted with the main cast, though he hadn't anticipated such an unconventional introduction. Upon landing in Bulma's garden, everyone took a seat. Bulma promptly apologized. "Lin Fan, I'm sorry. Vegeta can be a bit impulsive. I truly did not expect you to be Tianjin Fan's master." Vegeta, positioned on the opposite side, crossed his arms, visibly displeased. Lin Fan smiled, unfazed. No worries. He understood Vegeta's temperament and felt that teaching him a lesson would be beneficial, as it might temper his proud nature, thereby facilitating Lin Fan's future endeavors to mentor Vegeta. Piccolo scanned their surroundings, sensing something amiss. Noticing his demeanor, Krillin curiously asked, "Piccolo, what are you looking for?" Piccolo calmly retorted, "Haven't you noticed something seems to be missing?" Krillin, puzzled, glanced around, indeed feeling a sense of absence, though he could not pinpoint what exactly was lacking. Lin Fan, overhearing their exchange, had already surmised the situation, merely smiling. "Kakarot," Vegeta uttered coldly, a look of annoyance on his face. He had already been perplexed by this. Despite Lin Fan's transformation making quite the commotion and his own powerful aura being released, why had Kakarot not yet arrived? Klin Bick and the others suddenly realized that Sun Wukong was absent. In such a situation, how could he not be present? He was always the most enthusiastic during battles. Tianjin Han, noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces, chuckled heartily. Wukong is currently in training. The group turned their gazes in unison towards Tianjin Han, as if silently inquiring how he knew of Wukong's training. Tianjin Han promptly clarified, "Wukong is now also a disciple of Master Lin Fan." What? In an instant, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, and the air seemed to thicken with disbelief. It felt as though a thunderclap had struck them, or as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over them, leaving them numb. The notion that Sun Wukong was a disciple of Lin Fan was utterly unfathomable. Especially for Vegeta, a sense of unease washed over him. He had assumed Kakarot was merely tending to crops, only to discover that he had secretly embarked on training under such a master. It was utterly incomprehensible. With a boost of 2 billion in basic combat power for his disciple Sun Wukong, the master received a doubled enhancement of 4 billion. Chapter 21. A woman's age is not to be inquired about currently. The host's basic combat power stands at 1 billion. Lin Fan mused silently. How could Sun Wukong have so swiftly enhanced his basic combat power by 2 billion? This is quite impressive. Once he emerges, Vegeta will undoubtedly find himself outmatched. At that point, Vegeta will surely contemplate seeking Lin Fan's mentorship. Tianjin Fan, observing the group's indifference, offered a reassuring smile, saying, "Isn't it quite natural for Wukong to become Lin Fan's disciple? Have you not witnessed Lin Fan's prowess?" The others nodded gently in agreement, acknowledging the truth of his words. Just then, the ringtone of Bulma's phone pierced the air. She glanced at the screen and saw it was her sister, Tais. Immediately, she turned to Lin Fan, exclaiming, "My sister Tais is calling." "Then you should answer it," Lin Fan replied, a surge of joy washing over him. What delightful tidings! Sun Wukong had just elevated his own combat power by 4 billion, and now Tais was reaching out. Upon answering the call, Bulma inquired about Gak's contact information. Given Tais' close relationship with Gak, she readily provided the details. After a brief chat, they concluded the call. Bulma then turned to Lin Fan, stating, "I've obtained Gak's contact information." Then Bulma, "Please reach out to Gak on my behalf and request a cosmic map," Lin Fan requested. Bulma, displaying her keen intellect, agreed without hesitation, of course. She understood that assisting Lin Fan with this favor would create a debt of gratitude, ensuring that he would be more inclined to help her in the future. "Thank you," Lin Fan expressed appreciatively. The others were left puzzled, wondering what Lin Fan needed a cosmic map for. However, as they had only recently met, they refrained from asking further questions. Bulma wasted no time and quickly contacted Gak. After a short while, she hung up and informed Lin Fan, "I've reached him. He said he will come to Earth in the next few days and will bring the cosmic map with him." "Excellent. Bulma, I am truly grateful." "Not at all. You are Sun Wukong's mentor, which makes you our friend. We ought to support one another," Bulma replied with a smile. Lin Fan nodded in agreement, reflecting inwardly on Vegeta's remarkable fortune in having such a wonderful wife. As the saying goes, what more could a man desire with a wife like this? She is not only beautiful and financially savvy, but also adept at maintaining relationships, equally at ease in both the grand halls and the kitchen. In the series Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta treats Bulma quite well. He bravely confronts the formidable Beerus for her sake, despite his underlying fear of the deity. His willingness to stand up for Bulma is a testament to her significance in his heart. Yet, Vegeta's pride often leads him to conceal his softer side, striving to maintain an image of stoicism. At this moment, Lin Fan stood up and addressed everyone, stating that he had resolved the matters at hand and would take his leave. With his arms crossed, Vegeta coldly inquired about Kakarot's training location. Although he held a certain disdain for Lin Fan, he was even less inclined to allow Kakarot to surpass him, as that would wound his pride. Lin Fan, without hesitation, revealed the hyperbolic time chamber. No sooner had the words left his lips than he soared into the sky, heading towards the temple. It was essential to strike at Vegeta's haughty spirit, instilling a sense of respect within him. Only then could he genuinely become Lin Fan's disciple, thereby securing his own rewards. At that moment, Tien Shinhan interjected, "I must return to my training as well. Farewell, everyone." With that, he and Kaiatsu took flight in the direction of the temple. Vegeta stood rooted to the spot, icily remarking, "Kakarot has gone to the hyperbolic time chamber behind my back." Without further ado, he launched himself towards the sanctuary, for the hyperbolic time chamber was located within it. Seeing Vegeta take off, Bulma sighed in exasperation, calling out, "Vegeta, Scions are truly reckless," leaving without a word. Krillin and the others chuckled knowingly, recognizing Vegeta's intent. He's headed to the temple. As Piccolo pondered, he suddenly remarked, "He won't find Son Goku at the temple." "Why not?" the others exclaimed in confusion. Hadn't Lin Fan stated that Goku was in the hyperbolic time chamber? Piccolo clarified, "Lin Fan mentioned that Goku is in the hyperbolic time chamber, while the temple houses the regular time chamber. The former has an ultra prefix." Upon hearing this, the others seemed to grasp the distinction, though they wondered what relevance it held. Bulma waved her hand dismissively, uninterested. "Forget it. Let him go." Observing Bulma's nonchalance, the others understood there was no cause for concern. Piccolo then rose, declaring, "I shall return as well." He had sensed that Tien Shinhan's combat prowess had significantly increased, and if he continued to waste time, it wouldn't be long before Tien surpassed him. The thought of someone who had never been his rival overtaking him was utterly ludicrous, and he would not permit such an occurrence. One by one, the others stood up. Suddenly, Bulma recalled an important matter and smiled. "Everyone, I have something significant to share." "What is it?" they inquired. "In a month, I will host a birthday celebration, a lavish birthday party on a luxury cruise." The crowd immediately erupted in congratulations. "Congratulations." Bulma turned to the alluring android 18, her lips curling into a mysterious smile. 18, I will be organizing a grand lottery on that day, with a fantastic prize for the winner." Intrigued, android 18's eyes sparkled. A lottery hosted by the wealthiest would undoubtedly offer splendid rewards, perhaps even cash. With these thoughts, her excitement grew. "Very well, Bulma, I shall certainly strive to win the grand prize," Bulma exclaimed with a gleeful laugh. Observing Bulma's radiant smile, Krillin inquired with curiosity, "Bulma, how old are you turning this year?" Instantly, Bulma's expression darkened, and 18 shot a disapproving glance at Krillin. "Do you not know that it is impolite to inquire about a woman's age? Just say I am 18. Krillin offered an awkward smile in response. After a brief conversation, the group departed together. Meanwhile, Vegeta arrived at the temple, where Dandy now served as the Supreme Kai, with Bubbles remaining as his attendant. Upon noticing the cold and fierce aura emanating from Vegeta, Dandy instinctively shuddered. "Vegeta." Chapter 22. Preparing for a month later, where is Kakarot? Vegeta inquired coldly, without any preamble. Dandy appeared perplexed. Shouldn't Goku be in his own home? Why was he here seeking me? I have no idea. Vegeta furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Dandy, who trembled in fear. Realizing that Vegeta's serious gaze suggested he was not fabricating the truth. "Isn't he in the hyperbolic time chamber?" Dandy immediately responded, "No. Goku can no longer enter the hyperbolic time chamber. He has already exhausted his 2 opportunities." Vegeta recalled this detail. Indeed, each individual could only access the chamber twice in their lifetime, and Kakarot had long since utilized both of his chances. "Humph. I have been deceived by Lin Fan. The thought of being tricked caused him to instinctively clench his fists, a surge of anger welling within him. Lin Fan, one day I shall defeat you. Even if you are a god, what does it matter? Meanwhile, Lin Fan remained oblivious to the resentment accumulating in Vegeta's heart. Upon returning to the temple, he reclined on a chair at its entrance, enjoying the cool breeze while contemplating how many days remained until Jack would arrive on Earth. This truly felt like a waste of time. According to the lore of Dragon Ball Super, Beerus would awaken in a month, and his first order of business would be to seek out the Super Saiyan God, ultimately arriving on Earth. His arrival would pose an unpredictable calamity for the planet, and Lin Fan understood he needed to elevate himself to Beerus level, or even surpass it, within this month. Achieving Beerus level in just a month was a considerable challenge. Presently, his transformation into a Super Saiyan God granted him a combat power of merely 200 quintillion. Compared to Beerus, he was vastly inferior. Fortunately, the decisive factor for a combat power of 200 quintillion lay in his base strength. The stronger his foundational combat power, the more formidable his Super Saiyan God transformation would be. Just as he pondered this, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Disciple Goku's base combat power has increased. 1. 8 billion. Master receives a double enhancement. 3. 6 billion. Current host base combat power. 16. 7 billion. Oh, Goku has improved again. Truly deserving of being the protagonist of Dragon Ball, a single ultimate Kaioken has boosted his base combat power by 3. 8 billion. I have a feeling this fellow can still grow significantly. Ding. Disciple Yulin's base combat power has increased by 650 million. Master receives a double enhancement. 1. 3 billion. Current host base combat power. 18 billion. Oh, Yulin has also gained 650 million. Has she grasped some essence of the Heavenly Master Technique? Lin Fan was acutely aware that the Heavenly Master Technique was no simple endeavor. If fully comprehended and adeptly applied, it harbored tremendous potential. In future battles, it would provide substantial assistance to Tien Shinhan. Quickly shaking off his elation, Lin Fan recognized that although he had significantly increased his base combat power by tens of billions today, he still fell far short when compared to Beerus. It is imperative to accelerate the process of recruiting disciples rather than passively awaiting their arrival. Contemplating the potential talents that still exist on this planet, one cannot overlook Gohan. As the first hybrid of human and Saiyan lineage, his potential is undeniably remarkable. During the battle against Cell, his single-handed Kamehameha was nothing short of spectacular, eliciting fervent cheers from countless female admirers. Regrettably, since that moment, he has devoted himself entirely to his studies, neglecting his martial arts training. When the Frisia force sought vengeance, he found himself overpowered by a mere minion, a tragic squandering of his limitless potential. Presently, approaching Gohan to become his master would likely yield no interest. A dispassionate individual will not enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Therefore, the idea of taking Gohan as a disciple must be temporarily set aside, to be revisited when the circumstances are more favorable. Beyond Gohan, are there any other individuals with noteworthy potential? Goten and Trunks, perhaps? Yet, they remain mere children, oblivious to the significance of training, rendering them unsuitable candidates for discipleship at this juncture. This leaves only Piccolo and Krillin. Although Piccolo is not overly arrogant, he harbors lofty aspirations and is unlikely to accept an invitation to become a disciple unless he himself expresses the desire. As for Krillin, he is currently in a state of complacency, preferring to spend his time resting with his wife rather than training. Reflecting on this, it appears that, apart from Vegeta, there are no other promising disciples on Earth. Who else participated in the Tournament of Power? Frisia and Android 17. Both possess considerable potential, rivaling that of Goku. However, Frisia currently resides in the afterlife. To recruit him, he must be resurrected, a feat achievable only through the Dragon Balls. Lacking a dragon radar at present complicates matters. On my next visit to Bulma, I could request a dragon radar, but for now, I can focus on Android 17. In recent years, 17 has served as a park ranger on an island, preferring the company of animals over human interaction. Despite this inclination, he has diligently pursued his training, which explains his outstanding performance during the Tournament of Power. Ultimately, he was one of the last standing competitors. With determination, Lin Fan soared through the skies, rapidly traversing the landscape while emitting a formidable aura to seek out 17's energy signature. Although unfamiliar with 17's specific energy, he instinctively understood that 17 was exceptionally strong. Any potent energy detected on the island would likely belong to him. Approximately 15 minutes later, Lin Fan found himself hovering over an island, gazing down at the lush greenery below. Upon descending, he sensed a powerful energy emanating from the island, undoubtedly belonging to 17. As he landed, he observed the terrain strewn with rocks, shaped by the elements into various forms: flowers, human figures, and origami cranes. These natural sculptures are seldom seen. Along the shoreline, a few crabs scuttled by intermittently. The towering trees, resembling clouds and mist, swayed gently in the breeze, as if intent on engulfing the entire island. One cannot deny that the scenery here is quite splendid. Indeed, the 17th is truly a connoisseur of enjoyment. With that thought, Lin Fan prepared to soar towards the direction of the 17th, only to behold a speedboat racing towards him. This struck him as peculiar. Could it be? Chapter 23. Would you care to chat? Are they poachers? Before long, Lin Fan realized that his suspicions were entirely correct. The individuals aboard the speedboat were indeed poachers. There were 4 men on the boat, all robust and muscular, oblivious to Lin Fan's presence on the shore as they had anchored on the opposite side. The 4 men leapt from the boat, brandishing submachine guns and clad in tactical gear, fully equipped for their nefarious endeavor. One of the burly men, marked by a distinctive mole on his face, turned to his companion, whose arm bore a tattoo of a tiger, and said, "Brother, someone has paid a hefty sum to capture the colorful deer. If we secure that deer, we one team need to work for years." The tattooed man chuckled heartily. "Indeed. But let us remain vigilant and avoid attracting the attention of the forest rangers." The other 3 men scoffed. "Brother, you worry excessively. There's no way rangers are around here. And even if they were, what could they do? Our weapons are no mere toys." Upon hearing this, the tattooed man conceded that they had indeed engaged in such activities before, having encountered rangers multiple times, all of whom they had managed to overpower. The 4 men retrieved an instrument resembling a compass. However, it was a device designed to track the colorful deer. This device contained the scent of the deer, enabling them to locate it swiftly. This scent tracking instrument is a prized possession among poachers. Before long, 2 red dots began to blink on the device, inciting excitement among the poachers. "Brother, this is fantastic news. Not just 1, but 2 colorful deer," they exclaimed. "With this, we could live comfortably for a decade." Laughter erupted as they reveled in their fortune. The tattooed man declared, "Prepare for action." The 4 men deftly produced universal capsules from their pockets and tossed them to the ground, resulting in a loud boom as 4 flying devices materialized. They skillfully equipped themselves with the flying apparatus and activated them, soaring toward the coordinates indicated by the device, with Lin Fan ascending into the air, trailing them at a distance. Thanks to their equipment, the 4 poachers soon arrived at the location of the 2 colorful deer, which were breathtakingly beautiful, their bodies adorned with vibrant hues, resembling walking rainbows. The poachers, brimming with excitement at the sight of the deer, drew their weapons, ready to shoot, while the unsuspecting deer continued to drink from the riverbank, unaware of the impending danger. The leader of the poachers nodded subtly, signaling with his fingers for a countdown. With a silent 3, 2, 1, muffled gunshots rang out, barely audible due to the sound suppressors. The men fired simultaneously, pairing off to target each of the 2 colorful deer. Just as the bullets were about to strike the vibrant deer, a figure appeared midair. This individual, with shoulder-length hair, donned a deep green long-sleeved shirt and black gloves, his expression cold and unyielding. Upon his arrival, he effortlessly caught 4 bullets, his piercing gaze fixed upon the 4 poachers. The poachers were taken aback by the sudden appearance of this person, who hovered without any apparent means of flight. It defied all logic. Their hearts raced, particularly when they encountered the chilling intensity of his stare, which sent shivers down their spines despite the sweltering heat surrounding them. Swallowing hard, one of them dared to question, "Who are you?" Lin Fan, suspended in the air, observed the newcomer with a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Indeed, it is number 17, he exclaimed. The figure before them was none other than number 17, an entity of boundless energy. In a frigid tone, number 17 replied to the poachers, "I am here to send you to hell." For reasons unknown, the poachers' minds echoed with dread upon sensing the overwhelming aura of murderous intent, causing them to shudder involuntarily. The burly man with a dark mark on his face shouted, "Brother, he is just 1 person. We are 4, armed with guns. Let us take him down together." The others found merit in his words. After all, they outnumbered him and wielded weapons. With newfound confidence, they straightened their backs and shouted, "You're just bluffing. Get lost." Bang, bang, bang. They unleashed a barrage of bullets, which rained down upon number 17. Unfazed, he ascended slowly towards them. All the bullets struck his body, yet he remained unscathed. It would not be an exaggeration to say that not a single hole appeared in his attire. This was due to number 17's ability to disperse the bullet's force using his energy just before impact, rendering them mere raindrops against his formidable form. And would rain harm a being as powerful as number 17? Clearly, it would not. The poachers, utterly dumbfounded by the scene, wasted no time in discarding their weapons and hastily activating their flying devices to escape. Number 17 had never shown mercy to poachers, and he certainly would not spare these four. In a flash, he disappeared from sight. Whoosh! When number 17 reappeared, he stood before the four once more. Bang! Almost simultaneously, his fist collided with their bodies, launching them into the horizon, where they vanished without a trace. After dealing with them, number 17 turned his gaze towards the two vibrant deer below, who were peacefully drinking water. A gentle warmth flickered in his eyes. Thankfully, he had not disturbed them. He prepared to return to his humble abode. Chapter 24. The Global Threat. Shall we engage in a discussion? A voice abruptly pierced the stillness of the air. Number 17 was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly turned around to find a young man had appeared behind him, seemingly out of nowhere. A sense of dread washed over him, accompanied by an unsettling chill along the nape of his neck. When had this individual arrived? If he bore ill intent and chose to strike, number 17 would be caught unawares. The young man before him was none other than Lin Fan. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he sensed Lin Fan's presence, but was astonished to find that he could not detect any energy emanating from him, as if the person standing in front of him were simply an ordinary individual, one devoid of any power. Yet, he knew that this was no ordinary man. Could a mere mortal wield the art of aerial maneuvering? Clearly, they could not. With a tone of disbelief, number 17 inquired, "Who are you?" "Lin Fan." The young man replied, perceiving number 17's tension. He offered a reassuring smile. "Do not be alarmed. I come in peace." Number 17 nodded lightly, sensing that Lin Fan harbored no malice. Otherwise, their conversation would not have been so relaxed. Noticing number 17's silence, Lin Fan was not surprised, for he understood that the latter was not one for extensive conversation. He continued, "Might I trouble you to invite me into your humble abode?" After a moment of contemplation, number 17 simply uttered a single word, "All right." He then took flight, leading the way to his small dwelling, with Lin Fan following closely behind. In a short while, they arrived at number 17's modest wooden cabin, a simple structure that could easily be swept away by a stronger wind. However, within the confines of this forest, the threat of storms was minimal. Any gusts would be mitigated by the surrounding trees, transforming even the fiercest gales into gentle breezes by the time they reached this place. Once inside the cabin, Lin Fan pulled up a wooden chair and calmly addressed number 17. "Once again, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Fan. Far from an ordinary individual, but rather someone quite extraordinary." He refrained from elaborating on the nature of his uniqueness, as he himself was uncertain of what made him so. Upon hearing Lin Fan's introduction, number 17 quickly grasped the implication. No wonder he could not perceive Lin Fan's energy. He was a deity. However, this revelation left him puzzled. "What brings you to seek me?" If Lin Fan was indeed a god, he should not be a malevolent figure. So what could his purpose be? Lin Fan smiled gently, opting not to answer directly. Instead, he continued the conversation. "I am aware that throughout the years, you have remained dedicated to your cultivation. In fact, you have made significant strides. You are no longer the number 17 of the past." This was clearly demonstrated during the power tournament. On the 17th, a profound astonishment washed over him as he realized that the other party was aware of his unwavering dedication to cultivation. However, upon further reflection, it was unsurprising. After all, the individual in question was a deity, possessing knowledge of such matters. Yet, he himself remained perplexed, unable to discern the other's intentions. With a furrowed brow, he inquired, "What is it that you wish to convey?" "I wish to express that your progress could be significantly accelerated," Lin Fan replied. "Should you choose to take me as your master, I can assist you in dramatically enhancing your combat prowess." At this juncture, Lin Fan clarified his purpose. To be candid, he felt uncertain whether the 17th would accept him as a mentor, for this individual was unlike Sun Wukong and others, whose thoughts were difficult to predict. Nevertheless, he believed it imperative to present himself with authority, as this would likely sway the 17th's disposition. The 17th pondered for a few moments before responding. "To take you as my master? Are you implying that I lack the qualifications?" Lin Fan asked coolly, and with that, he unleashed the formidable aura of his Super Saiyan God form, a terrifying pressure enveloping the entirety of Earth in an instant. At Capsule Corporation, Vegeta, who was undergoing training in the gravity chamber, suddenly sensed this overwhelming force. His body involuntarily trembled, and he nearly lost his footing. In that moment, he recognized that this oppressive aura emanated from Lin Fan. What an astonishing presence! What manner of being is Lin Fan? He seems even more formidable than before. Could this be the essence of divine power? The gods he had encountered previously were utterly lacking in comparison. As these thoughts raced through his mind, images of Dandi, the East Kaioshin, and the Old Kaioshin surfaced. No, as the proud prince of the Scions, I shall not concede defeat. I must surpass Lin Fan. Training, relentless training. Resolute. He intensified his efforts, adjusting the gravity to its maximum setting. Not only Vegeta felt Lin Fan's oppressive aura, the turtle hermit, peering through a telescope at bikini-clad beauties aboard a luxurious vessel, was equally affected, almost losing his grip on the telescope. This is Lin Fan's pressure. Simultaneously, the intimate moment shared between the 18th and Krillin was disrupted by the same force. Piccolo, Gohan, and others experienced it too. Ordinary people felt an inexplicable anxiety, as if a great calamity were imminent. Anyone aware of Lin Fan's existence understood that this oppressive aura originated from him, for in this era, only Lin Fan could wield such terrifying power. None could compare, not even Super Saiyan 3 Goku could achieve such an effect. At that very moment, Lin Fan gazed intently at the 17th, his eyes radiating a chilling intensity. His battle power had now reached an astounding 18 billion. And with the might of the Super Saiyan God, his aura was indeed a fearsome entity. It was precisely this that instilled fear in Vegeta and the others. For the 17th, who was closest to Lin Fan, the sensation was unbearable. Drenched in sweat, he hastily summoned his own energy in a bid to resist. Lin Fan sensed that the time had come to retract his imposing aura. In that fleeting moment, all living beings across the globe exhaled in relief. And a sense of ease and joy enveloped the world. Have you made your decision, number 17? Should you choose to become my disciple, I shall empower you beyond measure. However, if you are unwilling, I shall not impose my will upon you. Number 17 did not respond immediately. Instead, he fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 25, The Reason. Number 17 fell into deep contemplation. To be honest, the prospect of becoming stronger intrigued him. Given Lin Fan's demonstrated prowess, he firmly believed that Lin Fan possessed the absolute capability to teach him. However, at present, he was uncertain of Lin Fan's intentions, which made him reluctant to readily agree, fearing he might fall into a trap. Noticing number 17's silence, Lin Fan smiled gently. If you have any doubts, feel free to inquire. I wish to know why you seek to take me as your disciple. What are your motives? What do you wish to gain? Number 17 challenged. Lin Fan recognized that number 17 was an astute individual, unlike Wukong, who was wholly consumed by martial fervor. For Wukong, the enhancement of strength was paramount, rendering such inquiries unnecessary. With a smile, Lin Fan replied, the reason is quite simple. I aspire to have my disciples spread across the cosmic realms, and you, along with Sun Wukong, are among my chosen focal disciples. Number 17 was momentarily taken aback, incredulously asking, Sun Wukong is also your disciple? Indeed. He is currently training within the hyperbolic time chamber. When he emerges, he will experience a significant transformation. If you remain apprehensive, you may wait for him to exit the chamber and pose your questions to him. After a lengthy pause, number 17 reflected deeply. There is no need to ask. I believe you. He understood that if he were to inquire of Sun Wukong, it would signify his own cowardice. Should he choose to become a disciple, he feared that Lin Fan would regard him with disdain for his perceived timidity. Furthermore, he felt a natural inclination towards becoming a disciple. Thus, he concluded that there was no need for an inquiry. If he were to ask, it should be done discreetly, without Lin Fan's knowledge. Since that is settled, how should you address me now? Lin Fan teased. Number 17 respectfully responded, Master. Ding. Congratulations to the host for accepting number 17 as a disciple. Gaining 2 billion base combat power, all-directional energy absorption, regenerative mechanical cells, and divine energy X1. The host's current base combat power is 20 billion. Lin Fan was somewhat taken aback to discover he had acquired divine energy once more. What exactly are all-directional energy absorption and regenerative mechanical cells? All-directional energy absorption, a unique ability of androids, allowing the user to create an energy shield with both hands, protecting themselves within. This shield can absorb energy from all directions and enables movement during the absorption process. Regenerative mechanical cells, special cells implanted within androids, facilitating regeneration and granting them exceptional survival capabilities. Upon reviewing the effects of these two abilities, Lin Fan couldn't help but think that they were specifically designed for number 17. While number 17 already possessed the ability to absorb energy, he was immobile during the process, which was his most critical weakness. The all-directional energy absorption completely countered this flaw, allowing him to move while absorbing energy, thus preventing him from being struck by enemies. As for the regenerative mechanical cells, they represented a formidable enhancement for androids. As long as the cells remained intact and undestroyed, regeneration was possible. For the 17th, it was akin to wielding an extraordinary artifact. He was already a being of infinite energy, and with the addition of this regenerative mechanical cell, it equated to a form of pseudo-infinite life. He first absorbed and learned the technique of energy assimilation before imparting it to the 17th. Learn the technique of energy absorption. Master the technique of energy absorption. Lin Fan retracted his thoughts. 17th, since you have chosen me as your mentor, I shall now teach you how to absorb energy. Before Lin Fan could finish, the 17th raised an eyebrow, slightly teasing. Master Lin Fan, I've been proficient in energy absorption for quite some time. This does not require your instruction. He pondered inwardly. Is this all there is to it? If this were truly the extent of his abilities, was there any need for him to seek mentorship? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow slightly, and then stood up, turning his back to the 17th. I am aware that you can absorb energy, but your method is rather limited. During the absorption process, you are unable to move. This becomes your Achilles heel. I am here to teach you a method of energy absorption that allows for mobility during the process. What? Mobility during the absorption process? How is that possible? The issue of immobility during energy absorption had been a topic of his research for countless years, yet he had never achieved a breakthrough. He had even come to regard it as fundamentally impossible. But now Lin Fan claimed that one could absorb energy while in motion, instantly transforming what he had deemed unattainable for so long into a reality. He gazed at Lin Fan in astonishment. Is this true? The 17th found it hard to believe. It was not a trivial matter, and it struck him profoundly, prompting him to seek further clarification. Lin Fan repeated with deliberate clarity, indeed, it is true. During the energy absorption process, you may still move. This technique of energy absorption is called 8 directions energy absorption. It is quite similar to your original method, but it includes a protective shield. If it is breached, absorption ceases. However, as long as it remains intact, absorption can continue uninterrupted. The 17th was even more astonished. This was not merely an energy absorption shield, but it could also serve a defensive purpose. How terrifyingly powerful. It was no exaggeration to say that this constituted an extraordinarily formidable defense. Observing the 17th's repeated expressions of shock, Lin Fan smiled slightly. Let us dispense with the trivialities and commence. With that, the two soared from the small wooden cabin to a more spacious area. Lin Fan stated, I shall first impart the theoretical knowledge to you. 8 directions energy absorption refers to the ability to absorb energy projectiles from all directions, converting them into your own energy to enhance your strength. To effectively execute 8 directions energy absorption, it is most effective for artificial beings. After half an hour of explanation, the 17th fully grasped the theoretical aspects of 8 directions energy absorption. 17th, you have broadly assimilated the knowledge of 8 directions energy absorption. Now, give it a try yourself. Yes. Number 17 wasted no time in idle chatter and swiftly advanced ahead. Following Lin Fan's theoretical principles, he began to transform his energy absorption capabilities. He regulated his breath with precision and suddenly thrust his hands outward, shouting, Rise. With a whoosh, a surge of energy emerged between his palms, coalescing into a protective energy shield that enveloped him completely. This shield served as a barrier for energy absorption. Simultaneously, number 17 initiated rapid movement. However, after only traversing 7 or 8 meters, the energy shield dissipated. Observing this, Lin Fan cautioned, do not rush, take your time to adapt. Initiating high-speed movement at this stage will make it difficult for you to acclimate. Begin with a slower pace. Heeding this advice, number 17 re-established the shield, commanding, Rise. Once more, the energy shield materialized above him, surrounding him anew, while he diligently followed Lin Fan's guidance to adapt to a lower speed. After flying 100 meters, the energy absorption shield remained intact, allowing him to gradually accelerate and adjust. Lin Fan, witnessing his progress, could not help but express his admiration. Number 17 possesses remarkable talent. It appears that it won't be long before he advances to the next stage. Chapter 26 Encounter with Wukong, 2 hours later. Number 17 had mastered the art of the 8 directions energy absorption, enabling him to move at high speeds after its execution. Even at the peak of his velocity, he could perform this feat. This brought him great joy, though he was not one to display his emotions outwardly. Instead, he remained composed, his expression tranquil. As he hovered in front of Lin Fan, his tone was unassuming, yet Lin Fan could detect the gratitude beneath his words. Master Lin Fan, this 8 directions energy absorption is indeed quite effective. That it is, Lin Fan replied calmly. I have another gift for you. Intrigued, number 17 asked, what is it? Knowing it came from Master Lin Fan, he expected it to be anything but trivial. Approaching him, Lin Fan raised his hand and placed it on number 17's shoulder. A radiant spectrum of colors erupted forth. At that moment, Lin Fan mentally commanded, apply the regenerative mechanical cells to number 17. Success was confirmed with a beep. In that instant, number 17 distinctly felt something new within his body. As Lin Fan withdrew his hand, a wave of panic washed over number 17, reminiscent of the fear instilled by Dr. Jero, who had once implanted destructive devices within them. Now, with something being introduced into his body by Lin Fan, he felt like a startled bird. Instinctively, he took 2 steps back, his eyes fixed on Lin Fan. Noticing his apprehension, Lin Fan reassured him, "Do not be alarmed. This is the second treasure I bestow upon you, the regenerative mechanical cells. As long as these cells are not utterly destroyed, you shall not perish. You will recover completely. Consequently, you will possess infinite energy and a pseudo-immortal existence." Number 17 immediately examined his body and confirmed that the new entity was indeed cells, which quickly began to integrate with a part of him. Just then, Lin Fan seized the opportunity while number 17 was distracted, swiftly pulling one of his hands down. Number 17 let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, his expression grave and alert as he glared at Lin Fan, bewildered that he would turn against him. Indignant, he shouted, "What are you doing? I will kill you." Having placed such trust in Lin Fan, he could hardly fathom this sudden betrayal. Lin Fan, unhurried, responded, "Do not rush, number 17. I have already explained. The regenerative mechanical cells will allow you to return to your original state as long as they are not completely destroyed. Just look at your arm." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, number 17 instinctively glanced at his arm, astonished to see it regenerating at a visibly rapid pace. This is truly incredible. Such formidable regenerative capabilities. In that moment, number 17 comprehended Lin Fan's intent to instill belief in him by demonstrating the effects of the cells. Yet, he couldn't help but think that this method of proof was rather extreme. In less than a minute, the arm of number 17 had fully grown. He moved it a few times and discovered that it functioned just as a normal arm would, with complete control and without any discomfort. Remembering Lin Fan's earlier words, he felt as though he had acquired a semblance of infinite life. An overwhelming excitement surged within him, and despite his usual aversion to displaying emotions, he could no longer contain his joy. With a beaming face, he expressed his gratitude to Lin Fan, saying, "Thank you, Master Lin Fan. It is truly a testament to your thoughtfulness that you have bestowed such a precious gift upon me." This act of kindness deeply resonated with him. "This is a token of our meeting," Lin Fan continued. "Are you willing to cultivate in the super mental time room?" Without a moment's hesitation, number 17 nodded. "I am willing." However, he glanced around with a worried expression, "But I still have work. If I leave for too long, there may be bad people who come to poach." Lin Fan smiled reassuringly, explaining, "Do not worry. You will not be away for long. The effects of the super mental time room are truly remarkable. Spending 10 years inside is equivalent to merely a day outside." He elaborated on the extraordinary effects of the super mental time room. Number 17, no longer hesitating, declared, "Master Lin Fan, I am ready to enter and cultivate. Let us go now." This was precisely what Lin Fan had been waiting for. He needed number 17's tenacity. "Follow me." Lin Fan soared ahead, with no 17 closely trailing behind. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the super mental time room, not far from the Taoist temple. "This is the super mental time room. Number 17, go inside." Without any hesitation, number 17 quickly flew in, harboring no doubts about Lin Fan's words. He believed that with Lin Fan's formidable strength, if there were any ill intentions, he wouldn't go to such lengths. A direct attack would suffice. It was inconceivable that Lin Fan would gift him regenerative mechanical cells and teach him the art of absorbing energy from all directions. As number 17 entered, a satisfied smile graced Lin Fan's lips. "Number 17, I eagerly anticipate your performance." Inside the super mental time room, upon entering, number 17 encountered Sun Wukong, who was practicing punches in midair. At that moment, Sun Wukong sensed a powerful aura entering the room. He halted his training and turned towards the entrance, only to be surprised to see number 17. "17, what brings you here?" Sun Wukong inquired, astonished. Number 17, taken aback to see Sun Wukong as well, soon reminded himself that Sun Wukong was also Lin Fan's disciple, making his presence here quite natural. "You too, Sun Wukong?" Scratching his head, Sun Wukong replied, "Yes. Master Lin Fan taught me the ultimate king fist, so I came in to cultivate." "The ultimate king fist?" Number 17 murmured in response, puzzled. He was familiar with the king fist, but what on earth was the ultimate king fist? Upon observing his confusion, Sun Wukong generously elucidated. The ultimate Kaioken is the pinnacle version of the Kaioken technique, designed to minimize stamina depletion and alleviate the pain inflicted by the body. It enables the practitioner to unleash an exponentially greater Kaioken. Number 17 was instantly taken aback. The Kaioken was already formidable, and the revelation that the ultimate Kaioken possessed such extraordinary effects implied a significant enhancement of the technique. This master Lin Fan not only comprehended the art of absorbing energy from all directions, but he also grasped the intricacies of the ultimate Kaioken. What manner of being is he? Number 17, do enlighten me on how you came to be here. You haven't possibly become a disciple of Master Lin Fan as well, have you? Sun Wukong inquired with a curious expression, his eyes shimmering with a hint of anticipation. Chapter 27, a spark of inspiration indeed. I am now a disciple of Master Lin Fan. Number 17 explained. Sun Wukong's face instantly lit up with exuberance. Wow, you truly have become Master Lin Fan's disciple? That is simply splendid. Master Lin Fan is immensely powerful. Number 17 nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to Sun Wukong, Number 17 had experienced this firsthand, while Sun Wukong's understanding was merely a figment of imagination, an unwavering belief that Master Lin Fan was formidable. Oh, someone is arriving. At that moment, a woman adorned in a qipao, with a voluptuous figure and alluring curves, gracefully approached. Sun Wukong greeted her. Indeed, this is Yulin. He is number 17, a truly remarkable individual. Number 17 observed the newcomer and immediately discerned that her abilities were rather average, at least in comparison to his own. However, he recognized her potential for significant growth. With persistent training, she would undoubtedly achieve great heights. He began to grasp Master Lin Fan's philosophy in accepting disciples, only those with potential. Sun Wukong possessed immense potential, and although this woman's potential did not quite match his, it was still commendable. In truth, Number 17 perceived Yulin's promise largely because she had mastered the 4th level of the Celestial Master technique, thus unlocking her physical potential. The Celestial Master technique comprises 12 levels, each with terrifying growth potential. Reaching the 12th level would guarantee extraordinary capabilities. Hello, Number 17. I am Yulin. She greeted warmly. Number 17, not particularly skilled in conversation, found it difficult to decline her overture, so he simply replied, hello. Yulin felt a tinge of confusion at his aloof demeanor. Just as she was about to inquire further, she sensed a significant drain on her mental energy. Suddenly, she realized and turned to Sun Wukong and Number 17, saying, my mental energy has been completely exhausted. You both should continue your training. Whoosh. As soon as she finished speaking, Yulin vanished in an instant. Outside the super mental time chamber, Lin Fan was preparing to return to the Taoist temple when he noticed Yulin emerging. Upon seeing Lin Fan, she was filled with joy and flew towards him, exclaiming, Master. The enhancement of her combat capabilities allowed her to clearly perceive that this master before her was indeed invincible, incomparable to her previous teacher. With diligent training under him, her future combat prowess would undoubtedly be remarkable. Well, how was your harvest? Lin Fan inquired with a smile. He was fully aware of the extent of her improvement. When discussing her gains, Yulin beamed with delight. The results are quite satisfactory. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Lin Fan nodded gently. Continue to strive diligently. Once your mental energy strengthens further, you may enter the super mental time chamber for training. Do not squander opportunities. Understood, Master. By the way, the one who entered later, Number 17, is also your disciple, correct? He seems rather aloof. Yulin recalled Number 17's distant demeanor, feeling somewhat displeased. Lin Fan smiled as he explained, it's quite normal, that's just his nature. You've encountered him? Upon hearing this from his master, Yulin pondered no further, responding, indeed, I have met Sun Wukong. A satisfied smile curled at the corners of Lin Fan's lips as he soared towards the direction of the Taoist temple. The encounter between Sun Wukong and Number 17 would undoubtedly spark a significant clash. Whether it be Sun Wukong or Number 17, mere training would hardly elevate their combat abilities. Only through fierce duels could they truly enhance their prowess. They both understood this well. As they improved their fighting capabilities, their own strength would also experience a dual enhancement. What a delightful prospect. Within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, after a brief exchange, Sun Wukong gazed at Number 17 with fervor. It has been far too long since we last sparred. Shall we engage in a duel? Number 17, now endowed with regenerative mechanical cells and the ability to absorb energy from all directions, was eager to test his newfound abilities. Sun Wukong was the ideal candidate. And even if he had not suggested it, Number 17 would have likely proposed it himself. Excellent. Sun Wukong exclaimed with joy upon hearing number 17's agreement. Finally, it won't be dull anymore. He immediately employed his flight technique, ascending into the air, with number 17 following suit. The two of them hovered midair, aligned on the same level. Number 17, are you ready? Sun Wukong inquired excitedly. Number 17, maintaining a calm demeanor, gestured with his hand, observing his current composure. Sun Wukong felt as if he were facing the recklessly destructive android from the past. Here I come. With a fierce battle cry, he charged at number 17, unleashing a powerful punch. Bang! Number 17 stood firm, effortlessly blocking Sun Wukong's blow, and replied coolly, Sun Wukong, transform into a Super Saiyan. In your base form. You are no match for me. This is a waste of time, and we will gain nothing. Very well. A thrill of excitement lit up Sun Wukong's face. He craved a formidable opponent. After distancing himself, he clenched his fists and shouted, ha! In an instant, a golden radiance enveloped him, illuminating the surroundings with its brilliance. Moments later, as the light faded, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his golden hair cascading to his waist, surrounded by a shimmering aura of golden energy. Clenching his fists, he exclaimed with exhilaration, this is Super Saiyan 3, a transformation that surpasses Super Saiyan 2 countless times. Number 17 maintained an impassive expression. He acknowledged that Super Saiyan 3 was indeed powerful, but he was not to be underestimated. Clenching his fists, he declared, aha. As he did, his aura surged dramatically, stirring the air around him into violent gusts. The winds howled through the trees below, and Sun Wukong, sensing number 17's formidable presence, was taken aback, exclaiming, Number 17, you are incredibly strong. It seems that over the years, you have not abandoned your cultivation. With a knowing smile, the 17th replied, neither have you. With that, the two figures moved, and in an instant, they were standing before each other, unleashing a powerful punch. The impact resounded like thunder, an extraordinary clash of force that instantly erupted into a dense wave of energy, radiating outward. Wherever it reached, one could distinctly observe a rolling wave spreading forth. The two did not cease their exchange of blows. The sound of fists colliding echoed, as they relentlessly struck at one another, in mere seconds. They had delivered hundreds of punches, yet not a single blow inflicted any harm. With a resounding thud, they collided once more, both retreating several meters. Sun Wukong then unleashed a series of energy blasts from his right hand. Chapter 28, A Surge in Combat Power Whoosh. Just as the energy blast was about to strike Android 17, a verdant energy shield enveloped him. Bang! The energy blast detonated, only to be instantly absorbed by the shield, transforming into energy for 17. Sun Wukong observed the absorption of his attack without a hint of surprise. He was fully aware of 17's capabilities. Moreover, he recognized this as 17's Achilles heel. Witnessing the energy shield unfurl, elation surged within him as he exclaimed, 17, you've fallen for my trick. In a flash, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was right before 17, poised to deliver a crushing blow. Whoosh! However, Sun Wukong's punch met nothing but air. Upon closer inspection, he found 17 had deftly evaded to the other side, contemplating whether 17 had momentarily deactivated the shield. Wukong was acutely aware that 17 could not move while absorbing energy, a weakness he sought to exploit by deliberately firing several energy blasts to lure 17 into a trap, aiming to capitalize on the opening for an attack. But as he suspected 17 had temporarily released the shield, he noticed it remained intact. How could this be? Just as confusion clouded his mind, 17's fist surged forward. Bang! A powerful strike landed squarely on Wukong's abdomen, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away. Before he could regain his footing, 17 rocketed behind him, executing a sweeping kick that struck Wukong's back. Seizing his arm, 17 executed a shoulder throw, sending him flying. Then opened his arms to target Wukong, bellowing, continuous energy blasts. Dozens of energy blasts erupted towards Wukong. Boom, boom, boom. All struck him with ferocity, generating a thick cloud of smoke that enveloped the sky, rendering it a dismal gray, as if the heavens themselves were shrouded in mist. Hovering in midair, 17 fixed his gaze ahead, attuned to Wukong's energy signature. Suddenly, a formidable aura surged towards him. Wukong burst forth from the smoke, launching a solid punch aimed directly at 17. Anticipating this move, 17 was well prepared, fully aware of Wukong's indomitable vitality, akin to an unyielding cockroach. Thus, he never entertained the notion that his barrage of energy blasts would vanquish Wukong. Bang! The two fists collided, both spinning through the air before regaining their footing. Wukong's attire lay tattered, with wisps of smoke still rising from the charred fabric. Evidently, the previous onslaught had inflicted considerable damage upon his garments. Yet, he appeared unscathed. In astonishment, Wukong exclaimed, "Wow, 17, you have grown remarkably strong. I thought you couldn't move while absorbing energy." With an air of nonchalance, 17 replied, "I forgot to mention. My master Lin Fan taught me a technique called the 8 directions energy absorption." A tone of pride resonated in his voice. He felt a deep sense of pride for Lin Fan. Sun Wukong scratched his head, bewildered, and inquired, "Energy absorption from all directions? What is that?" Energy absorption from all directions is an energy shield that allows one to absorb while simultaneously moving. It is an upgraded version of the energy shield. Explained number 17. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong expressed his admiration, saying, "Wow, that's incredible. Master Lin Fan must possess a plethora of techniques." Number 17 smiled knowingly, choosing not to elaborate further, yet internally, he concurred with Sun Wukong's assessment. Master Lin Fan was not only adept in numerous techniques but also seemed to possess an abundance of treasures. The regenerative mechanical cells he provided for himself were a prime example of such a treasure. "Come on, number 17, let us fight with all our might," exclaimed Sun Wukong excitedly. With that proclamation, a resounding laughter erupted from him. Sun Wukong's aura surged once more, generating a tempestuous force that eclipsed his previous state, propelling him into the full power of Super Saiyan 3. Number 17's lips curled into a charming smile, his handsome visage adorned with a glimmer of intrigue. "At last, you are willing to unleash your full potential. Perhaps it's time to unveil the ultimate spirit bomb as well." Sun Wukong chuckled. "I shall not resort to the ultimate spirit bomb unless absolutely necessary." He wished to gauge number 17's true strength before deciding whether to employ the ultimate spirit bomb. For now, utilizing the ultimate spirit bomb could yield a 30-fold effect, which, when combined with the full power of Super Saiyan 3, gave him the confidence to defeat, even eliminate, number 17. Hence, he would not deploy the ultimate spirit bomb lightly, and even if he did, he would refrain from amplifying it to 30 times, fearing he might not be able to control it. Number 17, observing Sun Wukong's demeanor, recognized that he was underestimating him. However, he felt no anger, understanding the strength his opponent possessed. Moreover, he was not one to allow others to dictate his emotions, save for his family. The two assumed their combat stances. In an instant, they vanished from their initial positions, reappearing at the apex of the sky. Bang! Bang! Their fists clashed relentlessly, the fierce impact of their energies causing the very fabric of the universe to tremble, conjuring violent winds that swept across the land as the skies grew increasingly dim. The ground fissured continuously. In mere moments, the entire expanse had transformed into a scene reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. Yet neither combatant ceased their onslaught. As they entered, Master Lin Fan had informed them that they could wreak havoc at will. No matter the extent of their destruction, everything would revert to its original state after 1 hour. They need not fear that their overwhelming power would obliterate the hyperbolic time chamber. Such an outcome was impossible. Outside the hyperbolic time chamber, a notification chimed. Ding! Disciple Sun Wukong's base battle power increased by 2 billion. Master receives a double enhancement, for billion. Current host battle power, 24 billion. Ding! Disciple number 17's base battle power increased by 3 billion. Master receives a double enhancement, 6 billion. Current host combat power, 30 billion. Upon hearing the voice resonating within his consciousness, Lin Fan felt a surge of sweetness in his heart. After all his diligent efforts in teaching, he finally reaped some rewards. Were others to discover Lin Fan's sentiments, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "Is this truly what you call hard work? You've only instructed a disciple for a few hours." Indeed, Lin Fan's approach to mentorship was far from arduous. On the contrary, it was quite leisurely, as he intended to teach his disciples only once or twice before placing them in the super mental time chamber. Were he required to instruct them daily, he would certainly be reluctant. His hesitation did not stem from a fear of disciples outpacing him in skill, but rather from a desire to avoid unnecessary fatigue. Were it not for the need to accept apprentices, he would have preferred to simply recline in tranquility. Chapter 29. The ultimate 20-fold King Kai fist within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. At the outset, Son Goku, in his fully powered Super Saiyan 3 form, was evenly matched with Android 17. However, as time progressed, 17's combat prowess gradually eclipsed Goku's, overwhelming him with relentless force. As an artificial being, 17 possessed infinite energy, enabling him to perpetually unleash energy blasts. In contrast, Goku's energy was finite. Furthermore, he was unable to utilize energy blasts since 17 could absorb them. Even the Kamehameha wave had previously been absorbed by 17, leading to a dire predicament. 17 primarily relied on energy blasts while evading Goku's attacks, occasionally engaging in close combat without prolonged entanglements. This strategy left Goku feeling fatigued, as though he possessed strength yet was rendered incapable of utilizing it, perpetually being toyed with. With a rapid succession of energy blasts descending upon him, Goku crossed his arms, bracing against the barrage that exploded upon his hands. A sense of frustration overwhelmed him. He thought to himself, 17 is exceedingly crafty. With infinite energy at his disposal, his continuous assaults will inevitably wear me down. Only by surpassing his speed can I effectively engage him in close combat. Thus, I must resort to the ultimate King-Kai fist. With this realization, Goku hesitated no more. Clenching his fists, he bellowed, "Aha! Ultimate King-Kai fist." In an instant, a radiant crimson aura enveloped Goku, each wave of energy emanating a chilling brilliance, poised for confrontation. Tenfold. Almost immediately, his energy surged, escalating to 10 times the power of his Super Saiyan 3 form. 17, standing before him, felt a wave of urgency wash over him. He could not help but murmur to himself, the ultimate King-Kai fist is indeed formidable. Goku has claimed he can unleash a 30-fold version. If 10-fold yields such potency, then 30-fold would surely. 17 comprehended the gravity of the situation. Should Goku truly unleash the 30-fold King-Kai fist, he would stand no chance. Yet at 10-fold, he felt confident of victory. Clenching his fists, he similarly roared, "Ha! Aya!" Once again, 17's energy surged, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities. Meanwhile, Goku had stabilized. Exuding dual auras, the red energy of the King-Kai fist enveloping the golden aura of Super Saiyan 3, creating a striking spectacle. Observing 17's rapidly escalating power, Goku felt a flicker of surprise, but predominantly, excitement coursed through him. 17, you have indeed concealed your strength. Moments later, 17's combat power matched Goku's current level, and the two vanished once more into the air, their fists colliding with explosive force. Subsequently, the energy erupted throughout the hyperbolic time chamber, an overwhelming pressure emanating from their confrontation, triggering volcanic eruptions and surging tsunamis in response to their immense energy. In a fleeting moment, the entire world was engulfed in a fiery crimson hue, flames erupting everywhere. Even in the presence of seawater, everything appeared red. As volcanoes and oceanic realms converged into a true sea of fire, a harbinger of the apocalypse. The two combatants struck their fists against one another with tremendous force. Android 17 grasped Sun Wukong's fist, and they engaged in a fierce struggle of strength. With the 10-fold Kaioken, you cannot defeat me, so enhance your power, Sun Wukong declared. Bang! Both warriors unleashed their legs simultaneously, propelling Sun Wukong several meters into the air. With exhilaration etched across his face, Sun Wukong exclaimed, "I am becoming increasingly thrilled. Ever since I vanquished Majin Buu, I have not experienced such an intense battle." Although he had sparred with Tien Shinhan a few days prior, it paled in comparison to the current intensity of this conflict. It was utterly unsatisfying. For a martial arts enthusiast, a lack of a thrilling fight is a most profound torment. Ultimate Kaioken, 20-fold. Sun Wukong amplified his ultimate Kaioken to 20 times. Unlike the ordinary Kaioken, which would inflict sharp pain when heightened to such levels, he felt no discomfort. While there was still some depletion of energy, it was not nearly as severe as the ordinary Kaioken. The crimson aura surrounding him intensified. Sun Wukong clenched his fist confidently, proclaiming, "Android 17. This is the ultimate Kaioken at 20-fold. I am about to unleash my attack." Whoosh. In an instant, his figure vanished. At that moment, Android 17 sensed impending danger, as Sun Wukong's form appeared blurred before him, indicating that his speed had surpassed his own significantly. Quickly distancing himself, he aimed both hands forward and shouted, "Continuous energy blasts." Dozens of energy blasts surged forth. The continuous energy blasts now represented the pinnacle of Android 17's power, far exceeding their initial potency. If a majority struck Sun Wukong, they would inflict considerable damage. While these blasts might not force Sun Wukong to retreat, they would undeniably diminish his speed. Once that happened, Android 17 could unleash even more formidable attacks, for without knowledge of his opponent's position, landing a strike would prove nearly impossible. Boom, boom, boom. All the energy blasts detonated in midair. Yet, Android 17 felt an ominous premonition creeping in. Whoosh. Suddenly, he sensed a soft breeze brushing past his ear, and it dawned upon him that Sun Wukong was already at his side. Just as he prepared to react, bang! Sun Wukong appeared behind him, delivering a powerful punch. Fortunately, Android 17 was protected by his energy absorption shield, which, while primarily designed to absorb energy blasts, also provided commendable defensive capabilities. Thus, Sun Wukong's blow, while impactful, was not devastating for Android 17. Upon realizing the situation, number 17 aimed a kick at Sun Wukong, intending to create some distance between them. However, Sun Wukong had already anticipated his intentions, swiftly sidestepping to evade the attack. Bang! Another punch collided with number 17's energy absorption shield. Number 17 comprehended that Sun Wukong was leveraging his speed advantage to strike first. Continuing in this manner, he knew he would stand no chance against Sun Wukong. With these thoughts racing through his mind, number 17 clenched his fists tightly, the veins in his arms bulging, and lifted his head towards the sky. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a barrage of infinite energy blasts. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from within number 17, dispersing into countless fragments. These energies coalesced around his body, forming a multitude of energy blasts that surged forth in a sweeping assault across the surroundings. Chapter 30. Lin Fan thought Sun Wukong had never anticipated that number 17 possessed such a remarkable technique. As he observed the relentless barrage of energy blasts, akin to a gentle drizzle, he found himself evading them with increasing difficulty. Ultimately, he resorted to shielding himself with his arm. At that very moment, number 17 seized the opportunity presented by Sun Wukong's defense, launching himself towards him with the force of a mountain crashing into the sea. Bang! A powerful punch was thrown. However, instead of striking Sun Wukong's chest, it was thwarted by a swift block from him. To his surprise, Sun Wukong revealed a knowing smile. In an instant, a realization dawned on him. Could it be that Sun Wukong was deliberately waiting for him? His speculation proved accurate. Sun Wukong had indeed orchestrated the encounter. Aware of the challenge in approaching number 17, who wielded infinite energy, Sun Wukong sought to lure him in. The strategy, as it turned out, was exceedingly effective. As number 17 attempted to retract his hand, Sun Wukong swiftly grasped it, pulling him closer. Bang! Simultaneously, his other fist descended towards number 17's chest. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, dozens of punches rained down, the energy absorption barrier crackling with sound as it erupted. At that moment, Sun Wukong raised his fist high. Channeling every ounce of his strength, he unleashed a cataclysmic punch upon number 17's energy absorption barrier. Crack! The barrier shattered instantly, and Sun Wukong's fist connected with number 17's chest. In that fleeting moment, Sun Wukong released number 17's hand and placed both hands on his hips. Kamehameha wave. A surge of unparalleled energy coalesced into the Kamehameha wave, hurtling towards number 17 with terrifying ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. The overwhelming force struck number 17, generating plumes of smoke as his body plummeted rapidly. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. It seemed he had miscalculated the force. He quickly soared upwards, catching number 17 to prevent him from plummeting into the volcano. He returned to his normal state and hastily apologized to the disheveled number 17. Number 17, I'm so sorry. I didn't manage to control my strength just now. So, number 17 managed a strained smile. It's all right. Yet internally, he recognized the considerable gap between himself and Sun Wukong. Initially, he believed his only shortcoming was being outmatched by 30 times the power of the ultimate King's fist. Now, even with a mere 20 times amplification, he found himself unable to withstand it, realizing he must train with utmost intensity. However, after this battle, he had undoubtedly experienced a significant boost in his combat prowess. Sun Wukong, gazing at number 17, whose face was bloodied and whose chest bore a grievous wound, inquired once more, "Are you truly all right?" Number 17 felt an urge to chastise Sun Wukong for his obliviousness. Given his current state, how could he possibly be unscathed? Surely, he was not fine. However, can one truly claim to have matters to attend to? Clearly, one cannot, for where would one's pride reside? No matter. At that moment, Sun Wukong distinctly observed that the wound on Android 17's chest was healing at an astonishing rate. Shocked, he exclaimed, 17. How is it that your wound heals on its own?" Android 17 merely smiled, aware that this was the remarkable ability of his regenerative mechanical cells. Yet he refrained from disclosing this to Sun Wukong, for it was his trump card. Revealing one's secret could lead to perilous consequences. Seeing 17 simply smile without offering a response only intensified Sun Wukong's curiosity. Just as he prepared to inquire further, he felt a sudden lightness in his body. His mental energy seemed to be waning, and he quickly realized that he must have exhausted it completely. 17, my mental energy has been depleted. I must take my leave for now. We shall resume our contest upon my return. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong vanished, as though he had never been present. In the wake of his abrupt disappearance, Android 17 found himself plunging downward, landing precariously near a volcano, his thigh submerged in the fiery abyss. The flames relentlessly began to sear his leg. Unable to restrain himself, he cursed, "Sun Wukong, not only are you a monkey, but you truly are a dog." Meanwhile, the ground of the hyperbolic time chamber was rapidly restoring itself, precisely 1 hour since its last reset. Outside the chamber, Lin Fan's consciousness was suddenly alerted. Ding! Disciple Sun Wukong's base combat power has increased by 3 billion. Master receives a double enhancement, 6 billion. Current host base combat power, 36 billion. Ding! Disciple 17's base combat power has risen by 3 billion. Master receives a double enhancement, 6 billion. Current host base combat power, 42 billion. Lin Fan felt a surge of elation upon hearing the system's notification, akin to a roaring fire, warm and invigorating. Splendid. An increase of 12 billion. It has not disappointed me. Indeed, combat proves far more effective than monotonous training. With more disciples, perhaps I should arrange contests among them. That way, I could observe the matches and witness my own power ascend dramatically. He pondered, tapping his slender fingers thoughtfully. What a delightful notion. Yet, a compelling reason must be established. Otherwise, they shall not strive earnestly, for not everyone possesses the relentless spirit of Wukong. I could host a Lin Clan disciples competition, offering enticing rewards to surely motivate them to compete fiercely. Indeed, this plan is truly brilliant. Just as Lin Fan reveled in his thoughts, a resonant voice reached his ears, one he recognized instantly as Sun Wukong's. He opened his eyes and smiled. "You're back." Sun Wukong nodded enthusiastically, clenching his fists. Brimming with joy, "Master Lin Fan, I feel as though I have made significant progress." "You've improved considerably? Then that means I have doubled my gains." However, Lin Fan kept his thoughts to himself and instead encouraged, "Keep striving. You have only just begun." Sun Wukong remained grounded, fully aware that his journey was still long and that his goal was to catch up to his master, Lin Fan. Contemplating this, he promptly declared, "Master Lin Fan, please teach me the way to become a god. I wish to battle with you soon." Lin Fan, feeling no fear towards Sun Wukong, had nothing to conceal. "Very well. Rest well tonight, and come to me tomorrow. I will teach you how to control your breath." Initially, he contemplated revealing to Sun Wukong that by concentrating the righteous hearts of 6 virtuous scions onto a single individual, one could attain the status of Super Scion God. However, after a moment's reflection, he decided against it, for at that moment, Sun Gohan's wife had not yet conceived, and even if she were pregnant, no fetus had formed. Without the inclusion of his granddaughter, Xiaofang, Sun Wukong could not possibly become a Super Scion God. Control my breath? Sun Wukong pondered, somewhat perplexed. Isn't breath control a fundamental aspect of training? Why must it be taught? Chapter 31. Desiring to accept Bardos as a disciple, Lin Fan provided a brief explanation. This control over one's breath is not merely a simple endeavor. It represents the initial step into the realm of divinity. "That is wonderful, master. Quickly return and change into a new outfit," Lin Fan remarked, observing Sun Wukong's tattered garments. By the way, master." Sun Wukong suddenly recalled something important. "What is it?" Lin Fan inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Could it be that Sun Wukong had further inquiries? "What is the nature of number 17's physique? I witnessed his wounds heal spontaneously." This question had lingered in Sun Wukong's mind, as he distinctly remembered that during their climactic battle, number 17 did not possess such abilities. Had he developed them over the years? Or perhaps they were imparted by Master Lin Fan. Sun Wukong had come to trust Lin Fan's prowess immensely, believing he had mastered an array of techniques. Lin Fan, observing the confusion etched on Sun Wukong's face, contemplated for a moment. His curiosity suggested he had already inquired about this matter with number 17, who had refrained from disclosing the truth, not out of disbelief in Sun Wukong, but rather to keep the regenerative mechanical cells as a hidden advantage. Revealing this information would essentially expose number 17's secret. Although number 17 would not hold it against him, it was still ill-advised. "This is something you should ask number 17 yourself," Lin Fan advised. Sun Wukong, however, misinterpreted this, scratching the back of his head in confusion. "Oh, so Master Lin Fan doesn't he know either?" Lin Fan simply smiled and said, "Now, hurry back and change your clothes." "Yes," Sun Wukong responded enthusiastically, aligning his index and middle fingers, and with a thought, he vanished in an instant. Lin Fan observed the disappearing figure of Sun Wukong and mused. This instantaneous movement is remarkable. It is truly an essential skill for home and travel. I wonder when the system will bestow such a reward upon me. Yawning, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Time to return and rest, he declared, rising to head back to the temple. Suddenly, the sound of his mobile phone echoed, startling Lin Fan. This phone, a gift from Bulma, had a number known only to her. Even he was unaware of his own number at present. Could it be Gak calling? With that thought in mind, he answered the phone. Hello? Mr. Lin Fan. It's me, Bulma, came a bright voice from the other end. Upon recognizing her voice, Lin Fan asked, perplexed, Bulma, why are you calling so late? Is there something amiss? Mr. Lin Fan, I am hosting a birthday party in a month and would like to invite you to attend. Very well, I shall come. Lin Fan responded without a moment's hesitation, feeling a twinge of disappointment, having expected it might be Gak. Bulma, surprised by Lin Fan's prompt acceptance, had anticipated needing to persuade him further. Indeed, Mr. Lin Fan, Jack just called. He mentioned that he will arrive on Earth tomorrow at noon. Please come to my house then. Lin Fan, feeling a tinge of disappointment, was instantly uplifted upon hearing this. Excellent. After a brief exchange, they ended the call. Holding his phone in hand, he joyfully exclaimed, I never expected Jack would truly come. This meant he would finally possess the cosmic map, allowing him to connect with Broly. The thought of soon taking Broly as his disciple filled him with uncontainable excitement. Just moments ago, Bulma mentioned that her birthday party is in a month? Lin Fan suddenly realized. This means that in just a month, Beerus and Whis would descend upon Earth. He vividly recalled that it was during Bulma's birthday celebration that Beerus and Whis unexpectedly arrived, first encountering Son Goku, and then making their way to Bulma's luxurious cruise, where they met Vegeta. The sight of Beerus nearly petrified Vegeta, as Beerus was the shadow of his childhood. He had witnessed, firsthand, his father, King Vegeta, being utterly subdued beneath Beerus's foot, a moment of profound humiliation. The more he pondered, the more he felt the urgency of time. No, he must hasten the process of taking on disciples. With that thought, he flew back to the temple, lay on his bed, and leisurely played with his phone for a while before dozing off. While the urgency to take on disciples was pressing, rest was also necessary. After all, he was just a lazy fish, and the only path for a time traveler like him was to embrace idleness. The next day, upon awakening, he heard the system's notification. Beep. Disciple number 17 has enhanced their foundational combat power to 2.5 billion, granting the master a double increase to 5 billion. The host's current combat power stands at 47 billion. Lin Fan stretched his limbs lazily, feeling quite satisfied. What a pleasant surprise. Waking up to an increase of 5 billion in combat power. It seems that being a sloth suits me perfectly. My disciples, you must put in the effort. If you do not diligently train, how can your master surpass Beerus? Muttering to himself, he stepped out of his room, only to find Yulin approaching with a bright smile. Master, breakfast is ready. Oh, is it really so? Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised, as it was the first time among his disciples that someone had prepared breakfast for him and invited him to eat. Yulin cheerfully explained, it is only right for the disciple to show respect to the master. Indeed, this female disciple is commendable. It seems I should consider taking on more female disciples, even if their aptitude is slightly lesser. Not for any reason other than the prospect of enjoying breakfast and fresh milk in the future. Wait a moment, a female disciple? Isn't Angel Bados a woman? If I could take Angel Bados as a female disciple in the future, it would be quite the accomplishment. Not only is her talent exceptional, but her appearance is also exquisite. Moreover, she has an impressive background, the daughter of the Grand Priest. In this vast cosmos, such an identity could effortlessly command respect. Should I become her master, even with modest strength, I too could traverse the universe with authority. The thought is indeed quite enchanting, albeit tinged with a hint of daydreaming. The master and disciple arrived at the dining hall of the Taoist temple, where breakfast was already prepared, featuring bread and milk. Dumplings and Tianjin rice were also present. Upon seeing Lin Fan's arrival, the two immediately stood up, bowing respectfully and greeting Master. Well, sit down and eat, came the response. Yes, the three of them sat down with proper decorum. Just as they settled in, with a sudden whoosh, Sun Wukong appeared, immediately directing his gaze towards Lin Fan. Master Lin Fan, I have arrived. Upon witnessing the unexpected arrival of Sun Wukong, Yulin was utterly astonished and inquired with confusion. Could this be the spirit leaving the body? Chapter 32. Ambiguity. This is not the out-of-body experience characteristic of your Tianshi technique. It is instantaneous teleportation. Lin Fan offered an explanation. Moreover, the out-of-body experience does not occur in such a manner. It involves the spirit remaining in place, unlike Sun Wukong, who physically relocates to another location. This was the first time Yulin had encountered the concept of instantaneous teleportation. Merely hearing the term, she found it exceedingly practical. Turning to Lin Fan, she playfully inquired, "Master Lin Fan, might you teach me this art of instantaneous teleportation?" Tianjin Fan and the others were momentarily taken aback. Very few individuals possessed this skill. Among those they knew, only Sun Wukong had the ability. Could it be that Master Lin Fan had this talent as well? To be honest, if Lin Fan were to claim he could perform it, they would harbor no doubts whatsoever, especially Tianjin Fan, who had complete faith in Lin Fan's capabilities. After all, Lin Fan had successfully integrated the bloodline of the three-eyed celestial sovereign into his being. Thus, how could he not master the technique of instantaneous teleportation? Lin Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment. He currently lacked the ability to teleport. However, he held the conviction that the system would eventually reward him with this skill. Yulin, it is not simply a matter of wanting to learn. Not every skill is suitable for you, given your talents. You are primarily suited for studying Tianshi techniques and delving into the out-of-body experience. Instantaneous teleportation is not appropriate for you. Upon hearing these words, Yulin nodded in understanding. Humbly accepting, "Master, I comprehend." As Tianjin Fan and the others pondered Lin Fan's remarks, they wondered if their master truly possessed the ability to teleport. Sun Wukong, however, was preoccupied with his own thoughts. What he desired most was to learn the technique of controlling his breath from Lin Fan. "Master Lin Fan, please teach me the breath control technique at once." "Wukong, there is no need to rush. Let us have breakfast first." Lin Fan observed Sun Wukong's eagerness, thinking to himself, "Truly, he is a monkey, filled with impatience." Sun Wukong gazed at the bread and milk on the table, contemplating for a few moments before sitting down. Grabbing several pieces of bread and devouring them voraciously, washing them down with large gulps of milk, Lin Fan suddenly realized a pressing issue. Sun Wukong's appetite was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong had consumed 7 buns and 5 cups of milk, causing Yulin's expression to darken. If he continued at this pace, there would be nothing left for their master. She immediately scolded, "How can you eat so voraciously? Master has hardly eaten anything." Lin Fan did not have a large appetite himself, so he was unconcerned, saying, "It's fine. Let him eat." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Sun Wukong scratched his head and replied between bites, "It's just too delicious. I cannot restrain myself." The others, apart from Yulin, were left in amused disbelief. Tianjin Fan could not resist commenting, "Wukong, for you, anything edible is bound to be delectable." Sun Wukong offered an awkward smile. He truly was not picky about food, believing that as long as it was edible, it was the best. There was no such thing as good or bad tasting food. After finishing breakfast, Lin Fan led the group to the main hall of the Taoist temple. Sitting cross-legged in the main seat, below him were Tianjin Fan, Sun Wukong, Duyin, and Jiaozi. "Today, I shall teach you how to control your breath. My method of breath control differs from yours. It is known as the mastery of super breath. This is an extraordinarily subtle form of breath mastery. If you manage to grasp this technique, it will significantly enhance your strength. Now, I will elucidate that to control your breath effectively, you must master the 3 essential elements, regulating your breath, body, and mind. The fundamental requirement is to cultivate a heart free of desires, eliminate distractions, and achieve a state of tranquility, thereby merging breath with body and mind." An hour later, Lin Fan stood up and addressed his 4 disciples seated on the ground. "Go forth and practice individually, avoiding mutual interference." Yes, the 4 stood and then soared outside the Taoist temple, embarking on their respective training. Once they had departed, Lin Fan instantaneously appeared outside the temple and gazed upward. It is time to visit Bulma. Utilizing the technique of sky dance, he ascended and flew towards Bulma's residence. Before long, Lin Fan arrived above the Capsule Corporation. He swiftly descended. In the garden, 2 children were playing, one being Sun Goten and the other Trunks. Upon seeing Lin Fan's arrival, their demeanor was less than welcoming, especially Trunks, who had not forgotten how Lin Fan had effortlessly sent his father flying with a mere finger. Trunks inquired, "Hey, what brings you to my house?" Lin Fan offered no evasion. "Your mother summoned me." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Fan sensed the ambiguity and quickly amended, "I have a matter to discuss with your mother." Goodness, why does that sound ambiguous? Never mind, no need to clarify. The more I explain, the more convoluted it becomes. Trunks, could you please fetch your mother and inform her that Lin Fan has arrived? Given Trunks' unfavorable impression of Lin Fan, he naturally did not comply readily. "Humph, you injured my father yesterday. I certainly won't help you now." Lin Fan paid little heed to Trunks' words, understanding the child's instinct to protect his father. With a smile, he spoke warmly. "No need to fuss, just listen obediently. I was merely teaching your father a lesson. I did not harm him. Trunks paused, bewildered. Teaching my dad a lesson? Lin Fan, with a clever glint in his eye, continued to spin his tail. Indeed. I was imparting some life lessons to your father. I did not strike him. It was for his own good. Now your uncle Wukong is also my disciple. Thus, my instruction was intended to benefit him, with no harm meant. This explanation plunged Trunks into deep contemplation, as he had indeed heard the news that son Wukong was now Lin Fan's disciple. Yet, Trunks remained somewhat skeptical and pressed on. Is that true? Were you really teaching my dad a lesson? Observing Trunks with his innocent and unblemished expression, Lin Fan inexplicably felt a pang of guilt. How could he feel like the big bad wolf? No, this was a rightful lesson. He was indeed teaching Vegeta the importance of humility, to refrain from arrogance and pettiness. Hey, Lin Fan. At that moment, Bulma approached on her flying device. Mom, Trunks exclaimed. Bulma nodded gently. Lin Fan then inquired, Bulma, has Goku arrived yet? Not yet, but he should be here shortly. Please take a seat over there. Bulma gestured towards the chairs in the garden. Phew. A series of peculiar sounds echoed from above. Chapter 33. The mischievous Trunks. Lin Fan and Bulma, upon hearing the sound, lifted their heads to witness a UFO descending rapidly. In an instant, they understood. Gark had arrived. Lin Fan mused to himself that it was better to arrive fortuitously than to arrive early. The timing was perfect, sparing him a prolonged wait. At that moment, Trunks and Goten also noticed the spaceship's arrival and quickly gathered around in curiosity. Once the spacecraft settled, Lin Fan and Bulma approached it. As the cosmic vessel opened, an alien resembling Ultraman emerged. This extraterrestrial was none other than Gark, the galactic patrolman and champion of justice. Many of the adventurous comic book protagonists illustrated by Bulma's sister, Ties, were inspired by Gark, though regrettably, they had not garnered much popularity. Were it not for their family's wealth, they might have faced dire straits long ago. Bulma greeted Gark first, exclaiming, Hi Gark. It's been a while. Indeed, it had been quite some time since their last meeting. The exact duration eluded them, but it felt like ages. Gark returned the greeting. It has indeed been a long time, Bulma. Curiously, he inquired, I heard from Ties that you need a cosmic map? What would you require it for? Bulma did not hesitate to clarify. It's not for me. It's for Lin Fan. She gestured toward Lin Fan, who smiled slightly and said, Gark, noble hero, greetings. Gark's eyes sparkled with admiration, instantly elevating Lin Fan's standing in his eyes, for he relished being referred to as a hero of justice. Greetings, Lin Fan. What do you need a cosmic map for? Gark asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. While a cosmic map was not contraband, he felt it necessary to ascertain its intended use to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from harboring malicious thoughts about the universe. Lin Fan, having anticipated Gark's inquiry, explained, I have a disciple who has become lost in the cosmos, and I wish to find him. A disciple? Gark expressed skepticism. The youth appeared too young to have a disciple. At this point, Bulma interjected, Lin Fan is remarkably powerful. Even son Wukong is his disciple. Son Wukong? Gark murmured. Lin Fan reminded him. The one who defeated Frieza. Gark instinctively recoiled, taking several steps back, panic evident in his gaze as he regarded Lin Fan. While his recollection of son Wukong was somewhat hazy, his memory of Frieza was crystal clear. Frieza had once been the tyrant of the universe, known for his extreme cruelty. They had received orders to apprehend Frieza, yet had never succeeded, and many of their comrades had perished at his hands, often subjected to torment prior to their demise. The terror he instilled was unfathomable. For a time, merely mentioning Frieza would induce headaches among the galactic patrolmen, and they fervently wished for a hero to emerge and vanquish him. Fortunately, fate smiled upon them. It wasn't long before they discovered that Frieza had been vanquished. As for the identity of his vanquisher, they did not pursue the matter further. Why not investigate? Because no one was willing to involve themselves in this affair. Since the individual had already been eliminated, what was there to concern themselves with? It exuded a sense of resignation. Yet, Jack could never have anticipated that he would encounter the master of the one who had defeated Frieza on Earth. If the apprentice could vanquish Frieza, how formidable must the master be? Contemplating this, his perception of Lin Fan underwent an immediate transformation. He became considerably more respectful, shedding his earlier solemnity for a more amiable demeanor. Once he steadied his emotions, he chuckled. Ahem, your disciple, son Wukong, is quite impressive. Lin Fan understood Jack's disposition. His attitude towards the powerful starkly contrasted with that towards the weak. He was not one to bully the weak, but rather delighted in showcasing his prowess before them, seizing any opportunity to appear formidable. Though he occasionally exhibited a fear of death, he could act decisively in critical moments. To claim he was ineffectual would be an exaggeration. Yet to assert he was entirely effective would be equally so. Upon Lin Fan's reflections, Jack and Akalob's personalities bore an uncanny resemblance. Should these two ever meet, one could only wonder if they might share a kindred spirit. Wukong is indeed commendable. By the way, could you provide me with the cosmic map? Jack promptly caught on and without hesitation, retrieved the cosmic map, handing it to Lin Fan. Here, just promise me you won't engage in any mischief. Lin Fan assured him, rest assured, I am not that type of person. While he was not an unequivocal paragon of virtue, he was certainly not malevolent. The thought of committing wrongdoing was something his conscience would not allow. After receiving the map, he glanced over the densely packed coordinates and names, resolving to study it thoroughly upon his return. Thank you, Jack. Jack smiled. You're welcome. Bulma, do you have any further matters to attend to? If not, I shall take my leave. He cast a glance at his spaceship, noticing Trunks and Goten pressing buttons haphazardly. Hey, don't press those indiscriminately. Really, such mischievous children. Jack remarked, exasperated. Lin Fan interjected. These two children are the sons of Prince Vegeta and son Wukong. Ah. Jack's lips twitched, his heart quaking slightly. What backgrounds were these? The sons of Prince Vegeta and son Wukong? Either one was someone one could not offend. He quickly amended his tone. In that case, feel free to play, just refrain from pressing that purple button. However, his warning proved futile. Upon hearing it, the two mischievous youngsters began scanning for the elusive purple button. The purple button was located at the side of the spaceship seat. Trunks turned to Goten beside him. Wukong, what do you think this purple button does? I have no idea, Goten replied, oblivious. Shall we press it? Trunks' eyes twinkled with curiosity. Goten and Trunks share an inseparable bond, and naturally, he would not deny Trunks' request. With a smile illuminating his face, Trunks pressed the button. Suddenly, a series of urgent alarms blared, echoing through the air. Gak, upon hearing the alarms, froze momentarily. Panic etched across his features as he exclaimed, "This is bad." Bulma, filled with concern, swiftly inquired, "What is it?" Gak, visibly terrified and with a twisted expression, replied, "It has been released." "What has been released?" Bulma asked, bewildered. "A cosmic-level demon has escaped." Gak explained in a flurry of anxiety, as a cloud of white smoke began to emerge from a square green box. Goten, Trunks, quickly move aside. Chapter 34. The Enchantment of Kalda on Trunks. Goten, Trunks, quickly evade. Lin Fan urgently warned as he sensed the impending danger. However, Trunks was a moment too slow, becoming ensnared within a swirling mass of white smoke. "This is bad. Bulma, you must flee at once." Jack urged Bulma to escape upon witnessing the dire situation. Would Bulma abandon her son, enveloped by an unknown mist? Clearly, that was not an option. Grabbing Jack, who was about to run away, she demanded, "Jack, what is this substance?" Jack, still intent on fleeing, was met with Bulma's fierce threat. "If you don't explain this clearly, I'll inform Vegeta that you deliberately harmed Trunks." At her words, Jack faltered, retreating in fear and hastily elucidating. "This cloud of smoke is the essence of Kalda, a cosmic-level demon. He can possess individuals, exerting control over them, and not only that, he can significantly enhance their combat abilities by as much as tenfold. It is a terrifying power." In an instant, Bulma comprehended the gravity of the situation, glancing at Trunks, who was shrouded in the mist. She struck Jack on the head, exclaiming, "So, you mean to say that Trunks has been possessed?" Trunks, his face contorted in agony, with cracked lips and flushed cheeks, gripped his hands tightly as the smoke enveloped him in swirling tendrils. "Ah, mother, I feel so unwell," he cried, his complexion reddening. The sensation was akin to salt being rubbed into an open wound, a searing discomfort. Witnessing her son's distress, Bulma's heart ached, and she was ready to rush to his aid, but Jack restrained her. "Bulma, you must not approach. If you do, you too will become possessed." Lin Fan paused briefly, directing his gaze at Jack and inquired, "What do you mean? Is it possible that Kalda can possess more than one person at a time?" Truth be told, he had never heard of this cosmic demon Kalda and had no prior knowledge of him. Nevertheless, he found it unsurprising. The universe is vast, teeming with all manner of demons. Additionally, it was reasonable that Jack, being a cosmic officer, frequently dealt with such criminals. According to the timeline of Dragon Ball Super, Jack had not arrived on Earth during this period, but rather from a later time. His swift arrival was primarily due to Lin Fan's proactive outreach. Had it not been for Lin Fan's initiative, Jack might have directly transported Kalda for imprisonment or trial. Jack nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he can possess multiple individuals, at most. He can inhabit 5 people simultaneously. It appeared that Kalda's peculiar abilities were indeed formidable. Lin Fan remarked calmly, "I will notify Vegeta to gain control of Trunks." Bulma said anxiously. Suddenly, she recalled that Vegeta was training in the gravity chamber and might not hear her call. Unable to suppress his complaints, he exclaimed, "Ah, Vegeta. Of all times to train." Gak glanced at Lin Fan and remarked, "Isn't he Sun Wukong's master? His presence should be beneficial, shouldn't it?" Bulma suddenly realized, indeed. "Lin Fan, you must save Trunks." Lin Fan nodded lightly. Even without Bulma's plea, he would intervene, not for any other reason, but because Trunks was still a child. And Lin Fan couldn't bear the thought of him perishing. Suddenly, Trunks shouted, and his clothes exploded off them, his aura surging dramatically, his battle power skyrocketing to 10 times its normal state. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Fan mused that Gak's words were indeed accurate. Once possessed, battle power would surge tenfold. Meanwhile, Bulma, witnessing Trunks in his current state, was filled with sorrow, her eyes reddened, face darkened, and contorted with anguish. "Gak, hurry. Think of a way to bring Trunks back to normal." Gak replied, "The only solution is to force Kaldo out, and then confine him back in the box." "Force? Are you suggesting we attack Trunks?" Bulma said, her heart aching. "Is there truly no other way?" Gak, feeling helpless, shrugged, "This is the only option we have." Trunks, now possessed, gazed at Lin Fan with blood-red eyes, as if he intended to devour him. This left Lin Fan perplexed. "Gak, does he seem to harbor animosity towards me? What could be the reason?" Gak quickly explained, "Before Trunks was possessed by Kalda, he already harbored a deep-seated dislike for you. Now, under Kalda's influence, he cannot restrain himself. And since Trunks hates you, Kalda will naturally share that sentiment." At that moment, the possessed Trunks clenched his fists, examining his hands with excitement, exclaiming, "This body, though merely a child, possesses such strength. I adore it, I adore it. It shall belong to me. Prepare to meet your end." Though Trunks was a child, he was a Super Saiyan, and such a constitution held immense potential. Lin Fan paid little heed to the words of the possessed Trunks, instead bemused that Trunks' dislike of him had seemingly influenced Kalda's feelings as well. "Die!" The possessed Trunks charged at Lin Fan with a powerful punch. Gak couldn't help but exclaim, "What a swift punch." Although he observed Trunks' speed, he realized he wouldn't be able to evade such an attack. He could see it, but his body wouldn't respond in time. Gak possessed exceptional eyesight, able to perceive many subtle details, almost to the point of having X-ray vision. However, Lin Fan was even faster. With a casual wave of his hand, he effortlessly blocked the punch from the possessed Trunks. In the eyes of the transformed Trunks, a glimmer of astonishment emerged. What was happening? His fist had been thwarted? Despite the remarkable speed of his strike, how could he still be met with such resistance? As he contemplated these thoughts and prepared to retract his hand, he suddenly realized that his fist was firmly grasped by Lin Fan, rendered futile in its struggle. It felt as if an unfathomable abyss was drawing him in with inexhaustible force. In that fleeting moment, a cunning spark flickered in the eyes of the transformed Trunks. As a smile curled at the corners of his mouth, Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that something was amiss. As anticipated, the situation was indeed dire. Chapter 35, So Obedient? As anticipated, the darkened Trunks was enveloped in a swirling mist that surged towards Lin Fan. Witnessing this, Jack hastily exclaimed, "Quick! Get out of the way." Lin Fan furrowed his brow. This Karda even sought to possess him. How bothersome. "Begone! Depart!" A commanding voice resonated, imbued with an overwhelming authority. The ascending mist recoiled rapidly, as if confronted by an unfathomable terror. Jack stumbled backward, his right leg raised and arms crossed, utterly astonished. What? A mere reprimand has forced Karda to retreat? How astonishing. Though Bulma was unaware of the full extent of Karda's power, Jack's reaction, coupled with Trunks being under Karda's control, led her to recognize Karda's formidable nature. Yet, this powerful entity was repelled by a single utterance from Lin Fan. The authoritative voice continued to reverberate. "Leave Trunks' body at once. Return to your box, or face obliteration." All present exchanged glances, their mouths twitching. Having already driven Karda back, would he willingly vacate Trunks' form? Surely not. Had he been inclined to comply, he would not have attacked Lin Fan in the first place. As they pondered this, Karda's mist withdrew from Trunks' body and obediently returned to Jack's box. In an instant, Jack and the others were left in a state of shock, their expressions blank, particularly Jack, who stood frozen, unsure of what to do next. Bulma, regaining her senses, noticed Jack's inaction and struck him with a sharp reprimand. "Stop dawdling. Quickly close the box." Jack snapped back to reality and hastily shut the box. Just as Bulma was about to speak, Trunks collapsed onto the ground. "Trunks!" Bulma called out with concern, rushing to cradle him in her arms. Lin Fan interjected, "It's nothing serious. He merely fainted from fatigue after Karda abruptly vacated his body." "Oh, I see." Bulma's anxiety dissipated instantaneously. Jack, holding the box containing Carta, turned to Lin Fan with a puzzled expression. How is he so compliant? He just returned to the box upon your command. Lin Fan chuckled softly. What is there to be obedient about? It is merely a testament to my overwhelming strength, capable of vanquishing Carta with a mere wave of my hand. In truth, while Jack and the others perceived Lin Fan's act as a simple shout, it was far from ordinary. It was infused with an aura of dread. That seemingly casual command to depart struck Carta with the force of a heart-wrenching realization. He was fundamentally outmatched by Lin Fan. Even with a body as promising as Trunks, he was no match for Lin Fan. Thus, he wisely withdrew from Trunks' form and returned to his own box, where he still held a chance of survival. If Lin Fan truly became enraged and took action, it would spell his doom. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to respond to Jack's inquiry. Have you ever contemplated a possibility? That I am simply too powerful, and he dares not defy me? Jack found this notion somewhat incredulous. After all, the adversary was a cosmic-level demon who had exerted considerable effort to capture him. How could it be so effortless in Lin Fan's words? There was an air of nonchalance about it. However, as the master of Sun Wukong, perhaps he truly was formidable enough to instill fear in Kaldar, though it seemed excessive. Jack gazed at Lin Fan with a mix of skepticism and belief, choosing not to inquire further. Taking the box, he boarded his spaceship and turned to Bulma, saying, Bulma, I shall return home first. He wished to avoid any unforeseen complications. Go ahead, do visit Earth often when you have the time. Bulma waved him off. Jack closed the door, activated the spaceship, and in an instant, soared into the cosmos. Lin Fan acquired the cosmic map, achieving his objectives, and bade farewell, Bulma. I shall also take my leave. Farewell, Mr. Lin Fan, she replied. Lin Fan employed the art of flight, ascending swiftly back to the Taoist temple. Upon arriving at the temple, he noticed Sun Wukong approaching with a perplexed expression. Master Lin Fan, where have you been? Lin Fan walked inside the temple and replied. Nothing much, just visited Bulma's house. Why? Aren't you training? Bulma's house? I was training, but Gohan just came looking for me, saying Chi-Chi needed to speak with me. I must return. Lin Fan nodded. Very well, you may go. You can practice controlling your energy, even at home. Suddenly, Lin Fan conceived an idea to motivate Sun Wukong in his training. How about this? You return to your practice. When you have mastered the energy control technique I taught you, come back to find me. Until you have perfected it, do not seek me out. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Why? Lin Fan wanted to convey that he recognized Wukong's passion for training, that he was a martial arts enthusiast, and that this deliberate challenge was intended to spur him to train harder. But could he express this? Clearly, he could not. For no particular reason. If you cannot even overcome such a minor test, then you are unworthy of being my disciple. Sun Wukong instantly understood. It was a test of his resolve, and he had mistakenly thought he had erred in some way. He had undergone numerous trials before, particularly during his training with Master Roshi, alongside Krillin. Recalling those trials brought a wave of nostalgia as he remembered his childhood with Krillin. Yet, he quickly reined in his thoughts. With unwavering confidence, he declared, All right, Master Lin Fan, I shall diligently cultivate. It won't be long before I come to seek you out. Lin Fan nodded gently in acknowledgement. Go ahead. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong vanished using instant transmission. After his departure, Lin Fan intended to retreat to his chamber. However, upon reflection, he realized that although Sun Wukong's presence was no longer a distraction, he still had to contend with Tianjin Fan, Yulin, and Jiaozi. While it was unlikely that Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi would interrupt him, the same could not be said for Yulin. Pondering this, he decided it would be best to find a tranquil location. With that thought in mind, he soared out of the temple and employed the art of air dancing to locate a more serene spot. Before long, he discovered a relatively quiet area. Ding. Disciple No. 17 had enhanced his foundational combat power by 3 billion, resulting in the master receiving a doubled increase of 6 billion. The current combat power of the host stands at 53 billion. Chapter 36, Planet Vampa. Lin Fan, upon hearing the system's notification, could not help but exclaim, At last. I have surpassed the remarkable battle power threshold of 50 billion. Now transformed into a Super Saiyan God, his combat prowess had undoubtedly soared. He had drawn a step closer to Beerus. It was imperative to secure Broly. This individual represented an extraordinary surge in battle power. Calling him a bug would not be an exaggeration. Seated cross-legged upon the ground, Lin Fan unfurled the cosmic map, embarking on a quest to locate the exiled Broly and his father on planet Vampa. The cosmic map was vast, its annotations minuscule, making it all too easy to overlook details without meticulous scrutiny. Were it not for Lin Fan's keen eyesight and unwavering endurance, The dense text would have rendered his eyes dry within mere minutes. He strained to keep his eyes wide open, determined not to miss a single word. An hour passed, yet Lin Fan had still not pinpointed the location of planet Vampa, leaving him quite vexed, though his eyes remained resolutely alert, unwilling to neglect any potential detail. Suddenly, he spotted the three characters representing planet Vampa, and a flicker of joy ignited within him. After an arduous hour of searching, he had finally succeeded. Indeed, the heavens do not forsake those who toil. Having identified the location of Earth, he also discerned the position of planet Vampa. Committing the celestial coordinates of the two planets to memory, he began to unleash the effects of his vast heart. Fixing his gaze upon the cosmic map, he initiated the search, directing his focus from Earth toward planet Vampa. As this was his first attempt, Lin Fan exercised caution, fearful of failure that could nullify his previous efforts. Approximately 20 minutes later, the search had reached planet Vampa. Here, Lin Fan sensed a multitude of life forces. However, among them, he detected only two scion auras, one feeble, with a battle power of around 4,000, and the other indiscernible, exuding an aura that suggested an imminent explosive potential. Lin Fan recognized this formidable presence as Broly's, while the weaker one undoubtedly belonged to Broly's father, Paragus. At this very moment, on planet Vampa, Broly ambled alone, engulfed in a cloud of melancholy, his gaze vacant, clearly burdened by heavy thoughts. The reason for his despondency was that his friends had begun to shun him, refusing to engage in play. His companions were not human, they were animals. On this desolate planet Vampa, only two beings existed, his father, Paragus, and himself. Thus, aside from forming friendships with animals, he had no other social outlet. However, recently, his animal friends had ceased to interact with him, avoiding him as if he were a source of terror, leaving him perplexed and dejected. Broly. At that moment, a voice imbued with magnetic resonance echoed within Broly's consciousness. The sound struck his ears like a summons, compelling him to respond. A sudden sound startled him momentarily, but in an instant, he steadied his mind. He glanced around and shouted, Who is speaking? The voice he heard was indeed that of Lin Fan. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lin Fan, and I can be considered a deity. I am here to assist you. Lin Fan revealed his name to Broly, for he intended to take Broly as his disciple, necessitating that the latter knows his name to foster genuine intent in seeking mentorship. Broly muttered to himself, Lin Fan? A deity? Hearing Broly's murmurs, Lin Fan felt a peculiar sensation, reminiscent of a narrative from a previous life where a protagonist was communicated with by a grand, powerful figure who would then guide him towards greatness. In this scenario, Broly was akin to that protagonist, while Lin Fan embodied the role of the grand mentor. The more he contemplated, the more it seemed to ring true. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it for too long. After all, the primary focus was to take Broly as his disciple. Broly continued to inquire, If you are indeed a deity, then please tell me why my friends have turned their backs on me. They seem to fear me upon seeing me. What is the reason? Have I offended them? Lin Fan pondered silently. His friends? What friends does he have? Is it not just him and his father on planet Vegeta? He must be referring to those creatures. After careful consideration, recalling the events of Dragon Ball Super, it was evident that it was not Broly who had offended those animals, but rather his father. You have not offended them. It is your father, Paragus. Broly was momentarily taken aback, incredulously responding, Impossible. It cannot be my father. He does not even know them. How could he have offended them? Is it because I lost control in my rage? Lin Fan clarified, No, you possess a special control device crafted by your father. The moment you lose control, he is immediately alerted. Moreover, you have always gotten along splendidly with those creatures. They have not wronged you. So how could you possibly lose control? Reflecting on this, Broly realized the truth. He only lost control when he was angry, and he had always interacted well with those animals, never harboring any anger. Could it truly be his father? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he pressed on. Lin Fan, no. Deity, how could my father offend my friends? Lin Fan did not conceal the truth. Your father does not wish for you to play with those animals. Thus, he disguised himself as you and attacked them upon sight, which is why they fear you. Broly shook his head vigorously. Impossible. My father would never harm my friends. Broly, if you doubt me, you may go to the lake where you often play. You will find several animal corpses lying there. Lin Fan's words instantaneously struck Broly's mind, causing his pupils to dilate as his head shook violently. Yet, he did not succumb to rage. He swiftly flew to the lakeside where he often played, but found nothing amiss. With a splash, he plunged into the depths of the lake. Soon, at the lake's bottom, he encountered 3 lifeless bodies, and with a single glance, he recognized them as the corpses of his 3 dear friends. No wonder he had not seen them for so long. They had perished, their lives extinguished at the lake's depths. The perpetrator behind this heinous act was none other than his own father, Paragus. Though disbelief gnawed at him, the stark reality of the bodies before him forced acceptance. Clenching his fists in a surge of fury, he reflected on the grim situation. Suddenly, his heartbeat quickened, pounding against his chest as he raised his gaze, gritting his teeth. His expression contorted in anguish as the muscles in his face began to swell, creating a visage of sheer terror. Chapter 37. The psychological theory of Broly's father. With a furious roar, Broly instantly entered a state of uncontrollable rage. As he erupted from the lake, the sheer force of his terrifying aura sent waves soaring skyward, draining the lake to reveal its bed beneath. This spectacle instilled profound fear in the small creatures that dwelled in the depths, leaving them terrified of Broly. From this moment onward, forming friendships with these small animals on the planet Wampa would prove exceedingly difficult for him. Lin Fan, sensing Broly's explosive power, couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, he is the legendary Super Saiyan. His power is indeed formidable." At this moment, he has not even transformed into a Super Saiyan. Should he do so, his combat prowess would undoubtedly soar. In a nearby cave, Paragus was diligently working on a spacecraft when suddenly, the alarm blared ominously. What was happening? Why had Broly suddenly gone berserk? The alarm sound signified that Broly had entered a rampaging state. Paragus immediately set aside his work and flew out of the cave. Upon exiting, he beheld the wrathful Broly wreaking havoc, relentlessly bombarding everything with energy blasts. "Broly!" Paragus shouted urgently upon seeing his son in such a frenzied state. Broly, hearing his father's voice, turned to look, his eyes bloodshot and seemingly fixed on Paragus, as if he were locking onto him as a target. This caused Paragus to momentarily freeze, an uncontrollable shiver coursing down his spine. What was happening? He had witnessed Broly's fury before, but never had he felt so directly threatened. As if Broly were poised to send him to the depths of despair. "Broly, stop this at once!" Paragus cried out again. Yet, how could Broly, in such a state of rage, heed his father's call? The very reason for Broly's current turmoil stemmed from the knowledge that his father Paragus had slain his dear friend, shattering their bond and driving him into uncontrollable fury. Hence, the root of all this chaos lay with Paragus. Was it reasonable to expect Broly to relent? Naturally not. Seeing that his calls fell on deaf ears, Paragus swiftly produced a remote control device, resolutely activating it. Instantly, the specialized control collar around Broly's neck erupted with electrical discharges, relentlessly shocking him as if he were a serpent caught by its vulnerable spot. After a few agonizing minutes of struggling in place, Broly collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Paragus ascended to gather Broly in his arms, soaring back toward the cave. Approximately 10 minutes later, Broly regained consciousness and opened his eyes to find his father, Paragus, steadfastly clutching the remote control device. As soon as there was any movement from the other party, he would immediately press the remote control. Yet, deep down, he understood that Broly, in a state of calm, could not possibly harm him. In truth, if he genuinely cared for Broly, viewing him as a son and offering him paternal affection, then even without placing the special control device on Broly, he would not be harmed by him, even in a berserk state. Although Broly might rage uncontrollably, a flicker of reason still resided within him. If he held enough significance in Broly's heart, he could awaken him. However, Paragus's love for Broly was profoundly distorted, bordering on selfishness. His willingness to be exiled to planet Vampa alongside Broly stemmed primarily from his recognition of Broly's terrifying potential, which he sought to exploit in his quest to dominate the universe and become its emperor. It is no exaggeration to say that Broly was his sword, a sharp instrument meant for the unification of the cosmos. When a father contemplates the utilization of his son, paternal love becomes corrupted, purpose-driven, selfish, and grotesque. "Father, Broly, why have you suddenly gone berserk? What is happening?" Paragus inquired, his voice laden with confusion. Broly did not respond immediately but instead asked, "Father, was it you who killed my friends?" Paragus hesitated, unable to comprehend why Broly would pose such a question to him, and lied, "Your friends? I do not know them. Why would I kill them?" After living with his father for so many years, Broly could discern the deceit in his father's words. "Father, I saw their bodies in the lake. Why did you do this? Why did you kill them?" Faced with Broly's relentless questioning, Paragus felt a surge of anger. After all, he was the father, while Broly was merely the son. How dare he speak in such a tone? "Indeed, I killed those beasts. I did it all for you." Broly, bewildered, retorted, "For me? You killed my dear friends and claim it was for my sake. Now, no creature wishes to befriend me. Is this also for my benefit?" Paragus continued his rationale, Precisely. It is for you. Any great achiever has endured solitude. If you aspire to accomplish great things, you must withstand loneliness. I do not allow you to befriend them so that you may withstand this trial. Broly meekly replied, but I do not wish to achieve greatness. I simply want Paragus erupted. Broly, silence. You are the legendary Super Saiyan, possessing terrifying potential. Your destiny is to accomplish great feats, whether you desire it or not. Do you not recall how King Vegeta envied your talents and sought to kill you? For your sake, I, too, was exiled to this planet Vampa. Do you not remember how we have survived all these years? We must take revenge on King Vegeta, dominate planet Vegeta, and then we shall rename it Planet Paragus. Then we shall dominate the universe, becoming its sovereign rulers, and you shall be my foremost warrior. Broly, the cosmos belongs to us, father and son. Haha. Paragus grew increasingly exhilarated, as if he had already grasped the entirety of the universe in his hands. Lin Fan, upon hearing Paragus's words, could not help but lament the sorrow of having such a father. It was indeed a tragedy to be regarded merely as a tool for one's ambitions. Broly was about to speak, but Paragus immediately interrupted him. Enough, Broly, hold your tongue and reflect. I must repair the spaceship. Once it is fixed, we shall depart from this wretched place and ascend into the cosmos to forge our imperial destiny. Broly opened his mouth to speak. Father, just now. Chapter 38. The reward for taking on a disciple. Father, just now. Broly was about to reveal Lin Fan's situation but thought better of it. Paragus turned around, a look of confusion on his face. What is it? Broly shook his head and exited the cave. Once outside, Lin Fan's voice echoed once more. You were just about to tell your father Paragus about me, weren't you? Broly did not deny it. Yes. Why did you suddenly decide against it? Lin Fan inquired with curiosity. Broly's tone was tinged with sorrow as he replied, because I wish to befriend you. And I do not want my father to chase you away, or, worse, harm you. Lin Fan understood that Broly's heart was not malevolent. Rather, he was constrained by the presence of a villain like Paragus, which necessitated certain actions. However, if Lin Fan found himself in a predicament, he would ensure that Broly would not have to partake in it. Haha. Lin Fan chuckled at Broly's words, choosing not to elaborate further. In truth, how could Paragus ever drive Lin Fan away? How could he possibly kill him? For a warrior with a battle power of 4,000 to eliminate one with 53 billion was nothing short of absurd. Initially, Lin Fan considered stating that Paragus was unworthy, but decided against such remarks, recognizing it would be unreasonable to insult a parent. These matters were something Broly needed to comprehend on his own. Broly, do you wish to leave this planet? Do you desire to meet more humans and forge additional friendships? Lin Fan asked, feigning ignorance. Without hesitation, Broly replied, yes. His father Paragus longed to depart from planet Vampa. And how could Broly not share that desire? Yet, without a spaceship, he was utterly unable to leave, waiting instead for his father to repair it. Unbeknownst to him, even after Frisia's soldiers, Chi Lai and Lemo, arrived, Paragus had yet to fix the ship. Ultimately, the two would leave the planet alongside Chi Lai and her companions. And their first course of action would be to seek out Goku and Vegeta. At that time, Goku and Vegeta had already attained the form of Super Saiyan Blue. However, they were still bested and subdued. It was only when they fused into Vegeto and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue Vegeto that they managed to defeat Broly. This illustrates the immense potential that Broly possessed, a force truly remarkable, almost akin to a bug in the system. Throughout the years, Broly remained steadfast in his training. Even if he wished to escape it, his father Paragus would never permit such a notion. After all, Paragus aspired to unify the universe and become its emperor, with Broly as his sharpest blade. If he did not hone this weapon, who would vanquish his formidable foes? Very well, Broly. If you choose to take me as your master, when the time is right, I shall come for you. Moreover, should you choose to take me as your mentor, I shall impart to you numerous skills that would significantly enhance your combat prowess. However, Broly was indifferent to such abilities. His primary concern lay in departing from planet Wampa. Initially, he had the potential to befriend the creatures inhabiting this world, yet now, due to his father's machinations, he found himself estranged from them, making it exceedingly difficult to rekindle those friendships. This estrangement stemmed from a dual sense of guilt and the realization that these creatures might never forgive him. Even if they did, they may hesitate to befriend him again. Furthermore, as long as his father remained in existence, forging friendships with them would only place them in jeopardy. Consequently, for various reasons, he yearned to escape this place. I am willing to take you as my master. Master. Earth. Lin Fan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for accepting Broly as a disciple, bestowing upon him a combat power of 2 billion, purification technique, Super Saiyan 4, and Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Super Blue, along with 1 unit of divine energy. Currently, the host's base combat power stands at 55 billion. Oh, to have attained Super Saiyan 4 and Super Blue, along with an additional unit of divine energy, I now possess 2 sources of divine energy, enabling the creation of 2 disciples in the divine realm. Quite splendid indeed. It is somewhat regrettable, however, that I have not acquired instant transmission. Ever since witnessing Goku's instant transmission, Lin Fan has longed for such an ability. Yet, all hinges upon fortune. If the system does not grant it, he can only bide his time. Nonetheless, he is confident that it will come to him, as the rewards from this rather lackluster master system have consistently been commendable, often exceeding 3 or 4 items. Aside from tools, duplicates are a rarity. Thus, he believed the instant transmission would not take long to be awarded. Let us explore the function of this purification technique. Purification technique. It can be employed on entities that have lost their rationality and entered a state of rage, stabilizing their minds and restoring them to normalcy. Lin Fan's eyes gleamed with realization. This purification technique seemed tailor-made for Broly, given his propensity for uncontrollable outbursts. The acquisition of this technique alleviated his fears of Broly losing control. Learn the purification technique. Learn Super Saiyan 4. Learn Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Super Blue. The memories flooded into Lin Fan's mind. Master, are you still there? Broly's voice echoed in his consciousness. After addressing Lin Fan as master, he had not heard Lin Fan's response, leaving him perplexed. Once Lin Fan gathered his thoughts, he promptly clarified, I am here. I was just contemplating that since you have taken me as your mentor, I shall also bestow upon you some gifts. Broly did not inquire about the nature of these gifts. Instead, he expressed his gratitude first. Thank you. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, deliberating whether he should teach Broly the purification technique, but ultimately decided to hold off for now. He resolved to first instruct Broly in mastering the Super Aura. In his view, Broly possesses immense potential. However, his approach to training has always been disorganized and chaotic. One might say it is akin to aimless endeavors. On this planet, he has only his father, who, in matters of cultivation, is utterly inept. He is incapable of providing Broly with any sound guidance. Thus, it is imperative to establish a more solid foundation for Broly. If he can master the technique of controlling his own energy, his combat prowess will undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. Subsequently, regardless of the techniques or skills he wishes to learn, he will be able to acquire them with relative ease and will be better equipped to manage his energy during battles. Broly, the first gift I bestow upon you is a technique known as the mastery of energy control. Pay close attention. Chapter 39. The arrival of drowsiness and the pillow. An hour later, Lin Fan inquired within Broly's consciousness. Broly, have you memorized everything? Broly nodded affirmatively. Yes, master. Lin Fan felt a profound satisfaction. Teaching a perceptive disciple is indeed a delight, effortless and gratifying. Very well, commence your training. Once you have mastered the technique of breath control, I shall return to instruct you in further techniques. Eagerly, Broly asked, Master, when will you take me away? His utmost concern was departing from planet Vampa, and a significant reason for his apprenticeship with Lin Fan was the promise of escape from that desolate place. Rest assured, focus on mastering the breath control technique first. Afterward, I will teach you additional skills, and then we shall leave. Consider this period as a time of secluded cultivation. Broly ceased his inquiries, acknowledging Lin Fan's words. Yes, master. On Earth, Lin Fan withdrew his vast consciousness, rising from the ground and exhaling lightly. Truly remarkable. The efficacy of this vast consciousness is undeniably powerful. As he soared towards the temple, he murmured to himself, whom shall I take on as my next disciple? In the 7th universe, those with commendable potential and an affinity for combat are limited to Vegeta and Frieza. If Vegeta were to express a desire for mentorship, his pride would likely prevent him from doing so, possibly leading to a cold reception. It appears the next target shall be Frieza. However, that fiend is currently reveling in the fantasies of paradise, and since Lin Fan cannot enter paradise, the only recourse is to collect the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. He would need to seek Bulma once more. Wait, Bulma's birthday party is approaching, and she will be gathering the Dragon Balls as the grand prize for her celebration. Lin Fan suddenly realized that Bulma would be collecting the Dragon Balls to present as a major reward at her party. Subsequently, due to Beerus's arrival, the Dragon Balls were sought for the purpose of locating the Super Saiyan God. If Lin Fan intends to gather the Dragon Balls, he must act swiftly. However, this means he cannot approach Bulma, lest she discover his intent to seek the Dragon Balls. In no time, Lin Fan arrived at the temple's entrance, descending and stepping inside. His mind raced with thoughts of avoiding Bulma. He pondered who else might possess a Dragon Ball radar. Just then, a melodious female voice rang out from outside. King Pilaf. There is a temple here. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Fan paused, perplexed, and retorted, King Pilaf? Could it be that comedic trio? Turning to look, he indeed beheld Pilaf, Mai, and Shu. Ah, it is truly them. As drowsiness arrives, so does the pillow. Lin Fan knew that the three of them must possess a Dragon Ball radar, for they had been tirelessly searching for the Dragon Balls to fulfill their grand wishes. Pilaf and his companions also noticed Lin Fan. The moment Xiao Wu caught sight of Lin Fan, her eyes sparkled with admiration, and she couldn't help but exclaim, so handsome. His face was sculpted to perfection, with distinct features, fair skin, and an impeccable physique. Pilaf shot her a glance of disapproval, saying, Hey, don't be starstruck. Let's go inside and have a meal first. Asu immediately chimed in, Yes, let's eat. We haven't had anything for 3 days, following King Pilaf around. Starving 9 times a day, Pilaf, with his hands on his hips, retorted, Be quiet. I am merely training your willpower. Look at me. I don't feel hungry at all. However, shortly after he spoke, his stomach let out a loud growl. Xiao Wu and Asu exchanged glances, causing Pilaf to blush and hastily change the subject. Let's go into the temple and find something to eat. Upon arriving at the temple entrance, Lin Fan did not allow them to enter, for he understood Pilaf's nature. With this character, one must not show excessive kindness. A balance of benevolence and severity was necessary to obtain the Dragon Ball radar. Pilaf, noticing Lin Fan blocking their path, demanded, What are you doing? Lin Fan replied with a calm smile, Nothing much. I simply don't want you to go in. Ah, Asu immediately whined, wagging his tail. We haven't eaten for several days. Please let us in. Xiao Wu echoed him. Yes, we've gone days without food. Have mercy on us. Observing the plight of Xiao Wu and Asu, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel pity for them. Following such a hopeless king, living from hand to mouth. Yet their loyalty was commendable. Despite their circumstances, they had not betrayed Pilaf. Such fidelity was rare indeed. Pilaf, however, was not as accommodating as Xiao Wu and Asu. He glared at Lin Fan, adopting a fierce demeanor, and shouted, Hurry up and cook for me, or I will have you killed. Xiao Wu and Asu exchanged concerned glances. This didn't seem right. With a chuckle, Lin Fan found their antics amusing. They looked as if they could truly intimidate him. Pilaf, noticing Lin Fan's sudden laughter, became irate and questioned, What are you laughing at? Do you think I can't handle you? I am King Pilaf. He then turned to Asu and commanded, Release the dog. Asu immediately assumed a fierce stance, barking, Woof woof. King Pilaf is the greatest. Seeing Asu's unwavering loyalty, Lin Fan had no desire to crush his spirit. However, with someone like Pilaf, it was essential to assert dominance to ensure compliance. Wearing a smile, he waved his hand, and an overwhelming aura of dread erupted from him, sending Pilaf and his companions flying several meters before they crashed to the ground. Ah, that hurts. The trio fell to the ground, groaning as they rubbed their backs and thighs, overwhelmed by pain. Lin Fan calmly inquired, Pray tell, if I merely unleash a fraction of my aura and you cannot withstand it, how do you intend to contend with me? In that instant, Pilaf comprehended the gravity of the situation. The seemingly amiable and innocuous young man before him was far from ordinary. He was indeed a formidable character. Immediately, he yielded, feigning humility as he stammered, I was merely jesting. Lin Fan, however, had no time to squander on this trivial exchange with Pilaf. Pilaf, Xiao Wu Ashu, I can offer you 3 delectable treats. Upon hearing the promise of food, the trio erupted in delight, particularly Ashu and Xiao Wu, who exclaimed joyously, Hooray! Although Pilaf shared in their excitement, he cunningly pondered the matter further, grasping the arms of the two and whispering, Have you not sensed that something is amiss? Ashu and Xiao Wu, unfazed, retorted, What seems to be the problem? Chapter 40. So soon? What is amiss? Ashu and Xiao Wu gazed at the venerable King Pilaf before them with a sense of bewilderment. Pilaf pondered aloud, Have you not noticed that he knows our names? The trio contemplated this revelation, indeed perplexed. How does he know our names? Pilaf, reveling in his own cleverness, continued his detective-like analysis. In this desolate place, there exists a temple. I suspect he has orchestrated this scheme specifically to ensnare us, having thoroughly investigated our backgrounds. He is merely waiting for us to take the bait. Lin Fan, observing Pilaf's banter with the two, recognized that Pilaf was indulging in his own self-importance. I ask you, do you not wish to eat? Are you planning to starve? Upon hearing the mention of starvation, Xiao Wu immediately shook her head, exclaiming, I do not wish to starve. Ashu chimed in, I want food. Pilaf seized the opportunity once more. Have you both forgotten what I told you? He turned to Lin Fan and inquired, Hey, I have seen through your scheme. Do you have some nefarious plot awaiting us? Lin Fan rolled his eyes, exasperated. Pilaf, you possess neither wealth nor treasures. What nefarious deeds could I possibly have in store for you? However, there is indeed one matter in which I require your assistance. Instantly, Pilaf's spirits soared, and he proclaimed with pride, Huh? Xiaowu, Ashu, did you see that? My analysis was correct. He harbors a conspiracy. Ashu and Xiaowu looked at him with admiration. King Pilaf is truly remarkable. Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. Their unwavering loyalty struck him as somewhat foolish. Pilaf, I can provide you with food, but you must lend me the Dragon Ball radar for a while. Pilaf paused momentarily. The Dragon Ball radar? How do you know we possess it? Lin Fan smiled. There are many things I know. Consider this. Will you lend me the Dragon Ball radar for a time, or will you depart on an empty stomach? You have 1 minute to decide. Ashu and Xiaowu exchanged glances and in unison agreed. King Pilaf, let us lend him the Dragon Ball radar. After all, we cannot locate the Dragon Balls. Pilaf's lips quivered slightly. Can we not exhibit a bit of resolve? How could we possibly fail to find the Dragon Balls? Ashu, with a pitiful expression, asked, should we give him the Dragon Ball radar? Yes, of course. We shall give it to him. Pilaf asserted decisively, as if to imply that anyone who refused would face his wrath. Ashu's face lit up with joy. Wonderful. Finally, there will be food. Xiaowu also felt elated. They had been starving for days, and her strength was waning. Meanwhile, Pilaf turned slightly away, revealing a sinister smile, and remarked to Lin Fan, we can indeed provide you with the Dragon Ball radar, but you must guarantee that we shall be well fed. That poses no issue, Lin Fan replied. Lin Fan snapped his fingers, signaling a few individuals to follow him into the Taoist temple. Upon entering, he did not hastily request the Dragon Ball radar from Pilaf, for he understood that this individual would not so readily comply unless food was served. He called out to Yulin, who was engaged in her cultivation. Yulin, please prepare a substantial meal for these three. Yes, master. Yulin cast a puzzled glance at the trio, unfamiliar with their presence, and wondered why she was to prepare a meal for them. However, since it was her master's request, she opted not to question further and dutifully set about her task. Before long, Yulin returned with the meal. As Pilaf and his companions prepared to eat, Lin Fan halted them with an outstretched hand. The Dragon Ball radar. The radar was swiftly produced by Xiaowu from her pocket, even before Pilaf could voice a demand. Although Pilaf intended to impose certain conditions, Xiaowu, being quite straightforward, believed that since they had previously reached an agreement, it was only natural for them to fulfill their promise once Lin Fan had acted. In truth, among the trio, Pilaf was the most cunning, which was precisely why Xiaowu and Ashio remained steadfastly loyal to him. Upon receiving the Dragon Ball radar, Lin Fan activated it and instructed Yulin, make sure they clean up after their meal. I shall step out for a moment. Yes, master. Observing the display on the radar, he employed his flight technique and soared towards the direction indicated. Yulin settled onto the round cushion, closed her eyes, and began to cultivate her Taoist techniques. Half an hour later, Pilaf and his companions found themselves uncomfortably full, leaning back on their hands, utterly exhausted. I feel so stuffed. Ashio lamented, overindulgence leads to weakness, and abstaining does as well. Pilaf, can we not have normal meals in the future? That would be far better. Pilaf wished for nothing more than to dine normally. However, could he admit that his strength did not allow it? Such an admission would undermine his dignity as the great Pilaf. I am merely testing your willpower, he retorted. Xiaowu interjected. I do not wish to strengthen my will in this manner, Pilaf. Why don't we seek refuge in the Taoist temple? That way, we would have food daily. Ashio was the first to support this proposal. Pilaf, I agree with this suggestion. Before Pilaf could respond, a rush of air announced Lin Fan's return. He handed the Dragon Ball radar back to Pilaf. The Dragon Ball radar has been utilized. Here it is. Pilaf, look. Xiaowu pointed at the bag in Lin Fan's hand, a transparent plastic bag containing 7 Dragon Balls. The trio was instantly astounded, their eyes wide and mouths agape, nearly dropping their jaws in disbelief. Had these 7 Dragon Balls truly been collected just now? They toiled tirelessly for an extended period without managing to gather even a single Dragon Ball. Yet now, Lin Fan has astonishingly collected 7 within half an hour. A feat that defies belief. In truth, for individuals like Lin Fan, the act of collecting Dragon Balls is remarkably effortless. With the Dragon Ball radar in hand, it becomes a matter of mere moments. Had it not been Lin Fan's first time utilizing the radar, his speed in locating the Dragon Balls would have been even swifter. Furthermore, during his quest, he employed a healing spell to rescue a wyvern, which accounted for the half-hour spent. Had he not intervened to save the wyvern, he would have returned before Pilaf and his companions had finished their meal. Pilaf took the Dragon Ball radar, steadying his mind, while a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. His earlier willingness to lend the radar to Lin Fan was not born out of genuine concern for Emil, but rather a desire to enlist Lin Fan's assistance in gathering Dragon Balls for himself. Chapter 41. I truly will kill you. Little did he anticipate that Lin Fan would collect the Dragon Balls at such an astonishing pace. At this moment, gazing upon the 7 Dragon Balls, he began to contemplate how to acquire them for himself. Lin Fan noticed the glint of ambition in his eyes and calmly cautioned, "Pull off. I am aware of your intentions. However, it would be wise for you to refrain from coveting the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, I assure you, I will not hesitate to take your life." As he uttered the word kill, Lin Fan channeled a measure of energy, and Pilaf felt a chilling force pierce through his heart, causing him to involuntarily shudder. In an instant, Pilaf relinquished his desire for the Dragon Balls, daunted by Lin Fan's presence. Although Lin Fan was not inherently malevolent, he would not easily overlook any transgressions against his possessions. He firmly adhered to the principle, if one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke them, but if one dares to offend me, I shall retaliate. As long as Pilaf did not provoke him or cross his boundaries, Lin Fan could dismiss him as a mere comical character, harmless in nature. However, he could still pose a threat. For instance, if Pilaf were to utter his wish at the moment of Lin Fan's own wishing, it could jeopardize Lin Fan's plans. Once a wish was made, a year would have to pass before another could be granted. Thus, Frisia would only be able to resurrect a year later, delaying Lin Fan's intention to take him as a disciple. Such occurrences were utterly unacceptable to Lin Fan. Moreover, Beerus would soon awaken and descend upon Earth. Lin Fan needed to confront Beerus and defeat him. Even if he could not prevail, he must protect the planet. Although he was not originally from this Earth, it bore resemblance to the Earth of his past life. Therefore, he would strive to safeguard it as best as he could. The thought of residing on another planet was unappealing to him. He preferred to remain on Earth. Pilaf retreated repeatedly, trembling as he stammered, I dare not. I dare not." Lin Fan emerged with the Dragon Balls in hand, preparing to present them for wishing. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he deemed it prudent to approach the matter with caution. Ascending into the air, he flew at high speed toward a more secluded location. Once there, he placed the 7 Dragon Balls upon the ground and called out with conviction, "Arise, Shenron. Grant my wish." In an instant, the sky was cloaked in dark clouds, and golden rays of light erupted forth. Within moments, the world was shrouded in darkness. At the home of Gohan, Piccolo and others were taken aback by this phenomenon, exclaiming, "What is this? Could it be Shenron?" On Turtle Island, Master Roshi, basking in the sunlight, was equally astonished as the sky darkened into night. Who has summoned Shenron? He wondered aloud. "Shenron!" exclaimed Krillin and Android 18. Everyone recognized that such a spectacle heralded the arrival of Shenron. In a brief span, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. A magnificent green dragon emerged. Coiling majestically in the high skies, its gaze fixed upon Lin Fan. With an air of supreme arrogance, it proclaimed, "Come, reveal your..." Before the dragon could finish its sentence, it abruptly sensed something amiss about Lin Fan. You too are a god?" The dragon felt an aura of divinity emanating from Lin Fan, one that was even more potent than its own. This indicated that Lin Fan surpassed it in strength and other aspects, save for the power of wishes. Lin Fan nodded gently, "Dragon, please resurrect Frisia." Upon realizing that Lin Fan was also a deity, the dragon lost its earlier haughtiness. After a moment of contemplation, it responded, "Frisia's body was shattered into fragments long ago. It cannot be restored." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan immediately recalled, "Ah yes, Frisia was dismembered by future Trunks." The dragon continued, "Even if the soul were summoned back, it would be meaningless. It would merely be a scattered body and soul." Lin Fan found himself in a quandary, reflecting deeply. He remembered that Salb from Frisia's army had resurrected Frisia by having the dragon recall the scattered body and soul, and then utilizing a regeneration device to restore him. Yes, that was it. Dragon, resurrect Frisia. Very well. The dragon's eyes glowed crimson. Suddenly, fragments of Frisia's dismembered body began to rain down from the heavens, dozens, even hundreds of pieces. Lin Fan glanced at them and could not help but smile. Trunks had indeed been ruthless, but in his world, one had to be. In the dystopian realm of future Trunks, Goku and Vegeta had perished, leaving only him and Gohan, who eventually also met his demise, leaving him entirely alone. Having fulfilled the first wish, Lin Fan still had 2 remaining. "Please provide me with an advanced regeneration device, right here." The dragon replied, "This wish is somewhat challenging, requiring a significant amount of energy, necessitating the consumption of 2 wishes." It explained that the regeneration devices on Earth were not advanced, at the very least. One needed a device of Frisia's army caliber. That is acceptable. Lin Fan had no other wishes in mind. so he consented to treat this wish as two. With a flicker of its eyes, the dragon emitted a red glow. An advanced regeneration device materialized before Lin Fan. The wish is fulfilled. Farewell. In an instant, the dragon transformed into 7 Dragon Balls, scattering in all directions across the world. Lin Fan waved his hand, activating the regeneration device. With a gentle motion, a gust of wind swept Frisia's scattered body into the device. After a moment's thought, he cast a healing spell on Frisia's remains, expediting the resurrection process. Once everything was prepared, he activated the device. Waves of green energy flowed within the regeneration apparatus. Several energy blasts struck a nearby tree, which served as a simple shelter to protect the regeneration device from rain. After completing this task, Lin Fan soared towards the Taoist temple. Upon his return, he encountered the tattered figure of number 17 approaching. With a demeanor of reverence, number 17 greeted Lin Fan, exclaiming, "Master." After this journey of trials, number 17 had gained considerable insights, and his attitude towards Lin Fan had transformed, now imbued with greater respect. "How do you feel, number 17? Lin Fan inquired with a smile. "I feel quite well. I can now adeptly harness the energy from all directions and have comprehended a unique technique." Number 17 responded with excitement. Lin Fan nodded in approval. "A unique technique? That is indeed commendable." Chapter 42. The special technique of number 17. After a leisurely chat with number 17, Lin Fan suggested he return to change into a different outfit and promised to teach him more techniques upon his next visit. Lin Fan refrained from inquiring about the special technique that number 17 had discovered, as he wished to spare him any discomfort. Since it was a unique technique, it undoubtedly served as one of his trump cards. Probing into another's secret strategy could be perceived as intrusive. Such actions, easily provoking resentment, were not something Lin Fan wished to pursue. The following day, Lin Fan stood outside the temple, contemplating how long it would take for Frisia to recover. Pilaf, along with Xiao Wu and Ashu, approached him. After dining together the previous day, they had chosen not to leave, as their original intention was to gather the Dragon Balls. However, since Lin Fan had utilized them, they now faced a year-long cooldown before they could be used again. Thus, they decided to linger at the temple for a while. Pilaf, observing Lin Fan relaxedly reclining in his chair, inquired, "May we stay at your temple for a time?" Although Lin Fan did not meet Pilaf's gaze, he understood the underlying sentiment. Playfully, he responded, "Certainly, but I shall not provide you with food and drink." Xiao Wu and Ashu immediately tensed. Their reason for staying was the prospect of daily meals. If they were to go hungry each day, they might as well be anywhere else. Pilaf wore a displeased expression. Feeling rather put out, "We can assist you with tasks in exchange for sustenance," he proposed. "Oh, so you wish to work for me?" Lin Fan feigned a moment of realization. With nothing pressing at the moment, teasing Pilaf proved to be quite entertaining. Pilaf remained silent, maintaining his dignity as the esteemed King Pilaf, though he secretly acknowledged the truth of the situation. "Very well. As long as you complete your tasks satisfactorily, I shall provide you with food," Lin Fan declared. Xiao Wu and Ashu joyfully exclaimed, "Absolutely. We will excel in our duties." The prospect of escaping their days of uncertainty regarding meals filled them with delight. Pilaf felt a surge of happiness as well, though he kept his composure. After all, he was a king. Lin Fan waved his hand, instructing, "Now go and tidy up." All right. The trio departed, cheerful and eager. No sooner had they left than a notification echoed in Lin Fan's consciousness. Ding. Disciple Sun Wukong has increased his base combat power by 1 billion. Master receives a double increase, 2 billion. Current host base combat power, 57 billion. Oh, Sun Wukong has boosted his combat power by 1 billion? This suggests he has mastered the technique of Ultra Instinct. It seems he will be seeking me shortly. As Lin Fan pondered this, Sun Wukong appeared before him, excitement radiating from his being. "Master Lin Fan, I have mastered Ultra Instinct." Lin Fan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Indeed, one has grasped the concept quite swiftly. Lin Fan harbored a genuine admiration for Sun Wukong. The mastery of such extraordinary aura was undeniably a formidable skill, and the speed at which it was acquired was truly astonishing. He was indeed worthy of being the protagonist of Dragon Ball. Though his innate talent may not have been remarkable, however, his comprehension was absolutely unparalleled, truly invincible. "Master Lin Fan, please enlighten me on the path to becoming a deity," Sun Wukong exclaimed eagerly, his hands itching in anticipation. Lin Fan inquired, "What is your motivation for seeking divinity?" "To defeat you," Sun Wukong replied without hesitation. Lin Fan was rendered momentarily speechless, realizing that this fellow had not forgotten his earlier declaration, that only by attaining godhood could he hope to challenge Lin Fan. Observing Lin Fan's silence, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of confusion. Had he erred in his statement? No, he was merely speaking the truth. His aspiration to become a deity was solely to compete against and surpass Lin Fan. Master Lin Fan, what is the matter? After regaining his composure, Lin Fan responded with a smile. No worries, very well. Today, I shall begin teaching you the means to ascend to godhood. Specifically how to transform into a Super Saiyan God. At present, Lin Fan possessed a base combat power of 57 billion, while Sun Wukong's was merely over 20 billion. This disparity of more than 20 billion in basic combat power rendered Lin Fan unafraid of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's greatest reliance was on the ultimate Kaioken, a technique Lin Fan had also mastered. Moreover, he possessed a plethora of techniques and special skills. How could he possibly be defeated? Sun Wukong, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Wow! I can finally learn how to become a god. The Super Saiyan God transformation is simply dazzling. Follow me," Lin Fan commanded as he utilized the instant transmission technique. Soaring into the air and gliding toward a more verdant forest, the direction where the hyperbolic time chamber was originally housed. To achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan God, considerable time for reflection and training was required. All of this could only be accomplished within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. However, Lin Fan had no intention of entering, as one could only utilize the chamber 10 times in a lifetime. He needed to reserve it for a crucial moment. Entering now would be a tremendous waste. Besides, Lin Fan was reluctant to engage in strenuous training. He simply wished to recline and relax, for that was the epitome of comfort. Upon arriving at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, the two sat cross-legged on the ground, and Lin Fan began elucidating the methods for Sun Wukong to attain the status of a Super Saiyan God. To achieve godhood, there were two pathways. First, one must absorb divine energy, master the aura manipulation techniques I will impart, and engage in rigorous gravitational training to transform into a Super Saiyan God. The second, simpler method involves 6 righteous Saiyans conveying their benevolent intentions to one among them, enabling that individual to attain the status of a Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "Oh, so it can be done this way as well." He then began counting on his fingers, 6 Saiyans. Gohan, Goten, Vegeta, Trunks. There's no need to continue counting. The numbers are insufficient. Lin Fan is well aware that the numbers fall short, for if they were adequate, there would be no necessity to breed more Saiyans within Dilly's womb. Furthermore, the second method of attaining the status of Super Saiyan God requires a considerable amount of time for stabilization. Otherwise, it remains exceedingly unstable. Thus, we must resort to the first method. Sun Wukong nodded in delight. As long as he could become a Super Saiyan God, he was open to any approach. Shortly, I shall bestow upon you the essence of divinity, at which point you will enter the hyperbolic time chamber for the fusion process. This time, when you enter the hyperbolic time chamber, I will augment the gravity to 1,000,000 times. You will need to train within to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Note, the gravity limit of the hyperbolic time chamber is 999 times. I must remind you that if you employ the techniques of the divine aura I have taught you, it will simplify the process significantly. Additionally, you will need. Chapter 43. Frisia, you prodigal wretch, do you remember what I entrusted to you? Lin Fan inquired. After half an hour, he had imparted to Sun Wukong the means to attain the state of a Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong nodded earnestly, affirming, "I remember, Master Lin Fan. Very well. I shall now transfer the divine energy into your being." With a flick of his wrist, a radiant orb of multicolored energy materialized in the palm of Lin Fan's hand. Upon witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, Sun Wukong felt a jolt of awe. It was a sensation he had never experienced before. He could not help but exclaim, "So this is divine energy. How wondrous." Lin Fan then pressed his palm against Sun Wukong's chest, channeling the divine energy into his body. In that instant, Sun Wukong felt a warm surge of energy coursing through him, swiftly permeating every fiber of his being, as if it sought to merge and unify with his essence. "Go forth, Wukong," Lin Fan urged. "Yes," Sun Wukong responded, swiftly entering the hyperbolic time chamber. At that moment, Lin Fan gestured, adjusting the gravity to a staggering 1,000,000 times. "Wukong, I believe in you," he murmured, then turned and soared towards Frisia, eager to ascertain any progress. Logically, with advanced regeneration technology, coupled with his healing techniques and Frisia's tenacious vitality, resurrection within a day or two should not pose any challenge. Shortly thereafter, Lin Fan arrived at the regeneration chamber housing Frisia's form. Upon his arrival, he was taken aback to witness Frisia's head twitch slightly. and then suddenly his eyes snapped open, exuding a piercing brilliance as he unleashed a flurry of punches. Boom! The regeneration device was obliterated in an explosive display, scattering debris in all directions. Lin Fan observed this scene, his lips twitching in disbelief. In an instant, he appeared before Frisia, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Frisia was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Fan gazed at the remnants of the shattered regeneration apparatus, feeling a pang of regret. It had been procured through a wish from the dragon. Such an advanced device could have been of use in the future, now reduced to ruins by Frisia's reckless actions. Dazed, Frisia rose, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Fan. Though he was unaware of the circumstances, a surge of rage welled within him. This person dared to strike him. The Emperor of the Universe, with such disdain. Yeah! With a fierce cry, he launched himself at Lin Fan, swinging a fist in his direction. Lin Fan remained steadfast, motionless. As the fist hurtled towards him, his body flickered with a subtle shift. Effortlessly evading Frisia's onslaught, a sense of audacity surged within. With a swift motion, a resounding slap struck Frisia's face. Another blow sent Frisia hurtling away. His lips twitched, and his cheeks contorted grotesquely, resembling a twisted mass. Clenching his fists, a cacophony of cracking echoed from them. He bellowed in rage, a slap. You dare to strike me. Unforgivable, utterly unforgivable. Frisia's furious roar resonated, his aura escalating dramatically as swirling cyclones enveloped him. He successfully transformed into his ultimate form. In a sinister tone, he proclaimed, Behold, this is my final form. You dare to slap me? I shall obliterate you. With a flash, he lunged forward, launching a punch at Lin Fan with astonishing speed, far superior to before, yet still woefully inadequate. Whoosh! Lin Fan effortlessly dodged. Frisia stared incredulously, his eyes wide in disbelief. How could his ultimate punch be evaded? I refused to believe it. Boom! 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 His fists rained down, but not a single blow connected, all striking empty air. Not even a strand of Lin Fan's hair was touched. This infuriated Frisia. How could this be? He, a formidable cosmic emperor, could not land a single hit on this man. Frisia shouted once more, channeling all his might into another punch. Yet, the outcome was the same. Lin Fan easily evaded again. However, this time, Lin Fan had no intention of allowing Frisia to attack again. He raised his hand and exhaled. Slap! A firm strike sent Frisia flying hundreds of meters away, crashing into countless trees. Before Frisia could regain his footing, Lin Fan stood before him, glaring at Lin Fan. Frisia's face was swollen with rage, his eyes bloodshot, seething with the desire to devour him whole. Preparing to launch an assault, Frisia was interrupted as Lin Fan spoke. If you continue to attack like a rabid dog, I shall send you to paradise. The words struck Frisia like a thunderbolt, his expression shifting drastically as he swallowed hard. Clarity returned to his mind. Gazing at Lin Fan, he realized that he was no match for him. Despite transforming into his ultimate form, Lin Fan had not exerted the slightest effort. What kind of terrifying entity was this? As he contemplated, he attempted to gauge Lin Fan's energy, but found himself unable to perceive any combat power. It was as if he were facing an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person be this formidable? This is certainly not an ordinary person. Suddenly, a recollection struck him. Many years ago, he had encountered someone from whom he could sense no energy, yet their power was unfathomably terrifying. That individual is none other than the god of destruction, Beerus. When the god of destruction first appeared before him, he commanded him to obliterate the planet Vegeta. Initially taken aback by the sudden arrival of Beerus, he did not recognize him and felt a surge of indignation upon being addressed in such a commanding tone. He contemplated engaging in battle with Beerus, yet the latter swiftly delivered a series of devastating blows, akin to how Lin Fan is striking him now. At that moment, he was utterly subdued, for he realized he was no match for his opponent. Any further resistance would lead only to his demise. From that point onward, a profound fear of Beerus took root within him. Chapter 44. Becoming a god is what I have taught him. Before me stands an individual who seemingly embodies an existence akin to that of Beerus. Who are you? Frisia inquired cautiously. Lin Fan. Lin Fan did not conceal his identity. Frisia, you should be aware I was the one who resurrected you. Even if Frisia had been oblivious until now, the truth was laid bare before him. Yet he found himself perplexed as to why Lin Fan would choose to revive him. Why did you bring me back to life? Lin Fan, not shying away from the question, replied, It's quite simple. I see great potential in you. You have achieved considerable strength without any training, so imagine the heights you could reach with proper guidance. Pride surged within Frisia as he acknowledged his own potential, confidently asserting, "Indeed, I have never undergone training, and should I choose to, my power would undoubtedly soar." He then smirked ominously, adding, "I might even surpass you." Lin Fan chuckled at the thought. Surpassing him? Such an idea was preposterous. "Unless you choose not to become my disciple, my strength will always eclipse yours. However, should you refuse, would I permit your existence?" Naturally, that is out of the question. His intent was not born from fear of Frisia's potential threat, but rather from the understanding that he had resurrected him. If Frisia could not serve his purpose, he would simply return him to the afterlife. Frisia, observing the playful smile on Lin Fan's face, felt his anger swell, clenching his fists in a desire to retaliate. Yet, reason prevailed, reminding him that he was not a match for Lin Fan at present. Should he act impulsively, it would be his own demise. He had no wish to return to the afterlife, nor to endure the wretched songs of the damned spirits. How repugnant. "You are interested in my potential. What do you intend to do with it?" Frisia pondered this question, bewildered by Lin Fan's intentions. Did he plan to usurp his potential? Yet, he had never encountered any means to steal another's power. Lin Fan swiftly dispelled his doubts. "Do not fret. I merely wish to take you on as a disciple. Nothing more." Frisia was taken aback, staring at Lin Fan in confusion. "You wish to take me as your disciple?" "Indeed. I can aid you in enhancing your combat prowess, making you stronger," Lin Fan replied with a serene smile. Frisia took a couple of steps forward, the distinct sound of his footsteps echoing, and with a sly grin. He asked, "If you make me stronger, do you not fear I might turn against you?" "Frisia, let me be candid. Even if you were to grow stronger, you would still remain no match for me. I shall always be an insurmountable presence in your life." Lin Fan had not intended to undermine Frisia, yet the latter's persistent inquiries left him no choice but to deliver a harsh reality check. Frisia's mouth twitched violently, his expression darkening as though he had just suffered a grave loss, even more so than when his father had passed. "Enough, Frisia. I will now ask you, are you willing to become my disciple?" Frisia was just about to respond when Lin Fan interjected, "I urge you to think carefully before you answer." An icy sensation suddenly surged down Frisia's spine, as if his very existence were under grave threat. However, one thing became abundantly clear to him. His life was indeed in jeopardy. Should he utter any words of defiance or refusal to become a disciple, he would undoubtedly find himself dispatched to the afterlife by the very Lin Fan before him. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, "I am willing. I am willing to be your disciple." Observing Frisia's haughty demeanor and noting the absence of any notification from the system, Lin Fan recognized that Frisia did not genuinely wish to become his disciple. Without true sincerity, the system would not activate any rewards. He spoke calmly. "Frisia, your desire to become my disciple is not genuine. If you wish to truly become my disciple, it must come from the heart. Any insincerity will lead to but one inevitable conclusion." Frisia was filled with a mix of anger and helplessness. Experiencing such frustration for the first time, even in the face of Sun Wukong, he had never felt quite like this. Lin Fan then reminded him, "By the way, there's one more thing you should know. Sun Wukong can effortlessly annihilate you now." "What?" Frisia exclaimed in astonishment, his pupils dilating like that of a bull. "Sun Wukong can easily kill me?" He would not have thought much if it were anyone else, but the mention of Sun Wukong stirred a torrent of thoughts within him. For Sun Wukong was his arch-nemesis. The paths of hell and heaven were both paved by Sun Wukong. At that moment, the one he most desired to eliminate was none other than Sun Wukong, alongside the enigmatic sword-wielding scion who had shattered him into countless pieces, trunks from the future. Lin Fan continued, "You heard me correctly. Sun Wukong can indeed eliminate you with ease. He has already defeated Majin Buu. Do you truly believe you stand a chance against Majin Buu?" Frisia swallowed hard. His father had repeatedly warned him about a being in this universe that one must never provoke. Majin Buu, an extraordinarily terrifying entity. Although he had never encountered Majin Buu directly, he understood that his father was not one to resort to fear-mongering. The threat was very real. With these thoughts, he came to realize that Sun Wukong had indeed grown formidable. Oh, it won't be long before Sun Wukong ascends to divinity, and his power will increase dramatically. Lin Fan observed the drastic change in Frisia's expression and continued to divulge more information. The previously somewhat calmed Frisia was again assaulted by the familiar voice. As a torrent of jarring revelations flooded his mind, in an instant, his body became as rigid as stone, his tongue twisted in confusion, rendering him speechless. Lin Fan relished the expression on Frisia's face. This was precisely the effect he sought. He believed that Frisia would surely approach him with genuine intent to become his disciple, as everything had fallen seamlessly into his grand design. After approximately 2 minutes, Frisia regained his composure, his mind once again capable of rational thought. With a hint of suspicion, he inquired, "Do you harbor a grudge against Son Goku? Are you seeking to eliminate him through my hand? Is that why you wish to take me as your disciple?" This line of questioning was precisely what Lin Fan had anticipated. Earlier, having divulged so much, he was well aware that Frieza, upon regaining consciousness, would inevitably pose such inquiries. Once this question was raised, it was virtually assured that Frieza would be satisfactorily dealt with. How presumptuous! I can inform you that Son Goku is also my disciple, and the path to divinity is knowledge I imparted to him. Chapter 45. Mysterious confidence. I can reveal to you that Son Wukong is also my disciple, and the method to attain divinity was taught by me. Frieza was once again taken aback, his expression one of sheer astonishment, yet this time he quickly regained his composure. It seemed that after enduring numerous shocks and blows, he had developed a certain immunity to such revelations. However, upon further analysis, he realized that it was not Son Wukong's prowess that was remarkable, but rather the astonishing capabilities of Lin Fan, who was able to guide Son Wukong to achieve divinity. How terrifying was that? If Son Wukong were to become a deity, surpassing him would indeed be a formidable challenge. With these thoughts in mind, he promptly declared, "Although I am unaware of your true intentions, I hereby formally acknowledge you as my master." Master. Even at this moment, Frieza could not fathom Lin Fan's ultimate goal, yet he found himself indifferent to it. All that mattered was his own quest for strength, the ability to surpass Son Wukong, and ultimately to vanquish him. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the disciple Frieza, gaining a combat power of 3 billion, an immortal body, the super frozen demon enhancement liquid, instantaneous movement, and the indestructible body technique. The current host combat power is 60 billion. Upon witnessing these rewards, Lin Fan was exhilarated. He had finally unlocked instantaneous movement, along with the immortal body and the indestructible body technique. This stroke of fortune was truly explosive. It was indeed a testament to the half hour he had diligently spent collecting the Dragon Balls, examining the effects of the immortal body. Immortal body, once attained, one becomes immune to death, achieving an eternal state, excluding destructive forces. Super Frozen Demon Enhancement Liquid. This enhances the bloodline of the Frozen Demon clan, amplifying potential exponentially, with the exact multiplier determined by the individual's various attributes. Indestructible body technique. This significantly strengthens physical resilience, potentially reaching a level of invulnerability. After reviewing these effects, Lin Fan contemplated bestowing the Super Frozen Demon Enhancement Liquid upon Frieza to augment his potential. "Frieza, come here." Lin Fan beckoned him over. Frieza pondered for a few moments before obediently approaching, feeling as though he were a mere powerless guinea pig in Lin Fan's presence. However, he reasoned that there was no need to wait for Lin Fan to come to him. That would only risk displeasing him. Moreover, he believed Lin Fan would not harm him, for there was no necessity to do so. If he truly intended to inflict harm, he would not have taken so long. Dancing around the issue, after a prolonged wait, he stood before Lin Fan, who extended his hand to reveal a small vial of green liquid, no larger than a thumb. "Frieza, this is the Super Frozen Demon Enhancement Liquid. As the name suggests, it can enhance your lineage, multiplying your potential several times over. The exact increase depends on your physical attributes, including your mental fortitude and all other aspects. Do you dare to consume it?" Frieza gazed at the vial of enhancement liquid, hesitating slightly, for he had never encountered such a substance before. A flicker of concern crossed his mind. Could this be some form of control devised by Lin Fan? Or perhaps something nefarious, placing him in jeopardy? Yet, upon reflection, he pondered whether his adversary would truly resort to such measures if his intent were malicious. Furthermore, if he chose not to ingest it, would his life be spared? Certainly not. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Frieza extended his hand and grasped the vial of the ultra-freezing demon enhancement liquid. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed the contents in one swift motion. Lin Fan smiled, noting that Frieza demonstrated a degree of understanding and courage befitting an emperor of the universe. After approximately 3 minutes, Frieza began to sense a reaction within his body. A warm sensation radiated from his abdomen, soothing and pleasant. Lin Fan remained silent, sensing that the true trials were yet to come. After all, this enhancement liquid was designed to refine the body, a process that would undoubtedly prove arduous. And indeed, soon enough, Frieza felt waves of pain coursing through him, a deep ache emanating from his very bones, intensifying with each passing moment. In less than 10 seconds, it felt as though 30,000 ants were gnawing at him, while simultaneously being seared by flames. The excruciating agony compelled Frieza to cry out, his head feeling as though it had swelled to an unimaginable size, his eyes widening instinctively to their fullest extent. "Endure," and you shall reach greatness. Do not allow yourself to be belittled, Lin Fan remarked softly. In an instant, Frisia sealed his lips, for as a proud emperor of the universe, he would not be looked down upon. Gritting his teeth, he declared, impossible. To defeat me is inconceivable. Absolutely inconceivable. Thus, he persevered for a full 10 minutes before the pain within him subsided abruptly, and Frisia gasped for air. Success. Disciple Frisia has increased his base combat power by 500 million, and the master has received a double enhancement of 1 billion. Current host combat power, 61 billion. Lin Fan praised. Well done. You've endured admirably. Your potential has seen significant improvement. After resting for a brief moment, Frisia assessed his physical state and was astonished to discover that his overall capabilities had indeed grown considerably stronger. Not only that, but he sensed a substantial enhancement in his innate talents and potential, though the specifics remained unclear, as he had yet to test it. However, he was filled with unwavering confidence. Given sufficient time to train, he believed he could contend even with the divine. With thoughts of surpassing the gods, he lifted his gaze towards Lin Fan, filled with the conviction that he too could transcend his limits. No longer lacking in potential, he felt a surge of extraordinary confidence. A mysterious self-assurance enveloped him. Though I still fail to comprehend why you extend such assistance towards me, I must express my gratitude. He has never uttered a word of thanks to anyone, and Lin Fan is the first. In the past, when Sun Wukong granted him a surge of energy, hoping to aid his escape from an impending explosion, he did not thank Sun Wukong. Instead, he utilized the last vestige of energy to launch a surprise attack on him. Now, he genuinely feels gratitude. This is primarily because he recognizes that Lin Fan surpasses him in strength, and initially, he perceived Sun Wukong as nothing more than an insignificant insect. Yet, this very insect managed to defeat him, a reality he finds hard to accept. Therefore, regardless of how benevolent Sun Wukong has been towards him, gratitude is not something he can muster. An exceedingly proud and arrogant individual may express thanks to the strong, but to those he deems beneath him, such words are inconceivable. Chapter 46. Frisia's future layers of gold. Lin Fan smiled faintly, acknowledging Frisia's gratitude. It was merely a small gift. Frisia's expression changed dramatically. What? Such a formidable item, and he refers to it as merely a trifle? How extraordinary must the true gift be? However, he quickly regained his composure, for the shocks he had received today were overwhelming. He had grown accustomed to it. So much so that Lin Fan's proclamations about being a destroyer god no longer astonished him. After all, he had become desensitized. I shall now teach you a unique technique known as the indestructible body. Indeed, Lin Fan intended to impart the indestructible body to Frisia. Initially reluctant, he reconsidered, realizing that with training, Frisia could transform into golden Frisia. Furthermore, the indestructible body, once mastered, would manifest in a golden hue. The combination of 2 layers of gold would surely be even more striking. Additionally, the greater the strength of his disciple, the more pleased he would be, not for the sake of having many students, but for the sake of combat prowess. The indestructible body, Frisia inquired with intrigue. Mastering the indestructible body significantly enhances your defensive capabilities. With equivalent combat power, your body becomes exceedingly difficult to damage, rendering you nearly invulnerable. Frisia was astonished. Such a technique truly exists. He is willing to teach me this? What could his motives be? It feels as though he genuinely cares for me. Without further ado, Lin Fan commenced his explanation of the principles, techniques, and application of the indestructible body. Earlier, while Frisia was undergoing the enhancement liquid process, Lin Fan had already transferred the essence of the indestructible body to him, merging the concept of immortality into his being. At this moment, Frisia had attained a state of invulnerability, though he still feared destructive forces. This led him to believe that he had yet to achieve true immortality. Only by overcoming the fear of destruction could one claim to be truly immortal. Nonetheless, he held faith that one day he would become immune to such forces. An hour later, Lin Fan addressed the confidently beaming Frisia. Now, give it a try. Frisia clenched his fists and exclaimed, "Huh!" Instantly, his body transformed into a brilliant golden hue. Observing this transformation, Lin Fan couldn't help but think to himself, this appearance, aside from the aura of combat power, is strikingly akin to golden Frisia. After his transformation, Frisia lightly patted his body, producing a series of resounding thuds. Excellent. Truly excellent, he remarked with satisfaction, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With his current level of defense, it was inconceivable that anyone could breach his defenses under equivalent combat conditions. Standing still to engage the opponent, he realized that they would be incapable of inflicting harm upon him. The more he contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became. Lin Fan possessed such a divine skill. He turned to Lin Fan and noticed the calm expression on his face, which suddenly reminded him of a question, one that challenged his previous beliefs. He had once been confident in his ability to defeat Lin Fan, but now, whether in the present or the future, he felt utterly incapable of surpassing him. The ultra-freezing demon enhancement liquid, a treasure of immense value, and the indestructible skill, both of which Lin Fan had imparted to him, signified that these were trivial for Lin Fan himself. What, then, could be the extent of Lin Fan's true strength? How invincible could he be? Moreover, Lin Fan had previously mentioned teaching Sun Wukong the method to attain divinity. In that instant, Frisia comprehended the truth behind Lin Fan's earlier declaration that he would never be able to surpass him. Previously, Frisia had found that statement ludicrous and arrogant, but now it resonated as an undeniable truth. He realized that the foolish one had been himself, not Lin Fan. He truly could not surpass him. Observing Frisia's changing expression, Lin Fan smiled slightly. So, you finally understand how insignificant you are? Frisia ceased to deny it. Indeed, I am insignificant, but I still hope for your guidance, Master. The title flowed easily now. Lin Fan teased, calling me Master suits you well. Frisia said nothing further. He felt no shame in acknowledging a powerful mentor, especially one as unfathomable as Lin Fan. Lin Fan continued, do not be greedy. Focus on uncovering your potential and mastering the indestructible skill. Once you reach perfection, I will naturally teach you. At present, Frisia's mastery of the indestructible skill was merely at a minor level, and achieving perfection was still a long way off. Once he did, his defensive capabilities would multiply exponentially. Frisia understood well the principle of not biting off more than one can chew. Agreed. Now, focus on your training here, and I will return the day after tomorrow. Initially, Lin Fan had planned to place Frisia in the hyperbolic time chamber, but reconsidering, he decided against it. As Sun Wukong had just entered, if Frisia were to enter now, a conflict would surely arise, and given Sun Wukong's current strength, defeating Frisia would be a trivial matter. It was better to wait for Sun Wukong to emerge before placing Frisia inside. Frisia nodded in agreement. Understood. Lin Fan prepared to depart using his flight technique, but suddenly halted, turning to Frisia with a warning. By the way, during this time, refrain from causing trouble and focus on your training. Your current strength is still quite weak. You lack the standing to provoke others. Frisia's lips twitched involuntarily. Had anyone else uttered those words, he would have erupted in fury. Yet, Lin Fan's words were bearable, primarily because they were grounded in truth. Sun Wukong had already achieved the potential for divinity, while he remained in such a weakened state. What right did he have to instigate conflict? Yes, Master. Lin Fan then soared towards the direction of the temple. He believed that by offering such a reminder to Frisia, the latter would surely refrain from causing further trouble, not merely out of concern for himself, but also for Son Goku. Before reaching the temple, Lin Fan recalled a matter concerning Broly. Given that Son Goku had mastered the Ultra Instinct in just over a day, it stood to reason that Broly would not lag far behind. Contemplating this, he promptly descended upon a grand tree, leaning against it with a sense of tranquility. Unable to suppress a murmured thought, he wondered why he felt somewhat fatigued. Was it the constant duty of teaching his disciples? Perhaps he was not as idle as he had believed. However, upon reflection, he realized that this was merely the beginning. Once everything fell into place, his schedule would surely ease. From then on, he could leisurely enhance his combat prowess, and the future was indeed promising. Without further ado, he activated the effects of the vast heart, retrieving the cosmic map to commence his search for Broly on the planet Vampa, finding the task considerably simpler this time due to his prior experience. Chapter 47. The Vast Heart in an Instant. Broly mastered the technique of super aura control on the planet Wampa. He had only taken a day to achieve this mastery and was currently seated in meditation atop a mountain peak. Hadn't Master Lin Fan stated that he would come to teach him other techniques once he had learned super aura control? Would his master have forgotten? Just as Broly pondered these thoughts, a voice rich with magnetism resonated within his consciousness. I have not forgotten. Upon hearing this voice, Broly was filled with joy. He hastily sent a mental greeting, Master Lin Fan. As soon as he did, a sudden rush of air surrounded him, and a strikingly handsome young man appeared before him. Broly was taken aback, instinctively retreating with heightened vigilance, his gaze fixed on the unexpected visitor. Who are you? Lin Fan, the young man replied with a smile. The moment Broly heard this name, he recognized that this individual was indeed his Master Lin Fan. Without a hint of doubt, he joyfully exclaimed, Master Lin Fan. His confidence stemmed from the fact that only he and Master Lin Fan knew this name. Furthermore, such an extraordinary ability to appear so suddenly could only belong to his master. It is worth noting that on the planet Wampa, for many years, aside from himself and his father, no one else had ever set foot here, not even a single extraterrestrial visitor. Thus, he could conceive of no one else before him but his master. Therefore, when the young man affirmed his identity, Broly felt no hesitation. Lin Fan's ability to arrive so suddenly was due to his mastery of instantaneous movement. This technique allows one to teleport to another side as long as they can sense that person's aura. The effect of the vast heart also requires the ability to perceive another's essence, establishing a connection through it. Hence, with Broly's aura, Lin Fan could easily teleport to him. Through this experience, Lin Fan discovered that he could traverse the cosmos effortlessly, even with strangers. As long as he could detect their aura using the vast heart and establish a link, he could instantly move to their location. This was indeed an essential skill for any traveler. Lin Fan assessed Broly, noting his handsome features and a hint of melancholy, particularly accentuated by the scar on his face. Impressive. To grasp super aura control in just a day, or rather, less than a day, is quite commendable. Broly beamed with pride at Lin Fan's praise. Thank you for your kind words, master. Lin Fan smiled gently. Broly, I shall now teach you another unique skill known as purification technique. Purification technique? Broly echoed inquisitively. Lin Fan explained, as the name implies, the purification technique can cleanse your emotions, thoughts, and any agitation within your body. In simpler terms, once one masters the art of purification, they can gain control over their berserk state, allowing them to maintain clarity of mind. Broly was instantly filled with joy. If he could regulate his rage, he would no longer need to wear the control device around his neck. This was truly wonderful. Master, please teach me. Lin Fan sat cross-legged, and Broly wisely took a seat beside him, ready to learn the art of purification. The purification technique consists of 3 components: purifying the heart, purifying the spirit, and purifying the body. An hour later, Lin Fan turned to Broly and inquired, "Have you memorized everything I taught?" Broly nodded earnestly. "I remember it all, but there are some aspects I still do not fully grasp. Feel free to voice any uncertainties. I shall clarify them for you." Lin Fan replied with a smile. He thought to himself that once Broly comprehended the purification technique, he would be able to control his berserk state. Previously, Broly lacked any rationality when in a berserk state. Once he attained clarity, significant changes would undoubtedly follow. His combat prowess would surely see a remarkable enhancement, and his fighting style would no longer be a mindless rampage. Broly promptly asked, "Master, within the purifying of the body, what does it mean to control the raging body with the power of purification and to not enter the mundane realm?" Lin Fan chuckled and explained, "You may not understand what it means to not enter the mundane realm, do you?" "Indeed, Master. To not enter the mundane realm means to transcend normal boundaries. You must not only control your body, but also step into the empowered state that follows your rage. This requires both intellect and offensive capability. For instance, when you enter a berserk state, you lose rationality. However, your attack power and speed significantly increase. Yet, you must learn to control both your intellect and your combat strength to achieve the true state of purification. As for how to control these elements, that understanding is for you to discover. Broly, focus on your comprehension. Once you grasp the purification technique, we shall discuss your departure," Lin Fan deliberately reminded him. Hearing that they would soon discuss his departure filled Broly with delight, and he nodded vigorously, saying, "Rest assured, Master, I will dedicate myself to understanding." Lin Fan chose to say no more and utilized instant transmission to return to Yulin's side at the temple. Yulin was meditating, practicing the celestial master technique. Upon sensing the sudden presence of another, she opened her eyes and was surprised to see Lin Fan. "Master," she exclaimed. Lin Fan nodded gently. "Yes, continue your practice. I merely wish to observe your progress." "Understood, Master." Yulin closed her eyes once more and resumed her training. Meanwhile, at the Capsule Corporation, Vegeta exited the gravity training room. Although he had achieved a slight improvement during this session, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction within. A sense of unease stirred within him, accompanied by a restless agitation, prompting him to take a cold shower. Upon emerging from the bathroom, he encountered Bulma, who had just entered to retrieve something. Today, she adorned herself in a pair of jeans that accentuated her alluring curves, exuding a timeless elegance. After such a long separation from Bulma, an immediate spark ignited within him, his gaze revealing a hint of mischief. Bulma, perceiving the shift in his demeanor, intuitively approached the bedside. Shortly thereafter, the two began to engage in a game of mahjong. An hour later, Bulma voiced her frustration, remarking, "Scions truly are something. Even in broad daylight, they seem to know no fatigue." Vegeta reclined against the pillow, lost in deep contemplation, remaining silent, which piqued Bulma's curiosity. She inquired, "What troubles you? You appear burdened with thoughts." Chapter 48. Vegeta's concerns. Bulma inquired with a hint of confusion, "Vegeta, what troubles you? You seem preoccupied." Vegeta hesitated for a few moments before responding. "What do you think Kakarot is doing?" Bulma paused slightly, unclear about the meaning behind Vegeta's words, and then gently squeezed his arm, teasingly saying, "Vegeta, what are you thinking? Were you preoccupied with thoughts of Goku while we were just playing Mahjong?" Vegeta immediately felt a surge of annoyance, scoffing softly as if to say she was being ridiculous. He continued, "I was merely contemplating what sort of training Kakarot is undergoing. He is a disciple of Lin Fan. I wonder how he trains him." In an instant, Bulma understood that her husband was worried about Goku surpassing him, yet, due to pride, he was reluctant to admit it. "If you want to know, why not go and see for yourself?" Vegeta, with an air of arrogance, gazed at Bulma and retorted, "Do I, the prince of all Saiyans, need to go and see?" This made Bulma's lips twitch slightly. Her Saiyan husband was truly stubborn. Despite his desire to know, he refused to acknowledge it. Dressing quickly, she stood up and declared, "You have two choices. Go and see for yourself, or ponder it here. As for me, I have research to attend to." With that, she disregarded Vegeta and left the room alone. After a few moments of contemplation, Vegeta, feeling increasingly agitated, concluded that it would be prudent to investigate. He certainly did not wish for Kakarot to surpass him without reason. Swiftly donning his attire, he prepared to fly to Lin Fan's temple, only to realize he was unaware of its location. After acquiring the address from Bulma, he set off toward the temple. Upon arriving above the temple, he spotted Lin Fan reclined on a lounge chair, engrossed in his mobile phone. Lin Fan sensed his presence but did not look up. Instead, he murmured in curiosity, "Oh, Vegeta? What brings him here so suddenly?" Vegeta, hovering in the sky, observed Lin Fan playing on his phone but chose not to descend just yet. As he surveyed the surroundings, he detected a rather unique energy within the temple. However, he was certain that this energy did not belong to Kakarot. It was distinct and unlike the energy they typically cultivated. The energy he sensed was that of Yulin, who practiced celestial arts, thus differing from their usual training energy. Continuing his search, he soon felt two more energies nearby, one of which was even more potent than Yulin's. Yet, again, he sensed it was not Kakarot. Despite his efforts, he could not detect Kakarot's presence. Resolving to investigate further, he flew towards the source of these two energies. Before long, he arrived above the two energies, looking down to see two individuals seated on the ground, meditating in their practice. A bald man and an individual who appeared to be a child stood before one another. These two were none other than Tien Shinhan and Kairatsu. Vegeta pondered for a moment before descending to the ground, landing directly in front of Tien. Sensing another's presence, Tien immediately opened his eyes and beheld Vegeta standing before him, prompting a look of confusion as he inquired, "Vegeta?" Vegeta, with an air of aloofness, merely acknowledged him with a curt grunt. Before Tien could pose another question, Vegeta coldly interjected, "Where is Kakarot?" Both Tien and Kairatsu were well aware of Vegeta's demeanor, and thus did not take offense at his icy inquiry. "Goku? He seems to have entered the hyperbolic time chamber." Tien recalled that Master Lin Fan had previously mentioned that once Goku had mastered the advanced control of his ki, he had re-entered the hyperbolic time chamber. This was not the first time Vegeta had heard of the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon his initial introduction to it, he had mistakenly believed it to be the time chamber of the temple, leading him to the temple only to discover otherwise. At that moment, he felt as though Lin Fan had purposefully deceived him, yet upon further reflection, he realized that Lin Fan had no reason to mislead him. Thus, he concluded that aside from the standard time chamber, there must indeed be a hyperbolic counterpart. However, he was unaware of its whereabouts. Encountering Tien once more, who mentioned the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta decided to inquire about its location. "Where is the hyperbolic time chamber?" Tien contemplated briefly, debating whether to disclose this information. Ultimately, he decided against it, reasoning that without Master Lin Fan's permission, it would be unwise to speak. With an apologetic tone, he replied, "I'm sorry, Vegeta, but I cannot disclose that information without Master S approval. If you are eager to know, you might consider asking Master Lin Fan." Vegeta's ire flared upon hearing Tien's response. How dare he withhold such information? Where was his dignity? He coldly retorted, "You seek death." In an instant, he flashed to Tien's side, delivering a swift punch. Whoosh! The punch met only air. Astonished, Vegeta gazed at Tien, disbelief etched across his face. How was this possible? Tien, merely a weakling, had evaded his strike. "What are you doing, Vegeta?" Tien demanded, his brow furrowed. the third eye above his forehead slightly lowering. Kaiatsu fixed his gaze on Vegeta, prepared to assist Tien should he launch another attack. In his eyes, anyone who dared to harm Tien would incur his wrath. Vegeta, however, did not respond to Tien's inquiry, merely letting out a disdainful huff. He lunged at Tien once more, driven by frustration. Missing his target left him incensed. For in his eyes, Tien was insignificant. He believed that even a casual punch from him could send Tien to the depths of despair. Yet the reality had far exceeded his expectations. How could he not be infuriated? Tien Shinhan observed as Vegeta launched yet another assault, while Kaiatsu prepared to intervene, only to be halted by Tien's firm command. Kaiatsu, retreat. After a moment of hesitation, Kaiatsu swiftly withdrew, soaring towards the direction of the temple. Tien, with a grave expression, dodged Vegeta's relentless attacks while imploring, Vegeta, cease this at once. However, Vegeta remained undeterred, continuing his barrage. Tien found himself increasingly on the defensive, struggling to maintain his ground. Quickly distancing himself from Vegeta, he brought his index and middle fingers together, positioning them before his third eye, exclaiming, "Ah, huh." Chapter 49. A glimpse that dismays Vegeta. A series of swirling energy vortices enveloped Tien Shinhan, causing the surrounding branches to sway incessantly. His aura surged dramatically, and his combat power soared with remarkable intensity. As his third eye transformed into a fiery crimson, the energy cyclones gradually dissipated, resulting in an exponential increase in his battle prowess. This was the first phase of Tien's three-eyed divine bloodline, known as the Red Eye Warrior state. Vegeta gazed in astonishment, pondering when Tien had acquired such formidable abilities. Even before the battle commenced, Vegeta discerned that in his normal state, he was no match for Tien. However, unlike Son Goku, he would not engage in a drawn-out contest. Clenching his fists, he concentrated all his strength. With a mighty exclamation, a terrifying energy erupted instantaneously, accompanied by a cacophony of howling winds. In an instant, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Tien's lips twitched in surprise. He had not anticipated that Vegeta would directly ascend to Super Saiyan 2. At his current strength, he was utterly outclassed by Vegeta in this form. A playful smile crept across Vegeta's face as he raised his fist, challenging, "Come on, show me what you can do." No sooner had he spoken than a piercing whoosh echoed through the air. Tien merely glimpsed a series of afterimages before, bang. Before Tien could react, Vegeta appeared right before him, delivering a powerful blow to Tien's abdomen. The impact resounded, reverting Tien from the Red Eye Warrior state back to his normal form. Gasping for breath, Tien felt a sudden sweetness in his throat, as if something were surging upward. Instinctively, he opened his mouth. With a splatter, blood erupted forth, staining the ground. Despite this, Tien persevered and struggled to his feet, panting heavily. Inwardly, he reflected on his inadequacy against Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 form. He felt woefully underpowered. The speed of Vegeta's movements was so swift that Tien could only perceive fleeting shadows, which appeared somewhat blurred. Nevertheless, he acknowledged a measure of progress. Previously, when facing Goku's Super Saiyan 1 form, he had only glimpsed indistinct shapes. Now, against Super Saiyan 2, he could still see blurred images, indicating a significant advancement in his abilities. Though one was Goku's Super Saiyan 1 and the other Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2, the disparity in their strengths was negligible. Tien recalled their past encounters. Indeed, their powers had once been relatively equal. However, now, Vegeta was indisputably not Goku's equal. As Vegeta observed Tien struggling to stand, he pressed him once more. "Where's the hyperbolic time chamber?" Without a moment's hesitation, Tien replied, "Vegeta, if you truly wish to know, you should ask my master. Without his permission, I cannot divulge anything." Vegeta's lips curled slightly. "You truly seek your demise." With a swift motion, he extended his right hand, preparing to harness the energy for a powerful attack. "My disciple, can you move?" Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed through the air. Upon hearing it, Lin Fan instantly recognized that Master Lin Fan had arrived. Vegeta looked up and beheld two figures suspended in midair. One was clad in elegant white attire, exuding an aura of grace, with a fair complexion and exquisitely refined features, resembling an ethereal celestial being. At the sight of this individual, Vegeta immediately identified him, Master Lin Fan. Indeed, the one who had come was Lin Fan, and beside him stood Jiaozi, who had previously flown to the temple in search of his master. He understood that aside from Lin Fan and Sun Wukong, no one could thwart Vegeta. However, Sun Wukong was currently training in the hyperbolic time chamber, leaving him no choice but to seek his master. Moreover, seeking his master was a commendable option. Vegeta, filled with rage upon seeing Lin Fan high above him. Knew deep down that he was no match for his opponent and restrained his anger. Nonetheless, this did not prevent him from hurling insults. Casting a disdainful glance at Tianjin Fan, he remarked, "Such a worthless individual, and yet you take him as a disciple." As Lin Fan descended, he fixed his penetrating gaze upon Vegeta, his eyes swirling with boundless divine energy, capable of perceiving the infinite beyond and instilling fear in the hearts of others. Vegeta's heart quivered and inexplicably quickened. Why did it feel as though Lin Fan's power had magnified several-fold? His intuition was not mistaken when Lin Fan first faced him. His base combat power was approximately 10 billion. However, he had since ascended to a staggering 61 billion. Should Lin Fan transform into a Super Saiyan God now, his combat power could easily reach 120 quintillion. The sheer magnitude of such power could effortlessly send Vegeta, at full capacity, as Super Saiyan 2, flying with just a flick of a finger. Imagine the terror of 120 quintillion. Lin Fan coldly uttered a few words. "Are you instructing me on how to act?" Vegeta was rendered speechless by this remark, his face flushed crimson like a ripe pepper. His combat boots shuffling awkwardly on the ground as he cast a sheepish glance at Lin Fan, struggling to muster a response. Simultaneously, he was consumed by indignation. It was well known that no one dared speak to him in such a manner, yet Lin Fan showed him no leniency, delivering straightforward retorts without a hint of deference. But what could he do in his fury? He could neither match him in battle nor hold his ground in a verbal exchange. Most critically, he was aware that any attempt to confront Lin Fan would result in his own defeat. Without the strength to challenge Lin Fan, he hesitated to act recklessly. "Oh, Master Lin Fan, how did you come to be here?" Chapter 50. Vegeta, I have ascended to divinity. Master Lin Fan, how did you all arrive here? Vegeta, you are here too? In midair stood a man clad in a blue training robe and loose dark blue trousers, with bandages wrapped around his wrists and ankles, and black training shoes adorning his feet. Upon seeing him, Vegeta immediately reacted with astonishment, exclaiming, "Kakarot!" Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Son Goku. Lin Fan, upon spotting Goku, felt a flicker of surprise. How had he emerged while he himself had not enhanced his combat prowess? Sensing Goku's aura, it was clear he had attained the divine realm, a presence far beyond the ordinary. What could this possibly mean? The change in Goku's aura was not only perceived by Lin Fan, Vegeta felt it too. "Kakarot, what has happened to you? Why can I no longer sense your aura?" Vegeta queried, bewildered. Simultaneously, a notion began to take root in his mind, that Goku had indeed ascended to divinity. Yet, this explanation was one he found hard to accept, and he was reluctant to believe it. However, Goku swiftly dispelled his doubts. Clenching his fists with excitement, he declared, "I have become a god." This proclamation caused Vegeta's lips to twitch in disbelief. While he had contemplated this very possibility, he had remained unconvinced. Yet now, even his skepticism could not withstand the weight of reality. A wave of discontent washed over him. How could Kakarot have surpassed him yet again? Why was it that Kakarot seemed perpetually a step ahead, despite being merely a lowly warrior? As the noble prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta felt he was endowed with extraordinary talents, far surpassing Kakarot, yet it appeared he was always lagging behind. The more he pondered, the more he felt a profound imbalance within himself. Even if Kakarot has become a god, what of it? I, the illustrious Prince Vegeta, can still surpass him. With this thought firm in his mind, he fixed his gaze on Goku and spoke with icy resolve. "Kakarot, since you have attained divinity, let us engage in a duel." Before Goku could respond, Vegeta surged forward with a fierce wind, launching a powerful punch. In an instant, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3, effortlessly evading Vegeta's strike. Vegeta paused momentarily, astonished that Goku had so easily dodged his fist. He had not anticipated landing a hit on a Super Saiyan 3, but he believed that landing a blow would still pose a challenge for Goku. Yet, to his dismay, Goku sidestepped the attack with remarkable ease. In that moment, Vegeta comprehended the reality. Goku's foundational combat strength had significantly increased. What kind of training had he undergone? Instead of retaliating, Goku urged, "Vegeta, do not act rashly." But how could Vegeta heed his counsel? Regaining his composure, he unleashed a flurry of devastating punches, yet with each strike, Goku effortlessly evaded him. "Vegeta, what are you doing?" As he fought with increasing intensity, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of hundreds of punches in a mere moment. Yet, not a single blow grazed Goku, leaving him in a state of frustration and indignation. It is worth noting that although he currently assumed the form of a Super Saiyan of the second tier, he was, in fact, on par with Goku's third-tier Super Saiyan form, perhaps even slightly superior. When Beerus descended upon Earth, Goku was swiftly defeated in his Super Saiyan 3 form, while Vegeta managed to hold his own against Beerus for a brief period in his Super Saiyan 2 form. This serves as a testament to the fact that Vegeta's second-tier Super Saiyan form, while technically classified as such, was practically equivalent to the third tier. Kakarot, fight back. Strike me. Hit me. Vegeta shouted furiously, launching energy blasts towards Goku with both hands. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, hundreds of energy blasts were hurled at Goku, who vanished from sight. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Gasp. Goku suddenly reappeared right in front of him. Bam. A solid punch struck Vegeta in the abdomen. Vegeta let out a pained scream, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at Goku, his face contorted in agony, unsure whether it was from pain or humiliation. He stammered, Kakar. Goku, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Why do you want me to hit you? Vegeta's facial muscles twitched in irritation. You think just because I ask you to hit me, you can actually do it? Lin Fan, observing the exchange from the sidelines, could hardly contain his laughter. Goku truly was earnest, perhaps having never encountered such an outrageous request before. Suppressing the pain in his abdomen, Vegeta swiftly retreated. Upon reaching a distance of 50 meters, he glared at Goku with fury. If his gaze could kill, Goku would have perished at least 100,000 times. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, Kakarot. Kakarot. How could the esteemed Prince Vegeta be struck by a lowly warrior? Hit. Hit. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, his fists clenched tightly as veins bulged on his arms, the sound of cracking emanating from his body. Boom, boom, boom. This is utterly incomprehensible. Absolutely intolerable. Lin Fan's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest as he observed Vegeta, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Oh, it seems Goku's actions have triggered his breaking point, provoking a furious outburst from Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta lifted his head, fixing his gaze on Goku. Kakarot. You are utterly unreasonable. Unreasonable. I, Prince Vegeta, will never allow myself to be outdone by you. Never. Boom, boom, boom. Only the formidable aura surrounding Vegeta surged dramatically. A torrent of terrifying energy pouring forth as if swept by a tempest. This immense power, in an instant, conjured chilling gales that howled through the air. The towering trees around him swayed precariously, while clusters of leaves wrestled and spiraled in the wind. Before long, a significant portion of the foliage lay scattered upon the ground. Vegeta unleashed a thunderous roar, and from his very core, an overwhelming presence radiated outward, obliterating everything in its path with unyielding force. A golden brilliance erupted, dazzling all who beheld it. The trees, once merely swaying in the turbulent winds, were instantaneously reduced to mere stumps by this dreadful energy. As the waves of energy reached the positions of Tien and Kairatsu, they instinctively raised their hands to shield themselves from harm. Once the golden light dissipated, the ground within a 50-meter radius of Vegeta had sunk dramatically, leaving a stark impression of his unfathomable power. Chapter 51. What is the experience of encountering the divine all over the earth? With a resounding roar, Vegeta ascended to an unprecedented stage of Super Saiyan 2, known as the full power rage form of Super Saiyan 2. Lin Fan observed the formidable power radiating from Vegeta and nodded in approval. Acknowledging the Prince of the Saiyans for his remarkable potential in achieving this new manifestation of Super Saiyan 2. Goku, sensing Vegeta's elevation, wore a joyous countenance. Though his eyes sparkled with excitement, the more formidable Vegeta became, the more elated he felt, for it meant their sparring sessions would be far from mundane. With a sudden burst of energy, Vegeta propelled himself like a cannonball towards Goku, exclaiming, Kakarot. The two warriors engaged in an intense aerial skirmish, and within moments, the initially disadvantaged Vegeta began to gain the upper hand. Kakarot, are you not a god? Unleash your full potential. Vegeta understood that since Kakarot had ascended to divinity, he must possess far greater abilities than what was currently displayed. Though he sensed that Kakarot's godly form might surpass him, he despised the notion of Goku holding back. The proud Saiyan Prince required no mercy from a lesser warrior. In his mind, Vegeta believed that if Kakarot could transcend his limits, so could he. Just as he had once surpassed Kakarot's Super Saiyan 3 in a moment of desperation, achieving a new realm of Super Saiyan 2. Meanwhile, Goku, aware of Vegeta's disposition, recognized that his comrade preferred honesty in their battles, as any semblance of leniency would be interpreted as condescension. All right, Goku declared, a confident smile gracing his lips as he clenched his fists, bellowing, huh. His roar echoed thunderously, and suddenly, the sky transformed dramatically. The once clear blue was engulfed by ominous clouds, accompanied by relentless bolts of terrifying lightning that threatened to rend the heavens asunder. Each strike reverberated through the air, causing the very fabric of the world to tremble. A crimson aura enveloped Goku, swirling around him like divine energy. Vegeta stood rooted in place, astonished by Goku's transformation. What manner of transformation is this, Kakarot? Suddenly, a realization struck him. He had witnessed a similar transformation in someone else, Lin Fan. Could it be that Goku had attained the form of a Super Saiyan God? He recalled the spectacle of Lin Fan's transformation, though he noted that compared to Lin Fan, Kakarot's current display lacked the same grandeur. At that moment, as Lin Fan transformed, the sky was adorned with the grandeur of the cosmos, and within a specified realm. The scenes of spring, summer, autumn, and winter unfolded, a truly magnificent sight. In fact, during Sun Wukong's initial transformation, a similar spectacle was witnessed, though it occurred within the confines of the hyper-spiritual time house, rendering the phenomenon known solely to the entities within that realm, unbeknownst even to Lin Fan. Simultaneously, a voice resonated within Lin Fan's consciousness, announcing, "Beep, Disciple Sun Wukong's base combat power increased by 10 billion. Master receives a double boost of 20 billion. Current host combat power, 81 billion. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Fan's heart raced like a rabbit, filled with excitement and exhilaration. 10 billion. Sun Wukong had achieved a staggering increase of 10 billion in base combat power, and he himself had received a double enhancement, totaling 20 billion. Now at 81 billion, he was merely 19 billion away from breaching the monumental threshold of 100 billion. Once he reached that mark, the gap between himself and Beerus would significantly diminish. Hope burgeoned within Lin Fan as he envisioned surpassing Beerus before his descent upon Earth, with a thunderous roar echoing through the heavens. A divine proclamation resonated following Sun Wukong's transformation. In the Kaioshin realm, the elder Kaioshin, engrossed in his studies, furrowed his brow upon hearing the celestial announcement. What is going on? Why has the divine proclamation been sounding so frequently of late? Are there truly so many events worthy of celebration in this world? The East Kaioshin, seated beside him, was no stranger to such proclamations. Upon discerning the sound, he voiced his confusion. Indeed, it is quite rare for the divine announcement to manifest. Why has it occurred twice recently? Could it be that someone has ascended to divinity? Contemplating this, he immediately tapped into his divine energy to sense the atmosphere. Soon, he detected a familiar aura, shared by the Elder Kaioshin at his side. Wukong. The East Kaioshin and Elder Kaioshin exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes widening in astonishment. No matter how they pondered, they had not anticipated that Sun Wukong had indeed ascended to divinity. Given his strength, he certainly possessed the qualifications to achieve such a status. However, ascension to divinity required more than mere combat prowess. It necessitated divine essence, which could only be acquired through immense fortune or profound enlightenment. Regardless, divine essence was notoriously elusive, and attaining divinity was an even greater challenge. Yet, Sun Wukong had accomplished it. The Elder Kaioshin rose, hands clasped behind his back, pacing thoughtfully. Earth now has two beings endowed with divine essence. Is this a blessing or a curse? When did divine essence become so attainable? The East Kaioshin speculated. Could it be due to the vacancies left by the West Kaioshin and others? The Elder Kaioshin fell into a deep contemplation. Was this occurrence beneficial or detrimental? The Old Kaioshin, who has always cherished the pursuit of knowledge, now gazes at the study materials strewn across the floor, feeling a profound sense of ennui. Meanwhile, Lin Fan remains oblivious to the commotion that has captured the Old Kaioshin's attention. Had he been aware of the Elder's thoughts, he would undoubtedly have reassured him, saying, "Do not be astonished. Sun Wukong is merely the first deity I have created, with many more to follow. Just imagine a world where deities abound, each possessing power that eclipses even the legitimate Kaioshin. What an extraordinary experience that would be." Perhaps even the Omni King would suspect Lin Fan of insurrection. Nevertheless, Lin Fan is unconcerned with such matters. He craves power, limitless power, and boundless rewards. To avoid being subdued, one must dominate others. Even the Omni King would have to step aside, or perhaps become his disciple. The thought of taking the Omni King as a pupil has crossed Lin Fan's mind, yet he perceives it as a distant aspiration, one that does not warrant his immediate consideration. Chapter 52. The tragic tower. As the tumultuous scenes came to an end, the clouds dispersed, revealing a clear and radiant sky. Before them stood Sun Wukong, transformed remarkably, his once dark hair now a brilliant red, his physique leaner and enveloped in an aura akin to the fiery flames of the sun. His eyes appeared larger, his skin fairer, and his visage bore the freshness of youth, reminiscent of his younger days. Dashing, charismatic. Yet, these attributes paled in comparison to the gravity of the situation. Sun Wukong's combat prowess had escalated exponentially. Lin Fan estimated that his current fighting capability ranged between 600 quintillion to 700 quintillion. With such strength, defeating Vegeta would be a trivial task. A mere flick of his finger could send Vegeta hurtling away with ease. Vegeta, upon witnessing Sun Wukong's current state, stood agape, speechless for a prolonged moment, only able to mumble incoherently. Simultaneously, he came to a profound realization. No matter how furious he became or how he pushed beyond the limits of Super Saiyan 2, he could never match Kakarot's current strength. Unless he, too, could transcend to such a realm as Kakarot, confronting him head-on was utterly futile. Sun Wukong's obsidian-like gaze met Vegeta's. Upon seeing the intensity in his eyes, Vegeta hesitated momentarily. That gaze was piercingly sharp. At that moment, Sun Wukong confidently declared, "Hi, Vegeta, I shall commence my attack now." Just as Vegeta prepared to respond, Sun Wukong had already vanished from sight, leaving behind only a faint red blur, akin to a flame in the darkness. Such swiftness. Bang. Ah. Sun Wukong's fist struck Vegeta squarely in the chest, propelling him backward, crashing into a nearby tree. No matter how robust the tree, it splintered in an instant. Yet it did nothing to halt Vegeta's backward momentum. Even after being flung 200 or 300 meters, he struggled to regain his balance, as the force of that punch had utterly surpassed his capacity to endure. In that instant, Sun Wukong appeared behind him. Vegeta sensed Kakarot's presence and exhaled with relief, believing Kakarot had come to catch him. "You're not entirely heartless after all, boom." Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming impact against his back. Ah! An indescribable pain surged through him. Sun Wukong had delivered a kick to his back, sending him hurtling back in the direction he had come. Vegeta, overwhelmed, felt tears welling up. Kakarot must be a dog. Like a kite severed from its string, he crashed back into his original position, landing hard on the ground, leaving a long trail in his wake. Lying there, utterly disheveled, he coughed, the reality of his predicament sinking in. After a series of relentless coughs, he expelled a mouthful of crimson blood. He attempted to rise, only to discover an overwhelming weakness enveloping his body, leaving him nearly immobile. With a gust, he reverted from the Super Saiyan 2 form back to his normal state. This sensation was one he had never experienced from Kakarot. It was only during his battles against Frieza on Namek and Majin Buu that he felt such an oppressive force. The adversaries had inflicted not only physical harm, but also mental strain upon him. Yet now, Kakarot had once again made him endure this feeling. As Goku appeared before Vegeta, he noticed the latter sprawled on the ground, having returned to his normal state in a rather disheveled manner. Unable to restrain himself, Goku exclaimed, "Hey, Vegeta, why have you reverted to your normal state?" Lin Fan, standing nearby, nearly burst into laughter upon hearing Goku's words. How could he have returned to his normal state? Was it not due to your own actions? Those unfamiliar with your character might mistakenly interpret your words as mockery of Vegeta. Indeed, were one unaware of Goku's nature, they would certainly misconstrue his comment as a taunt directed at Vegeta. However, Goku's innocence and naivete were simply part of his character. He lacked an understanding of social nuances, displaying a rather low emotional intelligence and, at times, a questionable intellect. Lin Fan found himself somewhat amazed by Goku's cognitive abilities. Regardless of whether he had traversed into the Dragon Ball Super universe, he was in awe of Goku's emotional and intellectual capacities, not for their brilliance, but rather for their astonishingly low thresholds. The only instance in which Lin Fan admired Goku's intellect was during the GT version, where Goku's intelligence was relatively commendable. In other iterations, however, he appeared rather dim-witted. Upon hearing Goku's remark, Vegeta nearly succumbed to rage. "Kakarot, you." His disdain for Kakarot stemmed from the latter's notably low intellect, which often led to catastrophic blunders. The fact that Goku consistently surpassed him in strength only exacerbated Vegeta's frustrations, making him feel as though his own intellect paled in comparison. Observing Vegeta sprawled on the ground, Goku soon realized that he may have been a tad too forceful. He swiftly reverted from the Super Saiyan God form back to his normal state. Scratching the back of his head, he attempted to mask his embarrassment with a smile, saying, "Vegeta, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were so fragile." Lin Fan and Tien Shinhan exchanged stunned glances. This method of apology was rather disheartening. It would have been better had he not apologized at all. Vegeta's face contorted in frustration, his pride wounded once more. Fragile? Him fragile? Once, he had believed himself to be superior to Kakarot. Yet since becoming Lin Fan's disciple, he had been bested time and again, only to be ridiculed for his supposed frailty. It was infuriating to the extreme. Nevertheless, deep down, he understood that Goku did not intend to insult him. He was merely being candid. Had their roles been reversed, Vegeta too would have remarked on Kakarot's fragility, albeit with a tone of derision and an air of arrogance. Enduring the blows of his inner turmoil and the ache in his body, he struggled to rise. With unwavering focus, he gazed intently. Kakarot, Son Goku, still feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words, merely offering an awkward chuckle. Vegeta, witnessing his continued amusement, felt a surge of exasperation, and with a final act of defiance, he forcefully shoved Goku aside. Humph. Almost immediately, he turned his attention to Lin Fan, scrutinizing him closely, which stirred a sense of confusion within Lin Fan. What could this fellow be up to? Was he seeking to settle a score? Yet, if none could match Goku, how could they pose a challenge to him? With Vegeta's intellect, it was inconceivable that he would engage in such self-destructive behavior. Whoosh! A gust of wind rushed towards Lin Fan. Chapter 53. Even the fiercest horse must be tamed. A gust of wind swept towards Lin Fan, revealing Vegeta bowing slightly, his gaze fixed upon the ground. The wind that rushed toward Lin Fan was a result of Vegeta's zealous bow. Observing Vegeta's actions, Lin Fan gleaned his intentions but feigned ignorance, inquiring, "Vegeta, what are you doing?" Vegeta, eschewing any circumlocution, replied earnestly, "I seek your guidance and cultivation." Lin Fan found this rather amusing. After all, Vegeta's intellect surpassed that of Goku by considerable margins. How could he utter such a bewildering statement? It appeared he had yet to fully relinquish his pride. Vegeta's desire to take Lin Fan as his master stemmed from an ambition to not only catch up to Goku, but to surpass him. In contrast, he would rather suffer defeat at Lin Fan's hands than succumb to Goku, as he had always believed himself superior in strength. Yet now, having been effortlessly bested by Goku, his self-esteem faced the most profound of challenges and the harshest of humiliations. Still, he struggled to shed his pride. For a noble scion prince to seek a master was a notion that would invite ridicule. A wry smile graced Lin Fan's lips. Since he had not yet let go, he resolved to strip away the facade of arrogance he wore before him. Coldly, he questioned, "Why should I teach you? What qualifies you?" Vegeta paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, what right did Lin Fan have to instruct him? After a contemplative silence of several seconds, he reiterated, I wish to be your disciple." Lin Fan playfully responded, "Vegeta, do you truly understand your position? You wish to be my disciple. But do I wish to accept you as one? Are you asking me directly if I will take you on as a student?" Goku, noticing Vegeta's hesitance and eagerness to learn, quickly chimed in, "Master Lin Fan, please teach Vegeta the ways of cultivation. Let us progress together." Lin Fan provoked Vegeta further, saying, "Goku, while mutual advancement is commendable, would it not be even better if you alone were to excel? By surpassing this scion prince, his dignity and pride would become utterly insignificant before you." Upon hearing these words, Vegeta trembled slightly, and in that moment, clarity washed over him. Indeed, if Kakarot's strength continually eclipsed his own, what would his pride and the dignity of Prince Vegeta amount to in such a scenario? Nothing at all. If anything, it would render him a mere jester. Thus, it would be wiser to abandon his so-called dignity and pride now, to acquire formidable skills that would uphold his status as Prince Vegeta, preserving his pride. Meanwhile, Goku, somewhat puzzled by Lin Fan's remarks, remarked, "Vegeta isn't proud. He just speaks little." "Vegeta, you must admit, I know you have a fondness for me too." Sun Wukong chuckled, casting a sideways glance at Vegeta. Vegeta shot him an exasperated look and retorted coolly, "Get lost." This left Sun Wukong momentarily embarrassed. "Hey, Vegeta, why must you be like that?" Ignoring Sun Wukong, Vegeta turned once more to Lin Fan, his demeanor exceedingly earnest as he kept his head lowered. "Please, accept me as your disciple." Upon uttering these words, Vegeta's body trembled slightly. Never before had he set aside his dignity in such a manner. This was a first. Lin Fan observed the shift in his demeanor, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This was precisely the effect he sought. Vegeta relinquishing his absolute pride in his presence, shedding his arrogance. Even a wild stallion could be tamed. With Vegeta having already laid down his dignity before him, there was no longer a need to tease him. After all, his initial intent was to tame him and take him as a disciple. Goal achieved, it was time to withdraw. "Vegeta, I may accept you as my disciple, but it hinges on your sincerity." Vegeta felt a tinge of tragedy. He was genuinely earnest. Did he need to prove himself? However, Lin Fan's words instantly alleviated his concern. As for sincerity, a simple call of Master will reveal it. Without hesitation, Vegeta solemnly declared, Master. Ding. Congratulations to the host for accepting Vegeta as a disciple, gaining a combat power of 3 billion, block traversal, angelic lineage, ultra blue secret, and the primordial scion bloodline. What? Angelic lineage? Primordial scion bloodline. Upon hearing the rewards from the system, Lin Fan was nearly overcome with excitement, thrilled by the mere mention of angelic lineage, and now, the addition of the primordial scion bloodline. He had some understanding of the latter, albeit limited, as such bloodlines had never appeared in the Dragon Ball universe. His knowledge stemmed solely from conjectures shared by netizens in his previous life. Initially, he regarded such bloodlines as mere entertainment, a self-indulgent fantasy of online users, never anticipating that they would manifest in Vegeta. He couldn't help but think to himself, Vegeta truly deserved his status as the second protagonist. The rewards he yielded were remarkable. When he recruited Sun Wukong, he manifested the heart of the vast universe, and now with Vegeta, he had unearthed 2 extraordinary bloodlines. The drop rate of the protagonist group was indeed enticing. Rather than hastily delving into these revelations, he turned to Vegeta and said, Vegeta, I can sense your genuine desire to become my disciple. In light of that, I shall not hold back. I taught Sun Wukong the ultimate King Fist, and now I shall teach you the Ultra Ultimate Flash. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. The Ultra Ultimate Flash? How did it sound so much like his own Ultimate Flash? Could it possibly be related to his technique? Observing his bewilderment, Lin Fan discerned his thoughts and calmly remarked, You are not mistaken. The Ultra Ultimate Flash is indeed an enhanced version of your Ultimate Flash. It is akin to the advanced form of the King Kai Fist, a superior iteration of the original technique. Once you have mastered it, I shall impart to you the secrets of ascension to divinity. Vegeta smacked his lips, tempted to request a direct tutelage in the art of divinity. However, after a moment's contemplation, he decided against it. Lin Fan, his master, had already instructed him to first master the Ultra Ultimate Flash before proceeding further. There must be wisdom in this approach. Very well. Vegeta, follow me. As for the others, attend to your own tasks. Yes, Master Lin Fan. Chapter 54. Training with Vegeta. Approximately 2 hours later, Vegeta mastered the Ultra Final Flash. This advanced technique, building upon his original Final Flash, exhibited enhanced power, reduced charging time, halved energy consumption, and improved penetration capability. After merely demonstrating it once, Vegeta was profoundly astonished. He had never anticipated that the Final Flash could be augmented to such an extent. With the Ultra Final Flash at his disposal, he felt significantly more confident in his ability to obliterate his enemies. He was beginning to feel a sense of gratitude for having taken Lin Fan as his mentor. Without Lin Fan's guidance, he would never have acquired the Ultra Final Flash, nor would he have learned the subsequent divine techniques. At that moment, Goku, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, Master Lin Fan, let us have a sparring match. Previously, Lin Fan had instructed everyone to pursue their own endeavors. But unlike Tien and Kaiatsu, Goku had expressed his desire to challenge Lin Fan. He vividly recalled Lin Fan's promise that once he achieved divinity, they would engage in a duel. Now, with his goal set on defeating Lin Fan, he sought him out immediately upon attaining divine status. Vegeta, upon hearing Goku's words, could no longer restrain himself. He glared fiercely and retorted, Kakarot, you have already attained divinity. Can you not wait until Master Lin Fan teaches me first? Honestly, Goku, feeling somewhat sheepish, scratched his head and replied, I'm just a bit too eager. Vegeta chose to disregard Kakarot's remarks. Lin Fan then interjected, Goku, there is no need to rush our spar. After I instruct Vegeta, we can have our match. All right, Master Lin Fan, then please teach quickly. Goku urged with impatience. Nevertheless, since his master had spoken, he could only wait. Observing the situation, he realized that if he interrupted Vegeta's training, the latter would undoubtedly seek revenge. Lin Fan paid no further attention to Goku. With a flick of his wrist, a dazzling orb of multicolored energy materialized in his hand, emanating a unique power that exuded an aura of explosive potential and profound mystery. It was the first time Vegeta had encountered such enigmatic energy. Meanwhile, Goku immediately recognized the orb, recalling that Lin Fan had bestowed a similar one upon him not long ago, which had enabled his ascension to divinity. He whispered, Divine energy. Indeed, this was divine energy. Goku's elevation to godhood was due to Lin Fan's earlier gift, and now, Lin Fan was offering this orb of divine energy to Vegeta. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Fan raised his hand towards Vegeta, channeling the divine energy into his body. In an instant, the energy coursed through Vegeta, saturating him entirely, merging with his own power. Though it seemed to merge, it was, in fact, a process of absorption and evolution, transforming Vegeta's ordinary energy into divine energy. Once successful, Vegeta would henceforth possess the aura of a deity, with only a single step remaining to master the divine essence and attain godhood. Vegeta, immerse yourself fully in the divine energy. After imparting this encouragement, he reclined upon a chair on the opposite side. Goku swiftly followed suit, rubbing his fists together and exclaiming with a grin, "Master Lin Fan, let us engage in a friendly spar." With Vegeta currently grasping the divine essence, "You need not exert yourself." Lin Fan pondered for a moment. There was a grain of truth in Goku's words. However, should Goku choose to spar with him, he would undoubtedly unleash his full strength. Given their respective powers, a battle on Earth would result in catastrophic devastation. Should they retreat to the hyperbolic time chamber? Entering would mean squandering an opportunity. To waste such a chance merely to contend with Goku was a significant loss. Goku, truth be told, if we were to engage in a full-scale battle on Earth, it would undoubtedly suffer immense damage. Therefore, if we are to truly compete, the best course of action would be to venture into the cosmos and seek out an uninhabited, desolate planet for an epic clash. Goku instantly understood. Indeed, he had not considered that aspect. Any bout with Master Lin Fan would spell disaster for Earth. But that would require time, wouldn't it? Lin Fan nodded gently. Precisely. If we were to battle on an uninhabited planet, it would indeed take some time to reach it. Thus, Goku, there is no rush for our contest. There will be ample opportunities. Although Goku felt a pang of disappointment, he recognized that he did not wish to jeopardize Earth merely for the sake of a match with his master. Observing his disheartenment, Lin Fan offered reassurance. Do not be too dismayed, Goku. Once Vegeta attains divinity, we can seek out a suitable planet for a grand battle. At that time, Vegeta can join us. Ah, splendid. Goku exclaimed with unrestrained joy. The prospect of teaming up with Vegeta against his master thrilled him. While he favored the idea of a one-on-one duel, he acknowledged that he might not be a match for Lin Fan alone. However, with Vegeta's partnership, victory seemed attainable. Their synergy was remarkably strong. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. Enough. You should return to your training. Do not allow Vegeta to surpass you. His words were merely a casual reminder, devoid of any ulterior motive. Yet, to Goku, it sounded like a directive to ensure he remained ahead of Vegeta. He nodded vigorously. Master, rest assured. I will train diligently and will not let Vegeta exceed my abilities. Go on. After Goku departed, Lin Fan reclined in his chair, contemplating the notion of fostering a competitive spirit between the two. It appeared to be a splendid idea. He closed his eyes, preparing to rest for a while. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Ah, how could I have overlooked this? Chapter 55. Frieza. How could I possess such a skill? How could I have forgotten this? Suddenly, Lin Fan recalled that he had taught Frieza the indestructible technique and instructed him to remain in place to cultivate before ushering him into the hyperbolic time chamber. Now that Sun Wukong had emerged, it was indeed Frieza's turn to enter. The hyperbolic time chamber could accommodate 10 individuals at once, and during Sun Wukong's stay inside, Lin Fan had refrained from allowing Frieza entry, fearing a clash between the two. Given Sun Wukong's current prowess, dispatching Frieza would merely be a matter of moments. It would not do for his hard-earned disciple, whom he had nurtured for a day or two, to be vanquished by Sun Wukong. Most importantly, he had yet to reap significant rewards in terms of combat power. Rising from his chair, he felt a twinge of frustration. Why does it seem that this seemingly lackadaisical master system is not so lackadaisical after all? It feels rather hands-on. How can I harvest combat power if I do not guide them? Perhaps I have been too hasty in accepting disciples. Indeed, this is the crux. My pace in gathering disciples has been excessive. With a sigh, he mused that if Beerus had arrived a few months later, he could have taken it easy, gradually enhancing his strength. Alternatively, if he had traversed to a time before Majin Buu emerged, he would not have felt such urgency. Although Majin Buu is formidable, the initial appearance of Fat Buu requires only moderate combat power to handle, given his childlike innocence, which makes him easily swayed. After contemplating extensively, Lin Fan concluded that it was ultimately futile. Never mind, he thought. I must hasten to match Beerus's pace. I wonder what the combat power of that god of destruction, Beerus, truly is? When Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan God, Beerus claimed to have used 70% of his power, but in reality, it was merely to provoke Sun Wukong. Lin Fan was acutely aware of this. Indeed, he suspected that when Beerus faced Super Saiyan God, Super Red, he may not have even utilized 1% of his strength and was merely in his base form without employing any divine techniques of destruction. Therefore, to catch up to Beerus, Lin Fan needed to exert himself further and gather more disciples to unleash divine armaments. Meanwhile, sensing Frisia's presence, at this very moment, Frisia was diligently practicing the indestructible technique. Upon its manifestation, he gently patted his chest, producing a series of crisp, resonant thuds. After taking a couple of steps, the sound of his footsteps echoed, and he chuckled darkly. My indestructible technique is becoming increasingly formidable. With this ability, what does it matter if Sun Wukong becomes a god? Frisia, do not be overly confident. A voice suddenly pierced the air. Upon hearing this voice, Frisia instantly recognized its source and turned toward the direction of the disturbance. A strikingly handsome young man materialized before him. It was none other than Lin Fan. Master. Lin Fan greeted him with a slight nod. Frisia, Son Goku has ascended to godhood. With your current prowess, coupled with your understanding of the indestructible technique, you would be unable to withstand even a single exchange before him. A mere punch could shatter your defenses. This statement is not meant to intimidate you, Frisia. It is a stark reality. Your combat capability is woefully inadequate and cannot keep pace with the evolving narrative of Dragon Ball Super. Even if you were to master the indestructible technique to its utmost limits, you would still falter against Goku's strike. Frisia was taken aback but did not doubt Lin Fan's words, for he understood that his master had no reason to deceive him. However, he found it perplexing that such a formidable technique could not withstand a single blow from Goku. Master Lin Fan, the indestructible technique has significantly amplified my defense. How can it possibly fail against Goku's punch? Lin Fan smiled faintly. It is because his strength and offensive power surpass your imagination. Even with the indestructible technique, it remains futile. Frisia, let me be clear. While the indestructible technique is indeed powerful, one must possess a solid foundation of combat strength. Without absolute foundational prowess, even the most remarkable skills become meaningless, unless you wield the ability to erase the universe and all existence with a mere gesture. Frisia laughed heartily. Master Lin Fan, how could such an ability even exist? To this, Lin Fan had already formed an answer in his mind. Does that child not possess such a skill? Yet, Lin Fan chose to withhold this information for the time being, knowing that revealing it would undoubtedly shatter Frisia and his allies' confidence, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. For Goku, such knowledge might be inconsequential, but for Frisia, Vegeta, and others, it would evoke an absolute sense of pressure. Setting aside such thoughts, Lin Fan said, Frisia, I will now take you to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Endure as long as you can. Do not squander your time within. Yes, master. Upon realizing Goku's formidable nature, Frisia was determined not to waste any more time. Lin Fan soared ahead, with Frisia closely trailing behind. Within 5 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. Frisia gazed at the extraordinary structure before him, pondering in astonishment. Is this the legendary hyperbolic time chamber? 10 years inside, yet only a day outside, and it can adjust gravity. Contemplating gravity, Frisia turned to Lin Fan confidently and declared, Master Lin Fan, please adjust the gravity to 100,000 times. Oh, 100,000 times. Lin Fan replied, raising an eyebrow. Frisia, sensing a hint of skepticism in Lin Fan's tone, proudly asked, What? Has no one dared to challenge such a multiplier? He laughed heartily. I, Frisia, am the emperor of the universe. No one can match my level. Lin Fan, observing his blind confidence, remarked coolly, I merely intended to suggest that your multiplier is somewhat lacking. Goku's challenge was at 1,000,000 times. That is tenfold your request. Frisia's laughter abruptly ceased, and the confidence that adorned his face vanished in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly declared, Please adjust it to 1,000,000 times. Are you certain? Lin Fan inquired, his tone reminiscent of a gentle reminder. Absolutely. I cannot possibly be weaker than Son Goku, Frisia asserted with unwavering confidence. Lin Fan did not deter him further. Very well, once you enter, I will set it to 1,000,000 times. Proceed. Taking a deep breath, Frisia swiftly darted into the hyperbolic time chamber. He had never experienced such gravity at 1,000,000 times, yet he understood that the sensation would undoubtedly be unpleasant. Nevertheless, in pursuit of catching up to Son Goku and preserving his dignity before Master Lin Fan, he felt compelled to undertake this challenge. Observing Frisia's retreating figure, Lin Fan smiled. Appreciating the spirited competition among the three of them in their training, it was indeed beneficial. As a result, his own combat prowess would accelerate even more rapidly. Ding! Disciple Broly's base combat power increased, 2 billion. Master received a double enhancement, for billion. Current host's base combat power, 85 billion. Chapter 56. Broly's request to his father on planet Vampa. Broly's purification technique had reached a commendable level of proficiency, although it had not attained perfection or transcended mastery. For Broly, this stage was sufficiently effective. It enabled him to restrain his rage entirely. With the mastery of this technique, Broly rose from the ground with exhilaration, for he believed this meant he could finally remove the device controlling him around his neck. With these thoughts in mind, he swiftly flew towards the cave. Upon entering, he found his father, Paragus, diligently repairing their spaceship. When Paragus heard Broly's footsteps, he looked up with a sense of caution, only to see Broly approaching him with an expression of uncontained excitement. Over the years, Paragus had remained wary of Broly's sudden appearances, fearing that his son might turn against him and seize the device. However, seeing Broly's joyful demeanor alleviated some of his concerns, leaving Paragus perplexed about what could possibly elate his son so. Could it be that he had reconciled with those beasts? If that were the case, Paragus would have to eliminate a few more to ensure Broly returned to his solitary state. Though such thoughts crossed his mind, he maintained a calm facade and inquired, "Broly, what is the matter?" "Father, I implore you to remove the control device from me." Broly pointed to the contraption around his neck. At this, Paragus immediately grasped the remote control, his expression turning wary. "Broly, what are you saying?" He couldn't believe his ears and asked once more. "Father, you have heard me correctly. Please remove the device. I no longer require it." Broly exclaimed joyfully. Paragus sternly retorted, "Nonsense. Do you understand the purpose of that device around your neck? It is to control your fury and prevent you from losing your sanity. If you were to lose control, you could harm even me, leading to the annihilation of the entire planet. Not only would I perish, but your friends would as well." For anyone unaware of Paragus's intentions, his words might seem noble, yet they served as a pretext for denying Broly's request. Regardless of the reasoning, he had no intention of removing the device. Unbeknownst to Broly, he failed to perceive his father's underlying motives. To him, Paragus was his father, someone who would always consider his best interests and would not act against him. Smiling, he explained, "Father, I can now control my own rage. Even in a berserk state, I can maintain my rationality and possess the ability to think clearly. I will not act recklessly." This assertion caused Paragus to furrow his brow, doubt evident in his voice as he replied, "Nonsense. Utter nonsense. If you truly could control yourself, would I have gone through the trouble of creating this device for you? Father, I speak the truth. If you do not believe me, test my resolve. Stimulate my anger." As Paragus observed Broly's unwavering determination, a question arose in his heart. Could it be that Broly was indeed speaking the truth? In the past, he had never been one to persist in any matter, especially regarding the control device, which he understood was designed to prevent his rampage. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Paragus felt a flicker of doubt. "Very well, I shall test you. Broly, listen closely. All the friends you lost on this planet were slain by my hand. My intent is to render you utterly alone, devoid of companionship. Not only them, but should you form any new friendships in the future, I will eliminate them as well. Thus, you would be wise to abandon any thoughts of befriending these beasts." This proclamation struck Broly directly, twisting his face into a grimace as fury overtook him. Just as Paragus anticipated that Broly would succumb to his berserk state, he was taken aback to witness Broly's eyes return to normal. Although anger still simmered within him, he had not descended into a frenzy. At that moment, he resembled a typical person grappling with anger, irate, yet not easily provoked to the point of losing control or rationality. Seeing this unfold, Paragus furrowed his brow. What was happening? Why did it seem that Broly had regained his composure? Could it be that the provocation had been insufficient? No. Typically, such stimuli would be more than adequate to incite his fury. Could he have grown accustomed to such taunts? Let us try another approach. Broly, have you forgotten? We were exiled by King Vegeta, and we nearly perished on planet Vegeta. Therefore, we must seek vengeance against King Vegeta and eradicate his entire lineage. Kill, kill, kill. Paragus shouted indignantly, repeating the word thrice to incite Broly. Though Broly's anger was palpable, he did not enter a berserk state. His expression remained one of righteous fury. With a calm yet resolute tone, he replied, "Father, rest assured, I will help you slay King Vegeta." Paragus felt no joy from Broly's assurance. Instead, he was engulfed in frustration. In the past, discussions of this nature would have driven Broly to the brink of rage or beyond. Moreover, he had specifically repeated the word kill thrice to provoke Broly's wrath. Yet, despite his anger, Broly remained composed and did not lose his reason. "Father, do you see? I can now control my rage. If I do not wish to enter a berserk state, no amount of provocation will compel me to do so." Broly exclaimed with delight. He had mastered the art of purification, enabling him to cleanse his mind of anger, no longer reliant on others to sway his emotions. Broly, if you do not allow yourself to feel anger, will your combat prowess not stagnate? Paragus remarked, his brow deeply furrowed. After all these years of companionship, he is acutely aware that Broly's combat power escalates dramatically upon entering a berserk state, becoming exceedingly formidable. If he does not enter this state, wouldn't his power remain unchanged? Broly, with a smile, clarified, Father, you are mistaken. It is not that I cannot become enraged. Rather, I am capable of controlling my berserk state. I can indeed enter this state while still retaining my rationality. To put it simply, I can freely master my own fury. Even in the berserk state, my combat prowess will continue to enhance. Therefore, Father, I kindly request your assistance in removing the controller. Chapter 57. The calculations of Paragus. After a moment of contemplation, Paragus finally spoke. No, Broly, I still find it hard to believe. To prevent you from losing your sanity and causing harm to your father or to this planet, the controller must remain intact. I must warn you, do not attempt to remove it on your own. The instant you make contact with the controller, my remote will trigger an alarm. You would surely regret it. Broly was well aware that he could not unfasten the controller without permission. Just as his father had stated, the moment his hand touched it, the device would emit an alarm and deliver an electric shock, directly affecting his brain's neural pathways. The most prudent course of action to release himself from the controller was to seek his father's assistance. However, given the current circumstances, it was evident that his father was unwilling to assist in this matter. Father, Broly suddenly exclaimed, and Paragus, taken aback, hesitated for a moment. Yet, he continued to observe Broly closely, sensing his son was about to articulate something significant. As anticipated, Broly gazed at him with a look of despondence and inquired, "Do you truly refuse to release me from this controller?" Paragus understood that Broly harbored great hope in his words. If he were to express reluctance, it would undoubtedly sadden Broly, potentially leading him to disregard his father's guidance in the future. Nevertheless, could he genuinely bring himself to unfasten the controller? Once released, Broly would be free, and if he chose not to aid in Paragus's quest for dominion over the universe, all of his endeavors would have been in vain, rendering his sacrifices worthless. Contemplating this, Paragus adopted a different tone. Broly, listen to your father. It is not that I do not wish to release you from the controller. I am acutely aware of the suffering you have endured while wearing it for all these years, feeling perpetually constrained. Though you have remained silent, I understand your plight. Yet, I am powerless. If I were to set you free and you entered a state of rage, you might kill me. Would you truly want that? Broly shook his head. Despite his father's shortcomings, he felt an undeniable bond, as blood is thicker than water. The thought of harming his father was inconceivable. Of course not. You are my father. However, Father, I assure you, I can now manage my rage. Paragus raised his hand in a gesture of comfort and suggested, why not do this, Broly? Let us observe for a while longer. If you can indeed control your berserk state, I shall release the controller. Broly pondered this proposition. Given his father's current demeanor, it was clear he was unwilling to release him from the controller just yet. It seemed that he would have to wait until his father placed his trust in him before any liberation could occur. With a sense of disappointment, he nodded in agreement. Very well, and turned to leave. Paragus immediately called out to him, perplexed. Broly, how is it that you can suddenly control your berserker state? Broly found this inquiry somewhat contradictory. Had his father not doubted him? Why ask such a question? Paragus recognized the ambiguity in his words. In truth, he had begun to believe in Broly, yet he was reluctant to relinquish control over him. He quickly rephrased, Broly, what I mean is, how have you managed to somewhat control your berserker state and regulate your emotions? Broly pondered for a moment and resolved to speak candidly, perhaps by being forthright. His father would fully believe in him and ultimately remove the restraints. Father, it's true. A few days ago, I encountered a deity. It was he who taught me. A deity? Paragus exclaimed, utterly bewildered. In this desolate corner of the universe, how could a god possibly descend? And if a god had indeed appeared, how could he remain unaware? What were the deity's intentions? Was he truly divine? If so, perhaps he could be leveraged to facilitate their departure from this planet. However, for now, he needed to instill a sense of aversion in Broly towards this so-called god, ensuring that they would never meet again. Broly, you have yet to experience the treachery of mankind. You are far too gullible. Just because he claims to be a god, do you accept him as such? Perhaps he harbors ulterior motives, seeking to exploit you for his own ends. Upon hearing his father's words, Broly immediately retorted, Father, I believe Master Lin Fan is not that kind of person. He is certainly not sinister. He has been teaching me to cultivate and intends to take me away from Vampistar. At this declaration, Paragas's heart raced with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Broly. What did you say? He wishes to take you away from Vampistar? Seeing his father's agitated demeanor, Broly nodded gently. Why did you not inform me about his plan to take you away from Vampistar? Do you intend to conceal this from me and leave on your own? Are you abandoning your father? Have you forgotten who has raised you all these years? Who rescued you from the clutches of King Vegeta? Paragas's agitation stemmed not from the prospect of Broly leaving Vampistar, but from the fact that he had concealed such crucial information from him. If Broly were to depart without his knowledge, what purpose would he serve on Vampistar? Would he not be left to lead a solitary existence? In that case, it would not be Broly who befriended the beasts, but rather himself. Broly hastily clarified, Father. It is not like that. I have no such intentions. Paragas exhaled in relief. So you do not wish to leave, then? That is good, very good. Well, I do have thoughts of leaving, but I would never abandon you, Father. Broly replied earnestly, unable to meet his father's gaze. Although Paragas's combat prowess was not as formidable as his own, he was still his father. The bond of blood ran deep within him. Upon hearing this explanation, Paragas remained exceedingly irate. However, merely shouting at Broly would no longer suffice. He needed to locate this being named Lin Fan and implore him to refrain from meddling in his affairs with Broly. Broly, where is this Lin Fan? Take me to him. Broly shook his head in response. I do not know. He appeared suddenly, and I have no means to contact him. These words caused Paragas to furrow his brow. A sudden appearance? Could it be that he arrived on this planet by spaceship and sought out Broly? After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, Broly, focus on your training. Regarding your master Lin Fan, should he come seeking you again, please inform me. I have several inquiries for him. Understood. Chapter 58. Disappointed Broly. After Broly departed, a shadow flickered across Paragas's eyes, his expression turning cruel as he clenched his teeth, as though something precious had been snatched away from him. Lin Fan. God, are you searching for me? No sooner had Paragas uttered these words than a strikingly handsome young man appeared at the entrance of the cave. Upon seeing this captivating figure, Paragas felt an uncontrollable tremor within him. How could this man be at the door? Had he been eavesdropping on his conversation with Broly? Indeed, Paragas's suspicions were not unfounded. Lin Fan had arrived long before, having been alerted by the system that Broly had elevated his foundational combat power to a certain extent, indicating that he was nearly ready to return to Earth. At the moment Lin Fan anticipated Broly's entrance into the cave, curiosity piqued within him regarding Broly's intentions. Thus, he positioned himself behind Broly, refraining from alerting him, and remained at the cave's entrance to eavesdrop on their dialogue. Consequently, every word exchanged between them reached his ears. Are you Lin Fan, the so-called god? Broly inquired. Lin Fan neither confirmed nor denied, for there was no need. Indeed, I am Lin Fan. Paragas immediately interjected with a warning. Very well, you are Lin Fan. Since you have sought me out, I shall refrain from pursuing you. However, I must advise you to steer clear of my affairs with Broly. He is my son, and I will mold him as I see fit. Your interference is unwelcome, and you need not instruct Broly in mastering his wild abilities. In any case, should you wish to assist us in leaving, do so, and I shall ensure you are rewarded thereafter. Lin Fan smiled knowingly. What rewards could you possibly offer me? Moreover, do you truly believe they would be of any value to me? Paragas, do you not realize that you are an inadequate father? Paragas was momentarily taken aback. How do you know my name? Did Broly inform you? Lin Fan chose not to respond to this inquiry, deeming it unnecessary, and continued. Your reluctance to allow me to teach Broly to control his rage stems from a desire to bind him with a controller for a lifetime. A tool for your own purposes, directing him wherever you wish, turning him into your sword, a weapon to unify the universe. Such behavior is disgraceful. You are not fit to be called a father. To you, Broly is merely an instrument, not your son. Paragas glared at Lin Fan, his eyes wide with fury, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You, what? Am I mistaken? Lin Fan calmly retorted. With a deep breath, Paragas responded darkly. So what if it is true? Broly is my son. He is obliged to do as I command. His very existence is a gift from me. So what right does he have to impose conditions upon me? What audacity to defy my authority? Lin Fan shrugged, asserting, thus, I maintain that Broly is merely a sword in your hand, not your son. Paragas retorted vehemently. Indeed, and what of it? Our affairs with Broly are none of your concern. If you are wise, take us away from this desolate planet. You shall reap the rewards. But should you refuse to depart, then be gone. Initially, Paragas had contemplated leveraging Lin Fan's assistance to escape with Broly. However, Upon hearing Lin Fan articulate his thoughts so candidly, he abruptly abandoned that notion. He relinquished this idea, for he sensed that continued association between Broly and Lin Fan would likely lead Broly to forsake him as a father, choosing instead to heed Lin Fan's counsel. Thus, he resolved to minimize their encounters, ideally ensuring they never met. Lin Fan implored, "Paragus, if you genuinely care for Broly, I urge you to treat him with paternal affection, to remove the control device from his neck, rather than govern him through manipulation." Paragus clenched his fists, seething with rage as he barked, "Cease your prattle. Depart at once. Broly is my son. I will dictate his actions as I see fit. How I choose to treat him is my prerogative. I shall control him for eternity. What of it? I intend to have him assist me in ruling the universe. What of it?" Lin Fan ceased his entreaties and turned to leave. Just as he pivoted, he observed Broly standing at the entrance. Paragus, noticing Broly's presence, felt his heart race, panic washing over him as he was momentarily at a loss. The previous exchange could undoubtedly provoke Broly into a furious state, prompting an attack against him. Yet, with the remote control in his grasp, he felt unperturbed. His apprehension stemmed from the realization that, although Broly remained under his influence, the truth had now been laid bare, and he would no longer be as easily deceived. For Broly was now aware of the deception surrounding him. Lin Fan, seeing Broly at the entrance, was not surprised. He had anticipated Broly's return. His earlier words were intentionally crafted for Broly's ears, aimed at unveiling the true nature of his father, Paragus. Once Broly recognized this reality, how he chose to confront Paragus would be his own decision. Lin Fan's intent in revealing Paragus's true face was to prevent Broly from being exploited, urging him to reclaim his authentic self, no longer living for the desires of others. Such a being, brimming with potential, deserved greater opportunities for growth, rather than being confined to Paragus's narrow ambition of universal domination. In the realm of Dragon Ball Super, what does it matter to conquer a universe? The god of destruction could end your existence at twilight, and you would not see dawn. The Omni King could decree your demise in an instant, and you would not survive the blink of an eye. The title of Cosmic Emperor is but a farce. Paragus gazed intently at Broly and hastily explained, "Broly, listen to me. What father just said is not the truth. It has merely been influenced by that Lin Fan. His words are insincere." Standing aside, Lin Fan refrained from clarifying the veracity of the matter, knowing that Broly would discern the truth for himself. He was also curious to see if Broly's mastery of purification techniques could help him regulate his current emotions. Broly fixed his gaze on his father and replied coolly, "Father, how long do you intend to persist in this charade? From the moment you chose not to remove my control device, I sensed your ulterior motives. Yet, I held on to my faith in you because you are my father. However, you have truly disappointed me." Upon hearing his son's words, Paragus took a step forward, but suddenly recalled something, retreating hastily. "Broly, let me explain. What's wrong? Do you lack the courage to stand before me?" Broly interrupted him. Chapter 59. Broly. After the fury, Broly keenly observed the hesitant movements of Paragus, who advanced a step only to retreat in the next. He understood that his father was apprehensive about the possibility of being harmed, which prevented him from approaching. It was not a fear of Broly's loss of control in his rage, but rather a fundamental distrust. Had there been faith in him, Paragus would have approached without hesitation, regardless of the risk of Broly's fury. Momentarily rendered speechless by Broly's insight, Paragus pondered for a few seconds before finding an excuse to say, "It's not like that, Broly. I am merely concerned about you entering a rampage." Broly interrupted him once more, exclaiming, "No need to say more." He swiftly turned and took flight, with Lin Fan following closely behind. At that moment, Paragus called out from behind, "Broly, stop." However, Broly was beyond heeding his father's words. Disappointment swelled within him. He needed tranquility. Without hesitation, Paragus pressed the remote control. A jolt of electricity surged through Broly's body, penetrating his mind and wildly stimulating his nerves. "Ah!" Broly cried out in agony, his body crashing to the ground as he clutched his neck, rolling in torment. Observing Broly's distress, Lin Fan acted without delay, waving his hand to channel healing energy into Broly's body, alleviating his suffering in an instant. Grasping the remote with both hands, Broly bellowed, "Ah!" With a swift motion, he tore the device from his neck, gripping it tightly as he crushed it into fragments, which scattered to the ground. A gentle breeze swept through, leaving no trace of dust, as if the remote had never existed in Broly's grasp. Paragus watched in horror, trembling with fear. His eyes were filled with terror, fearing that Broly might unleash his wrath upon him. Given Broly's immense power, his demise could be but a fleeting moment away. Perhaps a mere energy blast would suffice. He mumbled, "Broly, Please don't act impulsively. Don't be angry. I am your father, your father. The fury within Broly escalated, contorting his face as his fists swelled with power. Suddenly, he let out a thunderous roar. Ah! With this cry, the very ground of planet Vegeta trembled, as if forewarning an impending earthquake. The quaking intensified, and fissures began to tear through the earth. Yet, this was not the end. It was merely the beginning. Mountains began to crumble, and the seas surged, forming a terrifying tsunami that thundered across the land. In an instant, the ground was engulfed, and countless objects were swept away. Both landslides and tidal waves descended upon the planet. Broly's body expanded step by step, while Paragus' eyes reflected sheer terror. He realized that he could not remain in this place any longer. This was the foremost thought racing through his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and sprinted back towards the cave, striving to distance himself from Broly. Lin Fan observed Broly, who had succumbed to a state of fury, yet he remained unfazed. On the contrary, he felt a surge of elation. The more enraged Broly became, the greater the likelihood of a breakthrough, thereby enhancing Lin Fan's own combat prowess. Moreover, in Broly's current state, even in his rage, he retained a semblance of rationality. Should he fail to achieve self-purification, Lin Fan would assist him in this endeavor. With a notification, Lin Fan's disciple Broly had his foundational combat power augmented by 5 billion, while the master enjoyed a doubled enhancement of 10 billion. Presently, the host's foundational combat power stood at an impressive 95 billion. Lin Fan gazed at his own strength, his heart swelling with joy. 95 billion was merely a step away from 100 billion. Once he crossed that threshold, he could transform into a Super Saiyan God, gaining 20 quintillion in power. If he further invoked the body dominance technique, combined with the 30-fold Kaioken. Alternatively, he could directly ascend to Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Super Blue, amplifying his strength significantly with these enhancements. The thought sent a thrill through him, yet Lin Fan's aspirations for combat power extended far beyond this. His current ambition was to defeat Beerus. Approximately 8 minutes later, Broly's rampage ceased, and he entered a remarkably primal state, his muscles bulging, hair turning green, and his pupils adopting a verdant hue. This incarnation of Broly, unlike his previous berserk forms, retained his intellect and reasoning, even in fury. Lin Fan regarded Broly and inquired, "Are you all right, Broly?" "Master, I am well. I can control my body and regulate my emotions." Broly replied. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. You have mastered the purification technique remarkably well. Though not yet perfected, it suffices for your needs. Return to your normal state." No sooner had Lin Fan's words left his lips than Broly instantaneously reverted to his usual form, his physique and hair restoring to their original state. "Master, I apologize if I frightened you earlier," Broly said, offering an earnest apology. Lin Fan chuckled lightly. "Not at all. It is inconceivable that I could be frightened. Nonetheless, your apology is appreciated, indicating your thoughtfulness." Indeed, in his normal state, Broly was quite courteous. Lin Fan distinctly recalled Broly's initial encounter with Vegeta, where he had cheerfully introduced himself. "Hello, I am Broly." However, now, thanks to Lin Fan's purification technique, there was no longer any need to fear irrationality following his berserk episodes. Broly's demeanor evoked memories of Goku and Vegeta transforming into Super Saiyan 4 and GT. Note, the timeline of Dragon Ball GT follows Dragon Ball Super. During the GT period, Up has grown up, while the current Up has only recently been reincarnated. Still a mere child, the reincarnation of Kid Buu. Dragon Ball Super, and Dragon Ball GT, yet we shall not follow the GT narrative, as the characters therein have become somewhat inconsequential within the realm of Super. As for the potential introduction of Super Saiyan 4, it may be considered depending on the circumstances. If included, images from Super 1 to Super May 10th be shared in the comments section. Initially, when Son Goku first transformed into Super Saiyan 4, he first morphed into a colossal ape, losing his rationality. However, he later regained his senses and reverted to his humanoid form, entering the authentic Super Saiyan 4 phase. At this moment, Broly's appearance bears a striking resemblance to Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan 4, having regained his composure and significantly enhanced his combat prowess. "Broly, are you willing to leave with me now?" Without hesitation, he replied, "Yes." "Very well, place your hand upon my shoulder, and I shall guide you to Earth." As for Paragus, Lin Fan held no interest in his fate. After all, he had already dwelled on this island for several decades, so it would be best for him to spend his remaining days in solitude. Chapter 60. Anger upon seeing you. With a swift motion, Lin Fan and Broly materialized within the temple. Inside, the Pilaf trio was engaged in culinary endeavors. and it was the distinct essence of their presence that drew Lin Fan here. The trio, brimming with excitement, approached with dishes in hand, eagerly announcing their readiness to dine. "Broly, please take a seat." Lin Fan gestured for Broly to sit down. As Broly observed the trio bustling with their food, he couldn't help but swallow hard, particularly drawn in by the tempting aroma of pizza that tantalized his senses. Lin Fan smiled subtly. "Broly, during your time on planet Vampa, you primarily consumed meat, did you not?" Broly nodded affirmatively. "Yes, master. Raw fish meat." Lin Fan paused momentarily, taken aback. While he had surmised that Broly's diet consisted mainly of meat, he hadn't anticipated the inclusion of raw fish. However, upon further reflection, it seemed somewhat plausible. Given Paragus' character, he likely had little interest in teaching Broly the art of cooking, preferring instead that he consume his meals raw. "Broly, as you accompany me from now on, opportunities for raw fish will be scarce, as they are rather unpalatable," Lin Fan remarked, turning to Xiao Wu to inquire, "Are all the dishes ready?" "Yes." Xiao Wu nodded enthusiastically, her eyes fixated on the table laden with food, itching to dive in. Yet, she was acutely aware that it was imperative for Lin Fan to give the word first. "Very well, let us gather for the meal," Lin Fan declared. Yes. The Pilaf trio wasted no time and promptly seated themselves, ready to feast. Had Lin Fan not been present, they likely would have each grabbed a plate and devoured their food with abandon. Lin Fan signaled to Broly, "Go ahead and eat." "Yes, master." Midway through the meal, a sudden whoosh heralded the arrival of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Upon seeing the others enjoying their meal, Sun Wukong let out a loud gulp. Vegeta, having merged with divine energy, sought to consult Lin Fan regarding his next steps, thus requesting Kakarot to bring him to Lin Fan. "Master Lin Fan, why didn't you call us for dinner?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, unabashedly. A resonating thud echoed in Broly's mind, inflicting him with a wave of anguish. He instantly turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong, his pupils dilating, eyes ablaze with fury, as if Sun Wukong had wronged him in some grievous manner. From the moment Sun Wukong appeared, Lin Fan had been discreetly observing Broly, eager to discern whether the sound of Sun Wukong's voice would ignite his wrath. As anticipated, upon hearing Sun Wukong, Broly was engulfed in a torrent of anger, his eyes reflecting a tempest of rage. The atmosphere shifted palpably, as those present could perceive the simmering fury emanating from Broly, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, infused with the scent of flames. Sun Wukong, bewildered by Broly's intense gaze, inquired, "Hey, why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Fan pondered whether to allow Broly and Son Goku to engage in a duel. When Broly first emerged from planet Vampa and encountered Goku and Vegeta, he unleashed a relentless onslaught against them, although he initially found himself at a disadvantage. As the battle progressed, Broly's latent potential gradually unfolded, enabling him to gain the upper hand over Goku and Vegeta. Even after they transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, Broly continued to dominate them. Ultimately, it was only due to Frieza withstanding a fair amount of punishment that Goku and Vegeta were afforded the opportunity to fuse into Vegeto, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue Vegeto, which finally allowed them to suppress the raging Broly. It was utterly incomprehensible that someone who had not undergone genuine training could overpower Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta. Lin Fan even regarded Broly as a bug-like existence. Indeed, he was extraordinarily overpowered. If he were to receive proper training, he would undoubtedly rival or even surpass Jiren. After contemplating for a while, Lin Fan concluded that the timing for a duel between the two was not yet ripe. The most crucial point was that the battleground had yet to be resolved. Surely, they could not allow the two to enter the hyperbolic time chamber, for that would waste an invaluable opportunity. Although a single battle would significantly enhance their combat prowess, entering the chamber due to a fight would be excessively extravagant. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Fan called out to Broly, "Calm your mind." Upon hearing Lin Fan's voice, Broly hesitated not for a moment and promptly executed the purification technique. After approximately half a minute, he steadied his mind, and his gaze toward Goku softened considerably. Observing this change, Goku scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Master Lin Fan, who is he? Why is he looking at me like that?" Vegeta, too, was filled with curiosity about Broly, yet he sensed that this individual was anything but ordinary. However, in his eyes, what did that matter? Having merged with divine energy, he felt confident even against Kakarot, let alone against this man standing before him. Had Lin Fan been privy to Vegeta's thoughts, he would have been compelled to deliver a reality check. "How naive you are. This bug-like man is far more formidable than you perceive, and the Super Saiyan transformation holds little significance for him." Lin Fan set down his utensils and explained, "His name is Broly, a truly formidable individual. He tends to get angry upon seeing you. By the way, like you, he is also a scion from planet Vegeta. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Broly closely. Another survivor from planet Vegeta? It was indeed surprising. He had thought that only he and Kakarot remained. The fact that Lin Fan referred to him as a powerful individual suggested that Broly was far from ordinary. As Vegeta contemplated these matters, Goku, on the other hand, paid little heed to the significance of planet Vegeta or Broly's anger. He was captivated solely by the words scion and formidable. With faces alight with excitement, they gazed at Broly, exclaiming, "Incredible! Absolutely marvelous! Let us engage in a duel." Lin Fan interjected, "Given the destructive power of your combat, the Earth would not withstand the havoc you might unleash. Once Vegeta ascends to divinity, seek out a desolate planet where you three can unleash your prowess at will." "Ah, Master Lin Fan, I can hardly wait. Broly, let us commence our contest," Son Goku declared, brimming with impatience. A slight smirk played upon Broly's lips as he responded, "I heed Master Lin Fan's counsel." "Oh, you too are a disciple of Master Lin Fan?" Both Son Goku and Vegeta expressed their astonishment. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. "Very well, Goku, let us defer the matter of your duel until Vegeta achieves divinity. If you wish for a swift contest, encourage Vegeta to ascend swiftly. At that juncture, you shall confront him together." "Ah, together to confront him?" Son Goku's face was a canvas of surprise. Vegeta could not suppress a disdainful snort. Understanding their thoughts, Lin Fan offered a gentle smile. "Broly, unlike you two, he is." "Unlike? Are we not all scions? What sets him apart?" The two leaned in, eager to listen intently. Chapter 61. What distinguishes him? What difference does it make? Is Broly not also a scion? Goku and Vegeta pricked up their ears, their hearts filled with confusion as they turned to Lin Fan, awaiting an explanation. Lin Fan did not keep them waiting long and elucidated. "Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, an ancient scion." "What?" Vegeta was instantly taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief, his legs trembling as he stared in shock at the seemingly harmless Broly. Goku, on the other hand, felt a wave of numbness wash over him, bewildered as he inquired, "Ancient scion? Is it formidable?" Scratching the back of his head, he added, "Aren't ancient scions still scions?" Goku was utterly oblivious to the hierarchical nuances of scion bloodlines. He merely understood that they were all scions. Vegeta immediately scolded, "Kakarot, you fool. Ancient scions possess a highly potent bloodline among scions, said to be only inferior to that of the progenitor scions. However, the progenitor scion bloodline has always been a mere legend, never truly manifested, while the ancient scion bloodline is a tangible reality. Thus, in strict terms, ancient scions represent the most formidable of scions, for the progenitor scions do not exist. Once transformed, ancient scions become exceedingly brutal and bloodthirsty, their combat prowess surging to unfathomable heights. Their potential exceeds even that of our super scions, and throughout history, ancient scions have been a nightmare for all scions. They are akin to a devilish existence. Vegeta had only encountered such matters in the scion historical records. Although he had merely read about them, he could sense the terrifying ferocity of ancient scions from the descriptions. This was why, upon hearing that Broly was an ancient scion, he was astonished, with a flicker of fear in his eyes. Sometimes, knowing too much is not a boon, but a source of terror. In contrast, Goku exhibited a fearless naivety, seemingly undaunted by the revelations, and upon hearing Vegeta's account, he merely grasped one salient point. Ancient scions are formidable. Lin Fan, slightly surprised, had not anticipated that Vegeta was familiar with the progenitor scions. However, according to Vegeta's words, the historical records state that progenitor scions do not exist. They are but a legend, much like the Super Saiyan God, which is also merely a tale. Although both the progenitor scion and the Super Saiyan God are legends, they embody different concepts. The former pertains to bloodline, while the latter refers to transformation. Bloodlines can enhance potential and explosive power from the very roots of one's being, whereas transformation merely provides a temporary boost. In a strict sense, the significance of bloodlines surpasses that of transformations. To put it simply, even though Goku and Vegeta can transform into Super Saiyan Blue, they are still outmatched by a barely trained Broly due to the effects of Broly's ancient Saiyan bloodline. Should Lin Fan now inform Vegeta that he has the opportunity to possess the progenitor Saiyan bloodline, one wonders what Vegeta's reaction would be. Lin Fan's ancestral Saiyan lineage, along with his angelic bloodline, remained securely stored within the system's inventory, yet he had not utilized them. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather the absence of time. Sun Wukong, utterly perplexed, remarked, "I feel utterly lost. What is this ancient scion and ancestral scion? Aren't scions simply scions? Nevertheless, he discerned that this individual was exceptionally formidable, and he eagerly anticipated the prospect of battling him. As he spoke, he rubbed his fists together, brimming with excitement. Vegeta's lips twitched in irritation. Conversing with this intellectually challenged individual was truly exasperating. Ultimately, his gaze shifted towards Lin Fan, reassured that as long as his master comprehended, that sufficed. Lin Fan nodded gently, affirming, "You are correct, Vegeta. The ancient Scion bloodline is indeed powerful." He then turned to son Wukong with a smile. "Wukong, there is one more thing I can share with you. Broly was born on the same day as you, with an innate battle power of 10,000. A presence that frightened you to tears, the kind of tears that could not be soothed no matter the effort. Consequently, he developed a psychological aversion upon hearing your voice. He inexplicably felt agitated." Vegeta and son Wukong were momentarily struck with astonishment. What? A battle power of 10,000 at birth. Despite their current battle powers exceeding hundreds of millions, 10,000 seemed trivial in comparison. Yet, the notion was still utterly shocking. Son Wukong, upon regaining his composure, sheepishly scratched his head. "No wonder he scared me to tears. When Vegeta invaded Earth, his battle power was merely 18,000. Vegeta jabbed son Wukong in the chest, glaring fiercely. "What was that for, Vegeta?" Son Wukong replied, visibly frustrated. Vegeta often resorted to such antics, occasionally taking a jab at himself. In truth, he preferred to avoid reminiscing about past events, particularly the invasion of Earth. It was a topic he found distasteful. For him, those who invaded Earth were villains, and his former actions were similarly villainous. However, he was reluctant to admit that he had once been a bad person. Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Wukong's bluntness was truly hurtful, lacking any subtlety. He interjected, "All right, setting aside other matters, you two haven't eaten yet, have you? Vegeta, after we dine, I shall teach you the techniques of mastering energy. Once you comprehend them, the path to divinity will be within reach." "Absolutely," son Wukong exclaimed, gazing at the spread before him, unable to contain his anticipation. If they could not spar, then indulging in a hearty meal was the greatest joy. The two commenced their feast with fervor. The speed at which they consumed their food instilled a profound sense of threat in Pilaf, Xiaowu, and Ashu, prompting them to hasten their own eating. Thus, a comical scene unfolded, with 5 individuals ravenously devouring their meals, racing against one another at an absurd pace. A spectacle that could only be described as exaggeratedly chaotic. At such a pace, with such meager fare, it was inevitable that they would find themselves wanting. Thus, in less than 3 minutes, not a morsel remained upon the table, had it not been for the faint traces of oil lingering on the plates. One might easily assume they had been washed. Lin Fan turned to Vegeta, addressing him with gravity. "Vegeta, next time, bring 100 million. Huh." Vegeta paused momentarily. Goku, equally perplexed, inquired, "Master Lin Fan, why should Vegeta bring 100 million? With the appetites you both possess, would Tien Shinhan's funds not suffice for your meals?" Vegeta, somewhat indignant, retorted, "Kakarot eats just as voraciously. Why doesn't he bring anything? Does he even have it?" Goku replied, rendered speechless. Chapter 62. The plan for Broly. Goku scratched his head in embarrassment. He truly had no money. Even now, he and Chi-Chi were still residing in a modest little house. Unlike Bulma and Vegeta, who lived in a world-class luxurious villa, Vegeta felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, finally having outdone Kakarot for once. "All right, let us go after we've eaten," Lin Fan announced, soaring into the air, with the 3 of them following closely behind. They arrived at a cooler location, where Broly, Goku, and Vegeta sat cross-legged, while Lin Fan stood, elucidating the techniques for mastering the Ultra Aura. Both Goku and Broly had grasped the essence of the Ultra Aura, yet they were not averse to Lin Fan's repeated explanations. Although they had attained a competent level, they had not reached the pinnacle of perfection, nor had they achieved the sublime state of mastery. Therefore, listening to Lin Fan's teachings was undeniably beneficial. Approximately 2 hours later, Lin Fan not only elucidated the techniques for mastering the Ultra Aura to Vegeta, but also imparted the secrets to attaining divinity. Vegeta, possessing considerable talent, managed to memorize everything. However, memorization did not equate to mastery, and he still needed to comprehend the teachings fully. Lin Fan planned to wait until Frieza emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber before allowing Vegeta to enter, preferring to keep the two from encountering each other for the time being. He even contemplated instructing Frieza to return to his army after emerging, urging him not to mention that Lin Fan was his master. much like the legendary son Wukong, who had refrained from revealing his mentorship under the Bodhi Patriarch. Vegeta, take your time to comprehend this, Lin Fan advised. At that moment, Broly turned to Lin Fan, a look of confusion crossing his face. Master Lin Fan, may I ask why I cannot perceive the secrets of divinity? With a chuckle, Lin Fan calmly explained, your body lacks divine energy, hence you cannot sense it. Divine energy? Broly questioned, bewildered. Lin Fan provided a brief explanation, and Broly began to understand that divine energy was essential for attaining divinity. Broly, although becoming a deity is appealing, I do not intend to allow you to ascend to divinity. Why not? Broly asked, perplexed. According to Lin Fan's earlier statements, he believed that attaining divinity would exponentially increase his combat power. Why, then, was he being denied this opportunity? As this thought crossed his mind, he immediately dismissed it, reasoning that Lin Fan would not be one to hesitate in such matters. Instead, there must be other considerations at play. His intuition was not incorrect. Lin Fan indeed had other plans for Broly. Due to the ancient Scion blood coursing through your veins, the conventional path to divinity is not suitable for you. You are better suited for the ancient Scion lineage. The ancient Scion lineage? Broly inquired, somewhat confused. Precisely. It aligns with the paths of Super Saiyan 1, 2, and 3 that Goku and Vegeta follow. As long as your strength is formidable enough, you can ascend to divinity through the ancient Scion lineage, and the deity you become will possess greater power and ferocity. The ancient Super Saiyans, from the 1st to the 10th, were elucidated in a manner that Broly could grasp. Nodding gently in understanding. For now, Broly, focus on perfecting the purification technique. Once you elevate it to a higher level, I shall assist you in transcending to the 4th tier of the ancient Super Saiyan. To transform into a 4th tier ancient Super Saiyan, one must revert to the primal state of a colossal gorilla, mastering one's intellect before returning to a normal humanoid form. This is the only pathway to genuinely attain the 4th tier. This process mirrors that of Goku and his companions in their transformation into Super Saiyans. All must undergo the transformation into the colossal gorilla state. Given Broly's current proficiency in purification techniques, it is indeed applicable to his present state. However, transitioning to the 4th tier and entering the colossal gorilla state may incite greater rage and a loss of reason. Broly, inherently prone to ferocity, would find it exceedingly challenging to maintain control without sufficient purification techniques. Although Lin Fan can assist him externally with purification, such external aid pales in comparison to the efficacy of self-evolution. To achieve even greater power and ascend to the 4th and 5th tiers, one must cultivate the purification technique to its pinnacle or even to the realm of transcendence. Hence, Lin Fan initially perceived this purification technique as specifically tailored for Broly. Broly offered no objections to Lin Fan's directives, affirming, yes, Master Lin Fan, you 3 should train separately. Return to the temple if you require anything. Yes. With Lin Fan's words barely dissipating, he instantaneously sensed Xiao Wu's energy and returned to the temple. Upon his return, the first thing Lin Fan did was recline on a chair, shutting his eyes to rest. After several hours of exertion, he felt a touch fatigued. Yet as soon as he closed his eyes, thoughts of several intriguing items within his system backpack flooded his mind, dispelling any trace of drowsiness. He opened the system backpack to examine the ancient Scion bloodline, angelic bloodline, and the spatial cube ancient Scion bloodline, the progenitor of the Scions. The first generation of Scion blood, a legacy of both triumph and downfall, with immeasurable potential. Angelic bloodline, a rare lineage of special angels, possessing innate angelic skills such as aura perception and time reversal, an aristocratic bloodline of unfathomable potential within the universe. Spatial cube, a mode of transport for the gods of destruction, capable of masking the presence of any god of destruction or ordinary angel, allowing free traversal across various universes. Super Blue Secret, the technique and method to achieve the godly Super Saiyan transformation. Lin Fan was enamored with the effects of these items, particularly the ancient Scion bloodline, which represents the most authentic heritage of the Scions. In simpler terms, aside from those possessing the ancient Scion bloodline, all other Scions could be considered, in a certain sense, their descendants. Regarding the angelic bloodline, Lin Fan is well aware that beings such as Weiss and Bardos possess extraordinary powers precisely due to their celestial heritage. This fact is irrefutable. The Dimensional Cube, which was the very reason Hit made a pact with the god of destruction Kampa from the 6th universe to engage in battle alongside Sun Wukong and others, holds immense significance. With this artifact, Lin Fan could soar across vast universes, gathering disciples far and wide. Indeed, it is a remarkable item. A true evaluation, a divine artifact. Without further contemplation, he merges the bloodline of the primordial scions with that of the angels, absorbing the secrets of Ultra Instinct. In an instant, two distinct yet extraordinary forces and the profound memories of Ultra Instinct swiftly converge within Lin Fan's being. Chapter 63, Special Reward. Master's blessing. Lin Fan lay quietly on the chair, utterly still, yet within his body, a monumental transformation was taking place. His potential and capabilities had undergone an extraordinary enhancement. A surge of ancestral scion bloodline consumed his original scion essence, establishing a fragment of the primal scion lineage. Simultaneously, an angelic bloodline merged within him, culminating in the trifecta of ancestral scion, angelic, and human bloodlines. A being of three bloodlines. If Broly is likened to a character akin to a game-breaking phenomenon, then Lin Fan is the embodiment of a cheat. While a glitch merely manifests unexpectedly beyond a certain threshold, a cheat defies all logic and explanation. Everything becomes absurd. The invincibility of these two bloodlines is exhilarating. Upon sensing the formidable strength coursing through him, Lin Fan opened his eyes and couldn't help but utter a soft exclamation. Ding! Host's basic combat power has increased by 100 billion. All disciples under your tutelage receive a blessing from the master, enhancing their power by 10 billion. In an instant, a substantial amount of special energy radiated from Lin Fan, seemingly possessing consciousness, swiftly soaring towards the direction of his disciples. Vegeta, Goku, Broly, and even the distant 17 on an island, along with Frieza within the hyperbolic time chamber, all felt this unique energy seek them out. As this special energy enveloped them, it seamlessly integrated into their bodies, and in that fleeting moment, they experienced a warm sensation. They felt their energy levels surge, their combat power escalating dramatically. While they could not ascertain the exact increase, they sensed a minimum boost of 8 billion in basic combat power, which coincidentally amounted to 10 billion. They were utterly astonished. What transpired? How could such a significant increase in combat power occur? Where did this energy originate? As their minds raced with questions, a voice resonated within their consciousness. For the master's love and the disciples' virtue, you are rewarded with a modest increase in combat power. This voice was the system's notification for Lin Fan. Upon hearing this, all the disciples comprehended that this energy was bestowed upon them by their master, Lin Fan. Their astonishment deepened. How could their master grant them such immense power from a considerable distance? What extraordinary skill was this? It was truly awe-inspiring. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances towards the direction of the temple, pondering just how formidable their master Lin Fan truly was. Such prowess seemed almost divine. Defeating Master Lin Fan appeared to be a more formidable challenge than they had anticipated. Despite these thoughts, Goku felt no sense of discouragement. On the contrary, he clenched his fists, excitement radiating from his expression. He relished the thrill of the pursuit. Upon hearing the system's alert, Lin Fan was taken aback. Oh? I can actually bestow combat power upon my disciples? This is indeed a first. The system promptly elucidated that when the host's combat power rises by more than 100 billion in a single instance, a blessing will be conferred upon the disciple. The value of this blessing is random, yet it will not exceed half of the host's increase. For instance, if the host has enhanced their base combat power by 100 billion, the randomly bestowed combat power will not surpass 50 billion. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Fan comprehended fully. No wonder he had not noticed this before. The criteria were exceedingly stringent, requiring an increase of over 100 billion in combat power to receive a blessing. Nonetheless, whether or not the blessing could be conferred was of little concern to Lin Fan. The prospect of receiving such a boon was delightful, yet its absence would bear no significant loss for him. He clenched his fists. The lineage of the Scion ancestors combined with the angelic bloodline was indeed formidable. Just by merging these two bloodlines without any training, he had already augmented his base combat power by 100 billion. If he were to train, would his power not soar even higher? It seemed imperative to seize the opportunity to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Perhaps he could enlist a few disciples as sparring partners, which would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess significantly. Who knows, he might elevate his base combat power to 500 billion. Lin Fan's aspirations grew ever larger. Previously, he had deemed a breakthrough beyond 100 billion to be remarkable. However, after merging these two bloodlines, his perspective shifted. 100 billion in base combat power no longer seemed extraordinary. The angelic bloodline naturally endowed him with numerous skills. What extraordinary abilities did it possess? Lin Fan closed his eyes and meticulously attuned himself to the sensations. Time reversal, telekinesis, aura perception. At that moment, Lin Fan discerned 3 innate skills and murmured, "Why are there only 3 extraordinary abilities? Is it because I have yet to fully master this angelic bloodline?" After contemplating for a while, Lin Fan concluded that this notion was indeed correct. He had not yet adeptly harnessed the angelic bloodline, which explained his limited awareness of these 3 unique abilities. After all, the fusion of bloodlines and the learning of techniques were not the same. Upon mastering a technique, one could attain a level of perfection, while bloodline fusion required personal exploration. Never mind, there was no need to dwell on such matters. With time and practice, he would naturally uncover the full extent of the angelic innate skills. Lin Fan maintained a broad-minded perspective and did not overly concern himself with these thoughts. Instead, he began to study the secrets of Ultra Blue. The Ultra Blue secret refers to the techniques for transforming into the Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, which would be beneficial for teaching Goku and Vegeta. But it bore no significance for Lin Fan himself, as he had already mastered the Ultra Blue transformation when he subdued Broly. Having thoroughly grasped the transformation techniques for Ultra Blue, Lin Fan mused, once one possesses the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan God, transitioning into Ultra Blue becomes far less daunting. With the addition of some specialized training, it can certainly be achieved. With a yawn, Lin Fan stretched his limbs and closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber. After a slumber that lasted 2 hours, Lin Fan awoke, exclaiming with a sense of relief, "At last, I can relax." The past few days had indeed been exhausting. With his index and middle fingers brought together, he prepared to sense Broly's aura and ascertain the progress of his training. Just at that moment, a streak of light descended from the horizon. Chapter 64. A special visitor. Suddenly, a streak of light descended from the heavens, and before him appeared 2 figures, a man and a woman. Both were tall, adorned with azure-green skin and cascading white hair. The man wielded a long staff, its midsection a striking blend of crimson and deep blue, while a large, pale blue halo rested around the woman's neck. The woman, with her high ponytail, was exceptionally beautiful, her form voluptuous and her curves enchanting, complemented by her long, alluring legs, exuding an air of cool aloofness. The man, with his upright curly hair, possessed striking handsomeness. Upon witnessing these 2, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, pondering silently their purpose for being here. The man was the first to break the silence, greeting him politely, "Mr. Lin Fan." The woman echoed the greeting, "Mr. Lin Fan." Although Lin Fan was uncertain of their intentions, he felt compelled to respond graciously, recognizing that dismissing them would be unwise given their formidable presence. "Greetings, Mr. Whis and Ms. Vados." Indeed, this unexpected duo was none other than Whis, the Angel of Universe 7, and Vados, the Angel of Universe 6. Angels primarily serve the gods of destruction. However, their role is more akin to that of supervisors, often holding a status that surpasses that of the gods themselves. Lin Fan understood this well. During the Tournament of Power, any universe that faltered faced annihilation, with both the gods of destruction and the Supreme Kais meeting their doom, while the angels merely returned to the Grand Minister's side. The reasons behind this hierarchy eluded him, whether it was due to the Grand Minister's esteemed position or the intrinsic background of the angelic race remained a mystery. Yet, Lin Fan felt certain that their standing indeed eclipsed that of the gods of destruction. Whis and Vados noted Lin Fan's recognition of them, exchanging slight, fleeting expressions of surprise. Curiosity piqued, Lin Fan inquired, "Might I ask the purpose of your sudden visit?" His confusion was palpable. Why had 2 angels come to him? Was it due to his fusion with angelic blood? Yet, even if that were the case, it seemed unlikely that they would have discovered him, especially Vados, who belonged to Universe 6 while he resided in Universe 7. Whis smiled gently, replying, "There is no specific guidance to impart. We are merely following the Grand Minister's directive to visit you, Mr. Lin Fan." A jolt of surprise surged through Lin Fan at the mention of the Grand Minister's will. Did the Grand Minister know of his existence? How was that even possible? Though he resided far within Universe 7, it seemed increasingly plausible that the Grand Minister, being a significant figure close to the Omni King, possessed formidable capabilities. Whis had previously mentioned that the Grand Minister was a peak-level expert among the 12 universes. Thus, tracking someone like Lin Fan would not pose much difficulty. Yet, why had he taken note of him? Was it truly because of the angelic bloodline? Having only recently integrated the angelic bloodline, it is implausible that they would hastily dispatch Whis and Beerus to me, even if they became aware of my existence through this matter. Suddenly, Lin Fan recalled a crucial detail, the vast heart. Enlightenment dawned upon him. It must surely be due to the vast heart. Its formidable effects, though seemingly subtle during the integration, have indeed shaken all 12 universes. The power of the vast heart enables communication with any individual across these universes, and the Grand Priest is among those who possess such abilities. With the melding of such immense power, he must have experienced a certain resonance, which is likely why he took notice of me. But why does he not approach me directly? Reflecting on this, Lin Fan chuckled awkwardly to himself. The reason for his lack of a personal visit must be my insufficient strength. Given my current capabilities, defeating Beerus would be a monumental challenge, let alone the Grand Priest. As a mere shrimp, how could I expect him to seek me out personally? The mere act of sending Whis and Beerus is already a considerable honor. With a polite smile, Lin Fan inquired, "Might I ask what the Grand Priest wishes to convey?" In the presence of such authority, one must adopt a humble demeanor. Whis, maintaining his courteous demeanor, replied, "Mr. Lin Fan, the Grand Priest has no specific instructions, but merely wishes to communicate a message to you." "What message?" "The Grand Priest wishes to know if Mr. Lin Fan would be inclined to become one of the Supreme Kais. Currently, the position of Supreme Kai of the 7th universe is vacant, with the West, North, and South Supreme Kais no longer present. The Grand Priest is willing to appoint Mr. Lin Fan to any of these positions." Lin Fan hesitated for a moment. Become a Supreme Kai? What could be the reasoning behind this? Was it the East Supreme Kai who recommended me? "Mr. Whis, may I inquire if someone has put forth my name? Or is this a direct command from the Grand Priest?" Whis, without any reservation, replied, "There has been no recommendation from anyone. This is indeed a direct decree from the Grand Priest. To be candid, had the East Supreme Kai endorsed my ascension to Supreme Kai, I might have considered it, as it would indicate a recognition of my potential. However, if this is a direct order from the Grand Priest, I must contemplate it seriously. Why would he wish for me to assume such a role? We have not even met. What could he possibly gain from me?" After a moment of careful reflection, Lin Fan contemplated a possibility. The Grand Priest believes in my potential, envisioning me as a future powerhouse, and seeks to align me with their faction ahead of time. In this way, should I rise to prominence, I would serve their interests. Conversely, should I choose not to align with them, I might find myself as an adversary. If this is indeed the case, then rejecting their invitation would be out of the question, given his current capabilities. Lin Fan knew he could not possibly contend with the High Priest. Nevertheless, he still yearned to make an attempt to validate his own thoughts. "Whis, I am a person who cherishes freedom. I fear I may not be fit for the position of Supreme Kai." Whis smiled gently, his tone laced with subtle counsel. "Mr. Lin Fan, assuming the role of Supreme Kai would not bring you any detriment. At the very least, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. You are an astute individual. I trust you comprehend the High Priest's good intentions." Upon hearing Whis's words, Lin Fan immediately grasped the underlying meaning. Indeed, it aligned perfectly with his earlier conjecture. They sought to unearth his considerable potential and draw him into their ranks. To put it bluntly, those who align with me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. Should he refuse, it could spell his doom. Very well. Since the High Priest has shown such earnestness, I cannot disregard his goodwill. However, I do harbor a question. Chapter 65. Appointment of the West Kaishin. Since the High Priest is so considerate, I must not disappoint his goodwill. However, I have a question. Lin Fan turned to Vados and Whis, inquiring. Whis, ever straightforward, smiled gently and replied, "Mr. Lin Fan, please go ahead. The life of a Kaishin is bound to that of a god of destruction, so upon becoming a Kaishin, will my life be tethered to that of Lord Beerus?" Lin Fan pondered. While he acknowledged Beerus's formidable power, the notion of binding his life to the god of destruction was unthinkable. Naturally, he would refuse such a proposition. Yet, given his current strength, refusal might not be an option. It was prudent to inquire beforehand. Whis and Vados exchanged surprised glances, taken aback that Lin Fan was aware of such intimate matters. Nevertheless, Whis, being exceptionally astute, understood Lin Fan's concern. "Rest assured, Mr. Lin Fan. Lord Beerus's life was once bound to the old Kaishin. However, with the old Kaishin's abdication and the East Kaishin now in charge, as well as the absence of the other 3 Kaishins in the 7th universe, Lord Beerus's life is now linked to the East Kaishin." Lin Fan was somewhat astonished. He had assumed Beerus's life was still tied to the old Kaishin. It was unexpected that the bond had shifted to the East Kaishin. Nonetheless, as long as it was not tied to him, he cared little for the details. "Mr. Lin Fan, do you have any further questions?" Whis inquired. "None," Lin Fan replied, having no additional inquiries. If he were to voice any other concerns, it would be that he truly did not wish to assume the role of Kaishin. Could it be declined? Perhaps his refusal would invite annihilation. Even with his current battle power of 195 billion, it seemed insignificant. A mere flick of Whis's staff could end his existence. Whis then asked, May I inquire what position of Kaishin you wish to become? What position? It seems inconsequential. Does it not? Since there is already an East Kaishin, I shall take on the role of West Kaishin, positioning myself in opposition to the East, to preclude any future conflicts. Lin Fan was indifferent to the title, as he held no particular desire for the position. Very well. Whis lightly tapped his staff, and a suit of blue Kaishin attire adorned Lin Fan. Simultaneously, a decree materialized in Whis's hand. By royal decree, I hereby appoint Lin Fan as the West Kaishin of the 7th universe, bestowing upon him the divine power of a Kaishin. Upon finishing, Whis cast the decree high into the air, where it ascended and hovered above Lin Fan, a torrent of divine energy flooding into Lin Fan's being. Golden light erupted from Lin Fan's form, radiating beams of brilliance that illuminated the boundless surroundings, akin to a brilliant sun. Concurrently, two distinct energies manifested around Lin Fan, one a deep azure and the other a silvery blue. Whis and Vados exchanged glances, captivated by the sight of the azure energy, as moments passed. The two individuals exchanged a nod, affirming the answer they had observed. Once the radiant light surrounding Lin Fan converged entirely into his being, he sensed an infusion of creative power within him. Furthermore, he acquired several unique abilities of the god of destruction, such as instantaneous teleportation, divine annihilation, and sealing techniques. The god of destruction, known as the creator god, possesses the capability to bring forth countless beings and objects, with the formidable power to even create entire planets. Whis turned to Lin Fan with a smile and inquired, "How does it feel?" "Quite remarkable. Indeed, the creator god possesses formidable creative power." Lin Fan responded, his approval evident. However, he did not exhibit excessive excitement. With the system at his disposal, these divine abilities were not particularly astonishing to him. He remained steadfast in his previous thoughts. He would willingly forego this position if given the choice. At that moment, Vados inquired calmly, "You are also of the angelic lineage?" Although phrased as a question, her tone conveyed a sense of certainty. She affirmed Lin Fan's identity as part of the angelic race, having previously witnessed the azure energy that marked their unique bloodline. As for the other bluish-silver energy, its nature remained unknown to them, yet they were certain it signified a different lineage, similar to the Scionts, yet distinctly unlike them. Although Lin Fan was somewhat puzzled by Vados' sudden assertion, whether she had uncovered something, he did not refute it. After all, her tone suggested she had indeed perceived the truth. "Indeed, I also consider myself part of the angelic lineage." Despite Vados and Whis already deducing Lin Fan's heritage, hearing his acknowledgement was still astonishing. They were familiar with the angelic race, yet they had never encountered Lin Fan before. Could he perhaps be the illegitimate child of his father? That seemed implausible. His father was immensely powerful, and even if there were an illegitimate child, there would be no need for concealment. Yet, what was the truth behind his angelic bloodline? Another faction of angels? Could it be? Whis and Vados chose not to delve further into speculation, deciding that this matter should be reported to the Grand Priest for a resolution. Whis remarked with a smile, "Lin Fan, since you belong to the angelic race, you should have informed us earlier. Perhaps you need not become the god of destruction, but rather a member of the angels." Lin Fan merely smiled in response. When comparing the two positions of the angels and the god of destruction, he found himself more inclined towards the latter, particularly as the role of the god of destruction did not bind him to the life of a destroyer. Should he truly become an angel, he would be relegated to a neutral position, unable to engage in combat beyond cultivation, lest he face obliteration. This meant that if he wished to deal with adversaries, he could only incite the destroyer to act on his behalf, which was contrary to his nature. He preferred the approach of confronting those he found displeasing directly. Moreover, becoming an angel would impose numerous restrictions as a neutral entity. In contrast, the god of destruction offered a greater sense of freedom. Recognizing Lin Fan's mere smile, Whis understood that he was not inclined to pursue the role of an angel any further and chose not to press the topic. Upon careful scrutiny of Lin Fan's angelic physique, one might wonder, is it not your usual state to be in the realm of effortless mastery? Chapter 66. The Pink Palace. The supreme freedom technique, a divine skill, is almost indispensable for angels, as it can be said that every angel possesses this martial ability. In their natural state, angels are always in a state of supreme freedom technique, with their bodies exhibiting remarkable sensitivity to stimuli. Lin Fan understood that the true essence of the supreme freedom technique is embodied by beings like Whis, who naturally exist in this state and can instinctively evade any attack. This is not akin to the transformation of Sun Wukong. Lin Fan did not deny it. No way. After pondering, he considered whether he should request Whis to teach him. If he mastered the supreme freedom technique, his combat prowess would surely soar. However, after some contemplation, he decided against it. If he were to learn it himself, he would need to toil and train rigorously, and even then, he might only grasp the basics. Yet, if the system provided him with the knowledge, he would attain a level of proficiency that transcends the ordinary. Why exert himself unnecessarily? Is it not more delightful to recline and await the system's offerings? Asking Weiss to instruct him would not only incur a personal debt, but also be laborious. Bardas exchanged a glance with Weiss, finding it quite peculiar that they had encountered an angel who was unfamiliar with the supreme freedom technique. This was also the reason they initially failed to recognize Lin Fan's angelic heritage. Had Lin Fan possessed the supreme freedom technique, they would undoubtedly have discerned his angelic lineage. Weiss chuckled, "I can train you." But before Weiss could finish, Lin Fan waved his hands dismissively, saying, No, Weiss, I appreciate your kindness. But I am merely a lazy dog. Allow me to lie down in peace. I have no interest in the supreme freedom technique at this moment." Bardas couldn't help but cover her cherry-like lips with her hand, chuckling heartily. Lin Fan was indeed an amusing individual, refusing to learn such a divine skill. Seeing that the other party was genuinely disinterested, Weiss shrugged and smiled, glancing at the sky. "Mr. Lin Fan, oh no, I should say, Lord West Kaishan. The time has come for us to return and report back. Farewell, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future." Weiss and Bardas exchanged faint smiles before transforming into a streak of light and soaring towards the Grand Minister's palace. Once they departed, Lin Fan reclined on his chair, unable to suppress his complaints. "This person is too extraordinary. It's impossible to remain low-key. At this rate, I can only become the West Kaishan." However, this feeling was genuinely distressing, as if he were being overshadowed by the Grand Minister, which was quite vexing. No, he must swiftly devise a plan to gather disciples and surpass Beerus, outshine the Grand Minister. What of the Kaishans? Who says they cannot be more formidable than the destroyers? When that fellow arrives on Earth and dares to boast, he shall be the first to face my wrath. They cannot treat me like the East Kaishan. Bullied by the old Kaishan, such a thing is impossible. It appears that becoming the Supreme Kai is not without its advantages. As the Supreme Kai of Universe 7, I now have ample reason to explore other universes freely, without the need for stealth or concern about being discovered by other gods of destruction or Supreme Kais. I possess an irrefutable justification, the pursuit of knowledge and cultural enlightenment. Moreover, the status of a Supreme Kai carries a certain weight, which could facilitate the acquisition of disciples. Having rested sufficiently, I shall venture forth to the Supreme Kai Palace in the west. With a mere thought, I employed instant transmission, arriving almost instantaneously at the West Supreme Kai realm. Gazing upon the grand structure of the West Supreme Kai Palace, I found it quite pleasing, albeit adorned in pink, which evokes a sense of youthful whimsy. I can comprehend this choice, as the former West Supreme Kai was indeed a striking beauty. It is entirely reasonable for a lady of such allure to favor a palace embellished in such a hue. In an instant, I entered the palace, which bore a striking resemblance to the ancient imperial palaces of China, yet was overwhelmed by the pink decor, leaving me somewhat embarrassed. As a grown man, residing in such a pastel palace would be rather inappropriate. Contemplating this, I waved my hand, transforming the pink palace into a resplendent golden sanctuary. Observing this transformation, a satisfied smile graced my lips. It appeared much more acceptable now. The previous pink palace would have been quite difficult to endure for any extended period. The ability I had just utilized was the creative power bestowed upon me as a Supreme Kai, allowing me to veil the pink with gold. Approaching my designated seat, I had scarcely settled when a painting materialized upon the golden wall behind me. Turning to behold it, I immediately recognized the artwork as depicting the former West Supreme Kai. In admiration, I remarked to myself that the former West Supreme Kai was indeed a remarkable beauty. Her voluptuous figure, alluring curves, delicate oval face, and sweet features, combined with captivating eyes and cascading white hair, exuded a charm that was simply enchanting, a true embodiment of exquisite beauty. Compared to Android 18 and Bulma, she was not merely comparable, but perhaps even surpassed them. Were one to encounter her in person, the aura she radiated would undoubtedly eclipse that of both. Reflecting on this, I felt a tinge of melancholy. That wretched Majin Buu had shown no mercy in extinguishing such beauty. Females in the Dragon Ball universe are already a rarity, particularly single ones, and to have her life so callously taken is truly a crime against sensibility. Should this portrait remain displayed? After deliberation, I concluded it should. For the pleasure of appreciating beauty and out of modesty, I had no wish to replace it with my own likeness. Rising to my feet, I vanished in a flash. reappearing near the temple where I found Tian and Kairatsu in training. I shared with them the news of my ascension to the role of Supreme Kai and inquired if they wished to accompany me on this new endeavor. Tianjin Fan was naturally agreeable, and so were Jiaozi and Yulin. Jiaozi inquired with a hint of confusion, Master Lin Fan, should we invite Pilaf and his companions? Assess their willingness. If they desire to join, let them accompany us. If not, it is of no consequence. Lin Fan was inclined to bring Pilaf and his crew primarily to enlist their assistance in culinary tasks and other chores. Although their combat prowess was lacking, they were quite adept at preparing meals. Jiaozi went to inform Pilaf and his companions. They expressed their eagerness to accompany Lin Fan, as being with him ensured sustenance and refreshment. Moreover, with the Dragon Balls on a year-long cooldown, they found themselves at a loss for where to go otherwise. Thus, Broly, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and others followed Lin Fan to the West Kaishin's realm. As for the hyperbolic time chamber, Lin Fan was in no rush, planning to retrieve it once Frieza emerged, at which point he intended to place it within the West Kaishin's domain. Chapter 67. A monumental misunderstanding in the realm of the West King God. Lin Fan reclined comfortably on a chair stationed at the entrance of the Taoist temple, much like he did in the lower realms. However, this chair was notably grand, measuring over 4 meters in width and 8 meters in length, adorned on either side with an array of fruits, beverages, and snacks. Life was indeed treating him well. All these delights were conjured through his divine creative power. To Lin Fan, since he had no need for cultivation and often found himself bored, he chose to indulge in delectable snacks, sip refreshing drinks, and engage with his mobile device. At that moment, he was engrossed in his phone, reading a novel entitled The Salted Fish Master, Double Rewards for Apprentices, which had recently gained immense popularity. He had caught up to the latest chapter, yet lamented the author's painfully slow writing pace. Nevertheless, for love, he could wait. Observing the diligent efforts of his disciples, Lin Fan wore a look of satisfaction. Excellent, excellent. Keep up the good work. If you do not strive, how can your master kick Beerus or punch the Grand Priest? Ding. Disciple Frieza's base combat power increased by 2.5 billion. Master receives a double increase. 5 billion. Currently, the host's base combat power stood at 200 billion. A mere increase of 2.5 billion. That seemed rather implausible. After all, this individual had transformed into Golden Frieza after just 4 months of training. While it might not rival Super Saiyan Blue, it was still formidable enough for a time. Could it be that Frieza had yet to grasp the essence of Golden Frieza? Ding. Disciple Frieza's base combat power increased by 10 billion. Master receives a double increase, 20 billion. Current host combat power, 220 billion. Oh, just as he had spoken, another increase of 10 billion? What was happening? Was he experiencing continuous breakthroughs? However, mere minutes later, another voice echoed in Lin Fan's consciousness. Ding. Disciple Frieza's base combat power increased by 15 billion. Master receives a double increase, 30 billion. Current host combat power, 250 billion. Oh, another increase? What was Frieza up to? How could he achieve consecutive breakthroughs? Had he initially only reached a higher level of the indestructible technique? Was the subsequent increase truly a breakthrough? Indeed, this hypothesis held true. Frieza's initial enhancement merely elevated his indestructible technique to a higher level, while the following increases stemmed from his comprehension of the realm of Golden Frieza. Thus, his base combat power surged continuously. Lin Fan muttered to himself, I hope Frieza can remain in the hyperbolic time chamber a bit longer. This would yield me even greater benefits in combat power. Meanwhile, at the palace of the Omni King, outside the door, Whis and Beerus stood respectfully before the Grand Priest. Whis, was this journey satisfactory? Indeed, Grand Priest, it was quite fulfilling. Lin Fan has now assumed the position of the West King God of the 7th universe. The Grand Priest maintained an expression of unwavering calm, as if nothing could stir him. Good. In addition, have you noticed any differences in Lin Fan? Weishi, standing before the High Priest, dared not conceal any truth and promptly replied. In response to the High Priest, Lin Fan belongs to the angelic race. Oh. A flicker of surprise passed through the High Priest's gaze. This revelation exceeded his expectations. Upon sensing that someone had fused with the vast heart, he commanded Weishi and Bados to investigate the matter. Upon discovering that the one who merged with the vast heart was Lin Fan, he became particularly intrigued by him. Recognizing that Lin Fan was indeed extraordinary, despite not engaging in training, his combat prowess continually ascended, and his divine aura grew ever stronger. Consequently, he contemplated bringing Lin Fan into his fold for the benefit of the king. Such a talent is a rare gem. Should he prove unfit for the king's use, the High Priest would need to consider stifling Lin Fan's growth, ensuring it did not surpass the ordinary realms of divinity. However, if he could be of service to the king, then with obedience, his potential could be nurtured, and the high priest would have a clear vision of how far he could rise, provided he never posed a threat to the king. Yet, upon hearing that Lin Fan was an angel, the high priest could not help but be moved. Wei Si quickly elucidated. Initially, we were unaware, for in his normal state, he did not exhibit the supreme intent. It was only when he inherited the power of the realm king that we discerned the angelic bloodline within him. Moreover, he possesses not only an angelic lineage but also a most peculiar bloodline, a bluish-silver hue, unlike anything we have ever encountered. The high priest fell into contemplation for a moment, furrowing his brow, while Wei Si and Bados exchanged glances, sensing that something significant was afoot. It had been an eternity since they had witnessed the high priest frown in such a manner. His contemplative furrows were always indicative of extraordinary matters. 3 seconds later, the high priest's brow unfurled, his gaze shifting to Wei Si and Bados, restoring his previous calm demeanor. In a measured tone, he remarked, "He must be the son of your aunt." Wei Si and Bados were momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "The son of our aunt?" They indeed had an aunt, the sister of the high priest. Long ago, before the high priest ascended to his current status, he, like Wei Si and Bados, was merely an angel among the ranks, second in line after his elder sister. Eventually, this sister fell in love with a scion, a union vehemently opposed by the previous high priest, who viewed the angelic race as a noble and elegant lineage, while considering scions to be a crude race unworthy of marrying into the divine. Thus, in their quest to be together, the couple resolved to flee to the dark demon realm. As this realm lay beyond the king's dominion, the previous high priest found himself powerless to pursue them. Wei Si and Bados were somewhat aware of these events, and upon hearing their father's words, they paused in surprise. With a hint of confusion, they inquired, could it be that the other bluish-silver bloodline within Lin Fan is scion blood? Isn't the scion lineage predominantly golden? The grand priest elucidated, the golden-tinged scion lineage represents the current scions, whereas the blue-silver lineage denotes the most authentic progenitor scions. The very first generation of scions, known for their brutal and bloodthirsty nature. Whis and Bardos nodded slightly, grasping the essence of the matter. They had indeed been oblivious to this. However, a lingering question remained in their minds, prompting them to inquire further. Father, is an aunt currently in the dark demon realm? How could her son possibly manifest in the seventh universe? The grand priest, somewhat perplexed by this inquiry, pondered, indeed, if my sister and that primordial scion have ventured into the dark demon realm, what could account for the presence of their son in the seventh universe? What could be the reason for this? Chapter 68. Do not say he is my disciple. The high priest found himself ensnared in a web of contemplation, unable to unravel the truth. Ultimately, he resolved to confront Lin Fan directly, seeking to ascertain whether Lin Fan was indeed the son of his sister. His conviction leaned heavily towards the belief that Lin Fan must be his sister's offspring, given his angelic lineage and the blood of the primordial scions coursing through his veins. Such a remarkable confluence of circumstances could not be mere coincidence. Both elements aligned perfectly. However, the high priest was oblivious to the fact that fate had played a most peculiar hand. Lin Fan was not his sister's son, but merely an individual from another realm. Observing her father's silence, Weiss chose to remain quiet, patiently awaiting his words. The high priest managed a slight smile and said, "You may return now." At that moment, Weiss inquired, "Father, shall we continue the surveillance and restrictions on Lin Fan?" Indeed, the high priest had issued orders for Weiss to monitor Lin Fan closely, ensuring he remained within controllable limits and that his growth was curtailed. If Lin Fan were not the son of his aunt, and thus not of the angelic race, Weiss would not have needed to pose this question. Yet, now that his father suggested Lin Fan might indeed be his aunt's son and a member of the angelic lineage, Weiss found himself perplexed about the necessity of taking further measures against Lin Fan. Without hesitation, the high priest replied, "For now, there is no need for concern. I will ascertain whether he is your aunt's son. If he is, then monitoring him will be unnecessary, and we shall allow him to flourish, offering our assistance. After all, we owe them a great debt." Weiss respectfully nodded. "Yes, father." "Return now," commanded the high priest. "Yes." Once Weiss and Bardos had departed, the high priest turned and muttered softly, "Sister, how did you come to send your child to the seventh universe? Was life in the dark demon realm truly so unbearable? With your powers, you could have thrived there. What unforeseen circumstance had transpired? Or were you merely trying to shield your child from the corruption of the dark demon realm?" In truth, the high priest's near certainty that Lin Fan was his sister's son stemmed from another reason, the vast heart, The vast heart was a divine artifact bestowed upon him and his sister as a reward from the previous Omni King. Each possessed one, yet his sisters remained separate. Thus, when Lin Fan fused with the vast heart, the intensity of his reaction was profound, prompting the high priest to hastily send Bardos and Weiss to locate him. This was twofold. Firstly, to investigate the identity of the one who had merged with the vast heart, and to ascertain whether he posed a threat to the universes. And secondly, to discern whether this individual bore any relation to his sister. However, he refrained from disclosing this to Weiss and Bardos, instead instructing them to observe. If they noted that this individual possessed both angelic and primordial scion bloodlines, it would strongly suggest that the one who had fused with the vast heart was, indeed, his sister's son. Lin Fan was unaware that, by a twist of fate, he had become the son of the high priestess. At this moment, he reclined in a chair, indulging in snacks and engrossed in a novel. Suddenly, he sensed the aura of Frisia. What? Frisia has emerged? Ever since he acquired the divine power of the Supreme Kai, his perception had intensified, becoming more acute. This was one of the divine techniques of the Supreme Kai, an instantaneous awareness of all things, a skill essential for the supervision of the universe. With a swift blur, he appeared outside the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon emerging, Frisia clenched his fists, erupting into a triumphant laughter. Power. This is the sensation of power. Goku, I shall crush you, obliterating you with every punch. What is there to laugh about? Lin Fan remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this voice, Frisia quickly turned to Lin Fan and greeted him. Master Lin Fan, you seem quite pleased, indicating satisfaction with your training results. Frisia, being unabashedly proud, candidly declared, indeed, I am very satisfied. I can easily crush Goku. Lin Fan chose not to engage in further discussion, merely stating, Frisia, you may leave now. Frisia paused, puzzled by the implication. Had he spoken amiss? Master Lin Fan, are you forbidding me from killing Goku? Why must you send me away? Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. Do not misunderstand. I have no desire to meddle in your grievances with Goku. I merely wish for you to return to your rightful position as the Emperor of the universe. You cannot linger by my side and still claim to be the Emperor. Frisia burst into laughter, believing Lin Fan was simply hesitant to allow him to slay Goku. It turned out he was free to depart. Very well, Master Lin Fan. I shall be sure to visit you first upon my return to Earth. Lin Fan leisurely gestured. No, Frisia, there is no need for you to visit me. Moreover, do not refer to yourself as my disciple in the future. What? Why, Master Lin Fan? Frisia was genuinely confused about the situation. Lin Fan had long contemplated this notion. A grand emperor of the universe should not have a master, for such a fact would render him a subject of ridicule. Thus, you must not disclose to others that you still have a master. Upon hearing this, Frisia found the reasoning sound. The persona of a universe emperor must be flawless. If he still had a master, would that not tarnish his image? Master, you truly consider my well-being. Thank you, Master. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fan stored the hyperbolic time chamber in his system bag and said to Frisia, you may go now. Understood, Master. Remember my words, from this day forth. Do not tell anyone that you are my disciple. The bond of master and disciple shall remain in our hearts. Indeed, Master. Lin Fan ceased his idle chatter and, in the blink of an eye, returned to the realm of the West King God. Upon his arrival, he sought a spacious area and, with a mere gesture, summoned the hyperbolic time chamber. Subsequently, he initiated a telepathic communication to contact Vegeta, Goku, and Broly. Upon receiving Lin Fan's summons, the three immediately halted their training and swiftly approached, standing beside him. Goku, filled with curiosity, inquired, Master Lin Fan, have you summoned us for a particular reason? Instead of responding to Goku, Lin Fan turned to Vegeta and asked, Vegeta, to what extent have you mastered the Ultra Instinct? Vegeta replied, it won't be long before I comprehend it. Lin Fan then cautioned, it is essential to grasp it thoroughly. Put in a little more effort. Goku managed to achieve mastery in just about a day. At this remark, Vegeta cast a glance at Goku, who was scratching his head in confusion. Chapter 69. The visitor's son Wukong scratched his head, grinning. Vegeta, in a low voice, exclaimed, Kakarot. He silently resolved to quickly comprehend and surpass Kakarot's achievements. At that moment, Lin Fan turned to the three of them and said, Son Wukong, do you not desire to challenge Broly? I shall now send you three into the hyperbolic time chamber, where you can engage in exhilarating battles. Unbeknownst to Son Wukong, entering once more would squander an opportunity. For in his eyes, as long as he could fight, nothing else mattered. Wonderful, Vegeta chimed in. This time, I shall defeat Kakarot. Suddenly, he realized that Lin Fan had yet to impart the secrets of becoming a god. Without this knowledge, Overcoming Kakarot would be impossible. Master Lin Fan, have you not yet taught me the secrets of transforming into a Super Saiyan God? I shall teach you shortly, Lin Fan assured him, having not forgotten. He addressed the trio. Listen carefully. Entering the hyperbolic time chamber does not mean you can commence battle immediately. You must first undergo training. Broly needs to perfect his purification technique, and Vegeta must at least achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan God. Do you understand? Sun Wukong's expression fell. We have to wait for them to train? He added. Are we to allow Vegeta to be humiliated without a fight? Lin Fan did not mention Broly, as he was not the least bit concerned about Sun Wukong overpowering him. Although Sun Wukong could transform into a Super Saiyan God, defeating Broly single-handedly would be quite challenging. Perhaps even impossible. Vegeta sensed the implication of Lin Fan's words. He instinctively glanced at Broly, thinking to himself that Lin Fan seemed quite confident in Broly's strength. Once we enter, I shall surely defeat Broly, and then Lin Fan will regard me with newfound respect. Noticing that Sun Wukong was about to speak again, Lin Fan waved him off, saying, Enough chatter. You three, hasten into the hyperbolic time chamber. Yes. Vegeta stepped forward. Yes. He approached Lin Fan, who extended his hand and placed it upon Vegeta's head, channeling a surge of knowledge into him. This knowledge encompassed the secrets of transforming into a Super Saiyan God, a compilation of memories crystallized by Lin Fan's divine power. To summarize, henceforth, Lin Fan would not need to teach his disciples through verbal instruction. He could simply replicate his memories, condense them into a form of energy, and transfer them into their minds. Of course, the memories he replicated would not encompass everything, but rather only what was necessary for their training. Otherwise, revealing all would expose his own secrets. He withdrew his hand. Vegeta, the essence of transforming into a Super Saiyan God has been stored within your mind. Once you enter, take the time to comprehend it thoroughly. Yes, now go ahead. The three ceased their conversation and swiftly ascended into the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon witnessing their entry, Lin Fan yawned and prepared to recline, when suddenly, he felt a surge in the air. A streak of light illuminated the space as two familiar figures approached, not the least surprised by their arrival. Lin Fan greeted them. East Kaishin and Old Kaishin, what a rare visit. The visitors were indeed those two. Congratulations, West Kaishin, exclaimed East Kaishin with a smile. Meanwhile, Old Kaishin scrutinized Lin Fan closely, sensing an extraordinary power emanating from him. Being adept at unlocking potential, Old Kaishin was particularly sensitive to strength. You are quite remarkable. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback by Old Kaishin's unexpected compliment and replied with a smile, I am doing well. Curiously, he inquired, Might I ask why you two esteemed Kaishins have come here? Is it merely to congratulate me on becoming a Kaishin? Surely not. East Kaishin waved his hand, revealing a pair of earrings and an exquisite box. These are the Patera earrings, the insignia of the Kaishins. They were originally meant to be bestowed upon you by the Grand Kaishin, but alas, after being absorbed by Majin Buu, I can only present them to you in his stead. Welcome aboard. Upon seeing the earrings, Lin Fan had already surmised their identity, realizing they were indeed the Patera earrings. He also understood that Vegeta was formed through their fusion. When non-Kaishins fuse, they can only maintain their combined form for 1 hour, and their techniques merge. However, when both are Kaishins, the fusion can be permanent. Lin Fan donned the Patera earrings. Thank you. What treasures lie within this exquisite box? East Kaishin handed the ornate box to Lin Fan, stating, Inside is the lingering soul of the previous West Kaishin. The lingering soul of the former West Kaishin? Lin Fan inquired, his face a canvas of confusion. East Kaishin continued, Indeed, after the previous West Kaishin was slain by Majin Buu, a fragment of her soul was sent to the Kaishin realm and has been kept with me. I have awaited the emergence of a new West Kaishin to bestow her essence upon. Lin Fan puzzled over the purpose of receiving this lingering soul. East Kaishin discerned his thoughts. Since this was her former home, returning her essence would be befitting. Understanding dawned on Lin Fan. I see. Very well. I shall accept it and place her within the palace shortly. Old Kaishin glanced at Tien Shinhan, Kairatsu, and others, contemplating before advising, West Kaishin. You may also select someone to serve as your attendant. A servant of the gods. Lin Fan understood that the servant of the divine must possess certain advantages. Otherwise, the old Kai wouldn't have offered such a reminder. What benefits does a servant of the divine confer? Such a servant gains a measure of divine power and creativity. And under your illumination, even without diligent training, their strength will naturally rise alongside yours. This enhancement of their prowess will, in turn, significantly elevate your own power. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan was astonished. This effect bears a certain resemblance to the system of the Slacker Master, albeit the latter's results are vastly inferior. Now it makes sense. Given such effects, he would undoubtedly be discerning in his choice. If he were to select now, he would undoubtedly opt for Broly, as Broly possesses the finest talent and is capable of rapid advancement. Considering the current circumstances, his potential for enhancement is unparalleled. Just then, Chapter 70. The arrival of the Grand Priest. At that moment, a resonant hum filled the air, and a cascade of radiant colors suddenly emerged from the heavens. The East Kai and the Old Kai, upon hearing the celestial announcement, instinctively trembled, for they recognized who had arrived. Swiftly, they turned to behold a figure suspended in the air, a person of modest height, with pale blue skin, a striking white pompadour, and purple eyes and lips. A pale blue halo hovered above his head, and a grand belt adorned his waist. This individual exuded a demeanor of humility and warmth. Yet an undeniable aura of divine authority surrounded him. Upon recognizing the Grand Priest, the East Kai and the Old Kai immediately knelt before him, bowing slightly in respect as they greeted Grand Priest. In their hearts, they were fervently speculating how the Grand Priest had come to the seventh universe, a phenomenon that had seemed utterly impossible for 1,000,000 years. Indeed, the visitor was none other than the Grand Priest, a favored figure beside the Omni King, ranking just beneath him among all beings in the multiverse. His prowess was of the highest caliber, and his presence brought a sense of honor to Earth in the seventh universe, hence the celestial announcement resonating throughout the cosmos. Such a notable figure could only be matched by the Omni King himself. However, the Omni King seldom made appearances, as his arrival carried a substantial risk of causing planetary or even cosmic devastation. His unpredictable nature left many uncertain of how to engage with him. While Lin Fan might feel excitement at the Omni King's visit, the East Kai and the Old Kai were apprehensive. Lin Fan understood that providing the Omni King with entertaining diversions could lead to a joyful interaction. In his eyes, the Omni King's temperament resembled that of a child. If he were entertained, all would proceed smoothly. The trepidation of the East Kai and the Old Kai stemmed from their reluctance to approach the Omni King, their submissive demeanor likely making him feel bored. In contrast, Sun Wukong had once befriended the Omni King due to his fearless, carefree personality, which allowed him to engage boldly. Had Wukong not possessed such a spirit, he would never have formed a bond with the Omni King. Nevertheless, Lin Fan preferred that the Omni King refrain from appearing at this moment. Although he could navigate the nuances of the Omni King's character, he understood that children could be capricious. If he were to inadvertently provoke the Omni King's ire, he might find himself erased from existence, a fate he wished to avoid. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he would rather not encounter the Omni King. Perhaps if he possessed the ability to withstand the Omni King's erasure, he would feel indifferent, even daring enough to playfully chastise him. Observing the East Kai and the Old Kai kneeling before the Grand Priest, Lin Fan contemplated whether he should join them in reverence. However, he ultimately decided against it. He had never been one to bow. Regardless of the Grand Priest's status, he would not kneel, not even before the Omni King, if it came to that. He believed that one should not be punished for maintaining their dignity, and he trusted that the Grand Priest's perspective would not be so narrow-minded. The East Realm deity observed Lin Fan lost in thought, persistently signaling him with his eyes while uttering, "Kneel down at once. He is the High Priest. Such disrespect is intolerable." Lin Fan feigned ignorance of the East Realm deity's command, his gaze fixed upon the High Priest suspended in midair. The High Priest, noticing Lin Fan's indifference, remained unfazed, for he had already surmised in his heart that this Lin Fan might very well be the son of his sister. It seemed rather unreasonable to demand his sister's son to kneel before him, and since they were all family, such extravagant formalities were unnecessary. The West Realm deity descended before Lin Fan, while the East and Old Realm deities trembled in fear, their bodies shrinking, faces pale, lips quivering incessantly. It was evident that Lin Fan's refusal to kneel had incited the High Priest's ire. With a single wrathful gesture, entire galaxies could be obliterated. Henceforth, the seventh universe would face a bleak future, as this newly appointed West Realm deity might find himself perpetually imprisoned in the Divine Prison, a place notorious for its stringent security, where escape was nearly impossible. Even someone of Beerus's caliber could only bide his time within its confines, with no hope of liberation. The East Realm deity, known for his benevolence, promptly interceded for Lin Fan, saying, "High Priest, the West Realm deity has just assumed his position and is unfamiliar with divine etiquette. I beseech your understanding." He hastily urged Lin Fan, "West Realm deity, why do you not kneel and pay your respects to the High Priest?" Lin Fan remained motionless, leaving the East and Old Realm deities bewildered. What was the West Realm deity thinking? Why was he not kneeling? At that moment, the high priest proclaimed, "From now on, the West Realm deity Lin Fan need not pay me homage." The East and Old Realm deities were momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? No need to pay respects to the high priest? Although Lin Fan was unaware of the high priest's intentions, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Deep down, he understood that beings of such high rank were to be revered by all realm deities across the cosmos. Yet, he could not reconcile this with his own principles. As a descendant of the dragon of a new age, he would bow to no one but his parents and ancestors. This was his dignity, his bottom line. The high priest smiled gently, his demeanor warm and approachable as he said, "No need for thanks. Congratulations on your ascension as the West Realm deity." Lin Fan, bewildered, pondered the implications of this unexpected commendation. It made sense for the East and Old Realm deities to congratulate him, as they would collaborate on future endeavors. However, the high priest's congratulations seemed incongruous given the vast disparity in their statuses. "Thank you, esteemed high priest," Lin Fan replied, contemplating that since he could not decipher the high priest's motives, he would adapt and respond accordingly. After all, as a traveler well-versed in the lore of Dragon Ball, surely he could navigate this situation. The high priest calmly addressed the Old and East Realm deities, saying, "You may return now." Very well, very well. The two individuals, exuding an air of ease, vanished in an instant, departing from the scene. The high priest regarded Lin Fan with a beaming smile. However, upon witnessing that smile, Lin Fan experienced an unsettling sensation, pondering the true intentions of the high priest. What could he possibly desire? It felt akin to a weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken. Yet, the high priest remained silent about his purpose, and Lin Fan refrained from inquiring. It was not the opportune moment to take the initiative, and he could only respond to whatever might come his way. Noticing Lin Fan's reluctance to question him, the high priest smiled slightly. "Lin Fan, are you not curious as to why I am here?" Lin Fan replied with a smile. "The high priest's presence here undoubtedly signifies an important matter at hand, and I am all ears." Lin Fan, who is your mother? Chapter 71. The Grand Paternity Revelation. Lin Fan, who is your mother? What the hell? Is this high priest out of his mind? He starts with such a personal inquiry, making it feel like a grand paternity event. Wait a moment. This cannot be right. A person as contemplative as the high priest wouldn't pose such a question without reason. There must be something more to this. I am curious to see what your true intentions are. With a faint smile, I replied, "Esteemed high priest, this is a private matter, and I believe I am not obliged to answer." After saying this, I scrutinized the high priest's expression, searching for any sign of anger. However, Lin Fan discovered that the high priest remained completely unfazed, maintaining his calm demeanor. With a benevolent tone, he remarked, "Indeed, it is a private matter and you need not respond. However, I now require an answer from you. Thus, no private issues remain. You must respond." A shiver ran through Lin Fan's heart. Goodness, this high priest is truly a cunning individual. He appears gentle and harmless on the surface, yet he wields an overwhelming authority. He has acknowledged this as a private matter yet insists on an answer, making it clear that I have no choice. With the high priest's capabilities, dealing with me would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Truly, power is of utmost importance. How should I respond? My mind raced with possibilities, and suddenly, an idea sparked. "Ah, so you inquire about my mother? This implies you truly do not know her identity. Hence, I shall fabricate a tale. Allow me to demonstrate that I, Lin Fan, also possess a formidable background. I shall employ a strategy of feigned vulnerability. In the new era of the Dragon Kingdom, we are never short of cunning plans. Very well, since the high priest is so intrigued, I shall be forthright. My mother does not exist within the cosmos." Upon hearing this, the high priest's gaze flickered momentarily, though it was fleeting. Nevertheless, Lin Fan managed to catch that brief reaction. "It seems my words have had some effect. Not within the cosmos. Then where does she reside?" The high priest continued to inquire. After a moment's contemplation, I continued my ruse. How to put it? The cosmos is divided into 12 realms, and we inhabit the 7th realm. Esteemed high priest, I am not mistaken, am I? Indeed, you are correct. You even know this. The high priest mused inwardly. It appears that Lin Fan truly could be my sister's son. Otherwise, how could he, having only recently ascended to the position of West Realm God, possess such knowledge? Surely, it must have been conveyed to him by my sister or that rough scion. Lin Fan gently rubbed his nose. For one who is well-versed in the lore of Dragon Balls and its intricacies, deceiving characters from that universe is my forte, and my mother is not among these 12 realms. Where she resides is beyond the jurisdiction of the Grand King, and thus, beyond your authority as well. Dear High Priest. The High Priest's tone grew slightly agitated. Then where is she? Outside the jurisdiction of the Omni King, one finds oneself in the realm of the dark demon world. Indeed, the individual before me is none other than the son of my sister. A revelation, without a doubt. Of course, this is within the boundaries of Huaxia. However, Lin Fan chose to withhold this information. Oh, it seems I have stirred the emotions of the High Priest. My tale must be quite compelling. Wait a moment. Could the High Priest be misunderstanding something? Perhaps he believes I am the offspring of some great being? If that were the case, I would be confronted with two dire possibilities. First, this formidable entity could be the sworn enemy of the High Priest, and upon discovering my origins, might seek to eliminate me. Second, this powerful being could be an ally of the High Priest, and upon learning of my lineage, might take me under their wing. What a predicament! How does one choose between such options? Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Fan. Could it be that the analysis from that post was accurate? He had previously encountered an analysis regarding the current High Priest, which suggested that long ago, he was akin to Vis and Bardos, merely a supervisor of the destructive gods. Due to his formidable strength, he ascended to the position of High Priest, yet there existed an even more powerful angel above him, his sister. Originally, the position of High Priest was meant for her, but due to her love for a scion, the noble divine race could not permit such a union. Consequently, they faced numerous obstacles and fled to the dark demon world, beyond the reach of the Omni King. Contemplating these thoughts, Lin Fan mused, could it be that the High Priest has mistaken me for his sister's son? If that were true, he would surely feel inclined to look after me. After all, we are, in essence, family. Even if he chose not to protect me, he would be unlikely to harm me, and if he did, it would not be overtly. Nevertheless, it was essential to provide a vague response, allowing him to fill in the gaps. My mother resides in the dark demon world. Upon hearing this, the High Priest's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, he is truly the son of my sister. In an instant, an energy barrier enveloped both the High Priest and Lin Fan, isolating them from the outside world. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. The High Priest certainly possessed remarkable skills, creating an energy barrier without a sound. The High Priest then explained, our conversation will not be overheard by anyone else. Lin Fan quickly grasped the situation. This was an energy barrier to shield them from external ears. But why would the High Priest feel the need to take such precautions? He is the High Priest. With his authority, who would dare eavesdrop on our discussion? Could there be someone he fears? The Omni King? Yet, I sensed that the High Priest did not seem particularly intimidated by the Omni King. Such measures appeared unnecessary. At that moment, the High Priest spoke. Lin Fan. Has your mother ever revealed to you who I am to you? Lin Fan was utterly bewildered. What kind of question is this? What could you possibly be to me? Are you to be considered my true love? You are male, and such a notion is utterly implausible. I could never pursue such a path. It appears he truly believes I am indeed his sister's son. However, regarding such matters, Lin Fan resolved not to speak up. If he were to err in his words, all his previous deceptions would amount to naught, and perhaps even his very life would be at stake. Shaking his head, he replied, I don't know. The High Priest steadied his mind and declared, let me enlighten you. I am your uncle. Your mother sent you out from the dark demon realm for a reason. Although Lin Fan had already formed a vague conjecture in his heart, he still feigned astonishment. Ah? You are my uncle? Why have I never heard my mother mention this? The High Priest regained his former composure. It is not surprising that you have not heard. She likely wished to keep you untainted by the world. However, possessing the noble blood of the angelic divine clan, along with the lineage of the primordial science, you cannot remain inconspicuous. Your power simply does not permit it. Lin Fan, what was your mother's true intention in sending you out of the dark demon realm? Chapter 72, Deception and More Deception. Lin Fan, what was your mother's true intention in sending you out of the dark demon realm? Concerning this query posed by the Grand Priest, Lin Fan had long since formulated his response. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, the Grand Priest swiftly interjected, Lin Fan, from now on, when we are alone, feel free to call me uncle. There is no need for excessive formality. After all, we owe your mother, and you, an immense debt. At these words, Lin Fan felt a surge of joy within. Having a Grand Priest as an uncle certainly meant he could navigate the 12 universes with newfound confidence. Moreover, the Grand Priest's demeanor did not suggest any malice. Nevertheless, one must always remain vigilant, for this was the realm of Dragon Ball Super, filled with countless beings capable of overwhelming him with ease. Without sufficient strength, he dared not act recklessly. Very well, uncle. I shall rely on your guidance from now on. Lin Fan replied with a polite smile. It was indeed a curious feeling, lying at home while an uncle descended from the heavens, one with an impressive background, no less. It was rather exhilarating. Wait, with the Grand Priest as my uncle, could Beerus still dare to act arrogantly before me? Imagining the scene where Beerus encountered the Grand Priest, his posture rigid and respectful, made Lin Fan suppress a chuckle. The Grand Priest, too, was amused. We are all family here. There is no need for formality. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to visit me at the Omni King's palace. If Beerus and Whis were to hear these words, their minds would surely explode. After all, their own offspring did not enjoy such privileges, while this mere nephew was afforded such treatment. It seemed utterly unjust. The Grand Priest's generosity stemmed from a profound sense of indebtedness to his sister. Now that her son had arrived in his domain, he felt compelled to make amends and provide the necessary care, for his sister had once shown him considerable kindness. Lin Fan, you have yet to disclose what your mother hoped to achieve by sending you here, the Grand Priest prompted. Lin Fan then shared the explanation he had meticulously crafted. Uncle, the truth is, my mother wished to prevent me from associating with those in the Dark Demon realm and did not want me to be influenced by their negative environment. Thus, she sent me away. Upon meeting you, I finally understood the significance of a statement my mother once made. The Grand Priestess' interest was piqued. What did she say? My mother said that here, I need not worry about being bullied, that I could live safely without fear of being sabotaged. Initially, I did not comprehend why she expressed this, thinking perhaps the inhabitants of this universe were simply weak. However, now that I have met you, I finally grasped the meaning. Lin Fan exclaimed, his excitement palpable. His demeanor was such that he treated the Grand Priest as if he were his own uncle. Should Director Zhang have been present, he would undoubtedly award Lin Fan an Oscar for Best Family Reunion Expression. The Grand Priest nodded in agreement. Child, your mother speaks the truth. In the 12 universes, regardless of the location, your safety is assured. No one dares to harm you. Thank you, dear uncle. This was precisely the affirmation Lin Fan had been waiting for. As long as he refrained from self-sabotage, safety was assured. Once he established his own strength, he would no longer need to rely on anyone else. With a casual wave of his hand, the High Priest conjured a tome and a staff that materialized before Lin Fan. Lin Fan, this is your uncle's angelic staff, along with the space technique. Henceforth, they are yours. Naturally, Lin Fan could not decline such a generous offer from his benevolent uncle. Thank you, uncle. The uncle, with matters to attend to, bid farewell. Very well, uncle. In an instant, the High Priest transformed into a radiant spectrum, tearing through the fabric of space and vanishing from sight. Lin Fan gazed at the angelic staff in his hand, murmuring, "What purpose does this serve?" He gently waved it, and an overwhelming wave of power surged into his being, causing him to feel as though his strength had multiplied exponentially. Incredible. A top-tier artifact. Merely a slight motion. And he sensed an immense boost to his offensive capabilities. If he were to fully unleash the power of the angelic staff, would it not defy the heavens? His uncle truly was magnanimous. He perused the space technique. What was this enigmatic art? Upon opening it and swiftly scanning through, Lin Fan couldn't help but express his admiration. Impressive, truly impressive. This space technique enables the creation of a pocket dimension for storage. Moreover, as one's strength grows, the space expands. This was indeed a remarkable skill. Whether for storing items or other purposes, it would prove exceedingly convenient. How intriguing. Lin Fan reclined, delving into the study of the space technique. Ding. Disciple Broly's base combat power increased, 10 billion. Master received a double enhancement, 20 billion. Current host combat power, 270 billion. Ding. Disciple Vegeta's base combat power increased, 8 billion. Master received a double enhancement, 16 billion. Current host combat power, 286 billion. Ding. Disciple Goku's base combat power increased, 2 billion. Master received a double enhancement, 4 billion. Current host combat power, 290 billion. The system's notifications echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Have they all completed their training? Broly's purification technique had reached perfection, merging with his ferocious combat prowess to yield a remarkable increase of 10 billion, truly a skill designed for him. Vegeta had also succeeded. The Super Saiyan God transformation would surely make for an exhilarating battle among the three. Alas, he would not be able to witness their clash. Wait, couldn't the angelic staff allow him to observe? A sudden realization struck Lin Fan. The angelic staff possessed an ability to view animations. He had just been marveling at the staff's combat enhancement, neglecting to notice this aspect. Setting aside the tome of the space technique, he began to explore the effects of the angelic staff. After much manipulation, he found himself unable to discern its effects. What was amiss? Does the angelic staff not possess such an effect? Yet, Both Weiss and Bardos, along with every other angel wielding the staff, can project images. Must a connection be established with Sun Wukong and his companions? After contemplating these thoughts, Lin Fan reached out with his divine power to sense the presence of the three individuals. He then redirected his focus to the angelic staff. Before him, the crystal orb of the staff revealed a blurred image. Why is this image so indistinct, as if plagued by poor signal? Amplifying his divine energy, the image sharpened into clarity. With a gentle flick of the staff, Lin Fan projected the image into the air above the staff, akin to viewing a 40-inch television. The three individuals appear to be quite eager. What is Vegeta planning to do? Chapter 73. Seeking to break the record? In the scene, Vegeta, Goku, and Broly stand at different positions, their gazes interlocking. Goku and Broly's eyes are comparatively gentle, while Vegeta's are fierce. Vegeta, you needn't look so intimidating, Goku remarked. Scratching the back of his head, Vegeta huffed heavily. Humph, Kakarot. I have now mastered the Super Saiyan God form, and will never be defeated by you again. You two can come at me together. He cast a glance at Broly. Goku immediately responded, Huh? What did you say? The two of us against you? Before Kakarot could say much more, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan God and charged at him. He aimed to regain the pride he lost when Kakarot had sent him flying with a single punch, reverting him to his normal state. The best way to reclaim his honor was to defeat both Kakarot and Broly. In doing so, he would not only restore his dignity, but also stand atop the two of them. At that moment, Master Lin Fan would surely regard him with newfound respect. Lin Fan, reclining in a chair and sipping a drink, nearly spat it out upon hearing Vegeta's words. What the hell? You a speedster? Wish to challenge both Goku and Broly at once? I allowed you three to enter so you could team up with Goku against Broly. And now you want to take on two opponents? Are you trying to break your own speed record? Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan God, Super Red, form, charged towards Goku. Although Goku was reluctant to confront Vegeta alongside Broly, he had no choice. Vegeta was already attacking him, and evasion was not an option. Knowing Vegeta well, Goku understood that even if he stood still and refrained from countering, Vegeta would show him no mercy. Instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan God, he swiftly dodged Vegeta's assault. Seeing Broly remain stationary, Vegeta huffed again and shouted, You join in too. As he turned toward Broly, extending his right hand. With a thunderous barrage, numerous energy blasts surged forth. Broly, standing firm, waved his hand, effortlessly dispersing the energy blasts. Calmly, he remarked, Is this how you wish to challenge us both? Both Goku and Broly recognized that Vegeta's actions were undoubtedly a provocation. A cold glint flickered in Vegeta's eyes as he scoffed, Humph. By defeating both of you, I shall become Master Lin Fan's foremost disciple, earning his respect. Broly, Kakarot, cease your chatter and witness the true might of Prince Vegeta. Ancient scions are nothing but a joke. At that moment, Vegeta's confidence surged, fueled by the formidable power coursing through his body, leaving him unable to contain his arrogance. Moreover, he understood that the skills imparted by Lin Fan to Broly were not of a combative nature, but rather a technique for the purification of the soul, entirely devoid of aggression. Thus, in his estimation, Broly had yet to match the prowess of Kakarot. The sole reason Lin Fan referred to Broly as formidable was due to the ancient scion blood coursing through his veins. Today, he was determined to prove himself. Both of you come forth. With a swift motion, he appeared before Broly and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at his chest. Broly, not daring to underestimate the Super Saiyan God Vegeta, hurriedly crossed his arms to shield against Vegeta's assault. However, he was sent flying by the force of the blow. At this moment, Broly had yet to enter his berserk transformation, and in his normal state, he was naturally unable to withstand Vegeta's strike. Kakarot, did you see that? Broly is simply no match for me. You should join in. I have no desire to squander time. Before he could finish, an overwhelming and terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the entire hyperbolic time chamber. This, Vegeta gasped, his eyes drawn to the source of the explosive energy. Before he could comprehend the situation, he saw Broly, now larger and with green hair, charging toward him at an astonishing speed. With a thunderous impact, Broly delivered a punch that seemed capable of blotting out the sun. Vegeta initially intended to evade, sensing that this strike was far from ordinary. However, considering his status as the Super Saiyan God, he could not allow himself to be intimidated by this brutish scion. Resolute, he clenched his fist and met the attack head-on. Bang! Vegeta cried out as he was sent flying hundreds of meters away, his body continuing to retreat without any sign of stopping. Goku, witnessing Vegeta's trajectory, stared in astonishment at Broly. Incredible! Broly had entered his berserk state, Although he possessed the purification technique to retain his sanity, he still bore a dislike for Goku. He playfully beckoned Goku, exuding an air of mockery. In truth, it was I who could take on too. Goku chuckled, exhilarated, feeling the immense power radiating from Broly. The fact that the Super Saiyan God Vegeta was dispatched with a single punch was indeed impressive. Yet, at that moment, Broly was merely in his Super Ancient Saiyan 1 form. With a swift motion, Goku executed instant transmission, appearing behind Broly and launching a punch. Swish. But he struck nothing but air, for Broly had vanished from his position. Just as he realized this, Broly reappeared at his side. Bang! A punch landed squarely on Goku's back, sending him crashing to the ground and creating a deep crater in an instant. Kakarot, you lie there, Broly is mine. Swoosh. Vegeta had already flown over, casting a glance at Goku in the crater and issuing a warning. He then turned his gaze back to Broly. Humph, what ancient Saiyan? Before me, Prince Vegeta, all are Saiyans, my subjects. Clenching my fists, I unleash an absolute roar of fury. My momentum continues to ascend, and upon reaching a certain threshold, I swiftly charge towards Broly. Bang! Bang! My fists collide, yet are met with Broly's defense. In this fleeting moment, I unleash thousands of punches, each one thwarted by Broly. With both palms directed at him, I release a colossal energy blast. Boom! Broly blocks with both hands, and clouds of smoke billow forth. In an instant, I find myself hovering above Broly, my right hand aimed at him as I proclaim, Big Bang Attack. Boom, boom, boom. I have received 3 gifts, with 2 more to go. Wishing everyone a joyous Chi-Chi festival. Chapter 74, merely an exaggerated name. Boom, boom, boom. Broly, unflinching in the face of Vegeta's explosive attack, maintained his defensive stance with arms crossed. Whoosh, clouds of smoke erupted around them. Lin Fan, indulging in fruit while observing the fierce clash, remarked with delight, the quality of this scene is quite impressive, akin to watching an anime. However, it was evident that this was a case of smoke without injury. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, indeed, Broly casually waved his hand, causing the smoke to vanish as if it had never existed. With a light clap, he dismissed the notion of Vegeta's explosive attack. Was that all? Merely a standard energy blast adorned with an exaggerated name. As Broly entered a furious state, he managed to retain his composure, yet his demeanor was markedly arrogant, contrasting sharply with his usual self. His words ignited Vegeta's pride. He conceded that the attack was not particularly formidable, yet it was certainly more than just a common energy blast with a flamboyant title. Just as he prepared to unleash an irate reprimand, he heard Broly calmly say, "It's my turn now." Yet, he refrained from striking immediately. Instead, he glanced at Goku on the ground. "Kakarot, are you not going to join? If you remain idle." Vegeta cannot withstand this alone. Vegeta, already seething with rage, felt his fury intensify upon hearing those words. How dare he underestimate me? With a fierce shout, he hurled an energy blast towards Broly, then charged forward with the speed of a meteor, truly embodying the pursuit of stars. Broly did not flinch as the energy blast struck him with a thunderous impact, causing no harm whatsoever, not even a tear in his clothing. However, Vegeta did not expect a mere energy blast to inflict any damage on Broly. As Vegeta's fist approached, Broly caught it effortlessly, just as Vegeta was taken aback. Wondering what Broly intended to do, Broly unleashed a flurry of 3 punches to his chest, followed by a powerful throw that sent him crashing to the ground. With his mouth agape, Vegeta felt a colossal force descend upon him. In an instant, he found himself sprawled on the ground, his attire in tatters and utterly disheveled. Goku, witnessing this scene, was left astounded. Broly was overwhelmingly powerful. In such a short time, he had reduced Vegeta to this state. "Vegeta, are you alright?" Straining under the weight of his own body, Vegeta slowly rose, gazing at Goku standing at the edge of the crater, his brow furrowed as he gradually ascended. Goku flew to Vegeta's side and said, "Vegeta, let us fight together. Individually, our strength is indeed insufficient to match him." Vegeta's lips twitched involuntarily. Although he was reluctant to concede, the truth was undeniable. Although he had fought with Broly for a brief moment, it was primarily due to Broly's reluctance to retaliate. Now that his opponent was striking back, he found himself utterly incapable of enduring the onslaught. What a nightmare. How could Broly be so overwhelmingly powerful? Is it truly the case that this ancient Saiyan is so formidable? Goku observed Vegeta's silence, which clearly indicated his tacit agreement, for he understood his opponent's nature. Even if he consented to cooperate, he would remain reticent about it. Goku clenched his fists tightly. With a deep breath, he activated Super Saiyan God once more. Vegeta similarly focused his energy. From a height, Broly looked down upon the duo. At last, the true battle was about to commence. Indeed, the genuine fight was upon them. Goku, filled with excitement, exclaimed as he tightened his fists. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta charged forward, and seeing this, Goku followed suit without delay. Their coordination was remarkably synchronized. Almost simultaneously, they launched an assault on Broly. Bang! Broly managed to fend off each of them with one hand, initially finding it challenging to confront both. But as the skirmish progressed, it became increasingly effortless. Within less than 3 minutes, bolstered by his ancient Saiyan lineage, Broly's combat prowess surged, and he grasped both fighters in his hands, colliding them toward the center. Bang! Their bodies clashed, faces colliding painfully, eliciting a simultaneous cry of distress. Quickly adjusting their stances, they launched counterattacks against Broly. With a swift motion, Broly hurled them away, conjuring 2 green energy blasts in his hands. Boom, boom, boom. The duo crossed their arms to shield against Broly's onslaught of green energy attacks. However, as soon as they lowered their arms, they found Broly appearing before them. Bang! 2 fists struck out simultaneously. The two were sent spiraling backward like kites severed from their strings. Boom, boom. They crashed into a mountain, which collapsed instantly upon impact. Broly hovered in midair, his green eyes fixated on their direction, fists clenched and raised. Lying on the ground, Goku and Vegeta felt the earth tremble beneath them. Damn it! Vegeta cursed under his breath. Before they could catch their breath, Broly was already on the move. Whoosh! Waves of green energy beams pierced through the ground, relentlessly targeting them. Struggling, the duo took to the skies, aligning themselves with Broly at the same level. Broly ceased his barrage, observing the disheveled pair, and said coolly, "With your current strength, you are no match for me. Surrender." Vegeta glared at him with fury, his complexion pale with rage, his breaths heavy. "Broly, you think far too highly of yourself." In contrast, Goku was not angry. Rather, his eyes sparkled with excitement, igniting a fierce fighting spirit within him. He admitted, saying, "Indeed, you are remarkable. I am beginning to feel exhilarated." Broly gazed at Goku and exclaimed, "Oh, Kakarot, unleash your techniques. If this is all the strength you possess, I shan't waste any more time." Enhanced by the purification technique, Broly had transformed from a mere brute into a formidable being, endowed with both power and wisdom. Goku clenched his fists tightly, filled with excitement, and declared, "Broly, my trump card is something you should be able to withstand." He shouted, "Ultimate Kaioken," 30 times. Meanwhile, Vegeta entered an extremely furious state, bellowing, "Unforgivable." His aura surged relentlessly, yet it was still a far cry from Goku's 30-fold Ultimate Kaioken. There is one more chapter to go, but it is already quite late. Everyone should retire early, and upon waking tomorrow, you shall be able to read it. I shall continue to boil water and persevere. Chapter 75, Super Ancient Super Saiyan Level 2, a crimson aura enveloped Son Goku, signifying the manifestation of the Ultimate Kaioken. In contrast, Vegeta was intermittently surrounded by arcs of lightning, representing his full-powered aura. This indicated that Vegeta had elevated the Super Saiyan God form to its utmost potential. However, this state of full power was solely applicable to him, essentially marking his current limit as a Super Saiyan. Feeling a renewed surge of strength, Vegeta regained his confidence. "Broly, it is time to pay the price." The dignity of Prince Vegeta was not to be challenged. In response to Vegeta's fervent declaration, Broly merely beckoned him with a casual gesture, unperturbed by the challenge. Vegeta was nearly infuriated. Yet, before Vegeta could launch his assault, Broly took the initiative and attacked first. He believed that the combined strength of Goku and Vegeta warranted a proactive approach. Clearly, at the outset, Broly did not regard their Super Saiyan God forms as significant threats. Although he could not transform into a Super Saiyan God, he felt no fear. Moreover, Master Lin Fan had indicated that he did not need to pursue divinity through such means, but rather through an alternative path. Boom, bang. The two warriors, observing Broly's aggressive advance, remained alert and did not let their guard down. In an instant, the three of them were engulfed in a fierce battle, fighting fiercely without yielding. The pressure that Goku exerted on Broly was immense. The 30-fold Ultimate Kaioken was no trifling matter. He relentlessly pressed Broly, landing several successful attacks. Outside the hyperbolic time chamber, Lin Fan munched on seeds while watching the intense confrontation unfold. He muttered, "Goku's 30-fold Ultimate Kaioken is indeed impressive, providing a significant advantage over Broly." However, Goku remains true to his nature, unable to shake off his battle-hungry spirit. With his current strength, if he unleashes his full power against Broly, the latter would be unable to withstand it. Yet, Goku knows that Broly possesses vast untapped potential, hence he deliberately provokes Broly to unleash that potential, aiming for a thrilling battle. Ding! Apprentice Son Goku's base battle power increased by 15 billion. Master received a doubled enhancement, 30 billion. Current host base battle power, 320 billion. Ding! Apprentice Vegeta's base battle power increased by 15 billion. Master received a doubled enhancement, 30 billion. Current host base battle power, 350 billion. After waiting for a while, Lin Fan noticed that Broly's battle power had not increased, leaving him momentarily perplexed. What was happening? Why had Broly's battle power not risen? Could it be that the recent enhancement was sufficient, and any further increase would require Goku and Vegeta to push him to the brink? While Lin Fan pondered these questions, inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta unleashed a powerful punch that sent Broly flying. Goku stood firm, hands placed on his hips, embodying a stance of concentration, and bellowed, Kamehameha wave. The energy surged forth, striking Broly with devastating precision. The impact propelled Broly into a towering mountain, which crumbled instantaneously, rocks cascading down to engulf him entirely. Goku turned to Vegeta, questioning, Vegeta, have we perhaps gone too far? Initially, Goku had meticulously controlled his strength, intending to gradually push Broly to his limits. However, he sensed that with each clash, Broly grew fiercer, matching their prowess. Consequently, he unleashed his full power, which Broly could not withstand, being sent reeling by a single blow, followed closely by Vegeta's synchronized Kamehameha wave to finish the assault. Observing the aftermath, Goku felt a pang of regret for his earlier actions, realizing they had indeed spiraled out of control. Vegeta, however, remained indifferent, scoffing, in a battle, there are no rules. Even if he were to kill me, I would harbor no grievances. Vegeta, how can you say that? The ground trembled as an explosion of fiery rage erupted, the deafening roar resonating through the air, shaking the very earth beneath them. In an instant, the mountains trembled, and a tsunami of chaos ensued as the ground sank, revealing infernos that surged with searing heat. Vegeta and Goku, witnessing this cataclysm, employed their flight technique to ascend into the sky. What is happening? Broly. They turned their gaze toward Broly, and indeed, they found him enveloped in a tempest of green lightning, pulsating with energy that agitated the surrounding atmosphere. Each surge of electric power emitted a sharp crackle, creating an almost explosive sensation in the air. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances. Super Saiyan Level 2? Vegeta quickly corrected himself. No, this is Super Ancient Saiyan Level 2. Their own Super Saiyan Level 2 offered no such monumental enhancement, and they recognized that while Broly was indeed a Saiyan, he possessed an ancient lineage far superior to their own. The system chimed in. Broly's base combat power increased by 30 billion. The Master receives a double increase, 60 billion. Current host combat power, 410 billion. Lin Fan, upon hearing the system's notification, sat up in excitement. Wow, 30 billion. Broly's transformation into Super Ancient Saiyan Level 2 has raised his base combat power by an astounding 30 billion. How terrifying is that? If he were to ascend to Super Ancient Saiyan Level 3, or even 4, what would his base power be then? Indeed, the ancient Saiyan bloodline is as formidable as rumored. And what of my own ancestral Saiyan bloodline? Perhaps it is time for me to make a move. With these thoughts, Lin Fan felt an exhilarating urge to engage in battle. In the past, he had no desire to engage in combat. To him, the act of fighting seemed utterly exhausting. However, witnessing the enticing enhancements bestowed by Broly, he felt a yearning to experience it personally and to train himself to elevate his own strength. Glancing at the scene before him, he observed Broly dominating the struggle against Goku and Vegeta. The two warriors appeared utterly beleaguered, yearning to unleash their full potential, yet lacking the energy to do so. Goku aspired to amplify his Ultra Instinct, aiming to escalate it to 40 times its usual power, but Broly offered him no respite. He charged forth, interrupting Goku's focus with a single, overwhelming blow, sending him crashing to the ground, while Vegeta met a similar fate, felled by a punch. After all, he had only just ascended to the Ancient Saiyan Stage 2, and in his fury, he found himself somewhat uncontrollable. Nevertheless, upon gazing at the two fallen combatants, he swiftly regained his composure, hastily employing a purification technique to restore clarity to his mind. Such was the manner in which the battle came to a conclusion. Lin Fan observed the unfolding scene, murmuring to himself. At present, the gifts were nearing a total of 2,001 pieces, with tomorrow set to bring forth one chapter, and thus far, a minimum of 3 chapters of ongoing activities for the day ahead. For love, he urged a gentle nudge. Chapter 76. I have restraint. As Lin Fan had anticipated, The battle among the three ceased. Vegeta lay on the ground, his face a mask of sorrow. Tears welling up, but unable to flow. Initially, he had entertained the thought that, having transformed into a Super Saiyan God, Super Red, he could easily overpower Kakarot and the seemingly unimpressive Broly. He had intended to take on both opponents single-handedly, yet, to his astonishment, he and Son Goku found themselves outmatched by Broly, who was effectively taking on two at once. Their strength was insufficient to prevail. In their eyes, the only way to contend with the Super Ancient Saiyan at Stage 2 was through fusion. However, this was not a life-or-death struggle, and there was no necessity to reveal their ultimate trump card. Thus, they had no choice but to concede. Even if they were to fuse and defeat Broly, they would feel no pride in such an achievement, as it would not represent their individual prowess but rather the combined strength of two. Noticing the cessation of combat, Lin Fan lost interest and stored away the angel's staff, retrieving the spatial technique he had been studying earlier, delving into it once more. The following day, Lin Fan had been immersed in studying the spatial technique for over 10 hours, having not rested since the previous day. This unusual dedication astonished Tien and the others, who had never witnessed their master practicing for such an extended period. In truth, Lin Fan did not wish to practice for so long. However, the allure of the spatial technique was irresistible. He felt unable to cease until he successfully opened a space of his own. Setting aside the spatial technique, he murmured to himself, "This time, it should work." He silently recited the incantation for the technique, his will igniting, and in an instant, divine power manifested his intent. Suddenly, a rift in space appeared before him. "I did it!" Lin Fan exclaimed with excitement. This was his first achievement in mastering divine techniques after hours of effort, and naturally, he could not contain his exhilaration. His consciousness linked with this new space, he distinctly sensed that it encompassed thousands of square meters. Yet, this area was inadequate given his current capabilities. It was too small. The limited size was primarily due to Lin Fan's lack of proficient mastery over the spatial technique. He had merely reached the entry level. Once he attained full mastery, he could realize a space commensurate with his current strength. Achieving a transcendent level would allow him to double the effects. Nonetheless, the ability to create a space was a significant milestone, and Lin Fan was not in a hurry. Mastering the basics meant he had acquired the knowledge. Now, diligent practice was all that was required. For the time being, he deemed the thousands of square meters sufficient for his needs. Ding! Disciple Son Goku's foundational combat power increased by 10 billion. Master received a double enhancement, 20 billion. Current host foundational combat power, 430 billion. With a beep, the disciple Vegeta's base combat power rises to 10 billion, while the master receives a double enhancement, reaching 20 billion. Currently, the host's base combat power stands at 450 billion. Another beep announces that the disciple Broly's base combat power increases by 25 billion, with the master attaining a doubled boost of 50 billion, bringing the host's base combat power to 500 billion. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. I had anticipated that I would have to undergo rigorous training to reach the milestone of 500 billion. Yet here I am, achieving it without lifting a finger. And so swiftly. Quite commendable. It seems that the trio is also on the verge of emerging. Lin Fan understands that his recent surge in combat power is undoubtedly due to Goku and his companions having assimilated their battle experiences. Broly's significant increase is attributed to his mastery of the Super Ancient Saiyan Stage 2. This stage marks his initial transformation, and thus the resultant boost in base combat power is substantial. As Lin Fan ponders these thoughts, a streak of light materializes. It is the East Kaishin and the Old Kaishin returning once more. Upon seeing them, Lin Fan leaps from his seat, greeting them with a smile. East Kaishin, Old Kaishin. The East Kaishin reciprocates the greeting, West Kaishin, and inquires with concern, "Yesterday, did the Grand Minister impose any consequences upon you?" The East Kaishin has been troubled by the events of the previous day. Had the Grand Minister dealt Lin Fan a severe punishment, he would have sought the Grand Minister's intercession, hoping to spare Lin Fan, especially considering he has just been appointed as the West Kaishin and is still unfamiliar with many matters. Lin Fan replies with a smile, "It's nothing. Thank you for your concern, East Kaishin." That's a relief. The East Kaishin, worried for Lin Fan's well-being, felt compelled to check in and was even prepared to plead on his behalf to the Grand Minister. As the Old Kaishin elaborates, Lin Fan turns to the East Kaishin once more and expresses his gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you." Lin Fan holds a favorable impression of the East Kaishin, recognizing him as kind-hearted and upright, genuinely devoted to serving the universe. He recalls the time when the apprentice Angel Meru's disregarded the neutrality of angels to aid Goku, Vegeta, and others in vanquishing Moro, rendering himself transparent and vanishing. In an effort to revive Meruz, the East Kaishin personally approached the Grand Minister to plead for him, willing to sacrifice his own life as a price. This frightened Beerus considerably, as his life was intertwined with that of the East Kaishin. However, the Grand Minister did not take the East Kaishin's life. In truth, the Grand Minister harbored a desire to resurrect Meruz, being his child. Yet the established rules of angelic neutrality were not to be breached at will, even by him. Nevertheless, the East Kaishin's willingness to offer his life for Meruz provided the Grand Minister with an opportunity to grant Meruz a second chance, presenting a viable option. Should anyone question the matter, he could easily shift the blame onto the East Kaishin. However, the High Priest was aware that no one would dare to challenge him. Given his formidable strength and esteemed position, none would be so foolish as to provoke him. Yet, in order to uphold the integrity of the angelic neutrality rule, he refrained from elevating Melis to the status of an angelic being, instead allowing him to remain an ordinary human. Lin Fan held a favorable view of the East Realm God, who was willing to stake his life for matters of significance. The East Realm God advised, "When you encounter the High Priest, it is essential to pay your respects. Although he has stated that such homage is unnecessary, it is prudent to do so to avoid inciting his ire. Fear not, I am well aware of my boundaries," Lin Fan replied with a smile. Suddenly, he chuckled. The East Realm God noticed the peculiar smile on Lin Fan's face and could not help but inquire, "What has prompted your laughter?" Lin Fan recalled a humorous incident. When the East Realm God first made his entrance, a mere glance had sent Piccolo fleeing in terror, blanching in fright. Yet now, he found himself compelled to kneel before anyone. It was a stark contrast indeed. However, could he share his thoughts with the East Realm God at this moment? Currently, there were over 2,200 gifts, and today he had already completed 2 chapters. As of now, the minimum for today was 4 chapters. And achieving 8 chapters daily was not merely a dream. Chapter 77, no longer the first to kneel. Truly delightful, of course, I can. However, the East Kaishin must first ponder deeply before articulating my thoughts, lest I inadvertently offend him. It's best not to disclose anything. I fear it may provoke your ire. Upon hearing this, the East Kaishin's curiosity was piqued further. He shrugged playfully and chuckled. Is it truly the case that I am so petty, West Kaishin? After all, I am a dignified East Kaishin. Speak freely. You insisted I share, so I shall oblige. I was merely reminded of the time when you first encountered Piccolo and Sun Wukong. A mere glance from you was enough to turn Piccolo's face a sickly shade of green. The East Kaishin paused momentarily. Is his face not already green? The old Kaishin promptly smacked the East Kaishin atop his head, exclaiming, "Look here, we have an honest soul. Come, everyone, let us tease him." The East Kaishin twitched at the corners of his mouth, reflecting upon his initial meeting with Piccolo and Sun Wukong. He indeed recalled how he had startled them with just a single glance, particularly Piccolo, who was utterly terrified. It was quite an impressive display, and he mused, recalling how formidable he once appeared. After this reverie, he inquired, "But what of my present self? How do I fare now?" "Now," Lin Fan replied calmly, "you kneel before everyone." The East Kaishin felt a twinge of insult, though it was ambiguous. Lin Fan gently patted the East Kaishin. "I am merely jesting. Our position as Kaishins comes with its burdens. We must kneel before the gods of destruction, the Grand Minister, and the Omni King. Naturally, when encountering such figures, especially given their recent frequent activities, one must kneel." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words of reassurance, the East Kaishin felt somewhat better, yet an inexplicable pang of heartache lingered. Why did this consolation evoke such a strange sense of pain? No, I must prove my worth to Lin Fan. He turned to Lin Fan and declared, "West Kaishin, I shall resolutely refuse to be the first to kneel." Lin Fan responded, "I had thought you were determined not to kneel at all. I did not expect this." In truth, Lin Fan understood the East Kaishin's compulsion to kneel. Given his position and strength, not doing so would be akin to courting death. Lin Fan assured him, "I believe in you. Not being the first to kneel is indeed a matter worthy of trust." Suddenly, a streak of light flashed before them, revealing a tall figure with blue skin and long, white curls. His pupils and lips were a striking purple, and he wore a large, light blue halo around his neck. In his right hand, he wielded an angelic scepter. It was Whis. Lin Fan mused internally, "What brings Whis here? Is he perhaps paying me a visit? Has my father, the Grand Minister, informed him that I am his cousin?" Whis smiled warmly at Lin Fan, then extended his greeting to the East Kaishin and the Old Kaishin. With a graceful wave of his scepter, a decree materialized in his hand. "Next, I shall proclaim the edict of the Sovereign King." Upon hearing these words, with a resounding thud, The East Realm King God hastily knelt upon the ground, bowing his head. The Old Realm King God cast a glance at the East Realm King God, filled with a sense of exasperation. Reflecting on the recent words spoken by the East Realm King God, he had intended to grant the East Realm King God some dignity by kneeling before him. Yet this unworthy fellow, with a thump, succumbed to the ground as though fearing that someone might contest him for the honor of the first kneel. Lin Fan, witnessing the East Realm King God's actions, found himself at a loss for words. Had it not been agreed that he would not be the first to kneel? It seemed he had misplaced his trust. It was better to remain skeptical about such matters. The East Realm King God, noticing the emptiness beside him, observed that the Old Realm King God had yet to kneel, and inquired with confusion, "Ancestor, please kneel quickly." The Old Realm King God, visibly irritated, pondered how such ineptitude could exist, and complied, kneeling obediently. However, he was perplexed. Why was there yet another decree? Such proclamations seemed to have become rather frequent of late. The West Realm King God Lin Fan, upon witnessing the decree, remained steadfast and did not kneel, exhibiting remarkable audacity. Weiss, noticing Lin Fan's refusal to kneel, paid it no mind and recited, "In the year of the King's reign, the Grand Realm King of the Seventh Universe was absorbed by the pure Majin Buu while protecting the Seventh Universe. For years, the Seventh Universe has been without a Grand Realm King. The position remains vacant and must be filled by a capable individual. Thus, from this day forth, the former West Realm King Lin Fan is appointed to assume the role of Grand Realm King of the Seventh Universe." The atmosphere in the vicinity fell into an immediate silence, as both the East and Old Realm Kings were struck with astonishment. Lin Fan had only recently been appointed as the West Realm King, and now he was being named Grand Realm King? The speed of his ascension was astonishing. It felt as though this individual was merely here to strike gold. Lin Fan stepped forward to receive the decree, exclaiming, "Thank you for your grace, Sovereign King." Weiss smiled and said, "Congratulations, Lin Fan." At that moment, both the Old Realm King and the East Realm King rose to their feet. The Old Realm King, somewhat perplexed, questioned, did he not just receive the title of West Realm King? How can he now be appointed as Grand Realm King? Weiss calmly responded, "He has connections." Lin Fan, East Realm King, Old Realm King. To think it could be so straightforward. Upon hearing the decree, the Old and East Realm Kings had likely already deduced that Lin Fan must possess some connections. Little did they expect Weiss to state it so bluntly. Such connections were indeed remarkable. There was no room for dissent. After Weiss finished speaking, he immediately covered his mouth, laughing heartily. Meanwhile, at that moment, the decree transformed into a surge of divine power, flooding into Lin Fan's body and augmenting his divine strength. Notably, it appeared that he had acquired several divine techniques. It seemed that the higher the position, the more divine techniques one received. However, these divine techniques required mastery, not instant transcendence, which posed a challenge for one like him who preferred a laid-back approach. The East Realm King and the Old Realm King gazed at Lin Fan in this moment. Preparing to kneel, Lin Fan waved his hand, assisting them to their feet. "From now on, there is no need for you two to bow before me. The Grand Kai, situated above the four directional Kais, oversees them all. As the foremost among the four, every Kai must pay their respects upon encountering the Grand Kai." However, since Lin Fan had already stated that no excessive formalities were required, it implied that reverence was unnecessary. Observing the East Kai before him, Lin Fan could not help but gently pat his shoulder. Poor child, always bowing to whomever he encounters. The East Kai, somewhat puzzled by Lin Fan's remark, awkwardly inquired, "Does the Grand Kai have any instructions for me?" Desiring not to further discourage the East Kai, Lin Fan replied, "No. I merely wish to give your shoulder a light pat." Sensing an underlying matter, the East Kai chose not to press further, respecting Lin Fan's silence. At this juncture, Weiss interjected, "Grand Kai, East Kai, Old Kai, my mission has come to a close, and I shall return to report now. Grand Kai, should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Furthermore, you are always welcome to visit the realm of destruction, where I shall treat you to delectable delights." Delectable delights? Chapter 78. Instant Noodles, a Delectable Delight? Upon hearing these words, Lin Fan murmured to himself, and suddenly realized that Weiss was indeed a true gourmand. In the comic, it was precisely their shared passion for food that fostered a significant bond between him and Beerus, elevating their relationship with Goku and the others. Although he and Weiss had been mistakenly perceived as relatives, it was still essential to cultivate their friendship. This would undoubtedly be advantageous for him. "Weiss, I can introduce you to delectable dishes that surpass anything you have ever tasted." Weiss's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Oh, is that truly the case? What are these dishes?" Can we indulge in them now? Lin Fan hesitated slightly. Aren't you supposed to report for duty? Whis paused briefly, twirling his angelic staff, which conjured an hourglass, and smiled. There is still some time, though not too much, approximately 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Lin Fan pondered for a moment before snapping his fingers. That should suffice. Hearing this, Whis was quite pleased. Lin Fan turned to the East Kai and the Old Kai. Join us. It's my treat. Upon receiving the invitation, they could hardly refuse. With a flash, the group vanished and reappeared at Bulma's residence, where she was diligently repairing a spaceship in her garden. Upon noticing Lin Fan and his companions, she curiously inquired, "Oh, Lin Fan, it's been a while." "Bulma, I apologize for the interruption, but I was wondering if you have any instant noodles?" Bulma paused, taken aback. "Instant noodles? You come to my home and ask for instant noodles?" Lin Fan affirmed, "Indeed. My friend here has never tasted instant noodles, and I told him they are delightful. However, due to his time constraints, we wish to avoid a trip to the store, hence our visit." Bulma glanced at Whis. Noting his blue skin and refined demeanor, he appeared rather charming. "Sure, just a moment." Shortly thereafter, she returned with a box of instant noodle cups. Lin Fan personally opened one for Whis and poured hot water over it. "Just steep it in hot water for 3 minutes, and it's ready to enjoy." Whis was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Is it really that miraculous? Just 3 minutes in boiling water makes it edible?" Indeed. Each person present took a cup. Bulma, with a hint of curiosity, asked, "By the way, how is Vegeta faring?" "He's doing well. If you miss him, I could bring him back to see you shortly." Bulma waved her hand dismissively, exuding the allure of a mature woman. "No need. Let him focus on his training. Even if he were to visit, he would only stay for an hour." "Oh, the 3 minutes are up." Whis had already caught a whiff of the enticing aroma of the instant noodles. Eagerly, he opened the cup and began to eat with a small fork. As he took his first bite, he exclaimed, "Oh my goodness." In an instant, he cupped his face in his hands, exclaiming with unrestrained delight, "Oh my, how delightful." Lin Fan, seated nearby and consuming instant noodles, remained silent. To capture the taste buds of these extraterrestrial beings, nothing could surpass the simplicity and allure of instant noodles. Bulma, noticing Whis's apparent fondness for the dish, remarked, "Since you are a friend of Lin Fan, allow me to gift you a box shortly." The reason for this gesture was that there was only one box left in her supply, originally intended for her own enjoyment. She felt compelled to show courtesy to Whis, as he was a friend of her significant other's master. Whis immediately expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, thank you." Bulma continued, "If you truly enjoy culinary delights, you are always welcome to visit Earth. It is brimming with delectable offerings. Instant noodles are merely of moderate quality." Whis's eyes sparkled with excitement. "What? Such a delicious item is only rated as average? Then the finest delicacies must be extraordinarily exquisite." Bulma could only respond, "You will have to taste them to understand, as words cannot do them justice." Whis eagerly slurped up the instant noodles, exclaiming, "I simply cannot wait." After finishing, Bulma gifted him a box of noodles. Whis turned to Lin Fan and Bulma, expressing his heartfelt thanks. "I appreciate your generous hospitality." "No problem. Just enjoy yourself, and feel free to visit often." Lin Fan replied with a smile. "Very well, I shall return to report." With that, he transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Once he departed, Bulma, puzzled, inquired, "Who was that?" "A formidable deity. Had I not intervened, your husband would have trained under him." Bulma was left bewildered, unsure of what this meant. Lin Fan chose not to elaborate. He had merely stated it casually. He then addressed the East Kai and the Old Kai. "Gentlemen, I must take my leave." The East Kai nodded slightly, understood. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan returned to the realm of the West Kai. Once there, he contemplated, having ascended to the rank of Supreme Kai, whether he should relocate to the realm of the Supreme Kai. However, he soon realized that moving could be quite troublesome. Since the West Kai currently lacked an occupant, he decided to remain there for the time being, planning to relocate once someone took up the position. Just then, Son Goku, Broly, and Vegeta emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, rapidly approaching Lin Fan. "Master Lin Fan," they greeted. Observing the energy radiating from them, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. "It appears your training has been fruitful." Son Goku exclaimed excitedly, "Indeed, Master Lin Fan. Broly is truly formidable. Both Vegeta and I were bested by him." Vegeta, irritated, shoved Kakarot aside and retorted, "Umph. I was not defeated." Son Goku scratched the back of his head in exasperation. "But weren't you defeated, Vegeta?" Vegeta ceased his speech, convinced that as long as he perceived himself as undefeated, he indeed remained so. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to Lin Fan, imploring, "Master Lin Fan, I yearn to learn even more formidable techniques." Through this battle, He realized that he and Kakarot were no match for Broly in a one-on-one confrontation. They lacked any fighting prowess. Only by acquiring more powerful techniques could they hope to defeat Broly. More powerful techniques? Lin Fan mused. Indeed. He circled around Sun Wukong and Vegeta, meticulously assessing their conditions. The two felt a wave of awkwardness under his scrutiny. Sun Wukong, with a sheepish expression, inquired, "Master Lin Fan, what exactly are you observing?" "Very well," Lin Fan replied. "Since you both wish to learn more formidable techniques, I shall impart my knowledge to you." Chapter 79. The Servant's Choice. Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan, Super Blue. The three were astonished as they gazed at Lin Fan, for it was the first time they had encountered such terminology. Goku, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "What is this Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan?" Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at Goku and retorted, "Shut up. It is Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan." Goku, feeling rather embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly. It's a bit long for me to pronounce." Lin Fan simply stated, "From now on, there is no need for such a lengthy name. We shall refer to it as Super Blue. Upon mastering this technique, the aura will be blue, and the hair will also turn blue." As he mentioned the color of the hair, Lin Fan couldn't help but recall the jests of netizens from his previous life, noting that the color options for Scions were dwindling. Of course, this transformation represented more than just a change in hue. It was an immensely powerful form that surpassed even the Super Saiyan God. It was exceptionally suited for battle. Goku and Vegeta, filled with enthusiasm, made gestures of encouragement and exclaimed, "That is fantastic. Master Lin Fan, please teach us. We can't wait to learn." Lin Fan smiled and replied, "There is no need to rush. This time, I will join you in the hyperbolic time chamber." "Wait, Master Lin Fan is entering the hyperbolic time chamber with us? Why?" Goku's face was a mask of confusion. Having known Lin Fan for some time, it was his first encounter with the notion of Lin Fan entering the chamber. Lin Fan did not conceal his intentions. "Seeing you train, I too felt the urge to train." "Goku, haven't you always wanted to spar with me? This presents a splendid opportunity." Goku's face lit up with excitement. Vegeta, observing Kakarot's reaction, instinctively asked, "Do you have a plan to confront Master Lin Fan?" "Not really, but I'm looking forward to it," Goku replied candidly. Vegeta responded with a sigh, "You truly are a masochist. Come on, let us head into the hyperbolic time chamber together." Thus, the trio, who had just emerged, followed Lin Fan once more into the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon arrival, Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings. The environment bore a striking resemblance to Earth, so much so that it could be considered another Earth, albeit uninhabited. Lin Fan utilized his divine creative power to replicate the memories of the Super Blue technique twice. Goku, Vegeta, stepped forward. Yes, the two approached Lin Fan. He extended his hand, placing it upon their foreheads. Instantly, a surge of divine knowledge flowed into their minds. "Done. Take a moment to absorb it." Without hesitation, the two immediately began to extract the memories. Indeed, they uncovered the essence of transforming into Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan, and they eagerly commenced their training. Lin Fan turned to Broly, saying, "Come here." Yes, the two made their way to a different side. "Broly, I am aware that you have the ability to transform into a super ancient Saiyan at the second level. Having trained for several years within the hyperbolic time chamber, you have mastered this transformation. Thus, I shall now instruct you on how to ascend to the third stage of the super ancient Saiyan transformation. Whether you can comprehend it depends entirely on you." Broly gratefully replied, "Thank you, Master Lin Fan." Observing Broly before him, Lin Fan pondered whether to take him as a servant. If he were to do so, his own combat power would increase, and in turn, Broly's would also rise, leading to a significant enhancement for himself. Furthermore, due to the system's influence, he would experience a dual enhancement. In simpler terms, if Lin Fan were to elevate his combat power by 1 million, Broly, as a servant, would receive a 10% boost, gaining an additional 100,000. Consequently, this 100,000 would grant Lin Fan a doubled increase of 200,000, reflecting the system's benefits. Yet, there was another individual who would be exceptionally suited to become a servant as well. His talent was no less than that of Broly. If Lin Fan were to choose him, it would undoubtedly be a superior option. However, that individual was currently too far from Lin Fan's level, and it would take considerable time to wait for him. Thus, he resolved to select Broly for now and enhance his strength. Who could predict what the future might hold? Lin Fan replicated the memories related to transforming into a Super Saiyan at the third level, channeling them into his hands and transferring them into Broly's mind. Upon completion, Broly expressed his gratitude once more. "Thank you, Master Lin Fan. Broly, I am currently in search of a divine servant, my servant. If I were to choose you, Would you accept? Broly's loyalty to Lin Fan was unwavering. Without Lin Fan, he would still be alone on planet Vampa, and he would not have learned the purification technique. Moreover, as Lin Fan was his master, he was more than willing to become his servant and remain by his side. Master, I am willing. Very well, then let us proceed with the master-servant contract. The master-servant contract is a special divine technique. Once one becomes a servant, they cannot harm their master without permission. Otherwise, they would suffer a backlash, leading to their demise. However, there are great benefits. As the master's strength increases, the servant receives a 10% enhancement. Conversely, if the servant's strength rises, the master gains a 50% boost. Lin Fan formed several peculiar hand gestures and recited an incantation. Divine power surged in his right hand, and a cold light flickered as he pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to flow forth. With a wave of his hand, the blood dripped into Broly's forehead. Broly, open your mind and relax your body. Following Lin Fan's guidance, Broly complied, and the drop of blood instantaneously entered his consciousness. As their minds merged into a singular entity, Lin Fan suddenly perceived the presence of an additional consciousness within his own, Broly's awareness. He comprehended Broly's thoughts with utmost clarity. Moreover, with merely a flicker of intent, he possessed the power to extinguish Broly's life in an instant. Such was the nature of their master-servant pact. It was truly terrifying. Upon realizing this effect, Lin Fan could not help but murmur within his heart. Very well, Broly, it is time for you to commence your training. Let us transform you into a super ancient Scion 3. Yes, master. In an instant, Lin Fan found himself atop a mountain peak, observing the three individuals training below. He spoke with a calm demeanor. You three, devote yourselves to your training diligently, for the opponent you shall face next is I. I am eager to witness the extent of my power. Currently, there are over 2,400 gifts. Yesterday there were 2,001, an increase of 300. Consequently, 3 additional chapters have been added, and now 4 chapters are updated, with 1 more in progress. Chapter 80. The strength of Lin Fan in the ethereal realm of the hyperbolic time chamber. 1 month had passed. Vegeta, Son Goku, and Broly had successfully mastered the techniques imparted to them by Lin Fan. Vegeta and Son Goku could effortlessly transform into Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Super Blue, while Broly had also attained proficiency in his transformation to Super Ancient Saiyan Level 3, his green hair cascading down to his waist, his physique even more imposing than that of the original Super Ancient Saiyan Level 2. Their enhancement had, of course, contributed to Lin Fan's battle power, elevating it from an already formidable 50 trillion to an astonishing 62 trillion. At this moment, the trio soared to the mountain's peak, beholding Lin Fan, who stood with an air of an unparalleled master, hands clasped behind his back and facing away from them. The gentle breeze fluttered his garments, rendering him a picture of serene authority. As Lin Fan turned to face them, he proclaimed, "You have fully grasped the skills I have taught you. Now, it is time for me to assess your training results. I shall go first." Son Goku stepped forward, adopting a combat stance, brimming with the eagerness to engage. Lin Fan smiled faintly. "Do you truly believe I would deign to battle just one of you, when I am at a constant power of 62 trillion? That would be an unfair advantage. No, all 3 of you must come at once. To do otherwise would be a waste of time." Vegeta glanced at Son Goku, remarking coolly, "Kakarot, considering Master Lin Fan's prowess, do you truly think you are sufficient to fill the gap?" "Vegeta, there is no need for such harsh words," Son Goku retorted, acutely aware that he was outmatched by Lin Fan. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of defiance at Vegeta's insinuation that he was inadequate. Lin Fan, wishing to expedite matters, interjected calmly, "Enough with the banter. All 3 of you, together. Broly, unleash your full power. Even if you injure me, I grant you permission to attack without restraint." Given the master-servant pact established with Broly, it was imperative that Lin Fan clarified this point. Otherwise, it might lead to unintended repercussions. Upon receiving Lin Fan's consent, Broly respectfully responded, "Yes, master. Let us begin." Lin Fan extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. Son Goku, no longer hesitating, transformed instantaneously into Super Blue, followed closely by Vegeta, who also assumed the same formidable state. Their gazes sharpened, their hair turned a brilliant blue, and an aura of blue energy enveloped them. Meanwhile, Broly clenched his fists, veins bulging with intensity. With a thunderous roar, a brilliant green light erupted forth. As the radiance subsided, Broly, now significantly larger and adorned with waist-length green hair, emerged, surrounded by a vibrant green aura that flickered with fierce energy. This was the manifestation of Super Ancient Saiyan Level 3. Lin Fan maintained his usual form, not transforming, which prompted Sun Wukong and the others to inquire, Master Lin Fan, do you intend to fight in your normal state? Naturally, Lin Fan would not engage in combat without transforming. Although his base power stood at an astonishing 62 trillion, it paled in comparison to the formidable strength of the trio before him, especially considering their numerous enhancements. With a firm fist, he instantaneously transformed into the Super Saiyan God, Crimson, state, his combat power surging to an astounding 1.24 quintillion. The trio felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Fan, causing their bodies to tremble slightly. However, excitement quickly replaced their initial shock, as smiles of exhilaration spread across their faces. Today's battle was destined to be a pinnacle clash, a confrontation reaching heights previously unattainable. With a rush of energy, the three charged forward simultaneously, their fists flying in unison. In an instant, Lin Fan vanished, leaving them momentarily stunned. When he reappeared, they felt a sudden pain in their chests. In a heartbeat, they were akin to kites severed from their strings, hurtling backward and crashing violently between three great mountains, which crumbled into ruins. Yet, this was merely an appetizer for Lin Fan, and for the other three. It was just the beginning. In a flash, they emerged from the debris, surrounding Lin Fan from three distinct directions, their momentum akin to a relentless torrent. Lin Fan pointed his right index finger at Vegeta, rapidly gathering energy for his signature move, the giant Kamehameha. A formidable wave of divine energy surged forth, aimed directly at Vegeta. Seeing the colossal energy wave, Vegeta hastily dodged, unwilling to confront it directly. A smirk crept onto his lips, if memory served him right. This was merely an upgraded version of the dumpling wave. It was perplexing that he should fear such a technique. Nevertheless, he understood that while the move was significant, it was the prowess of the one wielding it that truly mattered. Noticing Vegeta evade, Lin Fan redirected the attack towards Sun Wukong and Broly. At that moment, the two had already closed in, fists flying. In the blink of an eye, they unleashed a barrage of thousands of punches. Lin Fan observed with a calm demeanor, remarking, too slow, still too slow. At your current strength, you simply cannot compete. Are you three truly unable to match even my Super Saiyan God form? Upon hearing this, their pride ignited, particularly for Vegeta, whose self-esteem swelled, while Sun Wukong also felt the stirrings of pride. His excitement stemmed from the prospect of pursuing greater strength and battling even more powerful foes, fueling his fervent spirit. As for Broly, rage coursed through him. Anger, after all, is a source of power. With a roar, Broly's combat prowess skyrocketed, unleashing a ferocious barrage towards Lin Fan. His mouth agape as he unleashed a powerful green energy wave, his ultimate technique, imbued with immense destructive force. Sun Wukong concentrated his strength into a single fist, transforming into a streak of azure light, striking forth with immense force. Meanwhile, Vegeta extended his arms, rapidly gathering energy in his palms, exclaiming, hum, ah. Super Ultimate Flash. Boom, boom, boom. The Super Ultimate Flash intertwined with the might of the highest technique, crashing towards Lin Fan. In a flash, Sun Wukong utilized instant transmission, reappearing behind Lin Fan, delivering a devastating punch imbued with peak power. Boom, 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 boom. Bang, bang. The combined assaults of the three struck Lin Fan flawlessly. Yet, curiously, everyone heard a crisp sound of impact, as if colliding against some formidable object. Chapter 81. The Abandoned Purification of Broly. Boom. The trio's attacks erupted against Lin Fan, yet they were met with an exceptionally crisp sound, as if their strikes had collided with an impenetrable object. At the moment of the explosion, smoke enveloped the area surrounding Lin Fan for several dozen meters. After Son Goku landed a punch on Lin Fan, he instantly teleported to join Vegeta and Broly. The three scrutinized the scene obscured by the smoke. In just a few breaths, the haze dissipated, revealing a strikingly handsome young man suspended in midair. This charismatic youth was none other than their master, Lin Fan. The trio gasped in astonishment. Despite having struck their master, Lin Fan bore no wounds whatsoever, not even a tear in his clothing. He casually brushed off his attire, as if removing trivial dust. Internally, he marveled at the formidable power of his indestructible technique, particularly at the divine level of mastery he had attained. Given their current prowess, it was utterly impossible for the three to breach his defenses. Clearly, they needed further provocation. Gazing at them, he mockingly remarked, I say, you three, have you forgotten to eat? Such feeble attacks merely tickle me. Are you capable of unleashing your full potential? Do you truly believe you've reached your limits? Though his jibes were vigorous, the trio, considering his status as their master, did not take offense as deeply as they might have otherwise. However, their lack of overt anger did not equate to a total absence of frustration. They surged forward once more with renewed vigor. Noticing that their combat abilities had not improved, Lin Fan muttered to himself, "It seems mere words are no longer effective." He vanished from his spot, actively engaging the trio. Bang! He landed a powerful punch on Son Goku's face, sending him flying. Another kick struck Vegeta's chest, propelling him backward in tandem with Goku. "Vegeta, you too are a disappointment. After all this training, you still succumb to a single kick. Get lost." Huh. With another punch, he targeted Broly, who managed to block with both fists. However, Lin Fan's other fist followed with a cataclysmic force that tore through the surrounding space. Boom. Broly attempted to resist, but the speed of Lin Fan's strike was overwhelming. He could hardly react. Bang. The blow struck Broly's chest, sending his colossal frame hurtling backward as if defeated in battle. "Broly, you have truly let me down. Transforming into a super ancient scion at the 3rd level, and yet you can barely withstand a single punch. I am thoroughly disappointed." Lin Fan stood resolutely, regarding the trio with a condescending gaze. Son Goku wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, unable to suppress his admiration. "Master Lin Fan is truly formidable. I have finally comprehended why Master Lin Fan once advised against engaging in a contest until one achieves divinity. It was, after all, a concern for my very survival against a single, lethal strike." Vegeta scoffed, fully aware of Lin Fan's formidable prowess. Yet he was utterly unprepared for the sheer magnitude of that strength. Am I truly as Lin Fan suggested? After all this training, am I still a mere waste of potential? Here I stand, transformed into the Super Saiyan Blue, a form that transcends the god of Super Saiyan. Yet am I still deemed worthless? What, then, was the purpose of my arduous training? Must I allow all my efforts to be rendered meaningless? No, I shall not permit this. I refuse to accept such a fate. Clenching my fists tightly, a swirling cyclone of energy began to coalesce around me, akin to a series of fearsome tornadoes, as the ground beneath me began to sink gradually. Goku glanced at Vegeta, a smile gracing his lips. "Vegeta, it seems you have achieved a breakthrough. I shall not lag behind." With fists clenched, I regarded Lin Fan, who towered over us with an air of disdain, and calmly declared, "Master Lin Fan, your strength is indeed extraordinary. Now, I shall unleash my utmost potential." Rapidly gathering the power within my being, I shouted, 40 times Ultimate Kaioken." The sheer force of the 40-fold Ultimate Kaioken reached the limits of my physical capacity. As I began to harness this overwhelming power, I felt a searing pain rip through my body, a clear indication that I had reached my utmost threshold. Lin Fan hovered in the air, observing Goku as he executed the 40-fold Ultimate Kaioken, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Only by relentlessly challenging our limits can we truly transcend ourselves. I eagerly anticipate your mastery of the Ultra Instinct technique. However, it struck me that, given Goku's individual capabilities, he was currently unable to grasp the Ultra Instinct on his own. His ability to do so was a gift from Whis. It seems prudent to enlist Whis' assistance in training Goku when he next arrives, thus alleviating my own burdens. What a splendid notion. Yet, this is not the time for such contemplations. My gaze shifted to Broly, who had remained eerily still. Indeed, after stabilizing himself, Broly had not moved an inch, standing in silence, so profound it felt unsettling and ominous. Suddenly, Broly's eyes sprang open, his emerald gaze intensifying to a deeper shade of green. Where there was once clarity, his eyes now reflected a void, devoid of reason. He murmured, "No, I shall not disappoint. Hope, I will not." His body trembled violently, hinting at an impending eruption of terrifying power. Observing Broly's current state, Lin Fan instantly grasped his intentions. He was prepared to temporarily abandon his purification techniques, relinquishing rationality to break into an even higher state and attain greater strength. To a certain extent, the purification technique has preserved his sanity. It presents both advantages and disadvantages, particularly when contending with Lin Fan. He remained in a state of purification, which significantly hindered his ability to unleash his utmost potential. This technique allowed him to maintain his composure, preventing him from inflicting harm upon those he holds dear, especially Lin Fan. However, the absence of aggression and fury made it exceedingly difficult for him to break through his limitations. Consequently, he cast aside the purification technique, yearning to enter a frenzied state of disregard for all. With Lin Fan's master present, he harbored confidence in his ability to refrain from causing harm to anyone. With a primal roar, he instantly plunged into a state of rage, unleashing a torrent of power that shattered the earth beneath him. Waves surged violently, sweeping across the land and engulfing mountains and rivers alike. Following this, a terrifying energy wreaked havoc, heralding an apocalyptic scenario. On this day alone, gifts have surpassed 180, triggering conditions for multiple updates. As for yesterday's chapter, the current count stands at a minimum of 4 chapters, with just over 10 more gifts required to unlock an additional chapter. Chapter 82 Variables. The Awakening of Beerus within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. The landscape of Earth is rendered invisible, obscured by a relentless sea of flames. Broly remains in his Super Saiyan third form, his electric aura thickening and pulsating with greater intensity. This form represents the pinnacle of the Super Ancient Saiyan third stage, exceeding the power of the previous form by countless magnitudes. Meanwhile, Son Goku manifests a dual aura. The outer layer radiates a crimson hue of the ultimate Kaioken, while the inner layer glows in a vibrant blue of the Super Saiyan blue form. His current state reflects not merely an alteration in aura but a remarkable enhancement in combat prowess, amplified 40-fold, yet he still pales in comparison to Broly's might. Beside him, Vegeta, despite attaining the full power of Super Saiyan Blue, lags significantly behind both Goku and Broly. The disparity is particularly pronounced when juxtaposed with Broly's overwhelming strength. Nevertheless, should Vegeta achieve a breakthrough in his Super Blue form, he would ascend to a deep blue state, bestowing upon him enhancements far beyond the ordinary. Ding! Broly's base combat power increases to 20 billion. His master receives a double enhancement, totaling 40 billion, alongside an additional 10 billion from the effect of the goddess servant, resulting in a current base power of 670 billion. Ding! Son Goku's base combat power rises to 15 billion. His master gains a double enhancement of 30 billion, culminating in a base power of 700 billion. Ding! Vegeta's base combat power elevates by 12 billion. His master receives a double enhancement, reaching a total of 24 billion, bringing his current base power to 724 billion. Following Lin Fan's enhancement of base combat power, Broly, being his servant, also receives a tenth of the boost. Lin Fan's total enhancement amounts to 104 billion, granting Broly an additional 10.4 billion in base combat power. Ding! Broly's base combat power increases by 104 billion. His master gains a double enhancement of 208 billion. The current combat power of the host stands at 744.8 billion. As Lin Fan processes the series of notifications from the system, he cannot help but reflect inwardly. This is truly remarkable, especially with Broly bound to him as a servant. He has effectively gained a second apprentice. Quite splendid indeed. At that moment, as Lin Fan contemplates these thoughts, the trio launches their assault upon him. Boom, boom, boom. Their attacks are fierce and unforgiving, leaving no room for leniency. Yet, all their onslaughts are effortlessly deflected by Lin Fan. Indeed, the intensity of their strikes is commendable, enough to elicit a degree of discomfort. However, your collective strength is merely average. I am confident this is not your utmost capability. Unleash your full potential. With such feeble power, you shall never surpass me. Under Lin Fan's provocation, the three warriors intensified their assault, gradually matching and even surpassing him. In unison, they unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Lin Fan countered with a fist, only to be sent flying several meters away. Seizing the opportunity, the trio immediately released their energy blasts. Broly aimed both hands at Lin Fan, unleashing a barrage of energy spheres. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of consecutive blasts surged towards him. Vegeta spread his arms wide, gathering energy rapidly, and shouted, "Ultra Final Flash." Meanwhile, Goku formed his hands into a blossom shape at his waist, concentrating energy into a radiant sphere. Kamehameha. As the three energy attacks charged towards him with overwhelming force, Lin Fan remained unfazed. Activate Ultra Precognition. This ability allowed him to foresee events occurring within the next 2 seconds. Images flashed in his mind, revealing everything that would transpire. A satisfied smile curved upon his lips. Boom, boom, boom. The trio watched in astonishment as Lin Fan effortlessly dodged their attacks, anticipating their strikes with uncanny precision. It was as if he had foreseen the trajectory of their assaults, especially Broly's relentless energy spheres, which were deftly evaded as he positioned himself in a safe zone. Smiling as the hundreds of blasts zoomed past him, Vegeta and Goku were left in shock, pondering the nature of Lin Fan's abilities. Broly, in his frenzied rage, was oblivious to such thoughts. He simply knew to attack. Noticing his energy blasts had failed to hit Lin Fan, he charged forward with a massive fist aimed at him. Whoosh! Lin Fan swiftly evaded the strike, just as Vegeta and Goku's fists approached. However, once again, they discovered that Lin Fan had anticipated their moves, evading them flawlessly. In that instant, he delivered a series of powerful kicks to their chests, sending them flying several meters away, leaving only Broly to contend with Lin Fan. Meanwhile, in the realm of the gods of destruction, Whis sat before a bowl of instant noodles, cradling his face with his hands, glancing at the hourglass beside him, and delightfully exclaimed, "Oh my, it will be ready soon." As he unveiled the noodles, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. In Lord Beerus's chamber, he lay sprawled on his bed, limbs splayed in a star shape, his blanket kicked aside. He mumbled incoherently, his body writhing in a daze. The moment the delightful scent permeated the room, Beerus's eyes shot open wide as he bolted towards the source of the aroma with unrestrained zeal. Just as Whis was about to indulge, Beerus snatched the bowl away. Whis, taken aback, inquired, "Oh, how is it that Lord Beerus has awakened? Is it not yet the hour for your customary awakening?" According to his calculations, Beerus would not awaken for another 10 days. Thus, his premature emergence is indeed surprising. Beerus did not respond to his remarks, but rather devoured the instant noodles with great enthusiasm, leaving no broth behind. Witnessing this, Whis smiled and remarked, "Lord Beerus, ever as uncouth as before." Unperturbed by Whis's comment, Beerus inquired, "Hey, Whis, what is this? Where did you acquire it?" "This is instant noodles. Simply immerse it in boiling water for 3 minutes, and it becomes delicious. It hails from a planet called Earth," Whis replied with a smile. With a flourish of his hand, he produced another bucket of noodles from his angelic staff, preparing to indulge himself. Beerus glared at him. "Whis, isn't this a bit excessive? What about mine?" Chuckling behind his hand, Whis produced 5 more buckets of instant noodles and, with a hint of curiosity, asked, "Lord Beerus, how is it that you awakened 10 days early? Today alone, 270 items have been acquired, 2 chapters have been completed, and 1 chapter from yesterday, equating to 3 additional chapters. 2 chapters have been updated, leaving 3 remaining. I shall continue to write until they are completed, for I shall not rest until then." Chapter 83. Beerus goes to Earth. Lord Beerus, how is it that you awakened 10 days early? Beerus gazed at the 5 bowls of instant noodles, his eyes sparkling as he replied, "Is it not because of you, Whis?" "Because of me?" Whis questioned, bewildered. "You cannot possibly mean that it's because I am enjoying instant noodles?" Beerus turned to Whis and remarked nonchalantly, "Is it not so? Such a delectable dish. And you indulge without saving any for me. With the enticing aroma wafting through the air, do you think I could possibly remain asleep, Whis?" Understanding Beerus's temperament, Whis stifled a chuckle, covering his mouth. "However, Whis, upon my awakening, there is yet another matter at hand." "Oh, what is it?" Whis inquired, intrigued. Beerus elaborated. "In my slumber, I dreamt of a formidable opponent, a rival of mine. This individual resides within the 7th universe." "Oh, a rival? Who is it?" Whis asked, perplexed. Secretly pondering, he thought, could it be Lin Fan? Yet, given Lin Fan's current prowess, he hardly seems a match for Lord Beerus. However, the combination of Scion lineage and angelic blood appears rather potent. Perhaps he truly could become a rival to Lord Beerus. Of course, this presumes that Lord Beerus refrains from utilizing his destructive powers. Although Whis considered these facets, he chose to remain silent, as Lin Fan was his cousin, currently favored by his father. He could not afford to tread in murky waters. Furthermore, Lin Fan, now a Grand Supreme Kai, was unlikely to come into conflict with Beerus. Thus, how could he possibly be a formidable foe? Perhaps there are others. At that moment, the hourglass had recorded 3 minutes, and Beerus, unable to contain his excitement, began devouring the instant noodles, slurping noisily, swiftly finishing 1 bowl. Upon completing the 2nd bowl, he commenced on the 3rd and began to articulate. "It seems to be called super, or perhaps ultimate, something god." Struggling to recall, he furiously exclaimed, "How infuriating. I just remembered it. And after a few bowls of noodles, it has slipped my mind." As he spoke, Beerus raised his hand, unleashing a surge of destructive energy into the sky, obliterating a distant planet in an instant. Boom. Whis erupted into laughter, clearly unfazed. After all, the role of a god of destruction is to wreak havoc. Once he had finished all the noodles, Beerus tugged at his ears, deep in contemplation. What was it called? What was it? Super Scion God something. What on earth is the full name? After pondering for 2 or 3 minutes, Beerus, growing impatient, declared, "Regardless, it is related to the Scions. I recall that the Scions reside on planet Vegeta." At this point, Whis reminded him, "Lord Beerus, have you forgotten? Before your slumber, you commanded Frieza to annihilate planet Vegeta. The Scions were eradicated." Beerus paused momentarily. "Oh, Were the Scions entirely exterminated? Whis rose to his feet, wielding his angelic staff to survey the seventh universe. Before long, the crystal orb of his staff revealed a remarkable image. There, a blue planet appeared, labeled Earth. Whis hesitated momentarily, pondering, Earth? Could it be referring to Lin Fan? Yet Lin Fan, being a hybrid of the angelic race and the primordial Scion lineage, did he truly qualify as a Scion? Or perhaps, aside from him, there existed other Scions on Earth? Noticing Whis lost in contemplation and silent for an extended period, Beerus inquired, Hey, Whis, what is going on? Whis, with his characteristic elegance, smiled softly, Lord Beerus, I am currently searching. He resumed his inquiry into whether there were any other Scions residing on Earth. Shortly thereafter, he seemed to grasp the situation and turned off the display on the crystal orb, explaining to Beerus, at coordinates 95279-66989 on Earth, there still exist Scions. Those who were responsible for vanquishing Frisia. Beerus, taken aback, gazed at Whis with intrigue. Oh, Scions who defeated Frisia? That fool, Frisia, who claims to be the emperor of the universe, was defeated. Whis chuckled softly, suppressing laughter behind his hand, his eyes reflecting disdain. Clearly, he held Frisia in little regard. Nevertheless, the Scions on Earth possessed the ability to transform into Super Scions, and it was in this form that they ultimately vanquished Frisia. Upon hearing this, Beerus quickly connected the dots. Oh, I remember now, the Super Scion God. Yes, indeed, the Super Scion God. There must be a link between the Super Scion God and the Super Scions. Come, Whis, let us journey to Earth. Whis, eager to visit Earth, promptly replied, As you command, Lord Beerus. I also intend to procure some instant noodles from Bulma. I was heartbroken after you devoured 5 buckets. Realizing the connection, Beerus exclaimed, Oh, I had forgotten that delightful instant noodles come from Earth. Indeed, and Bulma mentioned that Earth is not only home to instant noodles, but a plethora of delectable treats. Instant noodles are merely a moderate delicacy. Whis recalled Bulma's words, filled with anticipation. He had longed to return to Earth, yet considering Beerus' need for rest, he could not frequently venture away unless duty called. This was his responsibility, for he was tasked with attending to Beerus' needs, ensuring his bedding was changed and his meals were prepared. However, Whis, in his role as a servant, had never formally entered into a master-servant contract with Beerus. He was merely a nominal servant. To put it plainly, Beerus lacked the standing to forge such an agreement with Whis. The notion that Earth harbored a cornucopia of culinary delights, with such exquisite instant noodles merely ranking as average, instantly made Beerus salivate profusely. Is that so, Whis? Certainly. It is indeed true, Lord Beerus. Whis, what are you waiting for? Quickly set off for Earth. Yes, Lord Beerus. The two transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the direction of Earth. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, Lin Fan remained oblivious to the fact that the aroma of instant noodles had prematurely roused Beerus. Had he known, he would undoubtedly have prevented Bulma from offering Whis the noodles. At this very moment, he was subjecting Broly and the others to intense training, pushing their combat abilities to their utmost limits. Battered and breathless, the three could scarcely rise from the ground, yet Lin Fan continued to spur them on relentlessly. Scions possessed the unique ability to enhance their combat power through fury, and when they approach the brink of death, their strength surges upon recovery. Thus, Lin Fan intentionally drove the trio to the threshold of death, simultaneously provoking them with words, knowing that once they revived, their combat prowess would be significantly amplified. After all, a decade spent in the hyperbolic time chamber equates to merely a day outside. He was in no rush, as time was a mere resource to be expended. With only 2 chapters remaining, it might take a bit longer. Everyone should rest early and avoid staying up late. Tomorrow morning, they shall awaken to see the progress, while continuing to strive diligently. Chapter 84. The combat power of Lin Fan. After emerging a day later, Lin Fan emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber accompanied by Broly, Son Goku, and Vegeta. The 4 had spent a full decade within, during which time they experienced significant advancements. Lin Fan had perfected his transformation into the 4th stage of the Ancestor Scion form, achieving the Super Ancestor Scion 4. He had also gained a proficient command over his angelic bloodline, although certain divine techniques, such as the Ultra Instinct, remained elusive to him. Nevertheless, in the absence of Ultra Instinct, he possessed an array of other divine skills. His combat power had surged to an astonishing 260 quintillion, a feat achieved even in his base form. The potency of the Ancestor Scion bloodline was truly terrifying, especially when combined with the angelic lineage, rendering his growth over the decade entirely unsurprising. His disciples, blessed by their master's elevation, had also experienced remarkable improvements. Son Goku's base power had reached 5 quintillion, while Vegeta had attained 4 quintillion. Broly, having entered into a master-servant contract and as a disciple, received a dual enhancement, now boasting a power level of 25 quintillion. Among the disciples, Broly stood as the most formidable, having trained over the decade to transform into the Super Ancient Saiyan 4. As for Son Goku and Vegeta, they remained in their Super Saiyan Blue forms, unable to advance further since Lin Fan had yet to acquire a more powerful evolution state to teach them. They would have to await the system's unveiling of superior evolutionary forms, but Lin Fan had other plans in mind. Though Son Goku and Vegeta may not rival Broly in strength, they could fuse to become Vegeto, allowing them to contend fiercely with Broly in his Super Ancient Saiyan 4 form. Should they achieve a new evolutionary state prior to fusing, Broly might not stand a chance against them. Combat power is measured in units such as 100 million, trillion, quadrillion, quintillion, and so forth, subdivided into individual 10, 100, and 1000. For instance, the progression is 100 million, 1 billion, 10 billion, and so on. For those who may not understand, I will remind you once more to simplify to the nearest 100, 10, or 1000 in future references. In an instant, Lin Fan soared to his chair. Glancing at Vegeta and the others, he declared, "You may return now. After such extensive training, I, your master, am weary and wish to rest." Vegeta was eager to return as well. Despite only 2 days passing in the real world, 2 decades had elapsed within the chamber. He had not seen his wife, Bulma, in what felt like an eternity and longed for her presence. He swiftly flew back home. Son Goku also felt the weight of time away from his family and turned to head back, while Broly, lost in thought, gazed up at the cosmos. Reflecting on his father, Paragus. Noticing Broly's demeanor, Lin Fan couldn't help but inquire, "Do you miss your father?" Broly, without any concealment, gently nodded and replied, "Yes, master." "Have you forgiven your father? For you, these 2 days have felt like 20 years, but for your father, it has merely been 2 days. Lin Fan reminded him. To be honest, Lin Fan harbored no fondness for Paragus. He held a deep-seated disdain for such a father who exploited his own son. Nevertheless, Paragus was ultimately Broly's father, and they had shared many years together. After a moment of contemplation, Broly spoke, "Though he is indeed a scoundrel, he is still my father. I cannot forgive him in such a short time. However, having spent 20 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, I feel that I have come to forgive him, and my hatred has lessened, especially as I am on the verge of mastering the purification technique. I have grown rather indifferent to these matters." As he spoke, Broly rose to his feet and respectfully gazed at Lin Fan, bowing as he said, "Master Lin Fan, if possible, I humbly request your assistance in bringing my father to Earth." Lin Fan cherished Broly from the depths of his heart. Not only was he immensely talented, but he was also obedient, embodying the essence of a good child in Lin Fan's eyes. Given his fondness for Broly, he was inclined to consider the request. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "Broly, I can help you bring Paragus to Earth, but I will not keep him by my side, for I have no affinity for such a person." Broly did not expect Lin Fan to keep his father close, and he quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master Lin Fan. Thank you. Let my father come and survive on Earth independently. However, Broly, there is one more matter I must address. As you are aware, I am now the Grand Kaishin, and you too are a servant of the gods. Should your father commit any wrongdoing or harm the Earth, I will not hesitate to intervene." Lin Fan deemed it necessary to clarify this point to Broly. He genuinely disliked Paragus, yet for Broly's sake, he offered this concession. If Paragus were to live peacefully on Earth, Lin Fan would turn a blind eye. However, should he dare to cause trouble on Earth or elsewhere, Lin Fan would show no mercy. Broly immediately replied, "Master Lin Fan, rest assured, I will convey this to my father and ensure he behaves properly, abandoning any vengeful thoughts." Meanwhile, on the other side, upon returning home, Vegeta's first action was to seek out Bulma. Bulma was in the yard playing chess with Trunks. Vegeta scolded, "Trunks, go play elsewhere. I need to discuss something with your mother." Seeing his father's stern expression, Trunks dared not protest and reluctantly left, muttering, I'm going to find Goten." After Trunks departed, Vegeta's gaze toward Bulma transformed, taking on a mischievous glint. As Bulma observed the shift in her husband's gaze, a sudden clarity washed over her, and she inquired with a hint of confusion, "What are you thinking this time? It hasn't been this frequent before." "It's only been 2 days. Vegeta, with a frosty demeanor, succinctly explained, "I have spent 20 years in the hyperbolic time chamber." In that instant, Bulma comprehended his words and turned to stride toward the bedroom. Unable to contain himself, Vegeta swiftly propelled himself forward. seizing Bulma and whisking her away into their game of mahjong. Meanwhile, on the other side, Goku returned home to find Chi-Chi engrossed in the television. Rubbing the back of his head, he exclaimed, "Chi-Chi, I crave the dishes you prepare." Chi-Chi paused, her eyes sparkling as she instantly grasped the underlying meaning. Chapter 85. A frightening aura. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Chi-Chi instantly grasped their implications. For a considerable time, she had been deceiving Sun Wukong, claiming that her mahjong sessions were merely a pretext for cooking. Alas, Wukong's intellect, in certain respects, was rather lacking. To label him a simpleton would be no exaggeration. Overflowing with joy, Chi-Chi exclaimed, "Come, Wukong, let us prepare a meal." Meanwhile, Lin Fan remained oblivious to the fact that his two beloved disciples had embarked on their own paths to happiness. At that moment, he had just brought Paragus to Earth, casually selecting a secluded mountain to manifest a dwelling through divine power. The abode was modest, consisting of 2 rooms, one for Paragus and the other for Broly. The decision to create 2 rooms stemmed from the consideration that Broly would occasionally return to visit his father. Everything Lin Fan did was for Broly's sake. Casting a glance at Paragus, Lin Fan found himself at a loss for words. He then turned to Broly and smiled. "I shall take my leave for now. Once you have made the necessary arrangements, return to your training." "Yes, master," Broly replied. Earlier, when Lin Fan had gone to Planet Vampa to fetch Paragus, he had chosen to remain silent, even foregoing any warnings. He believed it best for Broly to convey such admonitions, as it felt inappropriate for a master to threaten the father of his disciple. After Lin Fan departed, Broly looked at his father, Paragus, whose expression was tinged with anger. "Father, are you all right?" he inquired, his lips twitching slightly. Paragus, somewhat irate, retorted, "Broly, I thought you intended to abandon your father. I feared you would leave me on Planet Vampa to fend for myself while you frolicked here." Faced with his father's ire, Broly could only explain, "Father, that is not true. I never intended to neglect you. I was simply overwhelmed with anger at the time. As your son, I felt deeply hurt by your actions." With a sigh, he chose to let bygones be bygones. "Father, let us reconcile." Paragus turned his head away, disdainfully huffing, "Humph, Broly. If you truly wish to mend our relationship, then heed my words and join me in ruling the universe. Together we shall become sovereigns of the cosmos. We will seize planet Vegeta and eliminate King Vegeta." Broly was taken aback, realizing that his father had not forgotten their ambitions for universal dominion. He urged, "Father, with Master Lin Fan present, it is simply impossible for us to conquer the universe. He would never allow us to commit heinous acts. Moreover, planet Vegeta has already been destroyed by Frieza, and King Vegeta is dead. We have no need for vengeance." Broly refrained from mentioning Vegeta's existence, knowing well that doing so would incite his father to urge him to seek revenge against Vegeta, a course he was unwilling to pursue. After spending 2 decades in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had forged a positive rapport with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, discovering them to be rather admirable companions. One is innocent and poses no harm, while the other, though seemingly cold and haughty, possesses a heart as tender as tofu beneath a sharp tongue. Accompanied by a tinge of melancholy, especially during training, he often feels capable and thus utters the harshest words. Upon hearing Broly's revelation, Paragus was taken aback. "What? King Vegeta and Planet Vegeta are no more?" Broly had indeed learned of this grim news within the hyperbolic time chamber from Vegeta himself. "Yes, they were annihilated by Frieza." Paragus furrowed his brow. "I know of Frieza. He is the emperor of the universe. The Scions once served him. Why would he turn against them?" Broly explained. Frieza feared the rise of the Super Saiyan, but Master Lin Fan mentioned that someone was secretly guiding Frieza's actions. He did not disclose who that was. Although Paragus found this hard to believe, Broly's demeanor suggested sincerity. Furthermore, Paragus was well aware of his son's character. Under normal circumstances, Broly would not deceive him, and even when lying, he would stammer. "Humph, how unfortunate for King Vegeta. Nevertheless, his demise is inconsequential. Our ambition to dominate the universe must not waver. Now that we have arrived on this planet, let us commence our conquest here." Observing the planet's suitability for habitation, Paragus noted the abundance of its inhabitants. A populous world is ripe for conquest, a perfect means to satiate his imperial aspirations. With a face full of hopeful fantasies, he could almost hear the masses chanting, "Long live Paragus." Broly, witnessing his father's obsession, once again cautioned, "Father, do not indulge in delusions of universal conquest. Master Lin Fan would never permit such an occurrence. Besides, I have no desire to rule the cosmos. I only wish to train by Master Lin Fan's side." Paragus glared at Broly. "You? Are you trying to drive me to madness? Get out. Leave at once." Observing his father's furious countenance, Broly contemplated his next move, as Master Lin Fan had said. Although he had spent 20 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, only 2 days had passed in the outside world. What could his father possibly change in such a brief span? Father, you should live your life quietly. I will seek Master now. I shall visit you at any time. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished in an instant. Paragus, momentarily stunned by Broly's prowess, pondered, has Broly truly become this formidable? To disappear in the blink of an eye? With his assistance, I could surely conquer the universe. I must find a way to persuade Broly. Such remarkable strength should not go to waste in mere training. 2 hours later, Vegeta reclined upon his bed, his hands resting beneath his head, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling. Bulma, after this period of training, my power has reached unprecedented heights. Master Lin Fan is truly formidable. Bulma rose, making her way to the bathroom, and remarked, weren't you once quite disdainful of Lin Fan? Yet now you call him master so effortlessly. Vegeta slightly turned his head to glance at the impeccably maintained Bulma. Humph, what an intimidating aura. The daily update has concluded, with currently 23 gifts available. To reach a total of 100 gifts in a single day, each individual need only present 1 gift, thus allowing us to easily trigger the condition for 8 chapters daily. Let us revel together. Chapter 86. He is Vegeta's childhood nightmare. What a terrifying aura. Vegeta suddenly sensed an incomprehensible and fearsome presence approaching his home. In an instant, he stood up and donned his battle attire with remarkable speed. Swiftly, he moved outside and gazed into the sky. A streak of light descended. Upon recognizing the 2 figures landing before him, Vegeta's face paled with dread. Particularly, the one resembling a feline creature, akin to a Cornish rex, was unmistakably the god of destruction, Beerus, an indelible shadow from his childhood. Long ago, his father, King Vegeta, had left behind the most comfortable pillow in the universe, offering the second best to Beerus, thus inciting the god's wrath. He had received a brutal beating, thoroughly trampled without the slightest chance of resistance. When he had attempted to intervene, ready to confront Beerus, a mere glance from the deity had rendered him incapacitated. This traumatic experience lingered in his psyche as an unshakable nightmare. The principal source of his dread stemmed from witnessing his venerated father being dominated by Beerus, who showed no inclination to resist. The sudden arrivals were none other than Beerus and his attendant, Whis. Initially, they intended to seek out the Supreme Kai, but Beerus, unable to resist the allure of delectable food, decided to approach Bulma first, simultaneously inquiring about the Super Saiyan God. Ah, Prince Vegeta, Beerus greeted with a smile, observing Vegeta's expression of sheer terror. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Vegeta regained his composure, stammering, "Why, Your Excellency?" Beerus raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. "Oh, you remember me? It seems my impression on you during your childhood was rather profound." Vegeta's lips twitched. Indeed, it was profound. Beerus paid no heed to Vegeta's reaction and casually remarked, "I've heard from Bulma that Earth boasts a plethora of exquisite delicacies. Might you treat us to some?" Beerus's tone remained courteous, though it must be noted that despite his politeness, perceiving him as a benevolent being would be a grave misjudgment. His courteous demeanor aimed to instill a sense of reverence in the inhabitants of the universe towards him, the deity, not born of genuine kindness. Food. Vegeta was taken aback. Beerus's arrival was merely for sustenance. Once he regained his senses, he eagerly nodded. Of course. Please, wait a moment." He prepared to dash off in search of his wife. "Wait, Vegeta." Before he could depart, Beerus called out to him. "Lord Beerus, is there something else?" Vegeta felt overwhelmed. Despite his formidable battle power of 4 quadrillion, in Beerus's presence, he sensed it was utterly insufficient, and he might even be obliterated in an instant. "Vegeta, do you know of the Super Saiyan God?" Beerus inquired. Vegeta's body momentarily froze. "The Super Saiyan God? Is that not the transformation I share with Kakarot? What does Beerus seek from this?" Beerus, observing Vegeta's expression and gaze, inquired nonchalantly, "Oh, by your demeanor, it seems you are aware of the Super Saiyan God. Where might he be?" Vegeta, not in a rush to respond, cautiously asked, "Lord Beerus, what is your purpose in seeking this Super Saiyan God?" Beerus, showing no inclination to conceal his intentions, candidly replied, "Nothing of great importance. I have merely heard tales of the Super Saiyan God's prowess and wish to engage in a spar." "Ah." Vegeta was taken aback. "The Super Saiyan God is formidable? Beerus wishes to spar? Even if I were to transform into a Super Saiyan God, I would undoubtedly be no match for him. Lord Beerus, to be honest, the Super Saiyan God is not your equal." Thus, before Vegeta could finish, Beerus furrowed his brow, a terrifying and sharp intensity gleaming in his eyes. "Vegeta, Where is the Super Saiyan God? Bring him forth at once, or else. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, his index finger pointed, and a fist-sized purple energy sphere materialized at his fingertip. Though it was merely a small orb, Vegeta could sense the overwhelming energy within it, as if a mere flick could obliterate everything, including this very planet. Should Beerus discern his thoughts, he would surely chuckle, amused at Vegeta's perceptiveness. Glancing around the villa, Vegeta recalled the person he vowed to protect. For that individual, he was willing to sacrifice everything. In truth, I am the Super Saiyan God. Beerus, retracting the destructive energy sphere, gazed at Vegeta in surprise. You are the Super Saiyan God? You are not deceiving me, are you? You must understand the consequences of lying to me. The last remark carried the weight of destructive energy, causing Vegeta to instinctively shudder. Memories flooding his mind of his father being trampled by Beerus. Cautiously, he replied, I understand. Observing Vegeta, Beerus, sensing his sincerity, became perplexed and asked, the Super Saiyan God I encountered in my dreams was not as you appear. He had red hair and was enveloped in a crimson aura. How am I to believe you are the Super Saiyan God? Whis interjected from the side, Lord Beerus, the Saiyans are capable of transformations. Beerus suddenly recollected, I had forgotten. Then transform. Vegeta nodded affirmatively, yes. Clenching his fists, he summoned the divine power within him. Beerus noted the divine energy coursing through Vegeta's body, a spark of intrigue igniting in his gaze. With a resounding cry, Vegeta instantly transformed into the Super Saiyan God, Super Red, his combat power surging dramatically. With crimson hair and scarlet eyes, a fiery aura enveloped the figure. Beerus exclaimed with delight, indeed, this is the Super Saiyan God from my dreams. However, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. What could possibly be lacking? Beerus pondered intently, yet after much contemplation, he could not discern what it was. Unable to contain his curiosity, he tugged at his long ears. What on earth could be missing? He wondered, exhaling in frustration. Then, turning his gaze to Vegeta, he declared, since you are the Super Saiyan God, then come forth. With a beckoning gesture of his hand, his intention was unmistakable. Meanwhile, it was noted that with 263 gifts collected, the conditions for an additional 2 chapters had been met, and so far today, a minimum of 4 chapters had been updated. Chapter 87, Kakarot, what are you doing? However, when Vegeta observed his gesture, he found himself paralyzed with fear, unable to act. Confronted by a formidable foe who had haunted him since childhood, a deep-seated dread took hold of him. Beerus, noticing Vegeta's hesitation to strike, looked down upon him with disdain. He mocked, all Saiyans are the same, forever unable to lift their heads. Dreams ultimately remain dreams. The notion of a Super Saiyan God is merely a jest. This planet has no reason to exist. Raising his hand, a sphere of purple energy materialized above his right palm. This was not destructive energy, but rather a manifestation of divine power. Nevertheless, it was more than sufficient to obliterate Earth. With a casual flick, Beerus hurled the energy sphere toward Vegeta, taunting, let it perish alongside this planet, Super Saiyan God. As he watched the expanding sphere hurtling toward him, a thunderous realization struck Vegeta, sending shivers down his spine and causing goosebumps to erupt all over his body. The Earth was doomed. The Earth was truly doomed. He muttered to himself, his gaze hollow and despondent. Whis remarked nonchalantly, Lord Beerus, it appears this Super Saiyan God seems to be. At that moment, Vegeta dashed forward, positioning himself before the energy sphere with both hands raised in defense. In that moment of utter despair, images of Bulma and Trunks flooded his mind. He comprehended fully that this was not planet Vegeta, but Earth, where those he cherished resided. Even at the cost of his own life, he must protect them. Observing Vegeta's actions, Whis' gentle and refined visage broke into a smile. Oh, it seems I must retract my previous statement. He had intended to suggest that this Super Saiyan God was somewhat cowardly. Even Beerus, with his typically indifferent demeanor, displayed a hint of amusement. In truth, he had no genuine desire to destroy Earth. Rather, he sought to provoke Vegeta into action. He wished to ascertain the extent of Vegeta's strength, to determine whether this Super Saiyan God was merely a name without substance. Yet, if he were truly empty of merit, why would Beerus dream of him? As deities, their dreams carried profound significance, far from the mere flights of fancy of ordinary mortals. Thus, even if Vegeta appeared weak, Beerus was eager to test the power of this so-called Super Saiyan God. Of course, if the Earth were to face annihilation and Vegeta lacked the courage to confront him, there would be no further need to evaluate the strength of the Super Saiyan God. Vegeta grasped the energy sphere with both hands, exerting pressure, and, with a sudden sweep of his arm, hurled it into the cosmos, exclaiming, What nonsense. Begone. The energy sphere soared into the sky, erupting in a thunderous explosion, sending forth waves of terrifying residual energy cascading down to the earth. In an instant, all inhabitants of the planet felt the overwhelming might of the aftermath. Ordinary people instinctively cried out in terror, hastily prostrating themselves in submission. As Sun Wukong was engrossed in a game of mahjong, he suddenly felt a terrifying aura, prompting him to halt his actions and attentively sense his surroundings. Oh, is that direction from Vegeta's residence? Chi-Chi, under Sun Wukong's protection, remained largely unaware and, noticing his sudden stillness, inquired with curiosity, "Wukong, what's the matter?" "Chi-Chi, I must step away for a moment," Sun Wukong declared, bringing his index and middle fingers together to instantly search for Vegeta's energy. Super Saiyan God. He realized that Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan God, evidently in the midst of confronting an adversary. Whoosh. "Wukong, you haven T." Chi-Chi's words trailed off as Sun Wukong vanished. When he materialized, he stood before Vegeta and the others. Whis, Beerus, and Vegeta involuntarily twitched their lips at the unexpected appearance of Sun Wukong. Vegeta immediately barked, "Kakarot, what are you doing? You can't just show up without clothes." Realizing his awkward predicament, Sun Wukong glanced at them sheepishly and apologized. "I'm sorry. I was just cooking with Chi-Chi, I'll be right back." With a swift whoosh, he used instant transmission to return home. Upon hearing Kakarot's words, Vegeta amused to himself that, like him, the first thing Sun Wukong must do upon returning home was to seek out his wife. However, he had already finished. How could could it be that he whoosh? Sun Wukong reappeared, now clad in his usual training attire. He cast a glance at Whis and Beerus before turning to Vegeta and asking, "Vegeta, what is happening? How did you transform into a Super Saiyan God?" Beerus looked at Sun Wukong with intrigue. He perceived that this individual was significantly stronger than Vegeta in his base form. It was surprising that such a small planet harbored two formidable warriors, yet regrettably, Earth was on the brink of annihilation. Sun Wukong, puzzled by Beerus' statement, inquired, "What do you mean by on the brink of annihilation?" "Kakarot, he intends to destroy Earth." Vegeta, aware of this individual's lack of intellect, stated bluntly. Upon hearing that Beerus planned to obliterate Earth, Sun Wukong resolutely declared, "Destroying Earth is absolutely out of the question. Vegeta, why aren't you defeating him?" Vegeta felt a pang of despair. How he wished he could defeat Beerus. Yet, he understood that he was no match for him and was paralyzed by inner fear. Noticing Vegeta's silence, Sun Wukong, though uncertain of the reason, nevertheless warned Beerus, "You'd better leave. Do not destroy Earth." Haha. Beerus chuckled at Sun Wukong's words, finding amusement in the fact that this individual dared to command him to depart. "Interesting, you truly are an amusing person. However, I am quite curious about what abilities you possess that could compel me to leave." Sun Wukong wasted no words. In an instant, he transformed into Super Saiyan Stage 3 and charged at Beerus, delivering a powerful punch. Beerus deftly seized Wukong's arm, and with his index and middle fingers pressed together, he gently struck Wukong's arm. "Ah!" Wukong emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. After Beerus released his grip, he quickly stepped back and glanced at his own arm, only to find it swollen and flushed. In that moment, Wukong realized that in Super Saiyan Stage 3, he was no match for Beerus. With this understanding, he decided to transform once more. He instantly morphed into Super Saiyan God. Chapter 88, A Request to Wisdom? Beerus gazed in astonishment at Son Goku. "You can transform into a Super Saiyan God too?" He had previously believed that only Vegeta possessed the ability to achieve this transformation, so it was quite unexpected to discover that Son Goku could do so as well. Shouldn't the Super Saiyan God be singular? Why then were there now two? Son Goku confidently nodded, indeed. With that, he charged towards Beerus. His speed exponentially increased compared to before. Intrigued, Beerus welcomed the challenge, finding this individual far more entertaining than Vegeta. Bang! The two exchanged powerful punches, and Son Goku was sent flying backward for several meters. Once he regained his balance, he wasted no time, launching himself back at Beerus, his face alight with excitement. Whoosh! He relentlessly assaulted Beerus with a flurry of strikes, yet each of his punches was effortlessly dodged. When Beerus chose not to evade, he retaliated with a swift kick, sending Goku hurtling over 100 meters away. As their battle escalated, they soared into the stratosphere. Beerus casually remarked, "You are far more amusing than Vegeta. He is rather cowardly." Son Goku immediately countered, "No, Vegeta is not cowardly. He is incredibly brave." "Is he? I cannot perceive it." Beerus scoffed dismissively. Meanwhile, on the ground, Bulma stepped out of her room and, upon seeing Vegeta in his Super Saiyan God form, inquired with confusion, "Vegeta, what's wrong?" Before Vegeta could respond, she noticed Whis standing nearby. "Oh, Mr. Whis, you've arrived." She mistakenly assumed that Vegeta had transformed out of hostility towards Whis, preparing to confront him. "Vegeta, don't misunderstand. Mr. Whis is not a villain, but a friend of Mr. Lin Fan." Upon hearing this, Vegeta suddenly recalled, "That's right, Master Lin Fan. With him around, Beerus cannot destroy the Earth. But why hasn't Team Master Lin Fan descended yet?" Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Fan arrived with Broly, Tien Shinhan, and others. In truth, Lin Fan had sensed Beerus' approach long before he neared Earth. He noted that this sequence of events diverged from the original narrative. In the original story, Beerus first arrived at the Kaioshin realm before coming to Earth, yet here he had come directly to Earth. Lin Fan paid little mind to these discrepancies, fully aware that his presence had undoubtedly altered many aspects of the Dragon Ball Super storyline. For instance, Goku's and Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue forms, which should have been taught by Whis, were instead imparted by him. In a certain sense, he had effectively changed the historical trajectory of Dragon Ball Super. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Vegeta felt as if he had found a lifeline, Master Lin Fan. Simultaneously, his internal fears began to subside significantly. Lin Fan nodded gently, understanding Vegeta's apprehension towards Beerus. As I gazed upward, I witnessed the fierce clash between Sun Wukong and Beerus. Their battle seemingly evenly matched. Yet, in truth, Beerus was merely toying with Sun Wukong, not even utilizing a fraction of his true power, merely playing with the monkey. In the sky, Beerus looked at Sun Wukong with a playful smile. "You, the Super Saiyan God, are rather impressive. You compel me to exert 70% of my strength." Sun Wukong chuckled in response. "I too am only employing 70% of my power." Upon hearing this, Beerus raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Then unleash your full strength." Understanding the formidable nature of his opponent, Sun Wukong did not hesitate. Clenching his fists, he transformed instantaneously into a Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Super Blue. Surrounded by swirling blue energy, his hair now a striking blue, exuding an air of majesty and power. Beerus recognized that Sun Wukong had concealed his capabilities, but he was astonished to discover that Sun Wukong could further transform. "Oh." Noticing Beerus' confusion, Sun Wukong explained, "This is the Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, also known as Super Saiyan Blue." Beerus nodded in approval. "Impressive. You have surpassed the Super Saiyan God. I did not anticipate that you wild Saiyans could evolve to such a degree." On the ground, Lin Fan addressed Vegeta and Broly. Alone, Sun Wukong cannot contend with Beerus. You too must assist him. He thought to himself that with Beerus as a sparring partner, their combined combat abilities would significantly enhance, thus benefiting him as well. Understood. After receiving Lin Fan's command, Vegeta felt considerably less apprehensive and, alongside Broly, ascended into the upper atmosphere. Whis glanced at Lin Fan and inquired with a smile, "Aren't you concerned that Lord Beerus may eliminate the three of them? You must realize that their strength pales in comparison to his." "I am indeed aware," Lin Fan replied. "However, this presents an excellent opportunity for practical improvement. Saiyans thrive on continuous battle to achieve substantial growth." As he spoke, he slightly turned his head toward Whis. "Whis." "Oh." Whis was puzzled by Lin Fan's sudden address. "I require your assistance with something." "What is it?" Lin Fan did not hold back and candidly stated, "I hope you can train Sun Wukong and Vegeta." "Train them?" Whis responded, somewhat incredulously. Lin Fan reiterated plainly, "Indeed, I wish for you to teach Sun Wukong the Ultra Instinct technique." Whis hesitated for a few moments, his gaze drifting towards Sun Wukong above, before finally responding. "Sun Wukong is indeed well suited for mastering Ultra Instinct, but Vegeta is not." Lin Fan did not refute Whis' assertion. Instead, he continued, "Indeed, Vegeta is not suited for the Ultra Instinct technique, which emphasizes a state of complete freedom, requiring no conscious thought, allowing the body to instinctively evade attacks. Mastering such a divine skill necessitates a pure heart and an innocent mind, free from excessive contemplation. Vegeta's heavy burden of thoughts renders him ill-suited for it." Upon hearing Lin Fan's remarks, Whis could not help but scrutinize him closely. "How could you possibly know this if you have not mastered Ultra Instinct?" Lin Fan smiled gently. "While it is true that I have not attained Ultra Instinct, it does not imply that I am unaware of its intricacies." Whis pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. "You are indeed correct. If you recognize that Vegeta is unsuitable for mastering Ultra Instinct, why then should I train him? He may not be fit for Ultra Instinct, but he is well suited for." Chapter 89. This is quite hurtful indeed. He is not suited for the divine technique of ultimate freedom, but he is well suited for the self-actualization technique. Lin Fan smiled gently. Vados was momentarily taken aback, but it was merely a fleeting moment before she quickly regained her composure. The self-actualization technique is beyond my capabilities. It is the divine art of the god of destruction. Precisely. All you need to do is bring Sun Wukong and Vegeta to the god of destruction realm and foster interactions with Beerus. Naturally, Beerus will take a liking to Vegeta, for they are remarkably similar. Vados comprehended the situation entirely. At this juncture, Lin Fan intended for Sun Wukong to cultivate the angelic divine art, while Vegeta would engage in the god of destruction's technique. You seem quite invested in their development. However, it remains to be seen whether they can survive this encounter. Should Lord Beerus grow weary, he may unleash the god of destruction's technique at any moment. Lin Fan chuckled softly. Of course they can. To eliminate my disciple, one must first contend with me. Vados appeared to grasp the underlying implications and promptly advised, Lin Fan, you must consider this carefully. The Supreme Kai cannot interfere with the destructive endeavors of the god of destruction, not even the Grand Supreme Kai. Lin Fan merely smiled, choosing not to respond. In the skies, Sun Wukong spotted Broly and Vegeta approaching and inquired with curiosity, what brings you here? Broly calmly explained. Master Lin Fan stated that you are not his match, thus we have come to assist you. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head, pondering the assertion. How could he not be a match? Hadn't Beerus just claimed to be using 70% of his strength, while he himself had only exerted 70 to 80%? Now transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, he should be able to hold his own against Beerus. Even if he couldn't match him, he still possessed the ultimate Kaioken. How could it be said that he was not a contender? Broly held unwavering faith in Master Lin Fan's words. If he declared that Sun Wukong was not a match, then it was undoubtedly true. Kakarot, you are not his match. Beerus, overhearing their exchange, couldn't help but chuckle, though what intrigued him most was the mention of Lin Fan. He cast a glance toward Lin Fan, who stood alongside Vados. Observing his attire, he paused slightly. Oh, the Grand Supreme Kai. It seems much has transpired during my slumber. He recalled that the Grand Supreme Kai was another figure entirely, not the Lin Fan before him. Sun Wukong remained skeptical. After all, he had been holding his own against Beerus. He turned to the god of destruction and asked, am I truly not your match? Beerus, no longer concealing the truth, crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly, indeed, you are not my match. Strictly speaking, with your current strength, you lack the qualification to be my opponent. Sun Wukong was taken aback, pouting as he exclaimed, wow, that's rather hurtful. But didn't you just say you were using 70% of your strength? Beerus smirked darkly. I believed you to be the strongest being on this planet, so I took the liberty of provoking you. However, it now appears that you are not. Casting a glance at Broly, it was evident. The strongest among them is undoubtedly Broly, while Lin Fan, belonging to the realm of the Supreme Kai, is not of this planet. Vegeta immediately discerned the implication of Beerus's words, while Son Goku remained utterly bewildered, questioning why he was directed to look at Broly. Nevertheless, he resolved to give his utmost effort, for Beerus's remarks had somewhat wounded his pride. Thus, he was determined to demonstrate to Beerus that he was not to be underestimated. Beerus turned his gaze towards Broly, stating, you appear to be a Saiyan as well. Transform into a Super Saiyan God, and let me see if you are the one I seek. He will not transform into a Super Saiyan God. Son Goku explained from the side. Beerus expressed mild surprise. Oh, Broly, wearing a broad smile, replied, indeed, I shall not transform into a Super Saiyan God. However, I will transform into a Super Ancient Saiyan 4. With a thunderous roar from Broly, streams of crimson light burst forth, dazzling the eyes of all present, albeit only for a brief span of over 10 seconds before dissipating. Before them stood Broly, now significantly larger, with a black fur coat, a red tail, and black pupils, adorned with red fur on his arms and shoulders. His chest resembled that of a gorilla. Observing Broly's current form, Beerus remarked, I recall that the transformation of a Saiyan appears as such. The so-called Super Saiyan God is merely a first-time sighting. This is the genuine transformation. It was evidently quite primal. Broly let out a hearty laugh, though the transformation altered his voice, rendering it coarse and gruff, changing his normal laughter into a deep chuckle. Come forth, three rugged Saiyans. Beerus showed no sign of fear. Goku and the others wasted no time, charging swiftly towards Beerus, their fists raining down with relentless ferocity. Within mere seconds, the billions of souls on Earth were shaken to their core, gazing upwards in terror, as they beheld the terrifying energy radiating in all directions. They fled in panic, seeking shelter or concealing themselves, paralyzed by fear. As the Supreme Kai, Lin Fan could sense the collective anxiety. contemplating for a moment. He waved his hand, summoning immense divine power. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, he conjured an energy shield that enveloped the Earth's surface. With Lin Fan's protective barrier in place, the ordinary people gradually regained their composure, yet gazing at the vast energy dome above. They felt that the situation was far from simple. Hastily, they retreated to their homes. In the sky, Broly and his companions relentlessly attacked Beerus, who found himself being pushed back, caught somewhat off guard. However, such was the nature of Beerus. As Broly launched a powerful punch, Beerus deftly evaded, only for Goku and Vegeta's fists to arrive simultaneously. He swiftly turned his head to the side. Bang! In that fleeting moment, Sun Wukong's fist materialized on the opposite side, landing a solid blow squarely on his face. It turned out that Sun Wukong's earlier feint was merely a ruse. The punch that followed was the real assault. Weston immediately covered his mouth, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Lord Beerus has been struck." Lin Fan quietly observed, astonished by Beerus's formidable prowess. It was remarkable that he could endure such a prolonged struggle against 3 opponents at full strength. One could only expect that after taking such a hit, Beerus would begin to take the situation more seriously. And indeed, with this chapter, it marked the 4th installment for today, effectively doubling the usual output. Currently, there have been 358 gifts, meaning one more chapter will be added in pursuit of reaching 400 gifts, which would allow for yet another edition. Chapter 90. The Power of Special Destruction. A formidable surge of purple energy erupted from Beerus's body, instantaneously repelling the 3 individuals surrounding him. The ground trembled as Goku and Vegeta steadied themselves 100 meters away, while Broly, at approximately 50 meters, managed to stabilize his form. Beerus gazed at the trio with a faint smile, an expression that appeared quite enigmatic. "You are truly delightful." At this moment, Beerus was enveloped in a violet aura, signifying a certain degree of destructive power. However, it was merely a fraction, less than 10%, of his full destructive potential. The 3 could sense that Beerus was exceptionally formidable at this time. After such a long period, they had only encountered such an overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Fan. "Huh!" Broly roared, launching himself forward at high speed, his massive fist aimed squarely at Beerus's small head, closely followed by Goku and Vegeta. The 3 relentlessly attacked Beerus. With a resounding crash, Beerus did not evade their onslaught. Instead, he chose to confront them head-on, his diminutive fist colliding with Broly's punch. The sound of tearing space echoed as Broly was sent flying, causing the energy shield created by Lin Fan to shudder instinctively. Lin Fan observed this scene with a hint of astonishment. "Whis, how much destructive power has Beerus harnessed?" Without a moment's hesitation, Whis replied, "Less than 10%. Lin Fan was even more astonished. To be so terrifying with merely a fraction of his destructive power. What would it be like if he unleashed his full might, 100%? Moreover, it was evident that Beerus had more than just destructive power at his disposal. He undoubtedly possessed other techniques as well. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, "The God of Destruction truly lives up to his title. His strength is indeed formidable." Whis smiled with a refined grace. Of course, the God of Destruction represents the pinnacle of a universe, embodying the strongest existence. Lin Fan remained silent, yet his fists simmered with excitement, yearning to engage with Beerus. However, he understood that it was prudent for his 3 disciples to confront him first, enhancing their combat prowess in the process. In the air, after Beerus had harnessed his destructive power, the trio soon found themselves at a disadvantage, being continuously repelled. After being struck by a punch, Broly steadied himself and drew his right hand back to his chest, quickly gathering energy. "Ultimate blast," he declared. Boom, boom, boom. Goku followed suit, placing his hands at his waist as he shouted, "Kamehameha!" Boom, boom, boom. Vegeta leapt high into the air, positioning himself above Beerus, and spread his arms wide. Super Ultimate Flash. The trio unleashed their combined assault. Unfazed, Beerus raised his index finger, summoning a fist-sized sphere of purple destructive energy that orbited with 2 luminous rings. As the attacks from the 3 approached ever closer, Beerus gently flicked his finger, causing the purple sphere of destructive energy to swell immensely. With a magnificent downward kick, he sent it hurtling towards the oncoming energy blast from his adversaries. The clash of the 4 forces resonated in a cacophony, instantly dissolving into nothingness, leaving behind a cascade of colorful shards reminiscent of twinkling stars. However, Broly and his companions had just unleashed their most potent assault, leaving them somewhat drained of stamina. As they prepared to master their breathing through the technique of Ultra Instinct, Broly was taken aback to find Beerus suddenly standing before him. Just as he was about to retaliate, a resounding thud echoed. Beerus extended his finger and lightly tapped Broly's forehead. A violet light surged across his fingertip. Aya! Broly let out a blood-curdling scream. His body akin to a kite severed from its string, hurtling backward uncontrollably. With a thunderous crash, he plummeted into the ocean, creating towering waves that surged thousands of meters high. Goku and Vegeta watched in shock. Vegeta, did you see that finger from Beerus? Goku exclaimed. How could Vegeta have missed it? A strange, cold purple glimmer flashed, evoking a chilling sensation, as if one were plunging into an unfathomable abyss. Beerus regarded Vegeta with mild surprise. Oh, you can actually sense this feeling? It seems you have some affinity for this power. A shadowy grin crept across his face. Huh. This is the destructive power of a god of destruction. It is indeed an honor for you to face my destructive might. Destructive power? Goku inquired, perplexed. Indeed. I am Beerus, the god of destruction, born for annihilation and reveling in it. As he spoke, another manifestation of his unique destructive energy appeared on his fingertip. Vegeta and Goku instinctively recoiled. On the ground, Lin Fan observed the peculiar destructive energy in Beerus's hand and calmly remarked, "Is this the oppressive aura of a god of destruction? This destructive power is undeniably formidable." Whis chuckled lightly, indeed. Lord Beerus's current actions seemed to carry a hint of petulance. After being besieged and entangled by 3 scions, and even receiving a punch, it is quite unprecedented outside the realm of gods of destruction. Lin Fan smiled. Had he not traversed here, according to the natural progression of events, he would have engaged in a fierce battle with Goku, also receiving a few punches himself. Yet, in that encounter, Beerus had suppressed countless powers, unlike now, where he directly employed his special destructive force. Has Broly reached his limit? Lin Fan remarked offhandedly. Ding. Broly's basic combat power increased by 1 quintillion, while his master received a double enhancement of 2 quintillion. Due to the effect of the goddess servant, the master gained an additional 50%, amounting to 0.5 quintillion. The host's basic combat power surged to 2.5 quintillion. Broly acquired the effect of goddess servant, adding another 0.25 quintillion. Currently, the host's basic combat power stands at 262.5 quintillion. Upon hearing the sound of the system's enhancement, Lin Fan realized that Broly had yet to succumb. With a thunderous roar, the sea suddenly surged, creating towering waves that reached heights of 10,000 meters, revealing every stone on the ocean floor with astonishing clarity. Broly, radiating a crimson glow, soared into the sky, exuding an overwhelming presence, standing at the same height as Beerus. Oh, you have regained your combat power, and even enhanced it. How intriguing, he declared. Come, allow me to amplify your challenge. The originally fist-sized sphere of destructive energy expanded to the size of a basketball. Goku turned to Vegeta beside him and said, Vegeta, let us fuse. Faced with the current predicament, Vegeta recognized that fusion was no longer optional. Humph, you all step back. Thus concluded the 5th chapter for today, with an additional update of 3 chapters. The gifts have reached a total of 407, which qualifies for an extra chapter tomorrow, equating to the current count of 107 gifts, ensuring at least 3 updates tomorrow. Chapter 91. The Super Ancestor Scion 4 Step Back. As Sun Wukong and Vegeta prepared for their fusion, a sudden voice pierced the air. Upon hearing it, the 3 turned their heads in unison to see the dashing Lin Fan approaching. They greeted him promptly, Master. Lin Fan nodded slightly. You should withdraw. Initially, he intended for the trio to engage in a rigorous battle with Beerus to enhance their foundational combat abilities. However, to his surprise, Beerus had become somewhat irate and unleashed a unique destructive power. This shift rendered the situation beyond the trio's capacity to handle, transforming it into a one-sided ordeal. The prospect of improving their combat prowess seemed nearly impossible under such circumstances. Imagine being flicked with a finger and left half dead. How could one hope to grow stronger? Even if one were to awaken and recover fully, like Broly, could that happen repeatedly? Certainly not. Thus, it was evident that the 3 could no longer enhance their combat skills against Beerus unless they became immune to his special destructive power or acquired an abundance of senza beans. Senza beans? Ah, he could request some from Karen. Keeping a few on hand would be prudent. In the Dragon Ball universe, senza beans are akin to a cheat, capable of restoring one to full health regardless of the severity of injuries. Beerus glanced at Lin Fan and teased, Lin Fan? Supreme Kai? What do you mean by that? Are you planning to interfere with the work of a god of destruction? With a smile, Lin Fan replied, What work? Beerus conjured a sphere of destructive energy in his hand, mockingly stating, Destroying the earth. That is unacceptable. Lin Fan said calmly, still smiling. Are you implying that you intend to meddle in the affairs of a god of destruction? Beerus challenged, his gaze fixed on Lin Fan. Unfazed by the growing energy sphere in Beerus's hand, Lin Fan remarked, "Why do you not consider that it is you who is intruding upon my work?" This statement left Beerus perplexed, prompting him to inquire, "What work of yours am I interfering with?" Lin Fan gestured toward the earth below, explaining, "I plan to create something on Earth and conduct a few experiments. If you destroy it, would that not be disrupting my endeavors?" Beerus furrowed his brow, revealing his sharp teeth. "Lin Fan, very well. No Supreme Kai has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner. Are you not afraid I might kill you?" In response, Lin Fan first chuckled, then replied with remarkable composure, "I am afraid. Perhaps you possess such power now." Beerus beamed at the admission of fear, digging into his ear with a finger, but upon hearing the latter part of Lin Fan's statement, he retorted vehemently, "What do you mean perhaps? It is certain." Lin Fan remained unperturbed, asserting that certainty could not be claimed without a duel to ascertain the truth. He coldly added, "Are you afraid I might kill the East Kai?" Beerus was momentarily taken aback, his feline eyes widening to the size of saucers. With a furious tone, he exclaimed, "How dare you?" As a shared life form with the East Kai, their fates were intertwined. If Lin Fan were to slay the East Kai, it would be tantamount to his own demise. Thus, when this topic arose, it felt as though Lin Fan had delivered a harsh blow to him. Lin Fan, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "What do I have to fear? You. I shall obliterate you this instant." Beerus roared in a fit of rage. The destructive energy sphere in his hand rapidly expanded, and he raised it high above, hurling it towards Lin Fan. "Did you not wish to safeguard this planet? If you possess the ability, do not shy away." Faced with such a colossal destructive ball, Lin Fan did not take it lightly. To be candid, he was not residing on this earth, nor was he compelled to protect it. After all, this earth was not his homeland. However, Beerus's words were infuriating, as if he were intimidated by the energy sphere. With a hearty laugh, he clenched his fists and transformed in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. As he transformed, the surrounding air was instantly compressed, creating a vacuum within a 100-mile radius. Lin Fan's physique burgeoned, muscles rippling, his hair turning black. His chest resembled that of a typical Super Saiyan 4, yet his body, shoulders, and arms glistened in a striking silver blue, exuding an aura of dominance. His deep, captivating black eyes and the faintly swaying lavender patera earrings radiated an overwhelming presence with every movement. This was the super ancient Saiyan 4. Unlike the ancient and ordinary Super Saiyan 4 forms, the ancient form was entirely a blue-silver hue, with hair still black. Beerus paused momentarily upon witnessing Lin Fan's transformation. This is... In a flash, Lin Fan teleported, placing a single hand against the destructive energy sphere and with a forceful throw sent it hurtling into the cosmos. Resembling a shooting star. It was an effortless feat. Whis, observing this scene, could not help but chuckle. "Ah, it appears that Lord Beerus has encountered a formidable opponent." Goku and the others were equally astonished by Lin Fan's combat prowess. Incredible. Vegeta remained silent, his eyes fixed on the spectacle, yet inwardly contemplating that indeed, Lin Fan's master had not exerted his full strength within the hyperbolic time chamber. Broly gazed on with admiration, akin to a fervent fan. In the sky, Beerus scrutinized Lin Fan in his super ancient Saiyan 4 form and remarked, "This form of yours, I seem to have encountered it somewhere before." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan pondered, "Oh, could it be that Beerus has seen the ancient Saiyan?" Beerus struck a thoughtful pose, his finger tapping his chin, then scratching his ear, appearing somewhat adorably perplexed. "Where have I seen it? Where have I seen it? I seem to have forgotten." With a serious expression, he gazed at Lin Fan, his countenance darkening as he ominously stated, "Lin Fan, I shall give you one final warning. Do not further hinder the work of the god of destruction. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire." Lin Fan, however, felt no fear towards the god of destruction, Beerus. And how severe could it be? I am quite eager to witness it. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, the East Supreme Kai and the Elder Supreme Kai observed the scene reflected in the mirror, namely, the confrontation between Lin Fan and Beerus. The Elder Supreme Kai expressed his admiration, saying, "In all my years, this is only the second time I have encountered a Supreme Kai bold enough to speak to a god of destruction in such a manner." The East Supreme Kai could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Elder, are not the gods of destruction of equal rank with us? Why then do they not dare to speak to him in this way?" In response, the Elder Supreme Kai cast a sidelong glance at the East Supreme Kai and replied calmly, "Indeed, I once held the same belief, only to find myself sealed away for 75 million years. Ah, Elder, were you truly sealed by him?" In the mysterious realm, Combat power was recorded as 576, speed as 734, and intelligence as 377, suggesting that a combination could potentially breach the enigmatic domain. Chapter 92. The helplessness of Beerus' ancestor. Were you sealed by him? The East Kaioshin inquired, perplexed. The old Kaioshin, unwilling to revisit the events of the past, waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "There is no need to bring up the past. Let bygones be bygones." Noticing the old Kaioshin's reluctance to discuss the matter further, the East Kaioshin refrained from pressing the issue. His gaze shifted to the mirror, and suddenly, a troubling thought struck him. He exclaimed, "Is the great Kaioshin also at risk of being sealed for speaking to him in that manner?" The old Kaioshin chuckled knowingly. "That is unlikely." The East Kaioshin, still confused, instinctively asked, "Why is that?" The old Kaioshin turned and delivered a firm blow to the East Kaioshin's head, exclaiming, "Why? Do you not realize who he is?" The East Kaioshin immediately grasped the implication. Ah, indeed. He has connections. And not just any connections. It seems even Beerus cannot touch him. In the skies above Earth, Beerus was furious. When the god of destruction is enraged, the consequences can be dire. Great Kaioshin, you show disrespect to the divine. In the name of the god of destruction, I shall execute you. Raising his right hand, a massive sphere of destructive purple energy materialized. However, it swiftly transformed into hundreds of smaller purple energy spheres. With a casual wave of his hand, Beerus sent these hundreds of destructive purple orbs hurtling toward Lin Fan. As the onslaught of purple energy spheres drew closer, Lin Fan remained composed, standing firm. Beerus, puzzled, wondered what this individual was up to. Was he truly planning to disregard his assault? Although these destructive energy spheres were not formed from an exceptional destructive force, their potency was significant, 300 times greater than the previous energy spheres. Feeling it was time, Lin Fan activated his ability, super precognition. He foresaw events occurring within the next 2 seconds, vivid images flooding his mind, including every location traversed by the purple destructive energy spheres. In an instant, he teleported to a safe space where the purple energy spheres could not reach him, standing with a nonchalant demeanor, arms crossed. The multitude of purple energy spheres whizzed past him, as if they were entirely unrelated to him. Sun Wukong, witnessing this maneuver, exclaimed with excitement, "Yes, yes, yes. It's this technique." Whis observed Lin Fan's actions intently, noting how he executed a teleportation to a position unaffected by Beerus's purple energy blasts. However, how did Lin Fan know to choose that precise spot? Based solely on the trajectory of the purple energy blasts, it seemed impossible to deduce. Once a certain level of combat power is achieved, one gains the ability to master the intricacies of energy control, allowing one to manipulate the trajectory of energy attacks. In simpler terms, it is the manipulation of energy orbs. Suddenly Whis harbored a suspicion. If my conjecture is not erroneous, Lin Fan possesses the ability to foresee subsequent events. In midair, Beerus observed his purple destructive energy blasts all narrowly miss Lin Fan, finding it rather peculiar. Lin Fan calmly remarked, "A gift must be reciprocated. Allow me to offer you one in return." He spread his arms wide and bellowed, "Super ultimate flash." Beerus made no attempt to evade. Conjuring a sphere of purple destructive energy in his hand, this time imbued with a unique destructive force. Whoosh. Huh, where did he go? In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan vanished from sight. Beerus suddenly sensed something amiss and swiftly ascended, for he could feel Lin Fan had teleported behind him. Boom. The super ultimate flash struck squarely against Beerus's back. It turned out that Lin Fan had anticipated Beerus's arrival by taking to the skies first, and, at the moment of teleportation, had activated super precognition, foreseeing that Beerus would ascend to evade his attack. Whis, observing from below, chuckled heartily, "Haha. Lord Beerus has been struck by the super ultimate flash. Will he be incensed next?" Beerus steadied himself thousands of meters above, glancing at his tattered attire. Now in shambles from the explosion, he clenched his fists tightly, enveloped in a sphere of purple aura, charged with destructive power. A terrifying force surged forth from Beerus's being. He declared, word by word, disrespect towards the divine, flouting the rules. "I, Beerus, shall obliterate you." Whoosh. In an instant, he appeared before Lin Fan, attempting to grasp Lin Fan's hand, only to discover that Lin Fan had once again vanished, leaving behind merely an afterimage. Yet, this was not the end. With a resounding thud, Beerus felt a jarring impact on his head. "Ack!" he cried out, his body hurtling backward, though he quickly regained his footing after retreating several meters. Once more employing super precognition, Lin Fan had foreseen Beerus's charge and made his move accordingly. How impressive! Master Lin Fan has completely seized the upper hand. Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement. Vegeta observed intently, pondering how advantageous it would be to master Lin Fan's technique. Just then, Krillin, Android 18, Piccolo, and the others arrived. Krillin and Piccolo. Sun Wukong greeted them immediately. Sun Wukong, what is happening? Piccolo inquired promptly. Sun Wukong, smiling, explained, Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, intends to annihilate Earth, and Master Lin Fan is currently thwarting him. Piccolo hesitated momentarily. The name of Beerus, the god of destruction, was unfamiliar to him, yet it sounded formidable. He gazed up at Beerus in the sky. With a mere glance, he sensed the trepidation within himself, his heart quivering in response. What an intimidating presence. If he were to wish me harm, a single look would suffice. This notion regarding Beerus is certainly not misplaced, given his formidable combat prowess. A mere gaze from him would indeed be enough to extinguish my existence. Not only Beerus, but even the likes of Goku, Vegeta, and Broly, at this moment, could easily end me with just a glance. This is the overwhelming pressure of a divine level. In midair, Beerus fixed his gaze upon Lin Fan, his anger palpable, yet he refrained from acting hastily. Instead, he was engrossed in analysis, pondering the nature of Lin Fan's abilities. How is it that he consistently anticipates my moves? It resembles the Ultra Instinct technique, yet it is distinct. Ultra Instinct allows the body to react instinctively, evading attacks in place. However, this is a form of preemptive reaction, as if Lin Fan possesses foreknowledge of where the next strike will land. What kind of technique is this? My keyboard is malfunctioning, and I am struggling to adjust to the built-in keyboard of my laptop, leading to numerous mispresses. Thus, the update is delayed. I apologize for the inconvenience. I still owe 2 chapters, but I anticipate I can only manage to update 1 more chapter today. Once my new keyboard arrives tomorrow, I shall promptly complete the remaining chapter. I sincerely apologize to all. Chapter 93. The terrifying prelude of Beerus. What is this technique? Beerus inquired, a perplexed expression gracing his features. As he posed the question, he was simultaneously calculating and pondering the nature of this technique. Lin Fan merely smiled, offering no response. Observing his silence, Beerus became increasingly irate, darkly remarking, if I am not mistaken, this is not the divine technique of the Grand Supreme Kai. Exuding an air of carefree nonchalance, Lin Fan crossed his arms and replied with an air of tranquility, I never claimed that this is the Grand Supreme Kai's technique. Beerus continued, if my eyes do not deceive me, you possess the ability to foresee the events that are about to unfold. That is why you always manage to respond in advance, always a step ahead of me. The crowd on the ground was left in utter shock upon hearing Beerus's words. What? Lin Fan can actually predict what will happen next? No wonder he always makes judgments ahead of time. Whis, indulging in ice cream while observing the scene, chuckled heartily. Lord Beerus is quite astute. This ice cream had initially been enjoyed by Goten and Trunks, but upon seeing its delightful appearance, Whis was nearly drooling. Bulma, noticing this, instructed Trunks to fetch a box for Whis. This delightful treat, known as ice cream, is truly delectable, Whis remarked approvingly. Given that this was not their first encounter and aided by the ice cream, the rapport between the two had significantly deepened. Whis, who do you think would triumph in a confrontation between Beerus and Lin Fan? Whis pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. It's not certain. In the air, Lin Fan, having heard Beerus's analysis, chose not to conceal his abilities any longer and boldly admitted, as expected of Beerus. Indeed, I can foresee future events, including the techniques you will employ, the locations they will manifest, and every one of your movements. Beerus closed his eyes, then reopened them with a piercing gaze. Ultra precognition. A beam of purple energy swiftly shot toward Lin Fan. Anticipating the attack, Lin Fan deftly evaded to a safe position. He had been vigilantly monitoring Beerus's every move. At the slightest hint of aggression, he would activate his ultra precognition. Beerus, taken aback, found his sudden assault thwarted. This was indeed infuriating. Then, with a realization, he fiddled with his ear and stated, Grand Supreme Kai, since you possess such divine prowess, I shall not hold back. It is time for me to unveil one of my divine techniques. Lin Fan mused internally, preparing to amplify his own strength. Beerus was certainly not to be underestimated. However, Lin Fan had yet to reach his true limits. The Super Saiyan 4 transformation was merely a standard form for him. Raising his fists, Beerus gazed down at them. Whis, observing his demeanor, could not help but exclaim, this Grand Supreme Kai is indeed impressive, capable of bringing Lord Beerus to such a state. However, it is precisely this that may enable him to counter Lin Fan's precognitive abilities. Vegeta could not help but question, Whis, what do you mean? Beerus can unravel Master Lin Fan's foresight? Whis, slightly displeased by Vegeta's impetuousness, replied with a somber expression, "Is such recklessness truly wise?" Noticing Whis's displeasure, Vegeta quickly apologized. "My apologies." Bulma, standing nearby, interjected, "Whis, that's just Vegeta's nature, please forgive him." Since Mrs. Bulma had spoken, I shall grant him my forgiveness. I must inform you that the power of the God of Destruction extends far beyond what you perceive. What you see is merely the surface of his true strength. In the air, a muffled sound escaped Beerus's lips as he lowered his head, a purple aura emanating from him. However, this purple aura was strikingly different from before. It was intertwined with a black energy that occasionally flickered like lightning, at times resembling celestial bodies, swirling around Beerus. A sinister smile graced Beerus's face as he chuckled. Haha. In that instant, an overwhelming pressure swept across the entirety of the seventh universe. All ordinary individuals on Earth found themselves prostrated on the ground, drenched in sweat. Some of the weaker ones succumbed to the sheer force of this terrifying presence. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others stood directly beneath Beerus, closest to him, hastily harnessing their energy to resist the formidable pressure. Just as Bulma was about to collapse, Whis waved his hand, enveloping everyone present in a protective energy shield, restoring their previous ease. "Thank you." Bulma expressed her gratitude. "You're most welcome." Whis replied with a gracious smile. The inhabitants of the nearest planet to Earth were also not spared. They too lay prostrate, unable to move, with blood streaming from their noses. At that moment, in the cosmic expanse not far from Earth, a colossal interstellar mothership commanded numerous mid-tier vessels, all heading directly towards Earth. As Beerus's oppressive aura spread, the components of the mothership began to emit a series of alarming sounds, triggering an automatic alarm within half a minute. In the mothership's command hall, Frieza furrowed his brow, perplexed by the sudden emergence of such a terrifying force. Just as he was about to summon someone to investigate, his subordinate Sorbet rushed in, reporting, "Lord Frieza, a terrifying energy source has appeared ahead. We cannot advance any closer, or the mothership will be utterly destroyed." Since Frieza's demise, Sorbet had been managing the Frieza force. Had it not been for Lin Fan's resurrection of Frieza, it would have been Sorbet sent to Earth to collect the Dragon Balls for his revival. Frieza swiftly exited the mothership, hovering above it, gazing towards Earth as waves of dread radiated outward. What could this possibly be? Could it be Lin Fan, my master? It seems that seeking vengeance against Goku now is utterly impossible. Upon entering the aircraft carrier, I sealed the hatch and returned to my seat in the main hall. I commanded Salb, retreat. Yes, on a planet far removed from Earth. The sense of oppression was markedly diminished. However, I could feel a change in the density of the air, making each breath somewhat laborious. Above the Earth, the sky darkened instantaneously, fierce winds howled, and ominous clouds descended. Lightning surged forth, striking relentlessly towards Lin Fan, as if the wrath of Beerus had been invoked, with these bolts rallying to assist him in confronting Lin Fan. Yet, to Lin Fan, these flashes were utterly trivial, scarcely more than a mere tickle. Let me show you my divine technique. Originally intended to present 4 chapters today, I have completed 3, leaving 1 outstanding. Tomorrow, upon the arrival of a new keyboard delivered by the courier, I shall swiftly rectify this. In the enigmatic zone, combat prowess reached 576, speed 734, and intelligence 377. Connecting to the penguin can unlock this mysterious area. Let us arrange the elements in the correct order. Chapter 94, Lin Fan's Frantic Actions. Lin Fan. Allow me to showcase my divine technique. A cold smirk graced the lips of Beerus as he initiated super precognition. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan swiftly activated his super precognition. He foresaw that he would soon be ensnared by Beerus, as if caught in an elaborate net. Without a second thought, he prepared to teleport behind Beerus, ready to launch a counterattack. However, he soon discovered that he was utterly immobilized. Beerus slowly raised his hands, a faint smile playing on his face, and condescendingly remarked, "Great Kaishin, do you truly believe that mere teleportation can evade all techniques? That said, your combination of teleportation and precognition is indeed commendable. Yet, against the god of destruction before you, it is rendered entirely ineffective." As Beerus's hands drew closer together, countless strands of purple destructive energy manifested, encircling the area. In an instant, these myriad threads coalesced into a single vast net, completely entrapping Lin Fan within a designated space, tightening its grip with each passing moment. Beerus's hands continued to converge, and the net rapidly closed in on Lin Fan. Though he attempted to move, his body remained as immobile as before, ultimately ensnared by the purple net. Beerus displayed a knowing smile, declaring, Great Kaishin. This is one of the divine techniques of the god of destruction, endless binding. For the target of this binding, I can preemptively imprison you, rendering your teleportation useless, as you have already been ensnared in an imperceptible manner. He then feigned deep contemplation. I cannot recall how many years ago it was, but there was a certain Kaishin who opposed me and was similarly bound by this technique, subsequently sealed within a sword. How many years ago was that? In the Kaishin realm, the East Kaishin, upon hearing Beerus's words, immediately turned to his ancestor, the Old Kaishin. Ancestor, could he be referring to you? The Old Kaishin, feeling quite embarrassed, smacked the East Kaishin on the head. Mind your own business about those matters and focus on the spectacle at hand. Yes, the East Kaishin replied. Feeling aggrieved. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Lin Fan instantly recognized the identity of the person he had sealed. However, now was not the time for such reflections. Gazing at the constricting net of destruction, Lin Fan let out a heavy snort, clenching his fists tightly. Seeing Lin Fan's actions, Beerus couldn't suppress a mocking laugh. Oh, by your demeanor, it seems you intend to break free from the destructive net to escape this binding? I must inform you, such thoughts are exceedingly naive. This is a divine technique of the god of destruction, far beyond the comprehension of mere Kaishins. As he spoke, he crossed his arms, making no effort to impede Lin Fan's movements. Lin Fan tightened his fists, cracking his knuckles as he summoned the divine power within his being. It appears that it is time to reveal a hidden card. Swiftly, he summoned the divine power within his body, dividing it into 3 distinct streams, one propelling the angelic lineage, another driving the human lineage, and the last urging forth the primordial scion heritage. After Lin Fan assimilated the primordial scion bloodline, his original scion lineage was consumed, becoming an integral part of the primordial heritage. Thus, strictly speaking, Lin Fan now possessed only 3 bloodlines: the angelic lineage, the primordial scion lineage, and the human lineage. His body began to tremble, with veins bulging ominously on his fists. Onlookers were left in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the significance of his actions. Sun Wukong, perplexed, inquired, "What is Master Lin Fan attempting to do?" No one responded, for none could fathom Lin Fan's intentions at that moment. Even the well-informed Whis could not discern Lin Fan's thoughts. However, he understood that Lin Fan was preparing to unveil his ultimate move. Lin Fan converged the 3 bloodlines within him, forcibly merging them. Instantly, he was engulfed by a searing pain, as if flesh were being torn from his body and salt was being rubbed into the wounds. His eyes widened in determination. He feared to close them, terrified that he might not awaken again should he do so. The agony coursing through him rendered his complexion pale, his eyes sunken and hollow. He breathed heavily, akin to an exhausted old bull. The notion of merging the 3 bloodlines was a spontaneous inspiration for Lin Fan, yet he believed it feasible. If his body could harbor these 3 distinct bloodlines, why not unify them into a singular lineage? Should this fusion succeed, his combat prowess would undoubtedly experience a transcendent leap. For this was the divine angelic bloodline combined with the primordial scion lineage and the human lineage. The amalgamation of these 3 was no trivial matter, especially the first 2. He surmised that, upon success, his strength might rival that of Beerus. However, the specifics remained uncertain, for this was his inaugural attempt, his most formidable hidden card. Initially, he refrained from such an endeavor due to the immense risks. Even with his immortal body, the necessity seemed unwarranted. A failure could lead to the obliteration of his essence, rendering his immortality meaningless. Furthermore, he perceived his current immortality not as true invincibility, but rather as a fade, since it did not confer immunity against destructive forces. Thus, he believed it prudent to avoid such risks unless absolutely necessary. Yet now, there was no choice but to proceed, for he wished to avoid being sealed away for millennia. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 bloodlines surged closer, and as the human lineage approached the divine angelic bloodline, it was swiftly assimilated. However, as the bloodline of the ancient scions neared its zenith, it exhibited a profound aversion to the celestial lineage of the angels, leading to an ensuing conflict that materialized into 2 formidable dragons. The angelic dragon radiated a resplendent azure hue, while the ancient scion dragon shimmered in a silver-blue luminescence. Within Lin Fan's lineage, a fierce battle commenced, one that was exhilarating for the dragons, yet excruciating for Lin Fan himself. He unleashed a series of anguished roars, his teeth grinding under the strain, blood ceaselessly streaming from his wounds, as his body grotesquely expanded like a balloon, inflating relentlessly. The confines of the god of destruction's binding net were similarly stretched to their limits. Witnessing this spectacle, Beerus was taken aback. Oh? To think he could enlarge the net of destruction. His power is indeed formidable. A mere glance revealed that today's offerings had surpassed 189 items, fulfilling the criteria for an additional chapter, alongside the chapter owed from yesterday, necessitating a minimum of 4 updates today. This marks the first chapter. Chapter 95, A Roar. Trembling the royal palace, how could this destruction net expand so significantly? What are you truly doing? If you continue to swell like this, you will meet your demise without my intervention. Witnessing Lin Fan's condition, Sun Wukong and his companions felt a surge of concern and anxiety. Sun Wukong, in particular, exclaimed, "This cannot continue. Lin Fan's body cannot withstand this. He will be blown apart." He turned to the hovering Beerus and implored, "Hey, Lord Beerus, please stop. If this goes on, Master Lin Fan won't survive." Beerus merely cast a dispassionate glance at Sun Wukong. How could a dignified god of destruction heed the words of one who had only recently encountered divinity? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Feeling embarrassed by Beerus's indifference, Sun Wukong turned to Whis. "Whis, could you persuade Lord Beerus to cease?" The others also looked at Whis in unison, believing him to be more amiable and, therefore, more likely to be swayed. While enjoying his ice cream, Whis chuckled lightly and said, "I'm afraid I cannot interfere with Lord Beerus's duties, nor can I meddle in the matters of the Supreme Kai. As an angel, I must remain neutral." Upon hearing Whis's words, the group felt a sense of helplessness and could only wait in silence, quietly praying for Lin Fan. Meanwhile, Lin Fan remained oblivious to the concerns of those below. He did not hear Sun Wukong's plea to Beerus. His body had entered a state of self-imposed isolation, and he was disinclined to listen to anything beyond his own thoughts. He yearned solely to achieve a complete fusion of his angelic and primordial scion bloodlines, desiring them to cease their internal conflict. Yet, the two bloodlines seemed to oppose him vehemently. The more he sought to unite them, the more fiercely they battled. Lin Fan pondered in exasperation how this situation resembled two children who, when told not to fight, only grew more obstinate. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his mind. Why had he sought their fusion in the first place? Was it not because he recognized their existence within himself? Could he not compel them to unite as one? Since they resided within his very being, they were his possessions, and as their master, he could not afford to be subservient to them. He needed to adopt a firm stance. With this newfound determination, Lin Fan immediately concentrated all the divine power within him, manifesting it as a golden dragon. With a resounding roar, he unleashed a powerful cry, startling the two dragons formed from his angelic and primordial scion bloodlines. Their fear did not stem from the potency of his divine power, but rather from the sheer weight of his dominance. It was akin to a father who, despite being unable to overpower his child, commands obedience through sheer anger. The child, intimidated, refrains from retaliating. Seeing the two bloodlines cower before him filled Lin Fan with elation, for he recognized that this approach was indeed viable. Immediately adjust the two bloodlines, allowing them to merge. Otherwise, they shall be discarded, left to fend for themselves, or, more directly, extinguished. Though the two bloodlines harbored a hint of reluctance towards one another, they dared not disobey the master's command issued in anger. Gradually, the two bloodlines began to fuse. Observers outside Lin Fan's body beheld in astonishment as he restored his original form at a visible pace. When he finally reverted entirely to his former self, an awe-inspiring power erupted from within, radiating a dazzling brilliance of silver, blue, and black. Each beam of light shot forth with terrifying intensity, causing Lin Fan's body to tremble in harmony with their rhythm. A roar resonated, echoing through the 12 universes, shaking the cosmos and alarming the deities. In the 6th universe, Kampa was indulging in a feast of beast meat when a deafening sound disrupted his focus, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Beside him, Vados had already conjured an energy shield to protect herself. Witnessing this, Kampa waved his chubby hand indignantly and exclaimed, "Vados, what are you doing? Why aren't you protecting me?" Vados chuckled, covering her mouth. "But Lord Kampa is a god of destruction. You need no protection. Perhaps it is due to your transformed appearance that—" "Vados, cease your prattling," Kampa retorted, rising furiously. He then gazed upward at the sound wave's energy, which was spreading to other locations. "Vados, investigate this matter immediately. Who dares to interrupt this god of destruction's meal?" "Yes, Lord Kampa." In the 5th universe, the god of destruction, Beerus, was engaged in a game of chess with the angel Kakarot when a terrifying sound wave swept through, scattering all the pieces across the floor. Beerus sprang to his feet, furiously demanding, "Who is it? Who dares disrupt us?" Across various universes, Lin Fan's roar reverberated, causing widespread disturbance. In the King's palace, the Omni-King was playing hide-and-seek with his two attendants, while the Grand Minister stood guard. Suddenly, with a focused gaze, the Grand Minister enveloped the palace in an energy shield. When the sound wave energy collided with the shield, it dissipated instantly, as if it had never existed. The Grand Minister turned his attention towards the source of the sound wave, the seventh universe. On Earth, aside from those protected by Whis, all living beings succumbed to the devastating effects of Lin Fan's sound wave, perishing in an explosive demise. The Earth transformed into a gray expanse, dust swirling, with many areas giving rise to tornadoes. Beerus raised a purple shield with his right hand, fully blocking Lin Fan's furious roar, yet producing plumes of smoke that blanketed the area for miles. Lin Fan, too, found himself enveloped within this shroud. Coughing, Bulma cautiously lowered her hands from her ears, asking in confusion, what just happened? All eyes were fixated on the reflection of Whis. Apart from the swirling smoke, nothing was discernible. As the mist gradually dissipated, the onlookers finally beheld Lin Fan amidst the haze. At present, there were 213 gifts, having met the conditions for one chapter, thus unlocking the second chapter. Yet 3 chapters remained to be fulfilled today. Chapter 96, The Terrifying Existence of the Birth of the Four Seasons Universe Gospel. Behold, the celestial light unfolds in golden hues, with auspicious clouds soaring high and myriad colors shimmering like flowers scattered by heavenly maidens. The divine power radiates across vast expanses, its lingering echoes enchanting all. Before the gathered crowd stands a figure strikingly similar to Lin Fan, yet with features refined to perfection. His pupils gleam a silver blue, his hairstyle reminiscent of a Super Saiyan in its second transformation, yet adorned in the same silver blue hue. His physique remains unchanged, save for a 3-meter-long tail of deep azure extending from behind him. Furthermore, he is enveloped in 3 layers of aura, respectively colored blue, silver, and black. Lin Fan slowly opens his divine eyes, within which boundless divine power flows. With a single glance, he appears to perceive the unfathomable depths of the universe. Just as Beerus prepares to speak, melodies of the universe gospel resonate around Lin Fan. Upon hearing the sweet and crisp notes, Whis expresses his astonishment. Oh? The universe gospel? Bulma and the others are perplexed, questioning, what is the universe gospel? Whis elucidates. The universe gospel signifies the universe's congratulations on the emergence of the great king god Lin Fan. The last time the universe gospel resounded was when Lord Beerus ascended to the role of destroyer. Beerus gazes intently at Lin Fan, unable to fathom that a god of creation, the great king god, could summon the universe gospel. To elicit such a celestial tribute, one must possess the strength to conquer it and earn its respect. Now, with the universe gospel resounding for Lin Fan, it is evident that the power emanating from him has indeed conquered the universe, winning its reverence. Suddenly, the cosmic firmament transforms to reveal the 4 seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, each manifestation accompanied by the harmonious strains of the universe gospel. Beerus, in astonishment, widens his eyes to their fullest, utterly flabbergasted, his mouth agape. What? The 4 seasons universe gospel? Whis, equally surprised, exclaims, indeed, it is the 4 seasons universe gospel. While the crowd has grasped the concept of the universe gospel, this 4 seasons variant is a novel revelation. Goku scratches the back of his head, bewildered, and asks, what is the 4 seasons universe gospel? How can there be multiple forms of the universe gospel? Whis clarifies for everyone. Indeed, the universe gospel is categorized into 3 types. The ordinary universe gospel, represented by the melodious tunes we just heard, devoid of any particular imagery. Achieving the level of universe gospel signifies that the universe celebrates and blesses, placing one at the pinnacle of the cosmos. In contrast, attaining the 4 seasons universe gospel entails earning the universe's utmost respect. Such individuals will inevitably achieve cosmic greatness, surpassing even the highest echelons of the universe. In the realm of cosmic gospels, there exists a celestial doctrine known as the 4 divine gospels, bestowed by the legendary 4 gods, the Ancestor Dragon, Ancestor Tiger, Ancestor Xuanwu, and Ancestor Zhuke. Those fortunate enough to receive such a gospel stand at the pinnacle of the entire universe. Their supremacy transcends even other dimensions and realms, instilling fear throughout the cosmos. Historically, I have encountered but a single individual who has attained this extraordinary level. Upon hearing Whis' explanation, several individuals were filled with excitement, mingled with a sense of yearning. Particularly Vegeta, who fervently wished that he and his companion could also receive the blessings of the 4 divine gospels. Goku, brimming with enthusiasm. Thought how exhilarating it would be to engage in battle with someone of such caliber, as it would undoubtedly lead to substantial personal growth. The three forms of cosmic gospels encompass congratulations, respect, and fear, each representing a distinct level of significance. Unable to contain his curiosity, Vegeta inquired, "You just mentioned that over the years, you have witnessed one person attain the four divine gospel? Who is this individual?" Whis replied with a calm smile. "At your present level, you are not yet capable of encountering them." Vegeta's face flushed crimson, feeling as if he had been dealt a stinging slap. This was indeed infuriating. Yet, observing Whis' demeanor, it was evident he was neither jesting nor exaggerating. A glance at Beerus above reminded him that Whis had previously indicated that Beerus had merely attained the lowest tier of cosmic gospel. Given that Vegeta currently struggled against even Beerus's unique destructive power, how could he possibly aspire to the level of the four divine gospels? In the air, Lin Fan remained silent, enraptured by the spectacle of the four scenic cosmic gospels. 4 minutes later, as the performance concluded, Lin Fan wore a meaningful smile. Directing his gaze toward Beerus with a gentle chuckle, "The music of the four scenic cosmic gospels is quite delightful. I shall accept it." His words seemed to echo both to Beerus and the universe itself. A resounding boom reverberated through the cosmos, as if in response to Lin Fan's proclamation. He then focused on the destructive net enveloping him, clenched his fist, and concentrated his power. With a triumphant ha and a resounding bang, the destructive net that bound him shattered into countless fragments, cascading down like enormous meteors, crashing into the ground and creating vast, deep craters. Lin Fan surveyed the earth below. Noting the current state of the planet, there was no immediate need for concern. He resolved to defeat Beerus first, and then seek the Dragon Balls on other planets to restore everything. Beerus, momentarily taken aback, gazed at Lin Fan in astonishment. Sensing a monumental surge in his combat prowess, an enhancement that defied mere numerical comparison, representing a unique qualitative leap. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he asked, "What form is this you have taken?" Lin Fan raised an eyebrow lightly, his smile radiating boundless confidence. "How shall I put it? This is indeed my first time transforming in such a manner." He observed the three distinct auras emanating from him, integrating his angelic and primordial scion heritage, and began to reflect on his newfound state. He remarked, "You may refer to this form as the ultimate celestial ancestor." "The ultimate celestial ancestor," Beerus muttered, revealing a sardonic smile. "Ultimate celestial. It sounds rather arrogant, though I wonder about its true power." Huh. No sooner had Beerus spoken than he appeared before Lin Fan. Lin Fan, upon seeing Beerus's figure, recognized the imminent threat as a fist came hurtling towards him. Without hesitation, he retaliated with a punch of his own. Boom. The collision of their fists unleashed a terrifying surge of divine power, energy roaring forth like a tempest, expanding into the cosmos with an overwhelming force. Beneath their feet, the ground began to crack, fissures appearing and revealing voids that led to an infinite abyss. This boundless emptiness voraciously consumed everything: air, surrounding energy. Whis, what is happening? Chapter 97. The imminent destruction of the universe. Whis, what is happening? Sun Wukong inquired, his gaze fixated on the peculiar black holes that loomed before him. A sense of strangeness enveloped him, prompting his curiosity. The others scrutinized the unfolding spectacle, equally bewildered by the bizarre black holes that seemed capable of devouring everything in their vicinity. They harbored an unsettling feeling that should they venture too close, they would be inexorably drawn in, their fates uncertain. Whis spoke calmly, "We stand at the precipice of the universe's annihilation." A collective gasp escaped the lips of those present as they widened their eyes in shock, their expressions betraying their overwhelming fear. The brink of the universe's destruction. Indeed, the overwhelming power unleashed by the clash of the two beings had surpassed the universe's capacity, leading to its inevitable collapse. The black holes they witnessed were not merely voids, but manifestations of infinite emptiness upon which the universe itself was founded. It was akin to a grand villa constructed upon the solid earth. As the group absorbed Whis' explanation, their knowledge expanded. For so long, they had believed the universe to be the ultimate expanse, boundless and infinite. Yet, they now learned that it was built upon the foundation of the void. Who, then, was the architect of this universe? Such questions swirled in their minds. But the time for contemplation had passed. Their immediate concern was to halt the escalating conflict between Beerus and Lin Fan. Bulma turned to Lin Fan, her voice rising in urgency. "Lin Fan, you must cease this battle. The universe is at stake. Lord Beerus, please stop." Yet, Lin Fan and Beerus had already transcended to a state of detachment, oblivious to the mundane pleas of those around them. Observing their refusal to relent, Krillin anxiously implored Whis. Whis, I beg you, intervene and stop them. I can offer you an abundance of delectable treats, sushi, pudding. I assure you, they will not repeat for 100 days. Whis replied serenely, a tempting offer indeed. I find myself without a reason to decline. Excitement surged among the group. For in times of crisis, the allure of culinary delights proved most persuasive. However, he continued, but I must decline. A chorus of confusion erupted as the others looked toward Whis, particularly Bulma, who could not contain her irritation. Did you not just say you had no reason to refuse? Why then do you choose to reject? I have already stated that Lin Fan is the Grand Kaishin and Beerus is the god of destruction. I cannot interfere in their affairs unless both parties are gods of destruction. As angels, we maintain a neutral stance, primarily serving the gods of destruction. Neutral. Always with the neutrality. Bulma complained in frustration. If they bring about the destruction of the universe, you too shall perish. To this, Whis merely smiled. Will I? Lin Fan and Beerus continued to exchange blows, each strike expanding the surrounding void, causing it to shatter in waves. In no time, the void had extended to several thousand meters. Krillin, Bulma, Yamcha, and others exclaimed in panic, it's over. The universe is doomed. Everything is coming to an end. Among the crowd, only 4 individuals remained composed: Son Goku, Broly, Vegeta, who stood with his arms crossed, and Whis. Aside from Whis, who was assured of his safety, the other 3 understood the peril they faced, yet displayed no signs of distress. To them, witnessing a battle of such magnitude rendered any potential demise inconsequential. Suddenly, a radiant streak of 7 colors tore through the sky, illuminating the surroundings. With a gentle wave of a hand, Lin Fan and Beerus were sent hurtling back hundreds of meters. Instinctively, they turned to regard the newly arrived figure, and Whis, recognizing the presence, swiftly retracted his angel staff and ascended. Beerus quickly followed, bowing deeply with his body bent at a 90-degree angle, his ears perked in respect as he greeted, Grand Minister. Indeed, the newcomer was the Grand Minister. Whis slightly lowered his head, acknowledging, Grand Minister. Lin Fan ascended as well, standing before the Grand Minister and offering his greeting. Grand Minister. Out of the corner of his eye, Beerus noticed Lin Fan standing upright and couldn't he help but smirk inwardly, thinking, you're doomed, young one. Such disrespect in the presence of the Grand Minister will surely lead to your demise. I need not be the one to eliminate you. The Grand Minister will do it. The thought of the Grand Minister's formidable power made Beerus tremble uncontrollably. Among the 12 universes, the individual he feared most was undoubtedly the Grand Minister standing before him. With an expressionless demeanor, the Grand Minister calmly addressed them. Beerus, Lin Fan. As gods of destruction and supreme Kai, you are expected to fulfill your duties. Yet, you have violated the divine regulations by engaging in conflict, causing panic in the 7th universe. What punishment do you deserve for this transgression? Cold sweat trickled down Beerus' face as he trembled. Grand Minister, this matter is the fault of Supreme Kai Lin Fan. He obstructed my destructive duties. Whis can testify. His quivering voice was a clear reflection of his fear, stemming from the pressure of both power and position. Whis immediately chuckled, interjecting, I cannot testify. Was he jesting? The Grand Minister was Lin Fan's uncle, and presently held in high regard by him. Although Whis was the Grand Minister's son, Lin Fan's favor surpassed his own. If he were to testify against Lin Fan, he would surely face reprimand, or worse, punishment. As these words left his lips, Beerus froze, his entire body turning cold, sweat pouring down his face in beads as he glared indignantly at Whis. However, he soon realized Whis had turned his head away, as if he were oblivious to Beerus' murderous gaze. Before the Grand Minister could speak, the tension in the air was palpable. Lin Fan stepped forward and spoke. Esteemed High Priest, I acknowledge that this matter is indeed my responsibility, and I am prepared to bear all the consequences. Please, impose your punishment upon me. Beerus looked at Lin Fan in astonishment, struggling to comprehend his motivations. If Lin Fan were to utter a few words in the presence of the High Priest, it was certain that the High Priest would hold both of them accountable, as this issue was fundamentally a result of their joint actions. Yet, Lin Fan had chosen to shoulder the entire burden alone. What could this possibly signify? Chapter 98. Lin Fan. I beseech you, relieve me of my duties. In truth, Lin Fan harbored his own thoughts, believing that the Grand Priest would not impose any significant punishment upon him. The stark reality was that the Grand Priest was his uncle, who had previously expressed his indebtedness to Lin Fan's mother. It was unlikely that he would obliterate Lin Fan over this singular incident. Furthermore, by voluntarily admitting his faults, Lin Fan hoped to earn his uncle's favor, perceiving himself as a person of courage and accountability. From his understanding of the Grand Priest character in the manga, he recognized that the Grand Priest held great esteem for those who dared to take responsibility for their actions. At present, Lin Fan refrained from placing blame on Beerus, shouldering all the errors entirely. This decision was primarily for the sake of Vegeta and Son Goku. He required Whis to train the two of them. Although Whis had consented, without Beerus's approval, the endeavor would undoubtedly falter. Whis, in essence, was Beerus's attendant, tasked with overseeing him, and their separation was only permissible upon Beerus's demise. Thus, Lin Fan contemplated the merits of accepting all blame at this juncture, believing this would create a debt of gratitude from Beerus, an immense favor that would be challenging to repay. The Grand Priest's dark, profound gaze fell upon Lin Fan, filled with admiration. Truly, he was his sister's son, bold and unyielding, devoid of any timidity. Moreover, as merely a supreme Kai, he dared to confront the god of destruction, Beerus, reflecting the spirit of his sister from years past. To this day, he remembered her words, to uphold the universe's heart, to establish the angel's destiny, to inherit the ultimate teachings, to usher in peace by vanquishing all evil. The Grand Priest's appreciation remained unobserved by Beerus, who kept his head bowed. When the Grand Priest resumed his attention to Lin Fan, he declared, "Lin Fan, indeed, you have erred. However, considering your recent ascension to the role of Supreme Kai, I shall impose a period of confinement for reflection, lasting 100 years. For beings of the Kai class, a century was merely a delightful slumber." Beerus, taken aback by the leniency of the Grand Priest's sentence, could not help but raise his head, thinking this punishment far too light. If such were the consequence, he could accept it as well. Yet, he dared not voice this thought. Who could say if he would face a similar fate when his time came? Furthermore, the Grand Priest had just mentioned that this leniency stemmed from Lin Fan's recent elevation to Supreme Kai, whereas Beerus was not newly appointed as a god of destruction. To Beerus, this did not constitute a true punishment, and it was apparent that the Grand Priest favored Lin Fan. Nevertheless, for Lin Fan, a century was indeed a lengthy span. In that 100 years, he could acquire numerous disciples, enhancing his own strength exponentially. The thought of amassing a cadre of skilled pupils tantalized him. With such growth in combat prowess, contending with Beerus would become a mere trifling endeavor. However, given the Grand Priest's evident bias towards him, Lin Fan pondered how he might approach the situation. Should he request a reduction in the duration of his confinement? This situation appears to be a rather ironic twist of fate. Furthermore, having voluntarily acknowledged one's mistakes, how can one impose self-punishment and then express dissatisfaction? Wouldn't that be tantamount to contradicting oneself? It seems that the request to reduce the duration is simply unattainable. Dear uncle, why must you insist on a century-long ordeal? This is truly exasperating. If the time cannot be shortened, nor the sentence alleviated, then I shall impose a harsher punishment upon myself. Upon reflecting on these matters, I promptly declared, "Great Judge, I have come to a profound realization regarding the absurdity of my errors, which are unrelated to my initial ascension as the Grand Kaishin. I even harbor doubts about my worthiness for such a title, thus I beseech you, Great Judge, to revoke my position as the Grand Kaishin." The assembly was left utterly perplexed. Even the Great Judge was equally bewildered. In the realm of Kaishins, the East Kaishin gazed at Lin Fan with a look of utter disbelief. What on earth is this Grand Kaishin contemplating? How could he voluntarily request the revocation of his title? Wouldn't it be better to seclude himself for a century of contemplation? The old Grand Kaishin remarked nonchalantly, "A century pales in comparison to my several million years." Is this Great Judge truly biased towards the Grand Kaishin? Is this the power of influence at play? Yet, what on earth is Lin Fan thinking, to request the revocation of his title so willingly? At this moment, the East Kaishin suggested, "Ancestor, do you think it would be impolite for us to remain here in the Kaishin realm as mere spectators? Shouldn't we pay our respects?" The old Grand Kaishin's eyes widened in shock as he delivered another resounding blow to the East Kaishin's head, bellowing, "Of course it would be inappropriate. Why did you not remind me sooner?" In an instant, they whisked themselves away to earth, kneeling in midair to pay homage to the Great Judge. "We pay our respects, Great Judge." However, the Great Judge was currently preoccupied with pondering the intentions of his nephew. What could he possibly be aiming for by seeking the revocation of the Grand Kaishin's title? Wouldn't 100 years of introspection be preferable? This seems counterproductive. Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Lin Fan, silently urging him to refrain from speaking recklessly. A century of seclusion could simply be a time for rest. It hardly constitutes a punishment. Why should one actively seek to relinquish the title of Grand Kaishin? To Beerus, it appeared that Lin Fan was acting out of spite regarding this punishment. Yet, he found it perplexing. If one is unwilling to accept the consequences, why take full responsibility for the mistakes? While he pondered this, the great judge once again addressed Lin Fan. Lin Fan, considering this to be your first offense, I shall reduce the duration to 50 years. A word of caution, the time cannot be further diminished. The great judge sensed a hint of defiance in Lin Fan's demeanor, believing that 50 years might suffice instead of a century. Beerus, bowing deeply, was utterly stunned. How could the great judge possibly be so accommodating? Is there room for negotiation now? Perhaps in the future, when I err, I too shall attempt to bargain. If the Grand Priest were to learn of Beerus's thoughts, he would undoubtedly smile and encourage him to give it a try. Lin Fan, caught between laughter and tears, realized that this well-meaning uncle had misunderstood his intentions. Grand Priest, I genuinely believe I am unfit for the position of the Grand Kai. Please, I beg you to relieve me of this duty. With hands clasped together, he appeared earnest in his plea. What on earth? The East Kai, feeling a pang of envy, couldn't help but feel sour. After all those years serving as the East Kai, he had never ascended to the rank of Grand Kai. Yet this individual, transitioning from Kai to Grand Kai in merely a few days, now sought to relinquish the very position he had so eagerly obtained. Truly, it was a case of the divine outshining the divine, driving one to exasperation. Thus, the 5th chapter concludes. After a glance at the back end, I noted 59 gifts. It seems today I shall not reach the 100 mark. I will rest now, and tomorrow I shall strive for 100. Continuing to add an extra chapter for every 100 gifts received, with a maximum of 8 chapters. Chapter 99. Better than comparing sons. The Grand Priest gazed at Lin Fan, who was pleading earnestly, pondering in silence what his true intentions might be. Did he wish to further reduce his time of seclusion for introspection? Yet, he had previously declared that such time could not be diminished. To do so would undermine his authority. Observing Lin Fan's demeanor, it seemed he genuinely did not wish to bear the title of the Grand Supreme Kai. Very well, if that is the case, then let us revoke his position and consider assigning him a new role. After mulling over these thoughts, the Grand Priest turned to Lin Fan and declared, Lin Fan, since you have so profoundly recognized your mistakes, I hereby relieve you of your duties as the Grand Supreme Kai. From this day forth, you shall no longer hold the title of Grand Supreme Kai of the 7th universe. With these words, the creative power within Lin Fan was extracted. He felt no regret over this loss, as the creative power held little offensive capability. Its primary function was to generate various forms of life. Had it been potent, it could have forged planets or even entire galaxies. However, Lin Fan surmised that in the context of this era, such creative might was of limited significance, especially when compared to overwhelming strength. If it were truly invaluable, Beerus would not have so easily bullied the Supreme Kai nor dared to seal the former Supreme Kai for 75 million years. Beerus, catching a glimpse of Lin Fan's creative power being siphoned away, felt a twinge of discomfort. Nevertheless, the notion of apologizing to Lin Fan was utterly out of the question. The principle of a god of destruction is to never admit fault, even if in error. One remains silent. Naturally, this holds true only when faced with those beneath the Grand Priest's level. When confronting the Grand Priest or the Omni King, acknowledgement of one's mistakes is imperative. At that moment, the Grand Priest turned to Beerus, stating, Beerus, I hope such incidents do not recur. Otherwise, we may need to consider replacing you as the god of destruction. Upon hearing this, Beerus was filled with trepidation, nodding fervently in agreement. The Grand Priest cast a significant glance at Wisp before addressing Lin Fan once more. Take care, everyone. Grand Priest, please wait a moment. Lin Fan called out as the Grand Priest prepared to depart. Beerus, upon hearing Lin Fan's call, trembled with fear, his small, green eyes darting anxiously. What could Lin Fan possibly want? The Grand Priest was about to leave. Why would Lin Fan stop him? Was he seeking trouble? The Grand Priest raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Lin Fan, is there something else? Lin Fan surveyed the devastated scene on Earth, where countless lives had perished and the landscape lay desolate, a veritable hell on Earth. Grand Priest, might I trouble you to restore Earth to its former state? He inquired, confident that with the Grand Priest's formidable power, such a task would be effortlessly accomplished. In a state of profound astonishment, Beerus could hardly fathom the audacity of Lin Fan. Not only had he previously engaged in a veiled negotiation with the Grand Minister, but he now dared to implore the Grand Minister for assistance in restoring Earth to its former state. Would the Grand Minister deign to assist with such a trivial matter? Certainly not. Who did Lin Fan think he was to expect such favor? However, As Beerus heard the Grand Minister's words, he abruptly lifted his gaze. In that fleeting moment, the Grand Minister cast a dispassionate glance his way, causing a cold sweat to cascade down Beerus's brow. He hastily averted his eyes, unwilling to meet the Grand Minister's gaze again. Yet, he could hardly reconcile the fact that such a stern and unyielding figure would acquiesce to Lin Fan's unreasonable demands. Was it merely an illusion that Lin Fan seemed to be treated with more favor than his own son? With a casual wave of his hand, the Grand Minister summoned an overwhelming force, and the once devastated earth was restored in an instant, as if time itself had been paused at a singular moment. The deceased were revived in the blink of an eye, their previous memories erased, resuming their lives as though nothing had transpired. Lin Fan surveyed the scene below, marveling at the terrifying prowess of the Grand Minister. With but a flick of his wrist, he had revived an entire planet's populace, restoring it to its previous state with impeccable precision. "Thank you, Grand Minister." Lin Fan expressed his gratitude. The Grand Minister smiled gently, transforming into a radiant stream of multicolored light as he tore through the fabric of space and departed. Once he had left, Beerus exhaled heavily, straightening his posture. Turning his gaze towards Lin Fan, he spoke calmly, "Supreme Kai of the universe, no, your actions are rather imprudent." Though his tone was composed, it bore an undercurrent of reluctant gratitude. As a god of destruction, he would never express thanks to those within his dominion, save for the Grand Minister and the Omni King. He refrained from uttering words of appreciation. Thus, his gratitude towards Lin Fan was tinged with inner conflict and helplessness. Lin Fan, well aware of Beerus's temperament, remained unfazed by his current demeanor. Moreover, he had no desire for superficial gratitude from Beerus. What he sought were tangible actions. "Beerus, I am no longer the Supreme Kai. You may call me Lin Fan," he replied with a serene smile. "By the way, are we still going to fight?" Upon hearing this, Beerus was momentarily taken aback. Fight? What a ridiculous notion. The position of the Supreme Kai had already been stripped from him. If they continued to battle, it would only jeopardize Beerus's own position as a god of destruction. The thought of losing his destructive power was simply unfathomable. However, such sentiments were not something Beerus could voice. To do so would only invite ridicule from those present, suggesting that he was being cowardly. Instead, he countered, "What do you think?" With this question, he effectively passed the decision back to Lin Fan. Sensing the tension, the East Supreme Kai hurriedly interjected, "Gentlemen, the Grand Minister's intentions are abundantly clear. The consequences of disregarding them could be dire." Beerus descended the steps with a graceful ease. The edict of the Grand Priest is one to be followed without question. Thus, he opted against conflict, suggesting instead that they might engage in battle in another realm. Lin Fan, too, had no genuine desire for confrontation. His earlier inquiries were merely to gauge Beerus's disposition. Now, it became evident that although Beerus outwardly refrained from expressing fear of the Grand Priest, inwardly, he was quite perturbed. Reflecting on his previous respectful demeanor towards the Grand Priest further illuminated this understanding. The two descended together, closely followed by the East Kai, the Old Kai, and Whis. The presence of Beerus instilled a sense of trepidation among those gathered, for he was indeed a true god of destruction, capable of annihilating entire universes. "Bulma, I have a request. I apologize for the delay in updates today. Some matters required my attention. I assure you that I will provide updates as swiftly as possible." Upon checking the backend, it appears we have received 248 gifts thus far, with a minimum of 4 updates today.